Yu, after transcending, found himself unceremoniously expelled from his clan, relegated to the life of a fishmonger. Unexpectedly, he offended a saintess from a prominent sect at the Ehong courtyard, prompting him to flee to another city. In this new realm of cultivation, Yu first acquired 2 maidservants to alleviate his shock, and subsequently pioneered the technique of seal-making for talismans, leading to a surge in his wealth. To further enhance his abilities, Yu constructed formidable weaponry, and even disguised himself as a eunuch to enter the palace, all in pursuit of establishing a foothold in the world of cultivation. In moments of leisure within the imperial palace, he engaged in acts of goodwill, and millennia later, his descendants flourished across the globe, astonishingly becoming the patriarch of the cultivation realm. Ascension to the celestial realm, daring ventures into the primordial chaos, battles amid the void, traversing the multiverse, and the supreme primordial chaos. An endless journey awaits to be chronicled. Chapter 1. Expulsion from the clan. Smack. Yu was unceremoniously thrown out the grand entrance, landing on the street with little more than a tattered bundle in hand. With talent as rare as mine, I shall surely find my place again. If I am unwelcome here, there shall be another place for me, Yu declared defiantly at the gates of the Yi clan. Huh, still bold enough to speak? Let's go teach him a lesson, commanded a head servant, rallying others to pursue him. Yu hastily grabbed his bundle and fled. Having just crossed over, he was already cast out by his family, an unprecedented humiliation. The original Yu had been a veteran from Blue Star, who, after 2 years of service, found the pay of a security guard unworthy and resorted to frantic writing for sustenance. Ultimately meeting his demise from exhaustion, transcending into this world of celestial cultivation, he became a disciple of a foundational cultivation clan in a small city of the Great Xia dynasty. The original Yu possessed mediocre talent, having lost his parents and surviving solely on the clan's support. Recently, he had discovered a tome of the Devouring Heaven Demon technique in a tomb during an adventure. The tome's introduction was grandiose, promising abilities as rare as those from the heavens. Yu, entranced, believed in its potential. In the cultivation realm, talents are classified into 4 major levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with further subdivisions of lower, middle, upper, and supreme ranks. With each ascending level, the speed of cultivation could increase exponentially, and the bottlenecks would be significantly reduced. The lower tier of yellow rank was considered wasteful, perpetually stuck in the first layer of qi refinement. Yu, at best, was of middle yellow rank, destined to reach only the 6th layer of qi refinement. He feared he would never transcend the foundational stage, destined to become dust in a century. The Devouring Heaven Demon technique promised to enhance his cultivation aptitude, serving as his lifeline, by finding individuals with superior cultivation aptitude. He could siphon and simulate their abilities, thereby elevating his own. Consequently, after acquiring the technique, he set his sights on his cousin, Yi Lingerat. At 18, she was the pride of the clan, hailed as the most likely candidate to ascend to foundational cultivation. Possessing supreme aptitude of the profound rank, she commenced her training at 15, completing her meridian opening in 8 months and advancing to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, with rumors of her imminent breakthrough to the 4th layer. In contrast, Yu, also beginning at 15, took 10 months to reach the 1st layer, and now at 21, after 3 additional years of training, he had only just attained the 3rd layer, with the 4th layer still a distant goal. Thus, with his silver tongue, Yu lured Yi Linger to his room for a conversation. Unbeknownst to him, the original Yu had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by the modern Yu's soul. As he absorbed fragments of the original's memories and gazed upon the innocent and charming Yi Linger, he comprehended the situation unfolding before him. With matters reaching this juncture, he felt compelled to proceed, lest his efforts be in vain and he incur punishment without any benefit. After successfully enhancing his cultivation aptitude, he began to gather his belongings to escape, sensing that his time within the clan was running short. However, his triumph was short-lived as an elder happened upon him. Coincidentally, Yi Linger's father, Yi Hongfu, who discovered that his daughter had been ensnared by Yu. Naturally, he proceeded to administer a thorough beating to Yu. With his cultivation reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, Yi Hongfu was not someone Yu could contend with. Soon, Yu found himself battered and unconscious. Initially, the clan considered executing him, but out of respect for his parents, who had perished in battle for the clan, they opted to expel him instead, leading to the scene described at the beginning. Despite his injuries, Yu confirmed the Devouring Heaven Demon technique was secure in his possession and, with his bundle in hand, sprinted away, managing to elude the pursuing servants. After half an hour in the realm of cultivation, rogue cultivators often faced dire circumstances. Being expelled from one's clan was a severe penalty for any cultivator. Sigh, why was the original Yu so impulsive? Why provoke the clan's prized jewel, making it impossible for him to continue. Could he not have sought fortune elsewhere, perhaps within the courtesan quarters? Yu felt a sense of confusion about his future. Navigating this realm of cultivation alone seemed immensely challenging. He had long called out for a system or a wise mentor to aid him. Fortunately, the Devouring Heaven Demon technique appeared genuine. After this incident, Yu felt a distinct improvement in his cultivation aptitude that he sensed a heightened affinity for the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, accelerating his cultivation speed. It seemed he had progressed from middle yellow rank to upper yellow rank. Should he manage to interact with Yilinger on more occasions, he might just elevate his cultivation aptitude to the profound rank. As Yu walked briskly down the bustling street, he passed by the lively Yihong courtyard. The place was filled with beautiful, charming maidens, and he contemplated stepping inside. Yet, he was intercepted by a bouncer. What? Can't I take a look inside? Not a chance. The fairies within are all at least at the third layer of chi refinement. Without spirit stones, be gone, the bouncer retorted brusquely, flanked by two lackeys who surrounded Yu. Swallowing hard, he patted his pockets only to find them devoid of spirit stones. With a sense of helplessness, he recalled that in his hasty exit, he had only a few copper coins. He remembered that the original Yu had hidden his savings beneath a tree at the Yi estate, about a meter underground. There was over 20 taels of silver there. What a waste. In the Great Xia dynasty, common currency consisted of copper coins, silver, and gold. Here, silver and gold were not particularly rare, lacking the exorbitant value they held in ancient China. 100 copper coins equated to 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver corresponded to 1 tael of gold that in terms of purchasing power. 1 copper coin was akin to 10 yuan in modern China. Thus, he currently possessed only a few hundred yuan. In contrast, spirit stones were typically traded with low-grade spirit stones requiring 10 taels of gold to exchange for a single one. The entrance fee for the Yihong courtyard was a low-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 100,000 yuan. No wonder the original Yu opted for his cousin rather than indulging here. With no money to spare, and as an orphan relying on the clan's monthly stipend of 3 taels of silver, Yu had no choice but to strategically retreat. In the future, there will be ample opportunities to deal with those who look down upon others. As Yu departed, the turtle elder and his 2 lackeys could not help but display contemptuous smiles. Just a mere trifling practitioner at the 3rd level of chi refinement thinks he can enjoy himself in our Yihong courtyard. Does he not realize that our Yihong courtyard is a property under the auspices of the renowned Yihuan sect, one of the 7 major sects of the Great Xia dynasty? The women inside are all stunning cultivators, far beyond the reach of a pauper. After leaving Yihong courtyard, Yu relied on his memory to locate a humble apothecary. He was in dire need of medicine to treat his injuries. Delaying further could lead to complications. Even without a golden finger, he was determined to leverage his intellect to create firearms and aircraft in this world of cultivation. Surely, there would come a day when he would rise to prominence. However, he knew he must take one step at a time, starting with healing his wounds. Upon entering the Huanu apothecary, Yu was met with indifference from the attendant, who did not bother to greet the customers. "Excuse me, proprietor, could I have some medicine for external injuries?" The attendant scanned Yu from head to toe, noticing his tattered clothing, which suggested he had little money to spare. After assessing Yu's injuries, the attendant retrieved a diluted version of the black jade bone-joining ointment. The original version, no doubt, would be beyond the reach of a destitute individual like him. "Here, this is black jade bone-joining ointment. It costs 1 tael of silver. Is there any chance of a discount?" Yu reached into his pocket but found himself unable to produce even a single tael of silver. Chapter 2. A temporary abode in a ruined temple. "Seriously, handsome, this is already the cheapest medicine in the store that can treat your injuries. If you don't want it, feel free to leave." The attendant was taken aback. It was astonishing to encounter a cultivator who could not afford even 1 tael of silver. "Proprietor, what if I only take half? I only have half a tael of silver left." Yu could not afford to be stubborn. His injuries could not be delayed any longer. Seeing Yu produce 50 copper coins, the attendant scoffed. However, driven by a healer's compassion, he decided to fill a spare bottle with half the ointment for Yu. "Thank you." Yu expressed his gratitude. Without this medicine, his recovery through cultivation could be prolonged significantly, adversely affecting his daily life and potentially diminishing his already modest cultivation aptitude at the 3rd level of chi refinement. He was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, akin to a top-tier athlete. With multiple soft tissue injuries and a bruised visage, it was a miracle he could still move about. Yu took the medicine and requested to use the restroom. After cleaning his wounds, he applied the black jade bone-joining ointment to treat his injuries. Although he still had some internal injuries, he could only endure and heal gradually. After finishing, Yu exited the apothecary. The enticing aroma from a nearby bun shop made his stomach growl in protest. Despite being a practitioner at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he was still part of the mundane world, cultivators at the Qi refinement stage still needed to eat, though the frequency might lessen with increased cultivation. Even in the foundation establishment stage, sustenance was necessary, and it could take months or years to replenish energy. Only upon reaching the golden core stage could one completely abstain from food. For those who found eating troublesome, they could consume abstinence pills, which were the cheapest pills available but cost 10 taels of silver each, sufficient to sustain a first-level practitioner for a month without food. Typically, 1 tael of silver sufficed for a month's sustenance. Spending 10 taels on abstinence pills was the mark of a spendthrift. However, these pills had their advantages, saving time on meals and reducing the frequency of bodily functions to once a month. There was also a notion that mundane food contained various impurities, which could detrimentally affect one's cultivation aptitude. This idea, propagated by the Alchemist Association, left Yu skeptical, suspecting it might merely be a form of intellectual taxation. With 17 copper coins remaining, he could still afford some buns. Yu spent 1 copper coin to purchase 3 buns. Each bun was palm-sized and delightfully soft, exemplifying the unique quality of buns in the cultivation realm. Having satisfied his hunger, Yu pondered where he would spend the night. He was now homeless. Observing the filthy vagrants on the street, he thought to himself, he would never become one of them, would he? As dusk approached, Yu decided to seek refuge in a dilapidated temple outside the city. This temple, known as the Guanyin Temple, was dedicated to the Bodhisattva Guanyin. However, due to its lack of efficacy, belief had waned over time, leaving it abandoned and a haven for the homeless. Upon entering the temple, Yu discovered it already housed a dozen vagrants. Wherever there was a semblance of cover, there lay a mat, leaving little room to navigate. Ultimately, Yu managed to persuade the elders to grant him a corner for rest. The elders, noticing his tattered attire and bloodstains, did not press him further. Yu took stock of his belongings to ensure nothing would go missing by morning. In his backpack, he had 2 sets of clothes, a book on the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique, a fundamental Qi refinement manual, a water flask, and half a bottle of black jade. Bone joining ointment. His pockets contained 16 copper coins. All these items were essential for Yu's survival in this world, and he regarded them with utmost importance. With the sun yet to set, he pulled out the foundational Qi refinement manual to study. He intended to practice that night, as cultivation could partially substitute for sleep and aid in his healing. The vagrants, seeing Yu with a book, grew curious and approached to take a look. However, Yu was unwilling to share. His family had warned him that this technique must not be disclosed, under penalty of death. What's the big deal? It's just a basic Qi refinement manual, a common item worth merely 1 copper coin. One of the vagrants laughed derisively as he pulled out his own tattered book, the cover boldly proclaiming Basic Qi Refinement Manual. With raised eyebrows, the elder and others produced their own copies of the manual. What? Yu took the elder's manual, comparing its contents, only to find them identical. How infuriating. His family had frightened him for no reason before departing. Yu realized that his memories had not fully integrated. The Basic Qi Refinement Manual was, in fact, an utterly commonplace item that he resolved to thoroughly digest the original owner's memories, for relying solely on his previous life's impressions of the cultivation world might lead to his downfall. Wow, elder, each of you has a copy of the Basic Qi Refinement Manual, and you're all still cultivating? Cultivating? Nonsense. We possess inferior yellow-tier cultivation aptitudes. Even with a lifetime of effort, we might only attain the first level of Qi refinement. Then why do you still buy this? To cultivate a bit. It's refreshing for the mind, a nice pick-me-up. Oh, I see. After exchanging a few more idle words with the elders, Yu immersed himself in the process of memory integration. In this vast world, there were no completely ordinary individuals. The worst cultivation aptitude was the inferior yellow tier. If one were to cultivate, they might only ever wander at the first level of Qi refinement throughout their lives. Certainly, certain affluent individuals indulging in substances may manage to ascend to the second tier of Qi refinement, third-rate warriors, those wielding Ming Jin. However, for someone like the original owner, Yu, possessing mediocre yellow-grade cultivation talent, merely reaching the third tier of Qi refinement would be a stroke of luck. To advance further would present insurmountable challenges, top-tier warriors, those wielding in Jin. With relentless dedication to cultivation, one might be fortunate enough to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, innate warriors, master warriors, capable of inflicting harm with even the fluttering of petals. Yet, to exhaust a lifetime in pursuit of reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, specifically the 7th tier, Divine Realm, Sacred Realm Warriors, is a formidable endeavor. The transition from mid-stage to late stage represents a qualitative leap. In the late stage of Qi refinement, one can project their spiritual energy outward. Should one possess a magical sword, they could even soar through the skies upon it. The distinction between the late stage of Qi refinement and the mid to early stages is profound, marking a definitive boundary between the mundane and the realm of immortality. In the mid to early stages, one merely enhances their physical strength and vigor. Even the simplest of foundational spells cannot be cast more than a few times. Within this foundational Qi refinement technique lies the methodologies for progressing from the first to the sixth tier of Qi refinement. The Great Xia dynasty's proliferation of such practices is perhaps a strategic endeavor to cultivate a populace with robust physiques, thereby ensuring an abundance of quality, inexpensive labor within the nation. Chapter 3. Basic Fireball Technique. The protagonist had already practiced the foundational Qi refinement technique over 1,000 times, and Yu merely sought to reacquaint himself, ensuring that no errors would arise. Once he fully comprehended the technique, he commenced his cultivation according to the principles of the first 3 levels of Qi refinement. Typically, practitioners would close their eyes, introspectively examining their meridians while guiding the spiritual energy's flow. Yet, given his current circumstances, Yu was not entirely at ease and trusting his safety to the benevolence of these vagabonds. He positioned himself against the wall with his backpack, sitting cross-legged, occasionally opening his eyes. As a staunch materialist, he found it difficult to believe in the existence of spiritual energy in this world. However, as he distinctly felt the energy entering his body and traversing along designated pathways, gradually augmenting the spiritual power within his dantian, he could not help but accept that this realm of cultivation was far removed from Blue Star. Anything was indeed possible. As his cultivation progressed, Yu found himself increasingly attuned to the process, and the rate at which he refined spiritual energy into spiritual power became stable. He calculated that the current conversion speed was 15 times that of before. Originally at a rate of 2, he now experienced a rate of 3. The spiritual power within his dantian steadily approached fullness, and as the energy flowed through areas of internal injury, it elicited involuntary grimaces of pain. Nevertheless, with each complete cycle of energy, he sensed a reduction in discomfort, suggesting that this spiritual power possessed genuine healing properties. His injuries were indeed mending more swiftly. After a night of cultivation, Yu completed 10 full cycles and felt a significant increase in the spiritual power within his dantian. At his current pace, he estimated that he could break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement in merely 3 months. However, Yu still perceived this rate of advancement as excruciatingly slow. He resolved to seek out individuals with superior cultivation potential to enhance his own capabilities. His current aptitude had ascended to the high-quality yellow rank, granting him the possibility of reaching the later stages of Qi refinement. Yet, the likelihood of advancing to the foundation establishment stage remained at an abysmal 0. Only those with an aptitude at the profound rank had a reasonable chance of breaking through to foundation establishment, while those of the highest yellow rank capable of such a feat were rarely seen, with the most recent example being the 18th prince of the current Xia dynasty, Zhu Xingwen, who barely managed to reach that stage by consuming foundation establishment pills like candy. Yu rose to his feet, his legs numb from sitting cross-legged all night. After stretching his limbs, he felt a slight alleviation of pain, leading him to believe that in a few days, his injuries would fully heal. Given his current condition, he opted not to overexert himself and decided to recuperate fully before seeking employment to sustain his living. With his backpack carefully in tow, he stealthily exited the dilapidated temple, ensuring not to disturb the slumbering vagabonds. He first made his way to the well at the temple's edge, drawing a bucket of water to wash his face and clean his wounds slightly. Seeing that there were no other maidens in the vicinity, he felt no shame in being unclothed. He took his tattered garments and used them as a towel, commencing a much-needed bath. As the water touched his wounds, Yu winced in pain, momentarily forgetting the caution against soaking open injuries. Enduring the discomfort, he dried himself off, reapplied medicine, and donned a complete set of clothing from his backpack that remained intact. He retrieved his 16 copper coins from the tattered pockets of his former attire and transferred them into the pockets of his new outfit. Leaving the dilapidated temple, he sought a place to hang his washed clothing to dry. During this time, a homeless man awoke and, upon seeing Yu use the well water intended for drinking to bathe, hurled curses and intended to assault him. Yu quickly apologized, recognizing the necessity of humility under such a roof. The homeless individuals residing in the temple were mostly cultivators, albeit at the first level of Qi refinement. Outnumbered, Yu understood that being overwhelmed would lead to trouble. His earnestness in admitting fault appeased the man, who decided to spare him, for now. However, he demanded that Yu procure a steamed bun for him, or else he would not be allowed to stay. Having cultivated through the night, Yu was quite hungry himself. He promptly made his way to the bun shop upon leaving the temple. When it came to sustenance, nothing was more affordable and fulfilling than steamed buns. This time, he spent 1 copper coin to buy 4 buns. 3 would suffice for his meal, while he intended to reserve 1 for the homeless man he had encountered earlier. After finishing his buns, Yu returned to the temple, wary of his food being snatched away. These homeless individuals were often in dire straits, and the sight of food could drive them to madness. As he passed by the homeless man, Yu discreetly slipped him a bun, striving to avoid drawing attention. The man seized the bun and pulled Yu aside. Outside the temple, "You're at the 3rd level of chi refinement, aren't you? Your cultivation aptitude must be quite commendable," he whispered while munching on the bun. Yu modestly replied, "It's just average. I possess a high-grade yellow tier cultivation aptitude." "High-grade yellow tier? I see something extraordinary in your bones. I possess a manual that would be perfect for you. If you cover my meals for this week, the manual is yours," the homeless man proposed. Retrieving a worn-out basic fireball technique from his pocket, he had purchased it for a few taels of silver, but, regrettably, could not master it himself. Now, he was eager to pass it on to the newcomer, Yu. Although the original Yu hailed from a family of cultivators, his low cultivation level had prevented him from encountering any spells. Mastery of such techniques typically required reaching at least the 4th level of chi refinement. Well, this fireball technique at the 4th level of chi refinement can barely light a cigarette before reaching the later stages of chi refinement. The effectiveness of such spells can only be described as lackluster. Using mundane weapons is far more reliable in the early stages of cultivation. The time-traveling Yu was equally perplexed by the situation, finding himself intrigued by the fireball technique. He contemplated accepting the vagabond's offer, yet pondered whether such a rudimentary technique could be so commonplace. He certainly did not wish to be a fool. "How about I purchase this book from you for a mere copper coin?" he proposed. "What? A single copper coin? Why don't you just rob me instead?" "No. It must be 7, 3, and no more." "Deal." Yu felt he had acted hastily. Nevertheless, having already made his proposition, he had no choice but to proceed with the transaction. After exchanging his copper coins for the basic fireball technique, he found his funds diminished to 12 coins. The vagabond, satisfied with his earnings, returned to his makeshift bed, clutching a battered bowl, and departed the dilapidated temple. He intended to seek work, but first stopped by a bun shop to procure some food. One could hardly muster strength for begging on an empty stomach. Chapter 4. Fishing. Returning to a corner of the decrepit temple, Yu leaned against the wall and began to peruse the basic fireball technique. The minimum cultivation level required to practice this spell was the 4th layer of chi refinement. Realizing he had been duped, he concluded that this book offered him little value at present. However, considering he could potentially break through in 3 months, it was not entirely without merit. He might as well review it. The basic fireball technique could be mastered by those with exceptional talent at the 4th layer of chi refinement, while those at the 5th layer could easily cultivate it. Upon mastering this technique, one could conjure a small flame in their hand for lighting purposes. The size of the flame would vary with one's cultivation level, and upon reaching the 7th layer, one could launch the fireball in a specified direction. After digesting the contents of the basic fireball technique, Yu felt as though he had purchased a lighter that was currently inoperative. How infuriating! Achieving the 7th layer of chi refinement seemed a distant prospect. Setting aside the worthless fireball technique, Yu commenced his cultivation, eager to mend his injuries swiftly. The 12 copper coins would not last long. He needed to find work promptly to sustain himself. He felt a twinge of annoyance. In other realms of cultivation, one focused on spiritual roots, and revered masters held sway. Yet here, in this Tianyuan cultivation world, he found himself struggling. Even securing a meal was a challenge. In the following 3 days, Yu gradually spent 8 copper coins on the most inexpensive buns. After 3 days of intensive cultivation and deliberate healing, he had nearly restored his internal injuries, and his external wounds had all scabbed over. Fortunately, neither Yi Hongfu nor Yi Linger had inflicted mortal harm. Otherwise, recovery would have been far more arduous. Once his body had healed, Yi was eager to vacate the squalid temple. The place was filthy and reeked abominably. He made his way to the riverside, where he washed himself and laundered his clothes in the refreshing water. Yi beheld, with astonishment, that within the river swam fish of a size akin to his palm, and he mused that this might be his pathway to fortune. Fishing with a rod would be a leisurely pursuit, and lacking such an implement, he ventured into the nearby woods to procure a long branch. He meticulously stripped away the extraneous twigs, leaving only a pointed tip. As a practitioner of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, Yu possessed acute senses and swift reflexes. Approaching the riverbank, he wielded the branch as a javelin, poised to strike at the fish with precision. However, these were no ordinary fish. They thrived in an environment saturated with spiritual energy, far from the foolish creatures of Blue Star. Possessing rudimentary intelligence, some were even capable of cultivation, with a few extraordinary beings having reached the Yuaning stage, allowing them to assume human form. Yet, the fish inhabiting this river were mere mortal fish. Were they spiritual fish, they would have long been targeted by formidable cultivators, leaving no opportunity for Yu. Though the vagabonds had contemplated capturing these fish for sustenance, their reflexes paled in comparison to those of the fish, making the endeavor exceedingly challenging. After numerous attempts to spear the fish, Yu found himself disheartened by his inability to succeed. Despite his keen aim and lightning-fast hand speed, honed through years of solitary existence, he had yet to pierce the scales of his slippery quarry. Contemplating his approach, Yu realized that relying solely on the branch was impractical, as it lacked the necessary sharpness and sturdiness. Though he had struck the fish twice, he had failed to breach their tough scales. A change in strategy was imperative. He gathered some vines and fashioned a rudimentary net. The net was sizable, and with the aid of several branches, he propped it up, securing it with stones to prevent it from being swept away by the current. With the tightening cord of the net in hand, Yu concealed himself behind some grass, observing the river to see if any fish would venture into his trap. Initially, the fish remained wary, but Yu, exercising great patience, waited for an hour without making a sound, lying low and peering through the grass at the net. At long last, one curious fish swam into the net. Yu, exercising restraint, did not immediately tighten the net, opting to wait a while longer. Sure enough, after a brief interlude of 10 minutes, 4 more fish entered the net. Observing that they had congregated in the central area, Yu swiftly pulled the cord. In an instant, the net's opening constricted and the supporting branches collapsed. He hurriedly drew the net to the riverbank. Upon inspecting its contents, he discovered 5 fish thrashing wildly, desperate to escape. Among them, 2 astute fish had begun gnawing at the vines. Their formidable teeth would be the envy of piranhas back on Blue Star. The vines were no thicker than a pinky finger and could easily be severed. Yu, not wishing to see his hours of labor go to waste, hurriedly dragged the net bag to the shore. A distance of several meters from the riverbank ensured that no matter how much the fish flopped, they could not return to the water. These fish could either be consumed or sold. After pondering for a moment, Yu resolved to sell them. Who could tell if these fish were toxic? He certainly did not wish to gamble with his life, uncertain if he could traverse time once more. Returning to the dilapidated temple, he borrowed a tattered burlap sack to contain the fish and set off towards the town. The city gates were opened for free passage, devoid of even a single guard. This was due to the fact that Hongya City lay within the vast plains of the Great Xia dynasty, considered a safe zone for humanity and under absolute governmental control. There were no formidable demons of foundational stage or beyond lurking within the nearby mountains and forests. Even if there were, they would be mere insignificant spirit beasts. Furthermore, there were no opposing forces in the vicinity, with only the Lord's Manor holding dominance. To cut costs, the Lord's Manor had even dispensed with the gate guards. Initially, the manor intended to impose an entrance fee on traveling merchants, but this displeased them and led to a decline in trade. Thus, they abolished the fee, opting instead to levy taxes solely on shops within the city. Yu arrived at a tavern named Hanyan Restaurant, recalling that he had visited it only once before, during a celebratory feast for the Yi family's triumph over the Su family in their struggle for resources. That very competition had led to the tragic demise of his parents, leaving him with little appetite for celebration. "Hey, I have 5 fish, freshly caught from the river. I wonder if you would be interested?" Yu called out, tapping a waiter on the shoulder to halt him. "What do you want with just 5 fish? If you're here to sell, go to the market and don't disturb my work," the waiter replied impatiently, shoving Yu aside as the peculiar odor emanating from him was quite off-putting. "Wait, these fish are truly fresh. Look how lively they are," Yu insisted, attempting to maintain his composure. "Stop bothering me. If you keep this up, I'll have to call the bouncers to throw you out," the waiter retorted sternly. Faced with such blatant disregard, Yu felt exasperated. How difficult it had been to sell back on Blue Star, he decided to move on to the next establishment, though he dreaded the prospect of haggling in the market. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. "Well, if it isn't our discarded child." Yu. Turning around, Yu spotted Yi Xingwen, the 3rd son of the Yi family. He felt a surge of anger, wishing to confront him, but alas, he was no match for him. Yi Xingwen, at 22 years of age, possessed exceptional yellow-grade talent and had already reached the 5th level of qi refinement. "Greetings, 3rd young master. I have some fish here. I wonder if you could purchase them to take home. They would make an excellent soup for Andy, greatly benefiting her health." "Ah, Yu, how bold you are. How dare you approach the young lady, Yiling? And now look at you, reduced to selling fish to make ends meet." Yi Xingwen did not respond to Yu's words. Instead, he continued to revel in his misfortune. "Oh dear, what success could a fishmonger possibly achieve? With your yellow-tier mid-grade aptitude, this is all you can aspire to in this lifetime." Yi Xingwen mused to himself, his own talent ranking among the top 5 of the younger generation in the Yi family, which filled him with pride. "Haha, as your elder brother, I shall reluctantly support your business endeavors. 1 or 2 gold coins for the fish. I will take it. Thank you, 3rd young master." Yu accepted the gold coins tossed his way and handed over the fish in his snakeskin bag. Yi Xingwen, unwilling to dirty his hands, merely waved his hand, causing the bag to vanish into thin air. A storage pouch. Yu was inwardly astonished but did not show it. "3rd young master, I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave. Farewell." Yu turned to depart. Despite having received money from Yi Xingwen, he felt a strong impulse to strike him upon seeing his face. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was best to leave promptly. Do not be in such a hurry to leave. Wait a moment. Soon, I shall be heading to the Yihang courtyard with old Tang. You should accompany us. Look at your lack of ambition. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will continue to embarrass the Yi family. Yi Xingwen called out to Yi Yu once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu wondered if there was still a chance for him. Could his aptitude be elevated once again? What is face? I seem to lack such a thing. Very well. I shall wait for you, third young master. Yi Xingwen acknowledged with a nod and resumed drinking and dining with Tang Ziyan, who sat opposite him. After a wait of over 20 minutes, they finally finished their meal. Yi Yu had not eaten since the previous night, and now, as the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, he was famished. Noticing that they still had half a plate of chicken left, Yi Yu boldly seized a drumstick and began to eat. After all, one cannot consume face. It was something he simply did not possess. Oh my Xingwen, your cousin is truly something else. Tang Ziyan was at a loss for how to describe Yi Yu. Let him eat if he is hungry. It's no big deal. Just let him be. Yi Xingwen shook his head, showing little concern for Yi Yu. While the two were settling the bill, Yi Yu had already devoured a small portion of the remaining chicken and was now trailing behind them with 2 drumsticks in hand, munching as he walked toward the Yihang courtyard. Along the way, Yi Yu passed by a residential well and, quite resourcefully, fetched some water to wash his hands and face. Thus, Yi Yu was scolded thoroughly. However, he paid no heed to the criticisms, allowing them to pass through one ear and out the other. With an unabashed demeanor, he continued to follow Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan toward the Yihong courtyard. After a considerable interval, the turtle merchant was still there, collaborating with the turtle matron to attract patrons. Upon spotting Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan, the turtle matron greeted them with warmth, indicating their status as regular visitors. The turtle merchant recognized Yi Yu and immediately intended to expel this impoverished boy. You cannot drive me away. I am here with them, and they are treating. This gentleman is my cousin, Yi Yu quickly interjected. Oh, I see. My apologies. I failed to recognize your esteemed lineage. You are indeed the younger cousin of young Master Yi. The turtle merchant chuckled apologetically. Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan paid him no mind, and Yi Yu did not dwell on the matter either. Under the guidance of the turtle matron, they entered the Yihong courtyard. During this time, Yi Yu noticed that Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan did not pay any entrance fee in spirit stones. However, those in the know understood that their treatment was undoubtedly distinct. Young Master Yi, young Master Tang, which lady would you like to accompany you? The turtle matron inquired. Same as usual. We shall first go to the Shinin Pavilion to enjoy the music and dance. I desire Xiao Hong, and Lao Tang wants Xiao Tao. As for him, just arrange anyone you like, Yi Xingwen replied. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately, the turtle matron affirmed before heading to the back courtyard to find the ladies. Yi Yu followed in their footsteps, arriving in a grand hall that resembled a concert venue, with young women singing and dancing in front while patrons lounged below, enjoying peanuts and tea. The trio found their seats, and soon after, the ladies arrived to serve drinks. Xiao Hong settled into Yi Xingwen's lap, while Xiao Tao nestled into Tang Ziyan's embrace. Finally, a lady named Xiao Ming approached Yi Yu. All are mere aliases. Simple names will suffice, she said. With a lady accompanying him for drinks and music, Yi Yu felt quite content. Meanwhile, Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan engaged in conversation about various gossip within the cultivation world, which intrigued Yi Yu greatly. Although he had read numerous novels about cultivation in his previous life, he found that experiencing it firsthand was far more enlightening than merely reading. The notion of possessing a golden finger and effortlessly ascending through a sect while vanquishing all foes was merely a fantasy. The cultivation world was rife with far fewer coincidences and opportunities than one might imagine. After the music concluded, it was time to savor the main dishes. The turtle matron had arranged separate rooms for the three, each accompanied by their respective lady for enjoyment. Initially, Yi Yu assumed this would be a straightforward affair, simply lying on the table while waiting for Xiao Ming's service. After all, in the realm of Blue Star, pure love required nothing more than to recline and be adored. Chapter 6. Making an escape. Xiao Ming, why are you dawdling? Begin your performance, Yi Yu urged, having lounged for some time and growing somewhat impatient. Performance? Has he already seen through me? Xiao Ming pondered silently as she approached Yi Yu with measured steps. All right, I shall come now, she declared, seating herself beside him, her hand gently resting on his shoulder as she gazed at him with a tender look. In an instant, she unleashed her enchanting and illusory arts. Within the realm of her carefully crafted illusion, Yi Yu would experience the fantasies he yearned for, while Xiao Ming herself would need to exert no effort at all. After all, how could the esteemed candidate for the saintess of the Hahuan sect, Chu Mingyao, deign to attend to a client personally, especially one as insignificant as Yi Yu, who was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Were it not for the understaffing at the Yihong courtyard that day, she would never have allowed someone like him to touch her. Yu felt a slight heaviness in his head before slipping into a dream, seemingly embarking on a wondrous journey. Observing him drifting into slumber, Xiao Ming smirked faintly, revealing her charming dimples. She then settled cross-legged at her workstation, commencing her meditation. Chu Mingyao practiced diligently throughout the night, and as dawn approached, she began to fabricate the scene to avoid arousing Yi Yu's suspicions. At 6 in the morning, in accordance with his biological clock, Yi Yu awoke urgently needing to relieve himself. Having seen the world in the club on Blue Star, he now realized he had been duped. How outrageous. This Yihong courtyard was indeed taking advantage of its patrons by employing illusions. No wonder he felt dizzy. He initially intended to rise and voice his grievances, but upon sensing the immense power of the woman beside him, who had reached the late stage of qi refinement, he gasped in astonishment. He would not have discerned the power of someone at that stage previously, yet he clearly felt that this woman surpassed even Yi Xingwen in prowess. When she was awake, she had concealed her strength well, but now, in slumber, her facade had fallen away. With only half an hour remaining until dawn, Yi Yu could not help but marvel at her impeccable timing and cunning. However, it was unfortunate for her that she had crossed paths with him. An hour later, he hastily exited the room, eager to make his escape upon realizing the gravity of the situation. He had just pilfered a few items from Xiao Ming when he discovered her exceptional talent for cultivation. Clearly, he had stirred up trouble and needed to flee immediately. Otherwise, once she awoke, he could very well meet a grim fate. Rushing to the entrance of the Yihong courtyard, he was intercepted by the doorman. "Hey, young man. Why the haste? Have you settled your bill?" "What bill?" "Naturally, my cousin Yi Xingwen will cover it. After all, he is the third young master of the Yi family. How could he possibly be short of such trifling sums? I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Yi Yu asserted confidently, knowing that only a firm stance would lend credence to his words. "Oh, I see. Then please, be on your way, and I wish you safe travels." The doorman finally stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Yi Yu departed from the Yihong courtyard at a leisurely pace. But as soon as he escaped the old man's gaze, he broke into a sprint. He first visited a bun shop, purchasing a dozen or so steamed buns, followed by some provisions and snacks. Subsequently, he stopped by a pharmacy to acquire medicinal supplies for healing and detoxification in case of emergencies, before returning to the dilapidated temple to pack his belongings for a hasty departure. He had resolved to seek his fortune in another city, specifically in the prosperous Guangning city. The more developed the city, the more abundant the cultivation resources, allowing him to embark on a longer journey along the path of immortality. Just as Yi Yu exited the city, a soprano voice echoed from a room in the Yihong courtyard. "Damn it, I will tear you apart." Chu Mingyao, observing her current Dantian condition and sensing her breakthrough into the initial stage of foundation establishment, felt no excitement. She rushed out of her room, intent on hunting down Yi Yu. Upon inquiring about his whereabouts, the old man and woman of the courtyard congratulated her on reaching the foundation stage, only to inform her that Yi Yu had long since departed and was now untraceable. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Chu Mingyao commanded the old couple to bring forth Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan, who were still resting on the bed, to question them about Yi Yu's identity and residence. Faced with a formidable cultivator at the foundation stage, Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan trembled in fear. "My lord, Yi Yu is my cousin, but he was expelled from our family a few days ago. He is no longer one of us, and I do not know where he resides," they stammered. "Useless," Chu Mingyao seethed, unleashing her rage upon Yi Xingwen and Tang Ziyan with a flurry of blows. Following that, she mobilized everyone within the Yihong courtyard, as well as her connections throughout the city of Hongya, to search for Yi Yu. Chapter 7. The escape. After exiting the city, Yi Yu began to run. The distance from Hongya City to the provincial capital, Guangning City, exceeded 280 kilometers, with no public transportation available. Initially, Yi Yu had contemplated purchasing a horse. However, his finances were quite limited. A horse would cost at least several taels of gold, yet he possessed merely a single tael given to him by Yi Xingwen. There was an official road leading from Hongya City to Guangning City, frequented by numerous travelers, alleviating concerns about safety during his journey. The physical prowess of a cultivator was remarkable. Even while carrying a backpack, Yi Yu was capable of running at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, only feeling fatigued after 3 hours, necessitating a brief rest of about 10 minutes. This was compounded by the fact that Yi Yu had not mastered any lightness techniques. Had he done so, he could have covered 60 or 70 kilometers in an hour. For now, he could only run like an ordinary person. After running for the entire morning, Yi Yu managed to cover approximately 80 kilometers. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume a bit of food before continuing his flight. Those in the late stage of qi refinement could ride swords through the air. If he were to be caught, it would not bode well for him. As the sun began to set, Yi Yu contemplated finding a place to hide for the night. By evening, the official road was devoid of streetlights. Occasionally, a snake or a tiger would emerge, and despite their modest cultivation, They could easily endanger Yiyu's life. Yiyu found temporary refuge in a cave situated a kilometer away from the official road. He kindled a fire using the most primitive method of friction. A rather humiliating endeavor for a cultivator. Though labeled a cave, it was scarcely more spacious than a bed, leaving Yiyu unable to lie down comfortably within. However, he had no intention of sleeping outdoors. The risks were far too great. Beneath the flickering flames, he consumed all the steamed buns he had procured from a local shop. Starting tomorrow, his diet would be limited to biscuits, which would last him merely 2 days, compelling him to reach Guangning City swiftly. With over 100 kilometers still to traverse, he felt reassured that he could arrive by tomorrow afternoon. After taking a sip of water, he settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate. Little did he know that upon resuming his practice, he would be astonished to discover that his cultivation aptitude had risen to the peak of the yellow rank. As his cultivation speed stabilized, he sensed that he was nearing the threshold of the profound rank, surpassing the ordinary yellow rank speed of 4 to an impressive 46. He felt as if he had acquired half a ticket to the foundational stage. This extraordinary talent came with serious consequences. First, he had been expelled from his family, and now he could no longer remain in his own city. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao, whom he had inadvertently offended that morning, was frantic to find him, mobilizing her forces but yielding no results. Eventually, she learned from a vagabond that Yiyu had left the city. Convinced that he was headed for Guangning City, she took flight in that direction. Now a formidable cultivator at the foundational stage, she could effortlessly defy gravity and soar at low altitudes. Beginning her journey at 5 p.m., Chu Mingyao ascended from Hongya City along the official road, flying at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It wasn't that she wished to fly slower. She was merely cautious of missing the opportunity to spot Yiyu if she went too fast. Yiyu, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Pausing, he opened his eyes and glanced towards the official road. To his astonishment, he spotted a figure soaring by, a girl in a familiar pink dress. Could it be Xiaoming? His heart raced. She had reached the foundational stage already and was flying. It was utterly absurd. Realizing that he could no longer head to Guangning City, as she might be waiting for him there, panic welled within Yiyu. He fervently hoped that she would not discover his presence. He certainly did not wish for his journey to end merely a week after his arrival in this world. Fortune favored him, as Chu Mingyao swiftly traversed the official road without pause, reaching Guangning City by day's end. Upon arrival, she was unable to locate Yiyu, which ignited her frustration. Yet, she had no recourse but to bide her time in Guangning City, waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Yiyu, after a half-hour of anxious anticipation for the arrival of the young girl, ultimately found solace in the absence of her presence and resumed his cultivation. Due to an enhancement in his aptitude, he found that he could now reach the 4th level of Qi refinement 2 months sooner than anticipated. After a night of dedicated practice, Yiyu felt a tinge of fatigue, though it was not the weariness experienced by ordinary mortals after a full day without sleep. Cultivators could endure several days without rest, and by the time one reached the foundation establishment stage, months without sleep were entirely feasible. Yiyu pondered that if he could not return to Guangning City, then going back to Hongya City seemed unwise as well. Who could tell if the young girl might launch a surprise attack? Resolute in his decision, Yiyu opted to journey to Huangfeng City, situated 300 kilometers from Hongya City. Currently, he was 250 kilometers away from Huangfeng City. Lacking a detailed map, he only had a general sense of direction, hoping not to err in his path. After consuming some biscuits and drinking water, he set off, making his way onto the official road and soon veering onto a branching path. 2 days later, he arrived at Huangfeng City, unscathed. This city, like Hongya City, was considered a satellite town of Guangning City, relatively safe yet devoid of resources. Yiyu entered the city at 3 p.m., where there were no guards or identity checks. With a modest sum of money in his pocket, he refrained from vying for a sleeping spot with the homeless. Instead, he sought a guest house or rental accommodation, unsure if such establishments existed in the realm of cultivation. Along the way, he approached a burly man. "Excuse me, sir, could you direct me to a reasonably priced inn?" The man, displaying impatience, brusquely replied, "Don't block the way, move aside." Disheartened by the lack of civility, Yiyu decided to try his luck with another passerby. "Excuse me, miss. Could you tell me where I might find an affordable inn?" He spotted a middle-aged woman and inquired eagerly. "Oh, young lad, you must be new to these parts," she observed. "Yes, indeed. I do appreciate your assistance," he replied. "Not a problem. Just proceed straight down this street, turn right at the 3rd intersection, and you will find an inn," she directed kindly. "Thank you." It seems that women possess a kinder disposition in this world. Following the woman's directions, Yiyu successfully located the Lai Fu Inn. Chapter 8. The Fish Market. "Dear guest, are you here to dine or to stay?" inquired the attendant at the front desk. "I wish to stay. How much for a night?" "A standard room costs 8 copper coins per night, while a deluxe room is 30 copper coins per night." What makes the deluxe room so much more expensive? Esteemed guest, within this establishment lies a spiritual gathering array, capable of enhancing one's cultivation speed by 50%. Oh, I see. Kindly prepare a standard room for me, for a duration of 5 days. Yu handed the innkeeper 40 copper coins, receiving a room key adorned with a numbered tag in return. Upon entering his chamber, Yu was taken aback to find it was a mere 10 square meters, containing only a bed and lacking even a private restroom. The service in this realm of immortal cultivation is indeed perplexing. When he inquired again with the innkeeper, he was informed of the location of the communal restroom. After settling his belongings, Yu filled a basin with water in the public facility and ventured outside to explore. He sought to discover any expedient avenues for wealth within this city. To cultivate requires expenditure, and to elevate one's standard of living necessitates funds as well. Alas, arriving in this realm of immortal cultivation, he could not escape the fate of pursuing wealth. Why could he not traverse into a life of leisure as a carefree noble? After wandering for a while, Yu observed various job postings affixed to the streets, each offering an average monthly salary of merely 5 taels of silver. In this world, silver and gold are not particularly valuable, with 1 tael of silver possessing a purchasing power akin to 1,000 coins. Thus, this monthly income equates to approximately 5,000 yuan in Blue Star Huaxia. Yu also made inquiries regarding rental properties, discovering that a larger single room of over 20 square meters required 2 taels of silver per month. Such a subpar room similarly lacked a private restroom, offering only a communal latrine and a shared bathing facility. Upon witnessing the sanitary conditions, Yu felt a wave of nausea. The latrine was truly unbearable. While the inn employed staff to maintain cleanliness, the rented accommodations relied solely on the tenants' diligence, who would willingly toil for the benefit of others. Ultimately, Yu concluded that residing in the Laifu Inn was decidedly more practical. Of course, there were even more economical options available, on the streets, free of charge. After an extensive exploration, passing through the vegetable market, Yu was astonished to find no fish for sale. He pondered that his path to fortune might still hinge upon fishing. This city, much like Hongya City, is situated by a river, one upstream, the other downstream. It stands to reason that fish would inhabit various locales along the same river. Returning to the inn, Yu spent 3 copper coins on a simple meal for dinner before retreating to his room. He resolved to venture outside the city the following day to see if he could catch some fish. For now, he would dedicate the evening to cultivation. However, upon commencing his practice, Yu sensed something amiss. The concentration of spiritual energy here was exceedingly low, a mere quarter of that found in the dilapidated temples of Hongya City. Comparatively, the levels were a mere 1/19 of that found in the wilderness. After a brief stroll around the inn, he circulated his cultivation technique to gauge the spiritual energy concentration, discovering that even the streets outside possessed a level 3/5 lower than that of the dilapidated temple in Hongya City. Sigh, with so many inhabitants consuming spiritual energy, it is only natural for its concentration in the city to be diminished. The spiritual energy within the inn has been entirely absorbed into the celestial room, leaving no recourse for the lesser areas. In such a state of diluted spiritual essence, how could one expect the emergence of formidable beings? The Yi family of Hongya City has witnessed the rise of several foundational ancestors, primarily due to the presence of a minor spiritual vein within their estate. It is plausible that this city harbors a similar vein, albeit one currently beyond my means to exploit. Upon returning to his room, Yu felt a tinge of frustration, yet chose to persevere in his cultivation. After 6 hours of diligent practice, he refrained from continuing into the early hours, recognizing the necessity of rest after so many sleepless nights. The following day, upon awakening, Yu consumed a modest meal of quick fare worth 3 copper coins before heading outside the city. He observed numerous individuals wielding swords, venturing into the mountains, presumably to hunt mystical beasts for profit. Some were seen carrying baskets, likely in search of spiritual herbs. Yu could barely comprehend the written language of this world, and his knowledge of its various spiritual herbs was scant. Concerned about potential dangers within the mountains, he hesitated to enter. On the well-trodden official road, he had previously been pursued by a tiger. The thought of facing such peril in the wilderness was daunting. Regarding that tiger, it was not out of benevolence that it spared him. Rather, it had engaged a wild boar that had charged forth, allowing Yu to slip away. He had contemplated the notion of a mantis capturing a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But to reap the benefits of such a scenario, one must possess commensurate strength. As a mere cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining, and lacking even a weapon, the idea of confronting a spiritually aware tiger was sheer folly. Even the legendary warrior Wu Song would find himself in dire straits against such a beast, which measured a daunting 5 meters in length. Following a method he employed days prior, Yu gathered some vines to fashion a large net, and additionally crafted a tightly woven bamboo basket. At noon, he snacked on some biscuits to stave off hunger. Then, under the scorching sun, set his net by the riverbank. The fish here seemed less astute than those in Hongye City. After merely half an hour, 6 fish had swum into his net. He promptly retrieved the net, trapping all 6 fish within. Securing his bamboo basket nearby, he transferred the fish into it, ensuring a water supply so they would not perish. Yi relocated to another spot to continue setting his net, repeating the process for 3 hours, ultimately yielding a total of 24 fish, the smallest weighing 2 pounds and the largest exceeding 10. This net was indeed his veritable treasure, and he vowed to safeguard it with utmost diligence. Yi excavated a substantial pit by the riverbank, subsequently placing his net bag within and covering it with soil and dry grass. He then shouldered his bamboo basket and returned to the city. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi arrived at the vegetable market, where several stalls remained operational. He seized an available spot and commenced selling fish. Just as he arranged the fish upon the table, an individual in uniform approached him. "Young man, selling goods here requires taxation. You must rent a stall and cannot arbitrarily occupy another's space." "Oh, I apologize. May I inquire where I can rent a stall and how the taxation is administered?" "Follow me. I will assist you. The tax is 30%. After a series of procedures, Yi obtained a token and was assigned a stall. Renting the stall for 1 month cost him 5 taels of silver. If he failed to sell his goods, he would be left destitute. Chapter 9. Carrying the secrets. Do not miss out. Fresh, lively fish for sale, ranging from several to over 10 pounds. Yi began to fervently call out from his stall. The presence of fish vendors was rare in the market, which attracted quite a few shoppers seeking vegetables. Initially lacking a scale, Yi borrowed one from the market administrator. As for packaging the fish, he ingeniously procured some bamboo strips. By threading them through the fish's lower jaw, he could bind them for transport. "How much are your fish?" inquired a gentleman in his 30s, his attire suggesting he was a servant from a noble household. "Sir, my fish are 5 copper coins per pound." Yi had carefully considered this pricing. The neighboring butcher sold pork for 3 copper coins per pound, and he could not afford to undercut him. However, he also could not price them too high, as they were not truly spiritual fish. Overpricing would deter customers. "Well, that price seems reasonable. I will take the 3 largest ones." The gentleman, seemingly affluent, was untroubled by the expense as it was not his own money. "Very well. Please hold on." Yi promptly located the 3 largest fish, weighed them to a total of 38 pounds, and secured them with the bamboo strips. "Sir, the total comes to 38 pounds, amounting to 190 copper coins. Here are 2 taels of silver, no need for change. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed sir." Within the next hour, Yi successfully sold the remaining 21 fish. The fish proved to be a rarity and were quite popular. He anticipated raising his prices the following day. After paying the 30% tax to the market administrator, Yi departed the market with his bamboo basket, 2 taels of silver, and over 800 copper coins. Returning to the inn, after enjoying a quick meal, he indulged in a bath at the public bathhouse before returning to his room. "Selling fish is indeed quite lucrative," he mused, "especially since I hold a monopoly in this venture. However, it is merely that this meager sum of money is utterly insufficient for cultivation." According to the memories of the original owner, Yi, rapid advancement in cultivation necessitates either a location rich in spiritual energy or the utilization of spirit stones. A single low-grade spirit stone can only sustain his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refinement for a mere 10 days, which is a staggering expense of 100,000 coins for such a short duration. Cultivation indeed consumes wealth like a ravenous beast. Without the use of spirit stones, the speed of his cultivation would plummet to a fraction of its potential, rendering progress excruciatingly slow. It is evident that the common folk, lacking financial resources, are devoid of the qualifications to cultivate. One need only observe the streets, where nearly 99% of the populace is at the 1st level of chi refinement, and the 2nd level is a rare sight. Although the foundational chi refining technique is widely disseminated and accessible to all, anyone can engage in cultivation. In the realm of immortal cultivation, every individual possesses some innate talent. Even in the direst of environments, one can achieve the 1st level of chi refinement. Advancing to the 2nd level, however, demands significantly more time and effort, while reaching the 3rd level without a conducive environment or spirit stones is virtually unattainable. The original Yi managed to cultivate to the 3rd level, largely due to the Yi family estate being situated upon a minor spiritual vein, thereby offering a concentration of spiritual energy several times greater than that found in common residential areas. Furthermore, every 3 months, Yi was entitled to receive a spirit stone from his family for cultivation, a compensation for the sacrifice of his parents in battle. Nevertheless, Yi felt no urgent need to pursue cultivation at present. His most pressing objective was to seek out individuals of superior talent, forge friendships with them, and thereby elevate his own capabilities. Once his innate talent improved, he could then engage in cultivation or join a sect with ease. However, he faced a dilemma. He had no means of discerning who possessed greater talent than himself. Only by befriending those with superior abilities could he hope to enhance his own. Lacking a system to instantly assess others' talents, he found himself rather vexed. Surely he could not approach strangers and inquire about their cultivation potential, for such audacity could lead to a swift and violent rebuke. Currently, his cultivation aptitude had reached the pinnacle of the yellow tier, a talent that ranked him among the noteworthy within the Yi family. In the youth of Hongye City, he would likely be placed within the top 20, and the same would probably hold true in Huangfeng City. This implies that there were only a handful, perhaps a mere 20 peers in this city with profound talents. Moreover, only half of those would be female. Truly, this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi retrieved a tome of cultivation techniques, hoping to discover a solution. This compendium of innate techniques was quite substantial, exceeding 100 pages. The original Yi had only perused the initial pages, focused on methods for enhancing one's innate talent. Indeed, it is said that knowledge can lead to boundless wealth and beauty. This tome of the Devouring Heaven Demon technique is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Within this text, there exist several methods of talent acquisition, with the initial pages detailing the most effective ones. Through specific techniques, one can simulate and replicate the prowess of individuals with superior cultivation aptitude, achieving an initial enhancement of 20%. If practiced 100 times, one can attain an equivalent level of cultivation aptitude as the superior individual. The second method allows for the simulation and replication of any individual, resulting in a modest enhancement of one's own aptitude, albeit yielding only a tenth of the first method's benefit. The third method, which is rather self-serving, involves directly depriving others of their cultivation aptitude to bolster one's own, providing an effect twice that of the second method, yet still inferior to the first. The fourth method accelerates cultivation speed, enabling the acquisition of cultivation experience while hastening the assimilation of spiritual energy, spirit stones, and elixirs. However, it tends to waste resources significantly, ultimately yielding at most half of the intended effect. This method is tailored for the affluent, as one truly cannot afford to engage in such practices without ample wealth. The fifth method, which entails the direct usurpation of another's cultivation, has been partially torn out, leaving only a brief description. Accompanying the demonic technique is a minor spell of great importance, allowing one to discern the cultivation aptitude and level of others. However, the foundational requirement for this spell is to reach the fourth level of Qi refinement. Yi is not far from this level, alleviating his concerns about finding suitable individuals in the future. Holding the heavenly devouring demonic art, Yi memorized its contents under the glow of the lamp. His worries about potentially misplacing this technique and the impracticality of referencing the book during discussions with others motivated him to commit it to memory. Cultivators possess remarkable retention, and by that night, he had wholly absorbed the contents of the art. Upon awakening the next morning, he still retained a vivid recollection of every detail. Additionally, the name Heavenly Devouring Demonic Art is rather conspicuous, as practicing demonic arts is universally condemned. Thus, he renamed it Talent Codex. He also decided to omit the third and fifth methods, deeming them unnecessary and too malevolent to retain. Without these two, it should no longer be classified as a demonic art, he reassured himself. Chapter 10. Crafting a pistol for safety as he had done the previous day. Yi enjoyed breakfast at the inn before heading to the riverside outside the city. He excavated the net bag he had buried earlier and reinstalled it in the river. After toiling for a morning, Yi successfully caught 35 fish, releasing for that were under half a pound. Fishing requires a strategy of catching the large while releasing the small for sustainability. With 31 fish weighing several hundred pounds on his back, Yi made his way to the market to sell them. With a single call, a queue formed as people came to purchase, including several familiar faces among the customers. It is evident that this fish is indeed a rare commodity, prompting Yi to hastily raise the price to 6 copper coins per pound. Remarkably, he managed to sell all 31 fish within just an hour. After paying a 30% tax, Yi found himself with 16 taels of silver in his pocket. Seizing the opportunity, he ventured back to the river after lunch to catch more fish, returning to sell them, and earning an additional 13 taels of silver. For the subsequent fortnight, Yi dedicated himself to 6 hours of cultivation each night and merely 4 hours of sleep, while spending his days fishing and selling his catch. This relentless effort allowed him to amass a total of 34 taels of gold, equivalent to 340,000, an impressive feat achieved in just half a month, which was exhilarating. However, upon realizing that this sum would only afford him 3 spirit stones for cultivation, Yi instantaneously felt as if he were still a pauper. Such a lucrative venture inevitably attracted the attention of others. One afternoon, after selling his fish, Yi noticed an individual stealthily trailing him. Sensing that this person possessed significantly higher cultivation than himself, somewhat stronger than Yi Xingwen, yet slightly weaker than Xiao Meng, Yu estimated their prowess to be at the 6th level of chi refinement. Within the city, he felt safe from robbery, but beyond its borders, there would be no one to intervene. It was the first time Yu truly perceived the treacherous nature of the immortal cultivation realm. Consequently, he dared not leave the city nor return to his inn. Instead, devising a plan to shake off his pursuer, he navigated through crowded streets, and after weaving through throngs of people, he finally managed to elude his follower after several blocks. Contemplating his circumstances, Yu concluded that he needed to acquire a means of self-defense. Otherwise, he would remain plagued by insecurity. In the realm of immortal cultivation, wielding knives, guns, and spears was far too conspicuous, and given his inadequate cultivation level, possessing a weapon would only serve to make him a target for others seeking to claim it. After much reflection, Yu resolved to craft a firearm himself. Entrusting the creation to another would risk rendering it a commonplace item, thereby diminishing his advantage. With determination, Yu refrained from fishing outside the city and instead made his way to a blacksmith shop. Although labeled as a blacksmith, this establishment primarily produced farming tools and household items, pots, bowls, and hoes. Master, may I borrow your tools to forge something? I am willing to pay. Oh, what do you intend to forge? You could simply place a custom order with us. I would prefer to do it myself. Very well, the materials are in the backyard. You may proceed, and when you leave, I will charge you based on what materials you used. Should you damage anything, you must compensate for it. Thank you. To his surprise, the blacksmith was quite accommodating. Upon entering the backyard, Yu indeed discovered several forging furnaces and materials for crafting, along with a blacksmith at work. Are you a blacksmith? No. Do you still dare to forge items? If you break something, you'll pay with your life, the master of the forging art scoffed. The master jested, stating that the materials used in forging were exceedingly robust, thus unlikely to break easily. Yu, however, remained skeptical about the quality of items in this realm of cultivation. Do as you wish. If you require assistance, feel free to speak up. But my starting price for help is 1 tael of gold. Very well, should the need arise, I shall certainly seek your counsel. With that, Yu began to tinker on his own. In his previous life, Yu was a retired soldier, and after his service, he became an enthusiast of military affairs. Possessing considerable knowledge about the construction of firearms, he had even covertly crafted several toy guns from wood. This time, he aimed to create a simple handgun. After 3 hours of diligent work, Yu completed the handgun, with only the assembly and ammunition remaining. Master, do you have anything here that can explode? Yu inquired. Aware that gunpowder existed on Blue Star, but uncertain if a similar substance existed in this world. Indeed, we have heavenly thunder powder. 1 pound sells for 1 tael of silver. Very well. Yu procured the heavenly thunder powder and spent another hour crafting 4 different types of bullets, each consisting of 25 rounds. Uncertain of the specific power of the heavenly thunder powder and how much force the gun could withstand, he meticulously adjusted the bullet designs according to varying amounts of powder. As dusk approached, Yu departed the forging shop after settling a payment of 78 taels of silver. He wandered the streets for a while, ensuring no one was tailing him before returning to his inn. After dining, he retreated to his room to assemble the handgun. With a satisfying click, the handgun was completed, though Yu remained uncertain of its lethality. Testing it outside the city the following day was essential. Early the next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Yu set out from the city with a rucksack slung over his back. He did not rush to fish, but instead loaded the bullets into the chamber, preparing to test the handgun's power. For safety, he opted to use the bullets with the least amount of heavenly thunder powder first. Yu aimed at a tree ahead and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the bullet flew forth, the recoil jolting his hand. Approaching the tree, Yu noticed a gaping hole where the bullet had penetrated, entering a good several centimeters into the wood. The items in this realm of cultivation certainly held their own. He proceeded to experiment with the other 3 types of bullets, ultimately discovering that the second type, with a moderate amount of heavenly thunder powder, suited him best. The subsequent bullets, containing larger quantities of powder, produced excessive recoil, with the last type posing a risk of bursting the barrel. The first type's power, while slightly superior to that of Blue Star, was insufficient for dominance in this cultivation world. In contrast, the second type exhibited a well-rounded performance. Through testing, he found that the effective range of this second bullet was 200 meters, capable of shattering branches with a 5-centimeter radius within that distance. The potency of this weapon rivals that of some heavy sniper rifles on the Blue Planet, posing a lethal threat to cultivators in the chi refinement stage. With safety assured, Yu tucked his handgun into his pocket and set about fishing. By noon, he had caught only 10 fish, which was insufficient for sale, so he resolved to catch more before returning. Chapter 11. Steward Hong. After a busy morning, Yu felt quite famished. Previously, he had been wary of the fish in the river, fearing they might be contaminated, hence he had refrained from consuming them himself. However, having sold fish for several days without anyone complaining of illness, he concluded that the fish were indeed safe. He dispatched 2 fish and found 2 clean branches to skewer them, then kindled a fire to commence grilling. In just a few minutes, the fragrant grilled fish was ready. The scales were surprisingly tough. Even after cooking, they remained difficult to bite through, prompting Yi Yu to remove them entirely before savoring the fish flesh. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the fish was remarkably crispy and sweet. More importantly, Yi Yu discovered that he had ingested a significant amount of spiritual energy from the fish. With a bit of refinement, this energy could be transformed into his own, rivaling the benefits of training with spirit stones. After finishing 1 fish, Yi Yu refrained from consuming another, opting instead to sit cross-legged and refine the spiritual energy. He calculated that eating a single fish was equivalent to using a spirit stone for a day of cultivation. Since a spirit stone could last him half a month, this fish was worth approximately 1/15 of a spirit stone. Given that a spirit stone costs 100,000 coins, this fish should be priced at around 600-700 coins. Yet, he had only been selling fish for a few hundred coins each day. Frustrated, he realized he had been underselling himself. He resolved to raise his prices to 1 tael of silver per gene, though he wondered if anyone would still buy at such a steep increase. Yi Yu also contemplated consuming the fish himself, but the sheer quantity was overwhelming. After finishing another fish and spending another 10 minutes refining, he resumed his fishing. By the afternoon, he had caught an additional 30 fish. Before heading back, he caught 2 more for dinner. At 4:30 p.m., Yi Yu arrived at the market and changed his price sign from 10 copper coins per gene to 1 tael of silver per gene. During this time, customers complained about the price hike, claiming it was excessive and that they would no longer purchase from him. Yi Yu maintained an indifferent demeanor, asserting that the previous price was merely a promotional discount, while the current price reflected the true value. The crowd around his stall diminished by 90%, with only a few affluent individuals willing to accept his new pricing. After these patrons purchased 7 fish, the remainder remained unsold. However, despite the reduced number of fish sold, the revenue he received was considerably greater. Not far away, the steward of the Huang family, who had just purchased the 3 largest fish, snorted coldly. Umph. I never expected this brat to be aware of the true value of the semi-spiritual fish. Now I've lost my chance for profit. In the past, when he bought fish, he would reimburse at the genuine price of the semi-spiritual fish, while here the cost was merely 1/10 of the price for ordinary fish. The vast majority of the profit was his. Now that Yi Yu had raised the price, he was effectively severing the steward's income. Feeling aggrieved, he decided to endure for a moment, but the more he suppressed his anger, the more it festered. He resolved to find a few accomplices later to confront this lad, compelling him to agree to sell fish at a lower price. Meanwhile, Yi Yu continued to call out from his stall, yet passers-by kept their distance. The price of 1 tael of silver per pound was simply beyond the reach of ordinary folk. In truth, Yi Yu's understanding of Huangfeng City was rather lacking. Otherwise, he would know that there existed a market for cultivators. This market was the true venue for the exchange of materials for practitioners, and his semi-spiritual fish was considered one such commodity. The market he was currently in was merely a humble one for the common people. Those who came to buy vegetables were often struggling laborers earning 5 taels of silver a month. They would hardly spend an entire month's wages on a single fish. As dusk approached, Yi Yu managed to sell only 1 more fish, leaving him with 28 unsold. He placed the remaining fish back into his basket and prepared to leave. Lowering the price was not an option. That would be an affront to those who had purchased at the higher price and would ultimately result in his inability to sell his fish at a premium the following day. Once people knew that his fish might be unsold and subjected to a price drop, who would still pay a high price for them? In the city, patrols from the guards often passed through, so he had no concerns for his safety. Confident that no one was stealthily following him, he proceeded along the path back to the inn. However, as he passed through a deserted alley, 5 burly men suddenly emerged, startling Yi Yu. He thought to himself, even with a gun, could he take down 5 men at once? They merely blocked his path without immediately attacking. Yi Yu began to speculate on their intentions, his right hand brushing against the handgun in his pocket. Should they choose to strike, he would be prepared to fire. He was certain that if he shot, and if he hit, these men would not stand a chance. What do you want? This is Huangfeng City, where the law must be upheld. We mean you no harm. Our steward simply wishes to discuss a matter with you. Since you recognize this is Huangfeng City, you should understand that the Huang family holds sway here. 2 of the men declared arrogantly. Yi Yu felt a chill run through him upon hearing their words. If they truly were from the Huang family, he knew he was in deep trouble. The Huang family, much like the Yi family, stands as a dominant clan within the city, with ancestors who have attained the late-stage foundation establishment. My pistol may barely suffice against those in the Qi refinement stage, but against foundation establishment practitioners, it likely wouldn't even breach their protective aura. Very well, summon your steward. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Yi Yu had no choice but to acquiesce. Oh, young brother, you possess considerable insight. The Huang family steward, Hong Tianyuan, emerged from the alleyway. Initially, he had contemplated giving Yi Yu a thorough beating, but he was apprehensive about soiling the fish in Yi Yu's backpack. "Oh, you, Steward Hong, are you here out of interest in my fish?" Yi Yu immediately recognized him as the individual who purchased the largest 3 fish from him daily. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive. I am indeed interested in your fish. However, your price hike today is rather excessive, and I require you to revert to the original price." "Steward Hong, that is simply not feasible. You are aware that these are semi-spiritual fish. I have endured losses for several days now, and this price is the most sincere." "So, are you implying that negotiations have reached an impasse?" Hong Tianyuan raised his right hand, and with a mere gesture, 5 burly men would spring forth to deliver a sound beating to Yi Yu, ensuring he comprehended that Hong Tianyuan was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 12. The Spirit Stone Transaction. Realizing that he must continue to navigate within this Huangfeng city, Yi Yu chose to lower his head. "No, Steward Hong. We can still negotiate the price. However, reverting to the original price is out of the question. How about I offer you an 80 discount and prioritize your supply in the future?" "Only an 80 discount? That 1 tea suffice. It must be at least 50. Seeing Yi Yu's willingness to engage, Hong Tianyuan began to haggle, with his bottom line set at a 70 discount. "No, Steward Hong. Consider this. I have an abundance of fish here, all of which you may take home at an 80 discount. Aside from what your Huang family requires, you can sell the rest elsewhere, and all profits will be yours." Yi Yu recognized that Hong Tianyuan was now negotiating with him rather than losing his temper, suggesting he had inadvertently touched upon Hong Tianyuan's interests. Hong Tianyuan gazed at the 20-odd fish within the bamboo basket, feeling somewhat tempted. The Huang family likely required only a few each day. If he resold these fish to the cultivators in the marketplace, the money would flow into his pockets. "An 80 discount is unacceptable. 70. 75. Agreed." Upon hearing the agreement, Yi Yu let out a sigh of relief. While he remained vulnerable, it was indeed prudent to proceed cautiously. "Young man, tell me the name of your inn. I shall send someone daily to procure fish from you. From now on, you shall no longer use a bamboo basket. You must utilize a water bucket, as I require these fish to remain alive and well." "No problem. But could Steward Hong facilitate the transaction for this basket of fish first, as a means of celebrating our newfound collaboration?" "Very well, you clever lad. However, I do not possess sufficient change. I have 5 spirit stones here, which shall serve as payment for these fish." Hong Tianyuan retrieved 5 spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to Yi Yu. "Thank you, Steward Hong." Yi Yu promptly caught them. He placed down his bamboo basket, and soon a man approached to carry it for him. "Xiao Chun, accompany this young man back. Tomorrow, you shall conduct the transaction with him," Hong Tianyuan instructed a young servant. "Yes, Steward Hong," replied the young man, Xiao Chun, who then joined Yi Yu as they returned to the Laifu Inn. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, they arrived at the inn. "Mr. Xiao Chun, I shall be residing at this Laifu Inn. How about we meet here tomorrow afternoon during the Shen hour for our trade?" Yi Yu suggested. "Laifu Inn, very well," Xiao Chun acknowledged, glancing at the sign. Upon entering the inn, Yi Yu offered to treat Xiao Chun to a meal, but the latter declined and returned to report back. Now that Yi Yu had some money in his pocket, he felt he ought to stay in a better accommodation, for he also needed to begin his cultivation. With the connection to Steward Hong, he no longer had to worry about selling fish. More importantly, it seemed that Steward Hong could directly provide him with spirit stones. Although it was said that spirit stones could be exchanged for 10 taels of gold, Yi Yu had no idea where he could trade gold for spirit stones. This arrangement saved time and effort. Despite relinquishing some benefits, he had effectively found a small ally in Huangfeng City. In this realm, one must navigate the intricacies of power. As their cooperation became more frequent, he could acquire things previously beyond his reach through Steward Hong. For instance, the foundational qi refining technique only guaranteed Yi Yu's cultivation up to the 6th level of qi refining, leaving him unable to access the later stages. The foundation establishment stage was even more distant from him. As for the golden core stage, it seemed his only chance would be to join a sect or similar force in the future. At the counter, Yi Yu requested the attendant to change his room to room 3 of the heavenly category. After packing his belongings, he moved to the new accommodation. This room was significantly better than a standard one. It undoubtedly justified its higher price. At the very least, it provided a private restroom for guests. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy here was quite elevated, even surpassing that of the wilderness, likely due to the spirit gathering formation continuously consuming spirit stones. In reality, this was indeed the case. The spirit gathering formation was perpetually active to maintain the spiritual energy concentration in the heavenly room. This formation, albeit the most basic grade 1 type, consumed 3 low-grade spirit stones each month. With 12 heavenly rooms available, the monthly rent for 1 room amounted to 3 spirit stones, yielding substantial profits. Seizing the rare opportunity for a favorable cultivation environment, Yu settled into a cross-legged position and began his meditation with a spirit stone in hand. After a night of cultivation, he sensed that the effects of this single evening's practice were equivalent to the progress he would typically achieve in an entire week. Indeed, to swiftly hone one's skills, financial investment is imperative. The following morning, Yu, as per his usual routine, had his breakfast before venturing out. However, this time he first procured a carrying pole and 2 tin buckets before exiting the city gates, as Butler Hong required live fish, and he aimed to comply. Upon arriving at the fishing site, Yu commenced his labor, diligently working throughout the morning to catch 19 fish. He consumed 2 for lunch, continued fishing into the afternoon, and secured an additional 21, ultimately feasting on another, leaving him with 37. Carrying the 2 buckets, Yu made his way back. At the entrance of the Jinfuku Inn, he encountered Xiao Chun, who was waiting. Xiao Chun, here are my fish. What will you use to settle our transaction this time? Yu hoped for spirit stones. This time, I've brought 4 spirit stones. Do you think that will suffice? Xiao Chun inquired. Let us consider this transaction for now. But remember to bring more spirit stones next time, Yu replied, aware that the worth of his catch far exceeded 4 spirit stones. He wished to preserve the integrity of their first transaction and chose to overlook the discrepancy. All right, I will certainly bring more next time, Xiao Chun affirmed. Accepting the carrying pole and taking the 2 buckets of fish with her, Yu, not dwelling on other thoughts, returned to his room to commence his cultivation. He aimed to swiftly advance to the 4th level of Qi refinement and subsequently master the accompanying Qi observation technique from the talent manual. This would facilitate his discovery of potential female cultivators with innate talents, allowing him to engage with them to enhance his own cultivation aptitude. After a night of cultivating with the spirit stones, Yu felt confident that within a week, he would officially break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. The next day, Yu set out once more with the 2 newly purchased empty buckets, oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. Since he had not sold fish the previous day, a more aggressive buyer, eager to seize a lucrative opportunity, had grown impatient. This individual, more audacious than Butler Hong, aimed to usurp Yu's means of livelihood, directly intercepting his method for acquiring semi-spiritual fish. Following Yu to the riverbank, he suddenly realized that the semi-spiritual fish originated from the great river outside Huangfeng City. However, the fish in this river were notoriously difficult to catch, and he was eager to observe how Yu managed to procure them. Chapter 13. The assassination of the late-stage Qi refinement. Yu had just deployed the net bag into the river when he turned to find a man grinning foolishly at him. Haha, so this is how you catch fish, you crafty fellow. Why didn't I think of this? Just tug on the rope, and the fish come right in. The middle-aged scholar with a square face chuckled. Yu recognized him as one of the regular patrons at his stall, who had seemingly stalked him before. What do you want? Yu inquired. Kid, I shall gladly adopt your method. From this moment forth, this lucrative pathway belongs to me. Now, prepare to meet your end. If you wish to blame anyone, blame your own weakness. Weakness is the original sin, the middle-aged scholar stated coolly, beginning to channel a spell, clearly intending to unleash a magical attack upon Yu. Leafing through the events, Yu swiftly grasped the malevolent intent of the man before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his pistol and decisively shot the man in the head. Ah, how amusing it was. While this sorcerer required a chant to cast his spells, Yu needed no such incantation to pull the trigger. The entire process of aiming and firing took less than a second, whereas the middle-aged scholar would take at least 3 seconds to cast a spell. Witnessing his adversary's demise before his very eyes left Yu feeling quite queasy, as it was his first encounter with such brutality. Though initially nauseating, he quickly acclimated to the harsh realities of this unforgiving realm of cultivation, where survival of the fittest ruled supreme. After disposing of the corpse, Yu rifled through the man's belongings, discovering a surprising wealth that befitted a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Among his possessions was a storage bag, a rarity that could be procured for no less than a dozen spirit stones, even for the simplest model of 1 cubic meter. This particular bag boasted a capacity of 10 cubic meters, likely requiring 100 spirit stones to acquire. In addition to the storage bag, Yu noted the presence of a spatial ring, a common but more sophisticated storage tool, which typically recognized its owner and could only be accessed by them or its creator. Forcing it open could lead to the destruction of its contents or their scattering into the chaotic void of space. In contrast, the storage bag lacked such recognition features, allowing any individual with spiritual awareness to access it. As expected, Yu, with a mere probe of his spiritual energy, effortlessly took control of the bag. Inside, he found hundreds of spirit stones, a magical sword, several bottles of elixirs, assorted garments, and a collection of books. The windfall was staggering. He had become wealthier in an instant than from all his previous earnings selling fish. Grateful for the fortune bestowed upon him by the middle-aged scholar, Yu felt reluctant to leave the body exposed. Thus, after thoroughly stripping the man of his valuables, he disposed of the corpse into the river to feed the fish. The river teemed with sharp-toothed, carnivorous fish that, upon sensing the scent of blood, swarmed to consume the remains. Utilizing the dense school of fish, Yu efficiently dealt with the body and, to mask the evidence, he turned over the soil on the riverbank to obliterate any traces. Once satisfied that all was in order, he resolved to relocate and continue his fishing endeavors. Yu traversed the riverbank, carrying his net and bucket for several kilometers, until he found a spot even further away from Huangfeng City to set his nets anew. In this world of cultivation, adaptability was paramount. He contemplated taking a break now that he had acquired such wealth, but he recognized that he would be no different from those who had won the lottery, merely a poor soul suddenly enriched. Should one indulge in reckless extravagance and abandon their efforts, they would inevitably incur the displeasure of Hong Tianyuan, rendering survival in Huangfeng City untenable. Furthermore, devoid of the means to acquire wealth, once this unexpected fortune is depleted, one would find themselves ensnared in destitution once more. Thus, the most prudent course for the suddenly affluent is to diligently attend to their current responsibilities, reflecting upon how to wisely manage this windfall after the day's labor. Such unexpected riches must not be squandered in haste. A mindset of saving is imperative. However, one must also engage in judicious spending. Failing to utilize these funds may result in them becoming another's unexpected fortune within the realm of cultivation. The most tragic fate in this realm is to perish with wealth unspent, leaving it to enrich one's adversaries. Following his harrowing experience of assault, Yu has become increasingly vigilant regarding his safety. He silently rejoices at having procured a handgun in advance. Otherwise, facing an advanced cultivator would have left him utterly defenseless. Regardless of one's prowess, a blade can instill fear, and a single bullet can fell the mightiest. Now, while awaiting his catch, he refrains from practicing his skills, instead frequently scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement. The handgun remains firmly within reach, a testament to his heightened wariness. Though it may seem somewhat paranoid, recent events have justified such caution. The villain often falls prey to their own verbosity. What if an assailant were to strike silently? Had that middle-aged scholar chosen silence to launch an attack, he might have succeeded. After a day of fishing without further incident, it seems Yu may have overthought the situation. Nevertheless, a sense of vigilance remains essential. Upon returning to the Laifu Inn with his catch, he completed a transaction with Xiao Chun, receiving 6 spirit stones and a handful of silver coins. Bidding farewell to Xiao Chun, Yu hastened to his room, eager to secure his spoils away from prying eyes. Within the confines of his chamber, he finally felt a sense of safety. In Huangfeng City, the security is relatively commendable, and within this inn, it is even more assured. He retrieved a storage bag, roughly the size of his palm, from another pocket. With a mere thought, he emptied its contents, revealing a dazzling array of spirit stones. The sight filled him with exhilaration, almost tempting him to cradle the stones as he slept. Yet, he prudently refrained. Wealth should not be flaunted, and these spirit stones, when exposed, could radiate spiritual energy. As he had no need for such an abundance of energy, it would be folly to inadvertently enrich the inn. After counting, he discovered that, combined with his previous holdings, he possessed a total of 678 spirit stones. Adhering to the wisdom of diversifying his assets, he stored 500 spirit stones in the bag, while the remaining 178 were placed within his backpack. Each spirit stone was approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, yet they were perfectly cubic in form. The collection of over 100 spirit stones filled his backpack to capacity. Consequently, Yu transferred 100 spirit stones into his storage pouch, leaving only 78 in his backpack. Chapter 14. Loot collection. Having finished counting the spirit stones, Yu turned his attention to the other items. Among them were some garments, but he had no intention of claiming the deceased's attire. Moreover, wearing such clothing would undoubtedly reveal to others that he had vanquished the middle-aged scholar. He dared not touch these emblematic items. There was also a magical sword, likely another significant artifact, which he decided against using. He discovered a piece of magical inner armor stripped from the middle-aged scholar, hidden beneath the clothing and thus inconspicuous. After a good cleaning, it could serve its purpose. A piece of magical inner armor was valued at several hundred spirit stones and could safeguard his life. Despite any discomfort, he felt compelled to don it. Several vials caught his eye. 2 contained elixirs for cultivating to the late stages of chi refinement, which he had no immediate need for, so he set them aside. 1 vial contained a rejuvenating elixir for healing, which seemed promising, so he also decided to keep it. Another vial was for restoring spiritual energy. Alas, there was no elixir available that he could utilize at present. He placed everything back into the storage pouch and examined the last few books. The first book had an enticing title, Spring Colors Abound. Upon opening it, he found it to be an illustrated novel of a rather risque nature, akin to a fantasy rendition of the Golden Lotus. Filtering it out, Yu had no need for such material. The next book was on the fundamental fireball technique, which he already possessed and found redundant. The following tome contained knowledge on cultivation, which was of no use to him, having lived for 22 years in a cultivation family. He had encountered this information long ago. The next book, Pure Yuan Qi Refinement Method, was a high-grade yellow-tier cultivation technique, which was immensely valuable. Cultivation methods were categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Yellow-tier techniques were limited to the Qi refinement stage, while high-grade yellow-tier methods offered additional pathways to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Only mysterious tier methods allowed for regular cultivation during the foundation establishment stage and subsequent advancement to the golden core stage. Mysterious high-grade techniques included pathways for transcending to the nascent soul stage. Earth-tier techniques corresponded to the transformation of the nascent soul, and such methods were exclusive to the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty and the 7 major cultivation sections. The reason the royal family could govern an entire dynasty lay in their possession of a high-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. It was said that the founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhan, reached a realm beyond the transformation of the soul through this method. However, after Zhu Yuanzhan's demise, no one in the Great Xia dynasty has managed to ascend beyond that level. Currently, the pinnacle of strength among the royal family and the 7 sects is the soul transformation grandmaster. As for the heaven-tier techniques, they exist only in legend. The Great Xia dynasty was quite vast. Yu estimated it to be as large as the entirety of Asia. Yet, the territory of the Great Xia dynasty comprised less than 1% of the entire cultivation realm, underscoring the immense scale of the cultivation world. The world is vast, and Yu yearns to explore it. However, he must first attain a cultivation level above the nascent soul stage. In this realm of cultivation, there are no airplanes, and only those at the nascent soul level can freely traverse the skies. Those with slightly lower cultivation, such as the golden core stage, dare not wander freely, fearing encounters with ferocious beasts. In this world, humans and demons are at odds, with the human race at a disadvantage, controlling merely 30% of the land, while 70% lies in the grasp of the demon tribes. Furthermore, over 90% of the oceans are dominated by the aquatic races. After meticulously counting his spoils, Yu felt compelled to transition his cultivation to the pure Yuan Qi refinement technique. Given his relatively low cultivation level, the transition would be less arduous now than if he were to wait until reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement, which would consume considerable time. He promptly stored away his other belongings and immersed himself in studying the pure Yuan Qi refinement technique. Indeed, this technique proved to be significantly more complex than the basic Qi refinement method. However, as a young man who has endured 9 years of compulsory education, his reading comprehension was impeccable. Within an hour, Yu fully grasped the content of the book and commenced his transition. The process took an entire night to complete, resulting in a slight decline in his cultivation level, dropping from the late 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the early 3rd layer. Yet, Yu understood this was a natural consequence. The advanced cultivation method would yield a greater total of spiritual energy at the same realm, and the transition process inherently involved some loss. As dawn broke, Yu, as per his routine, ventured outside the city to fish, consuming half-spirited fish during lunch and dinner to aid his cultivation. Upon returning to the Fortune Inn, he exchanged his catch with Xiao Chun for spiritual stones and silver fragments. Continuing his training into the night, this monotonous yet fruitful existence continued for a month. Each day, Yu utilized spiritual stones for his cultivation, yet his reserves seemed to increase rather than diminish. The expenditure on spiritual stones paled in comparison to the earnings from his fish sales. One day, Yu finally broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He did not rush to practice spells, as the total amount of spiritual energy at the early 4th layer was still insufficient. He resolved to solidify his cultivation before delving into spellcasting. Another month passed, and Yu felt he had reached the mid-stage of the 4th layer. It was time to begin practicing spells. He now had 2 spells to learn, the basic fireball technique and the Qi observation technique. Initially, Yu intended to focus on the more critical Qi observation technique, but found it somewhat challenging to comprehend and practice, so he decided to first master the fireball technique. Thus, while fishing by the river during the day, Yu practiced the fireball technique. After several days of diligent effort, he successfully grasped the basics of the fireball technique. The fireballs he conjured were no larger than a ping-pong ball, lacking any significant destructive power, merely sufficient for igniting a flame. Armed with the experience gained from practicing the fireball technique, he approached the Qi observation technique with greater ease. After spending another fortnight, Yu has managed to refine his mastery of the fireball technique to a minor accomplishment, while also making initial strides in the art of prognostication. With a basic understanding of this art, he can now observe the cultivation levels and innate talents of individuals whose abilities are equal to or lesser than his own. His first subject of observation is a young attendant at the Fortune Inn who possesses a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and, surprisingly, boasts an excellent grade of yellow-tier cultivation aptitude. Such promising aptitude typically indicates a potential breakthrough to the later stages of Qi refinement within a lifetime. However, given that this attendant is already in his 30s and has only reached the 3rd layer, the prospects for advancing to the later stages appear bleak. It seems that lack of resources remains a fundamental curse. How can one aspire to immortality without wealth? As Yu surveyed the other patrons dining in the inn, he noted that most were at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, with only a rare few achieving the 2nd layer. The majority of their cultivation aptitudes fell within the middle to lower grades of yellow tier, making the attendant's superior aptitude a rare find indeed. Yu is particularly keen on discovering young women with exceptional cultivation aptitudes, ideally at the pinnacle of yellow tier or even above. Only by befriending such individuals can his own cultivation aptitude hope to flourish. Chapter 15. The immortal cultivation market with an abundance of wealth that seems inexhaustible and no avenues for expenditure, Yu has become less zealous about fishing. Now, he ventures to the riverbank outside the city only around 11 o'clock each day, catching fish primarily for his own consumption and cultivation, spending 3 hours in the afternoon fishing. He takes whatever he can catch, and before leaving, he enjoys a meal of semi-spiritual fish. The surplus time is spent wandering through the city, hoping to encounter women of higher cultivation aptitude. Consequently, the quantity of fish delivered to Xiao Chun has diminished, drawing her complaints. She advises him to catch more fish to avoid inciting Hong Tianyuan's ire. After some contemplation, Yu realizes that using only 1 net bag is inefficient. Thus, the next day, he prepares 2 additional net bags, bringing the total to 3. This increase in nets significantly enhances his yield, allowing him to match the results of his previous 6-hour fishing efforts within just 3 hours. However, managing 3 nets proves challenging, as catching fish in 1 bag often frightens those in the others. Ultimately, Yu concludes that maintaining 3 nets is optimal. A single afternoon's work can replenish his previous daily supply. On this day, Yu successfully restored his usual supply, satisfying Xiao Chun. For the following month, he roams the streets and alleys of Huangfeng City aimlessly, seeking individuals to meet. With the aid of his financial prowess, he gathers information about the women in the city who possess cultivation aptitudes reaching the mysterious tier. These women, hailing from affluent families, often have elders who are at or above the later stages of Qi refinement. Yet, Yu is wary of entangling himself in a marriage of convenience. He aspires to cultivate friendships with numerous women rather than risking everything on a single tree. Consequently, the daughters of these affluent families found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, being merely a trifling cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refining, it was prudent to refrain from excessive exuberance. However, through extensive wandering, Yu acquired a profound understanding of Huangfeng City and became aware of the existence of the cultivation market. He also discovered the fish stall arranged by Steward Hong within this market, where the prices were an astonishing 12 times his original pricing, 12 taels of silver for 1.5 spirit fish. While their purchasing price offered to Yu was merely 8 taels for the same quantity, initially set at 75 taels. The price had surged to 8 taels the day after Yu reduced his supply. Yu had thought that Steward Hong had experienced a moment of conscience. Yet it turned out that the steward was reaping substantial profits, fearing a shortage of supply. Alas, under the eaves, one must bow their head. As Yu continued to navigate Huangfeng City, he could not cease his dealings with Steward Hong, accepting the exploitation as an unavoidable reality. Even with knowledge of the cultivation market, Yu could not sell fish here personally. After a few days of exploration, he gained a general understanding of this place. Most stalls were set up by loose cultivators, the majority of whom were at the mid-stage of Qi refining, with few at the early stage. Those at the early stage truly could not be considered cultivators. They were akin to commoners. Only those at the mid-stage possessed sufficient spiritual energy to refine some magical artifacts and practice simple spells, thus forming combat capabilities. Initially startled by the sight of mid-stage Qi refiners, typically rare in the city, congregating in this market, Yu soon adapted, as he too was a mid-stage cultivator and had no reason to fear. In addition to the stalls set up by loose cultivators, there were shops established by various commercial enterprises and affluent individuals. These establishments were the legitimate vendors of cultivation items, offering everything from medicinal pills to talismans and magical artifacts. With over 1,000 spirit stones at his disposal, Yu approached the Lingdan Pavilion, a shop specializing in medicinal pills, with confidence. Feeling that his cultivation speed was somewhat sluggish and unable to find a suitable companion, he sought to acquire some pills to aid his progress. Greetings. I require some medicinal pills for mid-stage Qi refinement. Could you please provide some recommendations? Yu inquired of a young shop assistant. Ah, esteemed customer. We have 2 types of medicinal pills suitable for mid-stage Qi refinement, the Yanyuan pill and the Xinyuan pill. The Yanyuan pill costs 5 spirit stones each. while the Xunyuan pill is priced at 10 spirit stones each. They are sold in bottles of 10, and individual sales are not permitted, the young assistant explained. Presenting 2 bottles. May I inquire about the differences in efficacy between the Yuanyuan pill and the Xunyuan pill? Yu asked. The Yuanyuan pill is relatively gentle, capable of doubling the cultivation speed for those at the 4th and 5th layers of qi refinement, with effects lasting for half a month. However, it does not significantly benefit those at the 6th layer. The Xunyuan pill, on the other hand, has a more potent effect, tripling the cultivation speed and also benefiting those at the 6th layer. Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that consuming such drugs could induce resistance. It would be wiser for him to start with the inferior Yuanyuan Dan, particularly since he had only reached the 4th level of qi refinement. There was truly no necessity for him to take Xunyuan Dan. Please bring me 4 bottles of Yuanyuan Dan, he requested. Very well, that will be 200 spirit stones. Thank you. After completing the transaction, the young attendant recommended other elixirs, but Yu felt no inclination towards them, as they were of no use to him. He had no intention of engaging in combat. In his current feeble state, it sufficed to simply fire a gun at an adversary. If he couldn't even defeat an enemy with gunfire, confronting them directly would likely prove futile. Upon leaving the elixir pavilion, Yu wandered through the weaponry and talisman shops, yet he refrained from making any purchases. Even if he bought a magical artifact, he had no intention of utilizing it. Such an acquisition would be a waste. His visit was merely for the sake of gauging prices. He observed that the standard magical artifacts commenced at a base price of 100 spirit stones, while even the subpar products, those resulting from failed crafting attempts, began at 30 spirit stones. Yu felt it essential to learn the art of crafting. In the future, he aspired to forge a firearm that could pose a threat even to Foundation establishment cultivators. However, such aspirations would have to wait, as his current cultivation was too low to entertain such thoughts. Inside the talisman shop, apprehensive of his own mortality, Yu spent a modest sum on 3 diamond talisman and 3 sprint talismans. He did not purchase any attack talismans, as his firearm sufficed for that purpose. As he strolled towards the center of the market, he encountered a tall building named Jabala, which boasted 5 stories, considered a high-rise in this realm of cultivation. Upon entering Jabala, Yu perceived it to be akin to a supermarket. The establishment even offered paid knowledge resources, a sure means of effortless profit. He procured numerous common spells and resources for identifying spiritual herbs and minerals, as well as introductory materials on alchemy, crafting, talisman making, and formations, which collectively cost him over 300 spirit stones. Nevertheless, these expenditures were imperative. He could not rely on selling fish for the entirety of his life. Selling fish might sustain his qi refinement stage, but once he reached the Foundation establishment stage, a single medicinal pill could cost hundreds of spirit stones, rendering fish sales unreliable. As a scattered cultivator, he needed to develop a skill set to support his journey in cultivation further. He deemed it necessary to experiment with alchemy, crafting, and talisman making. Exiting Jabala, Yu continued his exploration and soon arrived at a pawn shop. This establishment dealt in the buying and selling of slaves. Those who had become enslaved were often war criminals, offenders, or displaced individuals. Some had even been abducted, a testament to the proprietors' unscrupulous methods. These slaves were marked with slave talismans, allowing their masters to exert control over them with minimal effort, ensuring compliance. Having grown accustomed to the egalitarian nature of modern society, Yu was taken aback upon encountering such a display of slavery. However, this can be considered a fortunate benefit of entering this realm of cultivation. By acquiring a servant, one secures companionship. Upon entering the slave market, Yu began to employ his divination skills to assess the cultivation levels and potential of the individuals confined within their cages. The slaves were clearly marked with prices, which correlated with their cultivation levels and ages, though their training potential bore little relevance. The elderly were the least valued, often going for a mere handful of spirit stones, while children under 10 attracted interest from families wishing to cultivate them as loyal protectors. Teenage girls were in demand, whereas teenage boys garnered little desire. Men in their 20s and 30s were particularly sought after, as they represented the labor force's backbone. Yu contemplated renting a courtyard upon his return, intending to keep 2 maidservants, which would be quite delightful. Yu focused on the girls aged 15 to 20, seeking one with superior cultivation potential. After careful selection, he settled on an 18-year-old maiden with a 3rd level of qi refinement and excellent training aptitude. The slave traders had dressed her attractively, preparing her for a lucrative sale. Approaching the merchants, Yu expressed his intent to purchase the young woman, only to be met with a price of 800 spirit stones. Surely, my friend, look at the girl next door. She is equally lovely, yet priced at only 100 spirit stones. Is the difference merely her attire? Yu protested. 800 spirit stones represented nearly his entire fortune, and he was understandably discontented. Dear guest, do take a closer look. This girl possesses a third level of chi refinement at her age, indicating remarkable potential for the future, the trader explained. Why would I concern myself with her cultivation levels? I merely require a maidservant for my comfort. If she must continue to cultivate, it will only waste my spirit stones. I will offer no more than 200 spirit stones for her, Yi retorted, contemplating abandoning the purchase altogether. The neighboring girl also appealed to him. Priced at 100 spirit stones, she was 16, with a first level of chi refinement and lower training aptitude. She could be nurtured further. Dear guest, your offer of 200 spirit stones is exceedingly low. I cannot accept less than 500, the trader insisted. 500 is exorbitant. Unless you include the girl next door as a complimentary addition, Yi countered. Very well, it is a deal, the trader replied with a wry smile. Inwardly reveling in the profit he made, having acquired both girls for less than 50 spirit stones total, now flipping them for tenfold the price. After the transaction, Yi received 2 tokens, with the trader explaining their usage. As he departed the slave market, he found himself accompanied by 2 maidservants. Yi then returned to his room, number 3 in the guest house, with his new companions. Once, you two had your own lives and origins. However, I am indifferent to them, nor should you expect me to seek revenge on your behalf. From now on, you shall be known as Qiu Xiang, and you as Chun Xiang. You are merely my purchased maidservants for warmth. Do you understand? Understood, master, they replied, nodding vacantly. Prior to their sale, the brokers had already subjected them to a rigorous training. They were acutely aware that their talismans were in Yi Yu's possession, who now held dominion over their fates. Yi Yu was no benevolent savior. Having acquired them, he intended to utilize their services and would never relinquish their talismans to grant them freedom. Currently, Yi Yu had little more than 400 spirit stones remaining, and he needed to acquire more wealth. After dining with the 2 maidens, he returned to his quarters. I have matters to attend to and must venture out to procure spirit stones. Remain in this room and do as you please, but do not leave. I shall return by nightfall, he instructed. Yes, they replied. Yi Yu departed from the Lai Fu Inn and set out beyond the city gates to fish. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang remained in the room, sensing the dense spiritual energy within. Qiu Xiang began to fervently cultivate, burdened by a deep-seated family vendetta. She refused to succumb to despair or squander her time. Currently at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, with her innate talent, she aspired to one day become a foundational cultivator and avenge her family. Had Yi Yu been present, he would have observed that Qiu Xiang was not practicing a mere yellow-tier cultivation technique, but rather a mysterious Tier 1. In contrast, Chun Xiang was not as preoccupied. She simply wished to lie idle and sleep soundly on the bed. As a refugee whose family had perished at the hands of beasts, she felt no grievance towards the brokers who had sustained her for 5 years. Having received little instruction on cultivation throughout her childhood, it was only in the past year that the brokers had allowed her to learn the basics of Qi cultivation to fetch a better price. During his fishing endeavor, Yi Yu took the opportunity to review some everyday spells. After half an hour, he successfully mastered a relatively simple cleansing spell, devised by cultivators to save time on bathing. Cultivators, in their pursuit to maximize time for seclusion and training, were indeed resourceful. He also experimented with spells such as the Spirit Rain technique, Gentle Breeze technique, Light Body technique, and Swift Movement technique. However, time was of the essence, so he chose to focus on the more practical Light Body technique first. With this technique, Yi Yu could carry the 2 buckets of fish back with greater ease. The combined weight of the iron buckets, water, and fish exceeded 500 pounds. Even as a 4th level Qi cultivator, the 5-kilometer journey back to the Lai Fu Inn left him breathless and aching. In the past, he had little recourse but to rely on his training each night to recuperate his body. Chapter 17. Renting a courtyard at 4:30 in the afternoon. Yi Yu gathered his net bags, ensuring they were dried before placing them into his storage pouch. He hoisted 2 buckets of fish, employing the lightness technique, and felt his body become remarkably buoyant. The weight upon his shoulders alleviated significantly. Yi Yu strode swiftly and, in less than half an hour, returned to the Fortune Inn. After handing over the fish to Xiao Chun, he surprisingly felt no significant pain in his shoulders, nor did he experience any particular fatigue. Is this the power of magic? If he had placed the fish into his storage pouch, it would have been even less strenuous. However, the fish would turn cold within minutes of being stored. In his recollections, the spirit beast pouch could accommodate live fish, yet in this region of the human safety zone, there were no beast-controlling sects. Thus no spirit beast pouches available for purchase. To acquire one, he would need to journey thousands of kilometers away, a feat he currently lacked the capability to accomplish. Lest he encounter a demon beast along the way, Hong Tianyuan specifically required live fish. He would not entertain dead ones. Typically, the fish Yi Yu provided in the afternoon would be sold in the immortal cultivation market the following day, and without them being alive, it would be unacceptable. Upon returning to his room after packing 3 portions of food in the inn, He opened the door to find Xiao practicing her cultivation while Chunxiang idly played with her fingers. As soon as the door creaked open, Xiao immediately halted, fearing Yi Yu would reprimand her for neglecting her training. She had overheard Yi Yu and the tooth merchant discussing their purchase of them as maids, with no expectation for them to cultivate. In truth, Yi Yu shared this sentiment after they attended to his needs. He had no qualms about what they did with their time, as long as it did not squander his resources on cultivation. His interest in finding companions lay solely in their cultivation potential, while their current mastery mattered little to him. Here, I brought you some food. Eat up, Yi Yu declared, employing a technique of telekinesis to levitate the 2 portions of food delicately before the 2 maidens. Watching the meals settle steadily before them, he exhaled in relief, grateful nothing had gone awry, for it would have been quite the embarrassment. This spell of material manipulation was a small cultivation technique purchased from the treasure pavilion, which he had practiced only a few times. After spending half an hour to ensure the meals were properly served and disposing of the refuse into the outside bin, which was regularly cleared by designated staff, Yi Yu cast a cleansing spell upon himself and the 2 maidens, rendering their bodies and garments immaculate. Feeling a sense of refreshment, he marveled at the wonders of magic. Tonight, Xiao will stay behind to assist me with some tasks. Chunxiang, you may attend to your own matters, Yi Yu instructed. Understood, the 2 replied. With Chunxiang retreating to her own room, Yi Yu proceeded to cultivate in the training chamber, with Xiao attending to his needs by pouring tea and fetching water. He reflected on the first method from the talent manual, striving to enhance his innate abilities. After achieving success, Yi Yu instructed Xiao to depart, while he retreated to the cultivation chamber to immerse himself in solitary practice. During this round of cultivation, Yi Yu sensed a marked acceleration in his progress, approaching the threshold of the Xian rank. Although the cultivation speeds during the first layer of Qi refinement were comparable, 4 for the high-grade Huang rank and 5 for the lower-grade Xian rank, the disparity began to widen with the advancement of his abilities, as obstacles and bottlenecks emerged. Consequently, the actual cultivation speed ratio shifted from 4 to 5, now standing at 3 to 5 for Yi Yu, who was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The Xian rank boasts an uninterrupted cultivation capacity during the Qi refining stage, in contrast to the Huang rank, where each minor advancement significantly heightens the difficulty. This phenomenon results in individuals with high-grade Huang rank cultivation capabilities starting with a speed of 3 in the early Qi refinement phase, only to dwindle to 1 by the late stage. Meanwhile, those with lower-grade Huang rank capabilities may find their cultivation speed plummeting to 0 by the mid-stage of Qi refinement, rendering them unable to progress further, even with the aid of medicinal substances. Yi Yu contemplated that with Xiao's assistance to elevate his cultivation several more times, he might officially break through to the Xian rank. At that point, he would possess the true ticket to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. With the requisite aptitude achieved and the appropriate techniques in hand, all that remained was to procure a foundation establishment pill, which typically sells for between 10,000 to 20,000 spirit stones. Yi Yu was confident that with a few years of diligent effort, he could amass such wealth. After a night of cultivation, Yi Yu felt invigorated, sensing a commendable enhancement in his abilities. Following a breakfast shared with the 2 sisters, he set out. Today, he intended to rent a courtyard and sought the assistance of his acquaintance, Xiao Chun. With Xiao Chun's help, he successfully rented a modest courtyard not far from the city lord's mansion. The rental fee for this courtyard was 1 spirit stone per month, a justified expense given its proximity to the city lord's estate, which was enriched by a minor spiritual vein, allowing a steady release of spiritual energy and resulting in a notably higher concentration compared to other locales. Moreover, the courtyard featured a cultivation chamber equipped with a basic spirit gathering array, which could operate for a month with the placement of 3 spirit stones. Cultivating within this chamber promised a significantly superior concentration of spiritual energy compared to the more common lodgings. After signing the rental contract and paying a deposit of 3 spirit stones, Yi Yu returned to the Jinfeng Inn to collect Chunxiang and Xiao and bring them to their new abode. Chunxiang, Xiao, this will be our new home. I am giving each of you 10 taels of silver. Spend it as you wish, but do not wander too far. Be cautious of potential dangers, he advised. Understood, master, Chunxiang replied, her face lighting up with excitement as she accepted the silver, having never before held such a sum. Xiao, however, remained composed. Having previously dealt with spirit stones, she felt little emotional stir from the 10 taels of silver, equivalent to a tael of gold. Nevertheless, she promptly expressed her gratitude. The master has been relatively kind to them, allowing them to go about their business, aside from the occasional household chores. Upon leaving home, Yi Yu ventured beyond the city gates to continue his fishing endeavors, practicing his spells during the intervals. After 3 hours of fishing, he returned through the city gates, balancing 2 buckets of fish. Observing the flow of cultivators entering and exiting, Some returned with prey, others with spiritual herbs, and a few bore the marks of battle. Watching those who struggled to carry their substantial catches, Yu felt they embodied the true essence of a cultivator, in stark contrast to his own opportunistic and carefree fishing. Lacking any fervor, nevertheless, he recognized that his leisurely pursuits were envied by many cultivators. While they risked their lives to procure herbs or hunt fierce beasts for hundreds of spirit stones, Yu faced little danger. Chapter 18. Breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Upon returning to his courtyard with the 2 buckets of fish, Yu found Xiao Chun waiting at the gate. He had specifically instructed his 2 younger sisters not to open the door for her, fearing that they might fall victim to ill intentions and bring him disgrace. After handing the 2 buckets of fish to Xiao Chun, he received 6 spirit stones and some silver in return. Yu then gathered his sisters and headed out to find a restaurant for a meal. After dining together, they returned home and separated to their respective rooms to cultivate, seeking solitude in their practice. That evening, Yu utilized a gathering spirit array in his cultivation room. After considerable effort, he sensed a significant qualitative leap in his cultivation aptitude, realizing that he had advanced to the lower tier of the profound rank. Cultivating alone with the gathering spirit array proved far superior to sharing one in an inn with 11 others. Yu felt as if he could soar. His cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. To enhance his experience further, he consumed a nourishing essence pill, effectively doubling his cultivation speed. As the night passed, under the optimal cultivation conditions, Yu successfully broke through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. It took him less than 2 months to progress from the early 4th layer to the 5th, whereas he had spent over 2 years moving from the early 3rd layer to the 4th. The synergy of his financial resources and enhanced aptitude was undeniably exhilarating. In the morning, Yu called his sisters to join him for breakfast. Xiaoxiang, witnessing Yu's overnight breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement from the cultivation room, was slightly astonished. The conditions for his cultivation were evidently superior, and she wished she could also benefit from a gathering spirit array. After breakfast, Yu escorted 2 young ladies home before departing the city. He sought a tranquil spot outside the city to practice his spells, as such an environment was most conducive for his training. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Yu's absence, Xiaoxiang entered the cultivation room to engage in her own practice. Although this room was equipped with a gathering formation, Yu had removed the 3 spirit stones from it before leaving, rendering the formation ineffective in his absence. Without the presence of a spiritual vein beneath the cultivation chamber, the formation could not operate continuously to prevent the dissipation of spiritual energy. Most of the energy emitted when the formation was active was sourced from the spirit stones. Observing the 3 empty slots where the stones had rested, Xiaoxiang couldn't help but lament Yu's stinginess. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy within the cultivation room, thanks to the closed door, was still denser than that outside, surpassing even that of their guest house. Thus, Xiaoxiang decided not to dwell on the matter and commenced her training. Chunxiang, who typically had little interest in cultivation, found herself influenced by Xiaoxiang's fervor. With nothing else to occupy her time, she retreated to her own room to train as well. She paid no mind to the concentration of spiritual energy. She merely sought to pass the time. Observing those around her engaging in earnest practice, she felt compelled to join in. After a long day of toil, Yu returned home to find Xiaoxiang immersed in her training, neglecting her well-being. Chunxiang, on the other hand, had gone out to procure meals for the 3 of them. Yu pulled Xiaoxiang from the cultivation room, addressing her with authority. Xiaoxiang, we must discuss your solitary practice here. While Chunxiang ventured out alone. She is only at the 1st level of Qi refinement. It is perilous for her to be out alone. She insisted on going out herself. It is not my concern, Xiaoxiang retorted boldly. How dare you defy me? Let me make this clear. This is my command. You 2 must advance and retreat together, ensuring each other's safety when outside. Should you fail to comply, I shall strip you of your cultivation and force you to devote yourself solely to training. Yu threatened without hesitation, his resolve unwavering against her defiance. Please forgive me, Master. I shall not act so recklessly again. Do not strip me of my cultivation, Xiaoxiang cried, quickly kneeling in fear. Without her powers, how could she seek revenge? Remain on your knees until I finish dinner with Chunxiang, Yu ordered, showing no mercy. He proceeded to dine with Chunxiang, who, in terms of beauty, was equally matched with Xiaoxiang. If not for Chunxiang's lesser aptitude for cultivation compared to Xiaoxiang, Yu might have favored her more. She possessed a carefree innocence, devoid of worries, while Xiaoxiang was relentlessly devoted to her training, fixated on the path ahead, which could potentially lead to complications for Yu. Half an hour later, Yu and Chunxiang finished their meal. Rise and serve yourself. Once you finish, tidy up and dispose of the remnants, Yu instructed Xiaoxiang. He then took Chunxiang for a leisurely moonlit stroll. It is said that 100 steps after a meal can extend one's life indefinitely. The courtyard was modest, spanning merely 50 to 60 square meters, featuring a well, a crooked tree, a stone table, and several stone stools. After meandering about twice, they retreated to their quarters to rest. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Yu diligently resumed his cultivation practice, compensating for the previous evening's lapse. Just as he exited the training chamber at noon, Xiao approached him. Master, could you return the spirit stones? I wish to utilize the gathering array for my cultivation. Xiao, you must be aware of the considerable sum I expended for you. 500 spirit stones in total. Discounting Chunxiang's 100, you owe me 400. What value can you possibly provide in return for my continued support of your cultivation? Yu expressed his discontent, realizing that if he granted this request, Chunxiang would also seek access to the training room. He had purchased a servant, not an ancestral heir. Stunned by the mention of such a vast number of spirit stones, Xiao paused, despite her upbringing in a family of cultivators. She had never witnessed her parents possessing such wealth. Regaining her composure, she proposed, Master, my cultivation technique is of the Xian level, superior grade, capable of advancing to the golden core stage. I can offer you this technique. Could you support my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage? Xiao believed the most valuable asset she possessed was indeed her cultivation technique. Chapter 19. Leverage. Yu's mind raced, astonished that acquiring a mere maid could come with such a high-grade technique. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, a man seasoned by tumultuous experiences, refusing to be taken aback. Oh, a superior-grade Xian technique. Please transcribe it onto some paper, and I shall review it tonight. If it holds merit, I will consider your request. I have matters to attend to, he stated, departing the courtyard before Xiao could respond. Once outside the gate, Yu felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. Woohoo, we're taking off. A low-grade Xian technique could still be procured at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, while a mid-grade one would only surface at auctions. However, a superior-grade Xian technique was virtually non-existent on the market. It appeared that those in power were deliberately constraining the ascension opportunities of the lower tiers. Yu believed that such a superior-grade technique could perhaps be acquired in the prosperous cities of Guangning or the imperial capital, albeit at a considerable cost. After all, the auction price for a mid-grade technique had already soared above 100,000 spirit stones. The worth of a superior-grade technique could easily reach 1 million. Yu hoped Xiao was truthful, yet he remained cautious. If Xiao possessed something of such high value, why had she not sought to redeem herself at the slave market? However, perhaps he was overthinking. Once within the slave market, bargaining was a luxury no longer afforded to the enslaved. If it were to be discovered that Xiao possessed a superior-level cultivation technique of the Xian rank, she would undoubtedly be subjected to severe interrogation. It was only because Xiao had been at the yamen for just over a month and refrained from cultivating that Yu had the upper hand. After a day of relentless work, Yu returned home at 5 in the afternoon. He was eager to uncover the nature of this superior-level Xian rank technique. Yet he understood the importance of maintaining his composure. The more impatient he appeared, the more vulnerable he would become, making him susceptible to manipulation. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly from such impulsiveness. By revealing his intentions too early, he had inadvertently weakened his position, placing himself in a position of neediness. This allowed the woman to easily manipulate him, treating him with indifference as if he were merely bait in a fish pond. As Yu glanced around the courtyard, he noted that dinner was already prepared and set on the table, with only Chunxiang present in the hall. He surmised that Xiao was once again in the training room, so he proceeded there to seek her out. Upon opening the door to the training room, he discovered her in the midst of cultivation, surrounded by a circle of green luminescence, an unmistakable sign of a Xian rank technique. Generally, Huang rank techniques lacked such coloration. Upon reaching the Xian rank, the techniques were imbued with distinctive properties, manifesting in vivid hues. Yu silently affirmed that Xiao indeed possessed a Xian rank technique, though whether it was of superior quality remained uncertain. Master, you have returned, Xiao exclaimed, hastily ceasing her practice and rising to her feet. Well, have you memorized the technique I asked for today? Yu asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Master, here it is, Xiao replied, producing a stack of paper from her bosom, densely inscribed with characters. Upon a cursory glance, Yu noted that the initial content pertained to the qi refining stage, while the latter sections concerned the foundation establishment stage. However, he was acutely aware that there was no mention of the core formation stage, nor even the late foundation establishment stage. Xiao, is this your sincerity? The information is incomplete. How am I to trust you? Yu exclaimed, forcefully tossing the papers to the ground. Xiao was taken aback by Yu's reaction. She had anticipated that presenting even a modicum of foundation establishment material would astonish him, given his apparent status as a mere qi refining cultivator. Master, she began, but Yu interrupted her. Spare me your schemes. I hail from a prominent family and lack for nothing in terms of superior level Xian rank cultivation techniques. If you possess something unique to sell, then fine. If not, then it matters little, he stated, turning to leave while silently counting to himself. Master, I apologize. Please allow me to explain, Qiuxiang pleaded. What is there to explain? Bring me a complete set of information, and then we may speak again. I grant you this final opportunity. Otherwise, you may abandon your aspirations of cultivation and serve as a maid without any further pretense, he said, his demeanor unyielding. Yi Yu refused to grant her any leniency. He understood that indulging her would only lead to more audacity. Leaving Qiuxiang behind, he sought out Qiuxiang to join her for dinner. Inquiring whether the meal was procured by her alone or in conjunction with Qiuxiang, Qiuxiang answered that the two had shopped together, which somewhat pleased Yi Yu. Meanwhile, Qiuxiang silently acknowledged that Yi Yu was not easily deceived as she picked up the scattered papers from the ground. She contemplated how much of her family's ancestral cultivation techniques would be appropriate to share with Yi Yu. Given Yi Yu's attitude, it seemed he indeed possessed profound techniques, rendering her own contributions seemingly inconsequential. If she continued to mislead Yi Yu, she risked facing dire consequences, potentially having her own cultivation rendered ineffective. Qiuxiang bore the weight of her family's aspirations and could not afford to descend into the status of an ordinary maid. After a brief internal struggle, she opted to transcribe her family's complete techniques with utmost care. At 8 p.m., Qiuxiang entered the room, clutching a stack of papers, seeking out Yi Yu. Master, this is the complete version. I hope you will honor your promise and grant me the chance to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Yi replied, I shall first verify whether you have been remiss in your techniques. I will be comparing it against my family's supreme techniques, so consider carefully if you have missed anything. He aimed to instill a sense of trepidation in Qiuxiang. The matter of cultivation techniques was not to be treated lightly. Master, I assure you, I have left nothing out, Qiuxiang declared earnestly. Yet, Yi remained skeptical of her assurances. He took the stack of papers, scrutinizing each page meticulously. Although Yi Yu was unfamiliar with the intricacies of profound techniques and possessed none himself, his extensive reading had endowed him with considerable knowledge. In his previous life, he had perused numerous cultivation novels, and in this life, he had absorbed a wealth of information regarding the cultivation world. Furthermore, the original owner had indeed been born into a foundation establishment family, granting Yi Yu a clearer understanding of certain aspects related to that stage. After a thorough examination, he found no glaring errors at least up to the later stages of foundation establishment. However, he felt uncertain regarding the methods for advancing to the golden core stage and beyond. Having the techniques for foundation establishment was already a significant boon. He could always seek additional texts for the golden core stage once he reached that level. Thus, the techniques Qiuxiang provided effectively resolved his concerns regarding cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. In light of this, Qiuxiang's contribution proved invaluable, and he resolved to permit her to pursue her cultivation. Chapter 20. Encountering adversaries, Yi Yu was lost in thought. Acutely aware that Qiuxiang possessed exceptional cultivation aptitude at the pinnacle of the profound tier, while he himself was merely at the lower tier. It would require him to interact with Qiuxiang 100 times to attain a similar level of aptitude. Moreover, considering Qiuxiang's relentless dedication to cultivation, should she be afforded sufficient resources, there was a possibility she might surpass him in cultivation prowess. Should that occur, there was a chance she might turn against her master. Upon a cursory examination, it appears that your cultivation technique possesses no significant flaws. However, finer details warrant further scrutiny. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Henceforth, I permit you to utilize the cultivation chamber during daylight hours, and I shall refrain from confiscating the spirit stones. After much contemplation, Yi Yu arrived at a decision. As long as he consumed medicinal herbs, and this Qiuxiang did not partake, she would never surpass him. Thank you, my lord, she replied. Now, you may commence your service to me. Once you have completed your duties, you are free to pursue whatever endeavors you desire, including cultivation. Very well, my lord. Seeing Yi Yu's improved demeanor, Qiuxiang felt reassured and promised herself to further enhance Yi Yu's cultivation aptitude. Subsequently, Yi Yu retreated to the cultivation chamber, while Qiuxiang practiced in her own quarters. The estate boasted 3 bedrooms, with Yi Yu occupying the master suite, while Chunxiang and Qiuxiang each had their respective side rooms. The following day, as soon as Yi Yu stepped outside, Qiuxiang hurried into the cultivation chamber. Gazing at the 3 spirit stones still nestled in their grooves, she felt a surge of confidence. Closing the door behind her, she reveled in the accelerated cultivation speed afforded by the spirit gathering array, silently acknowledging that her sincerity had not been in vain. She could only hope that Yi Yu would not renege on their agreement. Though she could not expect Yi Yu to provide her with elixirs, Qiuxiang was resolute in her belief that through steadfast cultivation and the benefits of the spirit gathering array, she could achieve the 9th level of qi refinement within 5 years. Typically, individuals seeking to break through to the foundation establishment stage would require foundation establishment pills. Yet she would not need them. She held no illusions that Yi Yu would procure them for her. With her exceptional cultivation aptitude, she believed that as long as she honed her skills sufficiently, she would find a way to transcend to the foundation establishment stage. This honing process, she estimated, would take around 10 years, a prospect she deemed worthwhile. However, she chose not to reveal this method to Yi Yu. Unbeknownst to Yi Yu, Qiu Xiang harbored numerous schemes in her heart. Had he been aware, he might have remarked on the cunning nature of women, akin to a green tea. Even if he were to learn of her strategy, he would likely dismiss it. 10 years was an eternity. With a single foundation establishment pill, he could attain his goal in mere moments. As was his custom, Yi Yu ventured to the riverbank outside the city, fishing while practicing various essential spells he had acquired from the treasure pavilion. On his return in the afternoon, he encountered two fearsome individuals who had just emerged from the forest, their bodies stained with blood and their cultivation levels appearing to be at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Desiring to avoid trouble, Yi Yu attempted to sidestep them, hoping to wait until they had left before returning to the city. The distance to the city gate was approximately 3 kilometers, and the two men, seeing the area deserted, began to entertain nefarious thoughts. Hey, boss, that's the fishmonger. Indeed, this fishmonger sells fish daily, earning no less than 5 spirit stones each day. He has been peddling fish in Huangfeng City for several months, so he must possess at least 500 spirit stones. Boss, should we make a move? Our last hunt was unsuccessful, and we lost a young master from the Lord's estate. We might not be able to survive in Huangfeng City any longer. Let us make one last score. Afterward, we can flee to the neighboring Hongya City to avoid the heat. Two individuals whispered to each other, declaring a death sentence for Yi Yu. Positioned over 50 meters away, Yi Yu could not discern their words. Since their first encounter, he had remained vigilant, setting down his burdens to rest. He slipped his hands into his pockets, his right hand brushing against his firearm, while his left hand grasped the talisman. Adhering to the principle of I do not provoke unless provoked, Yi Yu refrained from initiating an attack while they were not targeting him, maintaining his guard instead. Suddenly, Yi Yu noticed their abrupt halt. Unlike the loquacious middle-aged scholar, these two were shrewd and seasoned. Without uttering a word, one of them pivoted and hurled a flying sword towards Yi Yu, directing it with spiritual energy. Yi Yu inwardly cursed and invoked the talisman, praying it would withstand the onslaught of the flying sword. Concurrently, he drew his handgun, aiming at the other individual still wielding a sword, and fired. A weapon that remains unfired poses the greatest threat. As Yi Yu discharged his weapon, the flying sword approached, piercing the shield conjured by the talisman. The shield withstood the impact, sustaining cracks, but not shattering immediately. Meanwhile, Yi Yu's bullet found its mark, striking the target squarely in the head. The remaining assailant, shocked as blood splattered across his face, continued to manipulate the flying sword for further attack. Realizing that if he did not eliminate Yi Yu first, he would share the same fate as his fallen comrade, he pressed on. Noticing the flying sword's movement, Yi Yu swiftly activated a second talisman and fired at his adversary. The enemy, cunningly crouching to evade, narrowly avoided the shot. However, the flying sword managed to breach the first shield, leaving the second shield with visible cracks. Yi Yu hastily employed a third and final talisman, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, no longer aiming for headshots but targeting the enemy's body indiscriminately. With 8 bullets remaining, he was confident that at least one would find its target. The adversary, in a frantic attempt to dodge, evaded several shots while conjuring a protective spiritual shield and activating a talisman of his own. Yet, the penetrating power of Yi Yu's handgun far surpassed that of the flying sword. The concentrated force of the bullets rendered them far more formidable than the linear pressure of a sword. Consequently, the bullets pierced through the enemy's talisman and protective shield. Though neither vanished, they were riddled with holes. One bullet struck the enemy's shoulder, another hit his hand, and several more impacted his chest. Nevertheless, the enemy remained standing, evidently protected by inner armor. Clearly flustered, the adversary turned and fled. Seizing the moment, Yi Yu pursued relentlessly, firing several more shots that struck the enemy's back. However, the inner armor mitigated the damage, leaving the enemy relatively unharmed. With but a single bullet remaining, Yi Yu aimed at the enemy's leg and fired, striking the adversary in the thigh. The foe clearly faltered and collapsed, but soon rose again, seemingly empowered by some talisman, and continued to sprint away. Yi Yu, finding his firearm devoid of ammunition, refrained from pursuing recklessly. Observing that the enemy was fleeing in the direction of Maple Leaf City did not hinder his own return to Huangfeng City. Yi Yu approached, retrieving the enemy's discarded flying sword and looting the lifeless body of his slain adversary. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 storage bags, an unexpected boon that might contain valuable treasures. Chapter 21. Spoils of war filled with a mix of excitement and concern for his safety. Yi Yu hastily selected 2 buckets of fish and employed a sprinting talisman alongside a lightness technique. He dashed forth at remarkable speed, covering a distance of 3 kilometers in just 1 minute. finally reaching the city gates. Upon entering Huangfeng City, he felt a sense of security wash over him. Having exhausted his diamond talisman and depleted his firearms ammunition, he was merely a nascent cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement. And remaining outside the city was undoubtedly perilous. With a sigh of relief, he nonchalantly returned to his doorstep and completed a transaction with Xiao Chun. The first order of business upon entering his home was replenishing his ammunition. Loading 10 rounds into his firearm, he felt a semblance of safety restored. Subsequently, Yi Yu hurried to the cultivation market to purchase 10 additional diamond talismans. The thrill of being able to strike at others while remaining impervious to their attacks was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The expenditure of 200 spirit stones for the 10 diamond talismans stung a bit, as it represented a month's worth of his fish-selling earnings. Yi Yu could only hope that the treasures within the 2 storage bags would replenish his losses. After sharing dinner with his 2 maids and engaging in cultivation together, Yi Yu sent the maids back to their quarters and began to appraise his spoils in his own room. In the dim light of the chamber, he lit several oil lamps and gingerly opened one of the storage bags, meticulously emptying its contents. Inside, he found 3 books, 10 spirit stones, several unidentified spiritual herbs, and a few articles of clothing. The 3 tomes were titled High-Grade Yellow Qi Nourishing Technique, Common Knowledge of Cultivation, and Vast Swordsmanship. His assessment, rather meager. He then emptied the other storage bag, and its contents spilled forth in a cascade, forming a small mountain. Yi Yu spent 10 minutes cataloging the items. 5 books, 203 spirit stones, 4 bottles of elixirs, 18 talismans, 1 array plate, a bloodied magic sword, a token, a tiger skin, and garments. His evaluation, quite affluent. Upon closer inspection of the items, he noted that the token bore a yellow character, with the reverse side inscribed with Huang Tianyuan, likely indicating a notable figure within the city lord's estate. The talisman was a scorching hot item, and Yi Yu intended to dispose of it promptly, planning to take it outside the city the following day. Among the 18 talismans, there were 10 Vajra talismans, 5 sprint talismans, and 3 golden light talismans. His venture to the market today to purchase talismans now seemed rather superfluous. However, he harbored no regrets, as Yi Yu welcomed the addition of more means of self-preservation. Upon reviewing 5 tomes, he noted a handwritten copy of the Huang family's celestial origin formula of the medium profound rank, a top-grade Huang tier sword control technique, a top-grade Huang tier footwork technique, a secret manual on low profound rank artifact refinement, and a copy of the golden lance battle technique. Yi Yu could only describe these 5 works as extravagant. Each possessed considerable utility. The tome he valued the most was the handwritten edition of the Huang family's celestial origin formula of the medium profound rank. With it, he could cross-reference and ascertain whether any pitfalls lurked within the technique's autumn fragrance had imparted to him. Yi Yu stowed the other items in his storage bag, retaining only the 5 invaluable books. He then retrieved Autumn Fragrance's manuscript and began to compare it with the Huang family's celestial origin formula, starting from the Qi refinement stage. Despite some discrepancies in the content, the general direction remained consistent. As he meticulously compared, he discovered that the initial sections of both techniques were largely similar, though distinctions arose in the late foundation establishment phase. Nevertheless, these differences were not substantial. They were merely more pronounced compared to other sections. This verification reassured Yi Yu that the techniques provided by Autumn Fragrance were fundamentally sound up to the mid-foundation establishment stage, allowing him to cultivate with peace of mind. As for the late foundation establishment and golden core stage content, if he could not find new superior or even top-tier profound techniques for comparison in the future, he would have to bravely proceed with direct cultivation. He then turned his attention to the other tomes, hastily skimming through them. Given his current low cultivation level, the footwork technique, snow treading, was particularly crucial for his escape methods. After a quick review of the sword control technique and the artifact refinement secrets, he finally examined the golden lance battle technique, which left him utterly astonished. This lance was not the cold weapon he had envisioned. Rather, it described methods to continuously strengthen the body and unleash one's might. Yi Yu could only express that this battle technique resonated deeply with him. Akin to adding wings to a tiger, he carefully stored the other items and began to study the golden lance battle technique. After 2 hours of diligent practice, he grasped the fundamentals. As time was growing late, he decided against further cultivation. Subsequently, Yi Yu summoned Autumn Fragrance into his room, assigning her some routine tasks. Once completed, he retreated to his cultivation chamber for solitary practice, feeling his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated, likely due to his innate aptitude breaking through to the medium profound rank. As dawn broke and the first light of day crept in, Yi Yu returned to his room to rest. He was merely a Qi refinement practitioner, unlike those in the foundation establishment stage, who could endure months without sleep while continuously cultivating. Around 8 in the morning, Yi Yu awoke from his slumber. After sharing breakfast with 2 maidservants, he ventured outside the city. Today, he intended to dispose of stolen goods. Yu first kindled a fire by the riverside, intending to incinerate a plaque belonging to the Huang family. However, the plaque appeared to be specially crafted from an unknown material, impervious to ordinary flames. He contemplated that perhaps this plaque could be melted down for crafting weapons in the future, so he buried it in a secluded spot. Subsequently, Yu returned to the location where he had eliminated an adversary the previous day. In his haste, he had neglected to erase all traces. Upon arrival, he disposed of the corpse by feeding it to the fish and meticulously cleaned the scene. After completing these tasks, Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he pondered whether this method was overly cumbersome. Processing each corpse in such a manner was time-consuming. Surely, in the realm of cultivation, there must exist specialized tools for erasing evidence. Finding a place he deemed secure, Yu retrieved a tome on the fundamentals of cultivation and began to search. Before long, he stumbled upon a substance known as corpse-dissolving powder. This powder could entirely dissolve a body along with its garments, transforming them into mere soil, an essential remedy for those seeking to eliminate evidence while traveling. This item was quite common, likely available at the treasure-gathering pavilion, and Yu planned to visit it after concluding his dealings with Shao Chun that afternoon. Yu then followed the blood trail left from the previous day's skirmish in pursuit of the remaining enemy. Having already injured this foe's shoulder and thigh, he surmised that the adversary, still unarmed, could not have fled far. A wounded individual could not cover much ground in the mere span of a few hours. With his right hand gripping a pistol and his left holding a talisman, Yu sprinted along the bloodstains, employing a technique akin to snow treading without a trace, simultaneously honing his skill. At present, his speed rivaled that of an automobile, gliding effortlessly at 100 kilometers per hour. After pursuing for 150 kilometers, Yu concluded that the enemy was indeed nearby. Cautiously brandishing his firearm, he scanned the surroundings, probing the forest and searching for any sign of the foe, perhaps nursing injuries in a cave atop a nearby hill. Utilizing a minor spell akin to a dog's keen sense of smell, he meticulously tracked every trace of blood until he pinpointed a small cave from which a mountain stream flowed. Yu cautiously approached, concealing himself behind a tree, and began to hurl stones into the cave, intending to coax the enemy out for safety's sake. The first stone elicited no response, prompting him to throw several more. "Who dares to disturb me?" A voice bellowed from within the cave, suggesting the stones had indeed found their mark. Seizing the moment, Yu continued his barrage, determined to lure the adversary out, as approaching the cave directly would be perilous. The necessity to eliminate his adversary arose from Yu's apprehension that this individual might later interfere with his fishing endeavors. The principle of guarding against thieves for 1,000 days proved futile. Thus, Yu chose to preemptively strike. Eventually, the opponent could no longer contain himself, limping forth with a massive fireball clutched in his hand, which he hurled directly at the tree where Yu stood. As the fireball hurtled towards him, Yu swiftly invoked the diamond talisman. The tree was obliterated by the impact of the fireball, igniting a conflagration that struck Yu's protective shield. The weight of the tree bore down upon him, threatening to crush him if he did not evade. Yu deftly sidestepped, firing 3 shots at his foe through the blaze, one of which successfully found its mark, striking the enemy's head. Observing the towering inferno consuming the tree, Yu feared it might spark a forest fire, prompting him to quickly cast the Rain of Spirits technique, extinguishing the flames within mere seconds. The leaves had been largely incinerated, the branches charred to a deep black, and the trunk bore a gaping hole where the fireball had struck. Yu navigated around the smoldering tree to the place where his adversary lay defeated, beginning to search the corpse and loot the bag, discovering a storage pouch. Concerned about any potential oversight, he ventured into the cave for a thorough search, but found nothing of particular note. Finding an open area, Yu ignited a fire to burn the body. He then retreated into the cave to inspect the spoils within the storage pouch. Upon probing inside with his consciousness, he was disappointed to find only a handful of spirit stones, merely a dozen, marking yet another miserly discovery. The few books contained therein were akin to those found in the pouch of the previous miser he had encountered, lacking any noteworthy content. Once the fire had died down, Yu employed the wind dispersal technique to scatter the ashes. After a swift return to his usual fishing grounds, Yu commenced his work. However, as he fished, an internal conflict brewed within him. Having recently acquired a substantial fortune of over 3,000 spirit stones, he reflected that he could earn only about 6 spirit stones per day through fishing, meaning it would take him 500 days to amass that sum. He pondered the possibility of establishing a new lucrative venture. Currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he understood that alchemy and crafting required at least late-stage refinement. Though talisman crafting was within his reach, at his current level, he could barely manage to create rudimentary cleansing and rain talismans. Despite their insignificance, These lowly talismans could serve as practice to enhance his experience. He resolved that once he reached the 7th level of chi refinement, he would be able to craft more powerful talismans. Yet, rather than engaging in the tedious task of talisman drawing, he concluded it would be more beneficial to devote his time to cultivation, hastening his progress to late-stage chi refinement. Thus, he abandoned the idea of creating talismans. After a successful fishing expedition, Yu filled 2 buckets and returned home. In his yard, he constructed a large water tank, placing 3 fish within to keep. With the time still at 2 in the afternoon and Xiao Chun yet to arrive, Yu took it upon himself to prepare the fish, crafting a delectable fish stew to savor. Yu had indeed contemplated the notion of employing 2 maidservants to undertake these tasks. However, these young girls were utterly inexperienced, nearly driving him to despair. They were not true maidservants, but rather unfortunate young ladies, untouched by labor, having been bought by Yu after their families were destroyed or they were sold into servitude. Entrusting the kitchen to them would likely result in catastrophic chaos. You 2 are maidservants, and I am the master. From now on, I shall prepare the meals at home, and you must learn, for you will eventually be tasked with attending to my needs. Understood, master. This fish is a semi-spiritual variety, imbued with spiritual energy. After consuming it, be sure to properly refine its essence. Once the 3 of them had dined and cleared the table, having digested the spiritual energy of the semi-spiritual fish, Xiao Chun arrived just in time. Yu exchanged 2 buckets of fish with her. Returning to his cultivation chamber, he commenced his training. After a month of diligent practice with a specialized technique, his efforts bore fruit. His cultivation aptitude had reached an exceptional level within the profound tier. However, Yu's fishing business faced considerable setbacks, as the catch had dwindled significantly, likely due to the approaching winter. On this day, Yu and Xiao Chun met once more for an exchange. Yu, why are the fish so scarce again today? I share your frustration. It is already late October, and with winter approaching, the fish are becoming less active. I fear our business may not return to normal until May of next year. Very well. I shall report this to Steward Hong. After Xiao Chun departed, Yu exhaled in relief. He was disinclined to pursue the meager profits of fishing, which yielded little more than a single spirit stone for an entire day's toil, offering him little motivation. Returning to his cultivation chamber, he resolved to continue his training, intending to consume medicinal pills and achieve a breakthrough to the 6th level of chi refinement. With his exceptional cultivation aptitude, he faced no significant bottlenecks, and the breakthrough process was remarkably smooth. By the evening meal, Yu had successfully completed his breakthrough and stabilized his cultivation level. At that moment, Qiu Xiang, having diligently trained day and night, had also reached the 4th level of chi refinement, while Chun Xiang had advanced to the 2nd level. Witnessing Yu's progress stirred feelings of envy within Qiu Xiang, who longed for her own medicinal pills. That night, Yu employed his specialized technique once more, though he sensed that it had little effect on further enhancing his cultivation aptitude. To elevate his aptitude to the inferior level of the earth tier would require steadfast dedication to this technique for at least a decade or more. Chapter 23. Scheming for the sect. Human desires are insatiable. Having attained an exceptional cultivation aptitude within the profound tier, Yu now aspired to reach the earth tier. Yet, upon achieving the earth tier, he would likely yearn for the celestial tier. After all, having traversed realms, to not ascend to the highest echelons would be a disservice to the legacy of his journey. Yu began to contemplate seeking out even more gifted companions. However, upon reflection, he realized that finding such individuals in Huangfeng City would prove to be quite a challenge. The land nurtures its people, and it is only in regions abundant with cultivation resources, combined with parents who are esteemed cultivators, that the likelihood of offspring possessing superior cultivation aptitude significantly increases. Another crucial factor is that major sects periodically recruit disciples, attracting a steady stream of applicants. Many individuals with exceptional cultivation potential flock to these sections. The nearest individual with earth-grade cultivation aptitude that I have encountered is likely the enchanting Xiaoming from the Yihong courtyard in Hongya City. Given my current cultivation level, attempting to approach her feels akin to seeking light in a latrine, a fool's errand. My cultivation aptitude pales in comparison to hers, and my training conditions are likely inferior as well. Surpassing her seems an insurmountable challenge. It appears that to find a partner with high cultivation aptitude, one must venture into a sect. The Yihong courtyard is a property of the Hahuan sect, which I cannot join. Other smaller sects are also not ideal, as true geniuses invariably gravitate towards the 7 great sects. Smaller sects might rejoice at recruiting just one earth-grade genius over decades, whereas the 7 great sects consistently enroll such talents, often even celestial-grade prodigies. With thoughts of joining a sect, on the following day, I visited the cultivation market to inquire about recruitment information. Initially, the locals were reluctant to engage with me, but my modest financial prowess, spending 33 spirit stones, afforded me a comprehensive overview of the 7 great sects recruitment efforts. The 7 great sects encompass the Tiangong sect, known for its mysticism and divination; the Zixiao sect, a dominant sword-fighting sect renowned for its strength; the Yaoqi sect, predominantly female, with only a handful of males who have been castrated; the Danhuang sect, specializing in alchemy and overflowing with wealth; the Qiming sect, focused on weapon crafting, yet populated mainly by rugged men; the Qingxian sect, a well-rounded group without distinct specialties; and the Hehuan sect, famous for its dual cultivation practices and extensive network of pleasure houses. Upon reflection, although the Zixiao sect is formidable, its perilous lifestyle leads to a high mortality rate among disciples. The Danhuang sect seems appealing, yet its members lack strength, with only one ancestor at the transformation stage, likely discouraging any exceptionally talented females from joining. The Qiming sect is primarily composed of rough men and lacks finesse. The Tiangong sect's enigmatic nature creates risks, as they might deduce my identity as a time traveler, making it a dangerous choice. As for the Hehuan sect, with Xiaoming within its ranks, entering could lead to unforeseen demise. Thus, it seems that the Qingxian sect is the most suitable option for me. This sect offers a balanced array of resources, allowing for self-sufficiency. In the future, I could refine my weapon crafting skills there and perhaps even find various companions. Yiyu had managed to acquire several manuals regarding disciple recruitment from various sects, including that of the Qingxian sect. After purchasing the desired corpse-dissolving powder and detoxification pills at the treasure-gathering pavilion, he returned home to delve into the Qingxian sect's recruitment manual. The Qingxian sect holds recruitment events every 3 years in the provincial capitals of the Great Xia dynasty, specifically seeking disciples aged 13 to 15 who have not yet commenced their cultivation, as they prefer to nurture talent from the very beginning. They do not accept any wandering cultivators with pre-existing cultivation levels. Yiyu pondered whether to voice a certain thought. The Zixiao sect, in contrast, does accept some wandering cultivators. However, the manual indicated that such individuals would face dismal treatment within the sect, often serving as cannon fodder on the front lines. To his dismay, Yiyu discovered that none of the 7 top-tier sects of the Great Xia dynasty were suitable for him. This realization left him feeling particularly disheartened. Unable to join the prestigious sects, he resolved to consider some second-tier sects instead, hoping to encounter talented female cultivators among them, thus making his foray worthwhile. The following day, Yiyu sought out additional information on second-tier sections. In his vicinity, the Baiyun sect and the Kuangfing sect appeared to be fitting options, both boasting ancestors at the nascent soul stage. These 2 sects would commence their recruitment in May of the following year in Guangning City, deliberately scheduling their events apart from those of the top-tier sects in September. Typically, many aspiring cultivators with mid-tier to low-tier aptitude are more inclined to join these second-tier sects, as those with such qualifications would have to start as miscellaneous disciples in top-tier sects, while in the second-tier sects, they could directly become outer disciples. Moreover, those with exceptional cultivation aptitude could immediately attain inner disciple status in the second-tier sects, whereas they would merely be outer disciples in the top-tier sections. This preference for being a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix leads numerous individuals to enroll in second-tier sections to compete for talent. These 2 sects have relaxed their recruitment criteria significantly. As long as applicants are under 25 years of age and possess at least yellow-tier superior cultivation aptitude, they generally stand a good chance of acceptance. Even those with yellow-tier intermediate aptitude may find opportunities as miscellaneous disciples. Joining a cultivation sect grants access to a richer spiritual energy environment, enhancing the chances of reaching higher realms. Typically, those at the Qi refinement stage can expect to live up to 70 years, with each advancement in cultivation potentially extending lifespan by 10 years. Upon reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, one could live up to 150 years, doubling the lifespan of an ordinary person. Those with yellow-tier intermediate cultivation aptitude are likely to break through to the later stages of Qi refinement before the age of 60. Given the meager spiritual energy in the mundane world, those who cannot invest resources find it exceedingly challenging to reach the mid-Qi refinement stage. Consequently, many who fear death prefer to work as miscellaneous disciples in the mountains rather than indulge in earthly pleasures. Yiyu's current rapid progress in cultivation is, in fact, a testament to the effects of his investments. Few individuals possess the privilege of utilizing a spirit-gathering array alongside medicinal elixirs for cultivation on a daily basis, as Yiyu does. However, the concentration of spiritual energy generated within Yiyu's cultivation chamber, despite the use of the spirit-gathering array, is merely comparable to that found in the average locations of various cultivation sections. Should Yiyu remain confined to Huangfeng City for the entirety of his life, his highest achievement would likely be limited to the foundation establishment stage. To transcend to greater heights, he must inevitably join a sect. With May of the following year still a considerable distance away, Yiyu resolved to journey to Guangning City in April, accompanied by his 2 maidservants. Chapter 24. The Radish Seal. Yi Yu earnestly hoped that upon his arrival in Guangning City, he would be fortunate enough to avoid encountering Xiao Meng. Given her exceptional aptitude for cultivation, he surmised that she had likely advanced to the mid-stages of foundation establishment. For his own safety, Yi Yu felt compelled to hasten his progress to the late stages of qi refinement and subsequently master the art of weapon forging. By crafting a weapon of artifact level, he would significantly enhance his security. In pursuit of rapid advancement, Yi Yu altered the model of his talent manual, shifting its focus from enhancing aptitude to promoting cultivation progress. Consequently, both Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang experienced swift improvements in their own cultivation, gradually narrowing the gap between their levels and Yi Yu's. Nevertheless, Yi Yu's continuous consumption of medicinal elixirs, without providing any for his 2 maidservants, allowed him to maintain a relatively stable distance in cultivation levels. Days passed in a monotonous cycle of eating, sleeping, and cultivating. By March of the following year, Yi Yu officially broke through to the mid-level of the 7th layer of qi refinement, while Qiuxiang advanced to the late stages of the 5th layer, and Chuanxiang reached the early stages of the 4th layer. However, Yi Yu found himself in a precarious financial situation, with only a little over 100 spirit stones remaining. The costs of cultivation were exorbitant, primarily due to the purchase of elixirs, which had drained over 2,500 spirit stones from him. Fortunately, Yi Yu still possessed a considerable number of clear spirit pills intended for use in the later stages of qi refinement, alleviating concerns for his upcoming months of cultivation. Nonetheless, prior to entering a sect, he needed to accumulate some funds, as Guangning City would undoubtedly present more opportunities for expenditure. The cost of living in Guangning City would certainly surpass that of Huangfeng City, and he might also require spirit stones within the sect. Thus, Yi Yu deemed it prudent to prepare at least 500 spirit stones. Having acclimated to the power of his late-stage qi refinement, Yi Yu retrieved the introductory manual on the 4 essential skills of cultivation that he had purchased from the treasure pavilion. He sought to discern in which area he possessed the greatest talent. Perhaps due to his commendable grasp of physics in his previous life, Yi Yu found the intricacies of weapon forging to be akin to play, an endeavor that felt remarkably simple. However, he struggled with alchemy, as the mere memorization of extensive knowledge regarding spiritual herbs proved to be a daunting challenge. The memorization of these herbological facts required him to remember the names, appearances, medicinal properties, scents, growth locations, and environmental conditions of a plethora of herbs. Moreover, he needed to distinguish between similar medicinal materials, which left Yi Yu utterly bewildered. The concept of formations is somewhat enigmatic, and Yi Yu struggles to comprehend its principles. Is it chemistry or physics? If it is metaphysics, then it is of no concern. He also finds the art of talisman crafting perplexing. However, Yi Yu views it as akin to painting and practicing calligraphy. Perhaps he might succeed. Among the 4 skills, talisman crafting is the most economical. Merely acquiring the most rudimentary refining furnace and alchemy furnace costs several hundred spirit stones, while purchasing a basic set of formation materials amounts to merely a few dozen spirit stones. Yet, formations are easily botched, leading to the loss of a significant portion of the materials involved. After much contemplation, Yi Yu invested 30 spirit stones in a talisman brush, 10 spirit stones in red cinnabar, and another 10 spirit stones for 100 sheets of talisman paper, 50 spirit stones for a chance at a miracle. If he fails, he can always return to fishing. On that day, Yi Yu, calm and focused, began to draw talismans on a blank sheet of paper with a brush. Following the talisman crafting manual diligently, he aimed to refine his skills before utilizing the talisman brush and cinnabar. After 2 hours of effort, he felt he was indeed crafting talismans, albeit poorly. Following several days of practice, his progress remained minimal, while Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang, observing from the side, produced impressive results, creating remarkably accurate representations. It was quite a challenge for Yi Yu, accustomed to wielding a ballpoint pen, to master the brush. Moreover, in his previous life, he struggled even with writing using ballpoint pens, gel pens, and pencils, often producing a rather lackluster script. Frustrated, he pondered whether he should return to fishing. Venturing out to the river, he exerted considerable effort, managing to catch only a few fish, as the fishing season was currently lean. With fishing proving unfruitful, he considered venturing into the mountains or the wild, yet fear held him back. He preferred to bide his time and develop quietly, refusing to take unnecessary risks. Returning home with a few fish, he discovered Qiuxiang had successfully crafted several low-grade cleansing talismans with the talisman brush, only adding to his vexation. These cleansing talismans sold for 1 spirit stone for 10, while the cost of a single sheet of talisman paper combined with the cinnabar used amounted to 0.07 spirit stones. With a hypothetical success rate of 100%, the profit margin would be 42%. However, how could the success rate ever reach such heights, especially for a novice? There was a chance that crafting one could result in a loss for each. Xiaoxiang, how many sheets of talisman paper did you use to create these 5 cleansing talismans? He inquired. Only 10 sheets. Aren't I amazing? She replied, blissfully unaware of the losses. You've made a huge mistake. You truly are not amazing. If your success rate doesn't surpass 80%, you'll incur losses, Yu admonished, giving her a gentle reprimand. Practice with 30 more sheets, and if your success rate doesn't improve, refrain from wasting any further resources. As you wish, my lord. Xiaoxiang acquiesced, fully aware of Yu's current financial predicament. With his previous fishing endeavors yielding income, his inability to catch fish now left them without revenue. Yu meticulously studied the talisman-making manual, pondering if there existed a clever method to expedite the process. To his astonishment, the characters inscribed upon the manual were handwritten. Was the realm of cultivation so primitive that it lacked even the art of printing? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could devise a movable type printing technique to create talismans. Without hesitation, Yu set to work, procuring a radish and skillfully carving it with a small knife. After an hour of diligent effort, he had fashioned a clean talisman stamp in accordance with the manual. Gathering vermilion and talisman paper, he commenced his experiment. He meticulously mixed the vermilion with beast's blood in a specific ratio upon an inkstone, which traditionally required a talisman brush to draw symbols. Now, Yu pressed the radish stamp onto the inkstone and subsequently onto the talisman paper. Following the sequence outlined in the manual, he infused the stamp with spiritual energy. Alas, an excess of energy resulted in failure. Undeterred, he tried again and succeeded. Testing the outcome, he discovered that the clean talisman possessed merely half the efficacy of a standard one, likely due to his insufficient energy transmission. Thus, he decided to amplify his spiritual energy slightly for another attempt. Yet again, failure struck. A marginally higher energy input caused the stamp to explode upon the talisman paper. It became evident that the radish stamp was inadequate. Frustrated, Yu contemplated the necessity of a sturdier material, one that also possessed good spiritual permeability. Otherwise, the transmission of energy would be futile. Furthermore, he resolved that he would not waste his efforts crafting such a low-grade talisman as the clean one. As the profit margin was far too meager, he ventured into the cultivation market, browsing through the stalls of wandering cultivators, where he purchased a basketball-sized piece of spiritual jade for 5 spirit stones and an abandoned talisman carving knife for another 5. Upon returning home, Yu retrieved a talisman sword from his unexpected fortune and skillfully cut the jade along its natural grain into 8 identical cubes, discarding the excess. Though he intended to commence carving, the darkness of night had already descended. Thus, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with his maid to unwind before retreating to his cultivation chamber for practice. Although his resources were dwindling, he was not yet at the brink of destitution. Daily cultivation could not cease. The following morning, after breakfast, Yu took the carving knife to one of the small cubes of jade, meticulously shaping it into the form of the most exquisite diamond talisman. Yu devoted 3 hours to complete his task, followed by several applications of ordinary ink onto rice paper, and then spent additional hours fine-tuning the seal before deeming it satisfactory. After enjoying lunch, he commenced the formal creation of the Vajra talismans using this mystical jade seal. His initial attempt, undoubtedly, was a failure, for the mastery of spiritual energy control is an intricate endeavor. Yu endeavored 7 times before finally capturing the right sensation and achieving success once. Upon this accomplishment, he retained the feeling, leading to a gradual increase in his success rate in crafting the Vajra talismans. By the time he exhausted all 50 sheets of talisman paper, he had successfully produced 20 Vajra talismans. Typically, the success rate for talisman makers in crafting Vajra talismans hovers around 40%. Thus, Yu's performance met the standard. However, in his final 10 attempts, he achieved an impressive 8 successes, resulting in an 80% success rate. Yu took one of his self-made Vajra talismans and activated it, subsequently using a magical sword to strike it. He then compared it with a commercially acquired Vajra talisman. He discerned that the talismans crafted with his seal exhibited 70% of the effectiveness found in those available on the market. This mystical jade was indeed superior to the ordinary materials. Market prices dictate that 10 spirit stones are required for a single talisman, while the cost of crafting a Vajra talisman is merely 1 spirit stone, presenting a remarkable profit margin. A success rate of 10% is sufficient to break even. Given that his talismans possess 70% effectiveness, he decided to offer them at a lower price of 5 to 8 spirit stones, contingent upon market response. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Yu ventured to the immortal cultivation market with his 20 imperfect Vajra talismans. He casually selected a stall, paid a management fee of 1 spirit stone, and set up a small stool to sit upon. Don't miss out, Vajra talismans for sale at a bargain. Only 7 spirit stones each, while in stores they cost 10 spirit stones. After a few minutes of calling out, a passerby approached him. Young man, did you forge these Vajra talismans yourself? Indeed. Would you like to purchase one? 7 spirit stones each, and I only have 20. Selling them so cheaply. Are you sure there is no issue with these Vajra talismans? My skills are somewhat lacking. The effectiveness of these talismans is merely 70% of those found in the market. Oh, I see. In battle, a 10% reduction in potency can be fatal. 7 spirit stones is too high. I'll offer 5 spirit stones for all. The man, calculating swiftly, reasoned that purchasing 1 for 5 spirit stones or 2 for 10 would yield a combined 14 times the effectiveness, surpassing the usual single effectiveness of a standard Vajra talisman. That is too low. Let us make it 6 spirit stones. That is my cost price. I can't go any lower. Yu engaged in some haggling. All right then. 6 spirit stones each. I'll take them all. The man, understanding the difficulty in crafting Vajra talismans and the low success rate, believed Yu, surmising that his cost price was slightly over 5 spirit stones. The deal was struck, with the exchange of payment for goods. Receiving 120 spirit stones filled Yu with immense joy, as he had recouped all his investments in talisman crafting. Armed with these spirit stones, Yu proceeded to the treasure pavilion to procure talisman paper, talisman cinnabar, and beast blood, spending 100 spirit stones in the process. By the time he returned home, dusk had nearly fallen, rendering it an unsuitable hour for work. Thus, he took a leisurely stroll outside with 2 maidservants after dinner, seeking relaxation before retreating to his training chamber for cultivation. The following day, after breakfast, Yu embarked on a frenzy of talisman crafting, witnessing a continuous rise in his success rate, which escalated from an initial 70 during the adaptation phase to an impressive 90. More significantly, while other talisman masters typically required anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour to forge a single talisman, Yu managed to create one in less than a minute. He felt as though he were operating a money printing machine, incessantly generating wealth. However, he prudently avoided disclosing this innovation to the 2 maidservants, as the revelation of such a groundbreaking technique could pose a threat to his safety. Should they learn of it, they might inadvertently let others in on the secret, leading to a potential proliferation of this method and igniting resentment among other skilled talisman makers who might band together to thwart him. Consequently, even with the significant number of diamond talismans he was producing, Yu recognized the need to sell them judiciously rather than unloading them all at once. He decided to distribute his sales across multiple locations to mitigate risk. Within a single day, he transformed the materials bought with his 100 spirit stones into 157 diamond talismans. This modest quantity would not disrupt the overall situation, and Yu believed he could produce even more. Moreover, he contemplated enlisting the help of the local power broker, Steward Hong, to assist with the sales. Thus, the next day, Yu visited the Huang residence, first seeking out Xiao Chun, who then introduced him to Steward Hong. They met at a tea house. Steward Hong, I have a lucrative business proposition to discuss with you, Yu began. Ah, Yu, it seems your cultivation has advanced rapidly. Steward Hong remarked. You are no match for me, though. I am already at the 9th level of Qi refinement and may soon progress to foundation establishment. Indeed, foundation establishment is a goal I aspire to as well. I am curious to hear about your business proposal, Hong Tianyuan replied with a smile. Having been actively amassing wealth through various means to procure a foundation establishment pill for himself, Steward Hong, this opportunity one present to you is undoubtedly substantial. Though I wonder if you are capable of handling it, Yu declared, retrieving 30 diamond talismans from his storage ring and sliding 2 of them across the table towards Hong Tianyuan. Oh, these are diamond talismans. You have become a talisman master? Hong Tianyuan inquired, inspecting the talismans and probing them with his spiritual sense. These diamond talismans seem somewhat weaker than the standard variety, do they not? Manager Hong possesses a discerning eye, and the diamond talismans I have crafted exhibit merely 70% of the efficacy of standard talismans. However, my success rate is a commendable 50%. Yu, mindful of not alarming Hong Tianyuan and motivated by his own greater interests, modestly downplayed his success rate. Oh, 50%? In that case, there is indeed profit to be made. Hong Tianyuan was secretly astonished, for he was acquainted with several talisman masters, and a success rate of 20% in crafting these diamond talismans is considered acceptable, 30% is deemed excellent, and 40% is extraordinary. Manager Hong, I propose to sell you a diamond talisman for 5 spirit stones, and you may set the selling price as you see fit. What do you think? 5 spirit stones. That seems somewhat reasonable, but is this all you have? Hong Tianyuan contemplated the prospect of selling them for 7 or 6 spirit stones in his shop, thus ensuring a profit. Manager Hong, I have only brought the diamond talismans today. I have not yet begun crafting the other talismans, so it may take a few days. I see. In that case, shall I have Xiao Chun handle future transactions with you? That would be splendid, Manager Hong. Let us prosper together. Together we shall thrive and ascend in our cultivation. The two shook hands, celebrating the successful establishment of their partnership. They subsequently traded Yiyu's 157 ready diamond talismans, resulting in Yiyu acquiring 785 spirit stones. To facilitate Yiyu's procurement of sufficient materials for talisman crafting, Hong Tianyuan arranged for Xiao Chun to deliver the necessary supplies. However, each material would incur a fee of 1 spirit stone, thus each talisman would only account for 4 spirit stones upon delivery. Additionally, other talismans would also be priced at half the market value for purchasing. Yiyu visited the treasure pavilion and purchased materials for talisman crafting, totaling 500 spirit stones. Through his dealings with Hong Tianyuan, he managed to offload part of his talismans while retaining a portion for future sales or personal use. Upon returning home, Yiyu commenced engraving seals for other talismans: Ice Sealing Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, Golden Light Talisman, Light Severing Talisman, Fireball Talisman, and Earth Spike Talisman, 6 mainstream talismans. He dedicated 6 days to perfecting these 6 seals, while also allocating 2 hours each day to imprint the talismans. On the 7th day, Xiao Chun arrived with a substantial amount of spirit stones for trading. Following their transaction, Yiyu acquired 1,034 spirit stones, along with talisman crafting materials valued at 200 spirit stones that Xiao Chun brought. With the venture into talisman crafting, Yiyu's fortunes flourished once more, allowing for indulgent cultivation to resume. The most extravagant form of cultivation involved providing both maidservants with elixirs and utilizing spirit stones to enhance their cultivation in the training chamber. This expenditure averaged 20 spirit stones per day for Yiyu. However, he remained unconcerned, prioritizing rapid advancement in his cultivation. By mid-April, after yet another transaction with Xiao Chun, Yiyu had amassed a considerable sum of spirit stones. After accounting for the lavish cultivation expenses incurred over 6 weeks of trading, he still retained over 4,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Yiyu had attained the initial stage of the 8th level of qi refinement, while Qiu Xiang had reached the late stage of the 6th level, and Chun Xiang was at the late stage of the 5th level. With merely half a month remaining until the sect's recruitment of disciples in May, Yiyu felt it was time to embark on his journey. He had successfully mastered the art of sword flight, allowing him to leave swiftly. After storing his belongings in a spatial bag, he departed the city gates accompanied by his 2 maidservants, soaring towards Guangning City on their swords. Before his departure, he left a letter for Steward Hong at the entrance of his home, which he hoped would be discovered upon Xiao Chun's next visit. The reason for his discreet exit was that, upon his departure, Steward Hong would lose a lucrative opportunity, and he was certain that the steward would not willingly let him go. Such a situation could inevitably lead to unforeseen complications and create a discordant atmosphere. Yiyu's sword flight reached a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. However, his spiritual energy could only sustain this for 1 hour. Thus, he would need to pause each hour to recuperate his energy. To expedite his recovery, he absorbed energy directly from spirit stones and consumed recovery pills. For hours after leaving Huangfeng City, Yiyu and his 2 maidservants arrived at Guangning City. Meanwhile, Steward Hong, upon receiving Yiyu's letter, was filled with fury and smashed several vases in frustration, but to no avail. During their collaboration, he had amassed over 2,000 spirit stones. Yet he still needed more than 1,000 to reach the coveted total of 10,000. How could he not be anxious? Even if he continued working with Yiyu for another month, he could have gathered enough to purchase a foundation establishment pill, but now he had to seek alternative means. The prospect of advancing his foundation establishment would be delayed by several years. Upon arriving in Guangning City, Yiyu was awestruck by the towering city walls, which stood 20 meters high and seemed to stretch endlessly. He easily passed through the city gates and settled into an inn. After enjoying lunch, he ventured out alone to gather information about the Baiyun sect and the Guangfeng sect's recruitment events. During his inquiries, he discovered that Guangning City was divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city housed a 3rd-grade spiritual vein, while the outer city extended into several smaller veins. This 3rd-grade vein was sufficient to support the cultivation of a golden core practitioner, and the city's lord was indeed a formidable golden core cultivator. The spiritual energy in the outer city was noticeably denser than that of Huangfeng City, comparable to the wilderness. The concentration of spiritual energy in the inner city was even higher, which necessitated a fee for entry, 1 spirit stone granted a 7-day stay. Properties within the inner city were primarily available for rent rather than sale, and the rental prices were exorbitant. Some residences suitable for foundation establishment practitioners were even charged on a daily basis. The cultivation marketplace for practitioners was situated within the inner city, and the outer city lacked any such establishments. The grand recruitment ceremonies for the Baiyun sect and the Guangfeng sect would be held from May 1st to May 3rd in the Cultivation Plaza of the inner city. In addition to these 2 sects recruiting disciples, the Royal Academy is also admitting students. Graduates from this esteemed institution often ascend to become court officials or military leaders. To enter the ranks of officials, one must attend the Royal Academy. Otherwise, the chances of attaining such a position are exceedingly slim. Chapter 27. Ascension Conference. Yu continued to inquire about the situation of the Baiyun sect and the Quanfeng sect. But it appeared that both sects were quite similar in nature. Yu felt indifferent about which sect to join, as his decision would hinge upon the presence of extraordinary beauties within each sect. If neither possessed even a single individual with earth-grade cultivation aptitude, it would merely squander Yu's time. He was not lacking in funds and preferred to avoid delaying his own cultivation. Thus, the following day, Yu, accompanied by 2 maidservants, journeyed to the inner city. He reserved a room in an inn near the Xiaoxian Grand City for a duration of 15 days. Typically, Yu remained in his room to cultivate. Additionally, he ventured into the Xiaoxian market to sell some of the spirit talismans he had crafted. Due to the affordability of his talismans, they were swiftly snatched up. Yu sold them in batches, accumulating 7,000 spirit stones. He then rented another room in a different inn, specifically to avoid the 2 maidservants while he produced more talismans. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, Yu amassed an additional 8,000 spirit stones. On the morning of May 1st, Yu opened his window and employed a distant vision technique to observe the happenings in Xiaoxian Grand City. He noticed that the square was already teeming with people, with numerous uniformed guards maintaining order. All the guards were at the late stage of Qi refinement, while several commanding officers among them were at the foundation establishment stage. From his vantage point, Yu spotted Yi Linger and other members of the Yi family, whom he had encountered a year prior. They were all prodigies of the Yi clan, with cultivation aptitudes exceeding the upper tier of the yellow grade. Led by the elder Yi Honyuan and the third elder Yi Hongfu to participate in the Ascension Conference. Among the Yi family, only Yi Linger possessed the strongest cultivation aptitude, which was rather unimpressive. Observing the square filled with tens of thousands of people, Yu realized that examining each individual would be an exhausting endeavor. He decided it prudent to await the selections made by the 2 sects and the Royal Academy. Both sects and the Academy would utilize a spirit testing stone to assess an individual's cultivation aptitude. Yellow grade aptitude would manifest as yellow, while mysterious grade would appear green. Earth grade aptitude would show red, and heaven grade aptitude would be indicated by purple. At around 10:30, 3 flying ships appeared above the square, and individuals began to descend from them, landing on the platforms that had been cleared. Gazing at the 3 spacecraft, Yu found it utterly unscientific that they could hover there, devoid of any propellers akin to those of a helicopter. Yet, this was indeed a manifestation of the mystique of cultivation. Observing the foundation and golden core stage cultivators soaring effortlessly, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He aspired for the day when he could ascend without relying on a flying sword. Currently, his sword flight allowed him to ascend no more than a dozen meters off the ground. Any higher was simply unattainable. In contrast, those practitioners of the foundation and golden core stages could frolic at altitudes of hundreds of meters without any external assistance. In the realm of cultivation, apart from the force of gravity, the concentration of spiritual energy diminished with elevation. The total amount of magical power possessed by cultivators above the foundation stage did not exceed that of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners by much, perhaps only a few-fold at most. Their true prowess in flight was primarily due to the newly acquired foundation stage spells that enabled them to draw upon a greater abundance of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Should they ascend too high, where the density of spiritual energy was insufficient, they would have to rely on their own reserves, which would likely deplete their magical power within mere minutes. Yu contemplated that his own attainment of the foundation stage would not be far off. He was already at the mid-phase of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and he had gathered enough funds to purchase foundation pills. At the cultivation square, 3 golden core masters shrank their spacecraft to fit within their spatial rings. Meanwhile, the Lord of Guangning City soared out to greet them, offering his congratulations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the 3 golden core masters, the Lord addressed the assembled citizens from an elevation of several meters. Greetings, everyone. I am Wang Hongli, the Lord of Guangning City and Governor of Guangxing Province. Today marks our triennial Ascension Conference, where we welcome disciples from the second-tier sects, Baiyun sect and Quanfeng sect, as well as the Royal Academy of the Great Xia Empire. To my left is Professor Li Yuanhong from the Royal Academy, a mid-phase golden core cultivator. Those aspiring to serve in the court or the military, please register with the Royal Academy. To my right are Elder Qin Wenxin from Baiyun sect and Elder Yang Yongxin from Quanfeng sect. For those wishing to distance themselves from the secular world, I encourage you to join one of these 2 sections. Without further ado, I ask that those escorting individuals and those unrelated to the matters at hand exit the square. Participants, please queue behind the respective sects you wish to join. Upon the conclusion of the Lord's speech, the crowd began to stir restlessly. One by one, individuals started to leave the square. Within half an hour, the number had dwindled by 70%, leaving only over 5,000 attendees. Following the elder members of the Yi family instructing their juniors to queue for the Royal Academy, they too departed. The disciple recruitment proceeded in an orderly manner, while Yi Yu summoned 2 maidservants to keep an eye on the happenings within the square. Chuanxiang, Xiaoxiang. You will each monitor the recruitment efforts of Baiyun sect and Guangfeng sect respectively. Record any instances of red or purple energy, while disregarding those of green or yellow. Meanwhile, I will focus intently on the admissions at the Royal Academy. Those under the age of 15 who have yet to commence their cultivation are the first to undergo the assessment of their cultivation potential, as it is understood that they are not yet capable of enduring prolonged periods without sustenance or rest. This group comprises just over 1,000 individuals, the majority of whom were already claimed during the disciple recruitment event of the prestigious sects last September. By the time this batch was processed, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and these young ones had received their identification tags, bid farewell to their friends and family, and had their meals. Of these, only approximately 300 would be accepted. Yi Yu noticed a fellow radiating a crimson glow had joined the Royal Academy, albeit he was male. Subsequently, the selection moved on to include loose cultivators and those from established families with existing cultivation levels. The admissions continued until 6 o'clock in the evening, at which point it was announced that the process would resume the following day. The Royal Academy appeared to hold no immediate prospects, and Yi Yu inquired of the 2 maidens, "Did you see anyone with crimson or purple auras joining those 2 sects?" "I spotted one with a purple aura," Xiaoxiang replied. "Is it male or female?" Yi Yu asked, somewhat astonished that such a formidable individual could exist. "Male," Xiaoxiang responded. Yi Yu then turned to Chun Xiang, who was more forthright, revealing that the Windstorm sect had accepted 1 male and 1 female with crimson auras. He thought to himself that barring any unforeseen circumstances, the female with the crimson aura from the Windstorm sect would be his target. After dinner, Yi Yu and the 2 maidens each engaged in their respective cultivation, and soon the next day arrived. The Ascension Conference resumed, and Yi Yu found himself occasionally distracted by the developments concerning the other 2 sects, as he was somewhat apprehensive that the 2 maidens may not be forthcoming, potentially causing him to miss an opportunity. Chapter 28. The early conclusion of admissions the following day, those undergoing assessment were all cultivators, and they were not even afforded time for lunch or rest. The evaluations spanned from 7 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, culminating in the assessment of all participants. During this time, Yi Yu noted that 3 young women with Earth-tier potential had entered the Royal Academy, while the other 2 sects each only had 1. This trend suggested that joining the Royal Academy was indeed the more promising choice. He reconfirmed his observations with the 2 maidens, ensuring that his data had not been erroneous. The following day would mark the final day of the Ascension Conference, and Yi Yu resolved to join the Royal Academy. That night, he chose not to cultivate, but rather to rest, ensuring he would be in optimal condition for the assessments ahead. On the next day, Yi Yu, accompanied by the 2 maidens, arrived at the cultivation plaza only to find a sparse crowd. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Baiyun sect had already recruited an individual of heaven-tier potential and had departed early to safeguard him. Seeing that the other 2 recruitment entities had also concluded their selections, they too opted to leave. Yi Yu was taken aback by this turn of events. Nevertheless, he recognized that the Royal Academy had admitted young women of Earth-tier potential, prompting him to plan a journey to the capital. The Royal Academy, situated within the capital, gathered the elite of the Great Xia dynasty, and he believed there would surely be an opportunity for him to encounter them in due course. Yi Yu promptly inquired about the means to travel to Kyoto, learning that the distance from Guangning City to Kyoto spanned a formidable 500 kilometers. This journey passed through numerous tribes of ferocious beasts, rendering it nearly suicidal without the guidance of a gold core cultivator. Aside from joining a merchant caravan, the only alternative was to board a flying vessel, with tickets priced at a staggering 3,000 spirit stones per person. With 2 maidservants in tow, Yi would need to part with 9,000 spirit stones, an amount that could easily procure a foundation establishment pill. After much contemplation, Yi resolved to wait until he reached the foundation establishment stage in Guangning City before joining a merchant caravan to Kyoto. Alternatively, upon attaining that stage, his income potential would significantly increase, allowing him to afford a ticket for the flying vessel. Returning to the inn with his 2 maidservants, Yi gathered his belongings and checked out. Having decided to reside here for the next year or 2, staying in an inn seemed impractical. Much like in Huangfeng City, he utilized his monetary prowess to seek advice, ultimately renting a small courtyard in the inner city of Guangning under the guidance of a local tour guide. Given Yi Yu's current ability to generate talismans, he was unconcerned about affording living expenses in this locale. Once the courtyard was arranged, Yi Yu ventured out with his 2 companions to explore the bustling streets. The vibrancy of this city far surpassed that of Huangfeng City. However, after a few hours of wandering, he found the experience somewhat tedious. Despite its liveliness, Huangfeng City, albeit smaller, was well equipped with all necessities. Whereas Guangning City felt like a mere upgrade. This excursion allowed Yi Yu to familiarize himself with the environment of Guangning City and discover some places he might frequent in the future. During his exploration, he also came across a dental clinic and an entertainment house, pondering a solo visit next time, as bringing his maidservants to such places felt rather inconvenient. That evening, Yi Yu dined with his 2 maidservants at a restaurant, indulging for the first time in authentic spirit beast meat, spirit chicken, spirit wolf, spirit cow, and spirit pig, all expertly prepared by a top-tier chef with an array of exquisite seasonings. The meal cost Yi Yu 50 spirit stones, equivalent to 500,000, a truly extravagant expenditure. Yet, the taste was divine, and he could feel the latent spiritual energy in the meat, which could be refined to enhance his cultivation. Nonetheless, the meal's value was akin to consuming a pill worth 10 spirit stones, thus presenting a somewhat low-cost performance ratio. Such luxury could only be indulged in occasionally, as daily feasting was beyond his means. Upon returning to his newly rented courtyard, which was rather expensive and only featured 2 rooms, Yi Yu found that one of the larger rooms was equipped with a spirit-gathering array. He installed spirit stones into the array and commenced his cultivation to rapidly elevate his prowess. The following day, Yi Yu ventured out alone to the inn where he had rented a talisman printing space, deciding to cancel that arrangement as well. He could now print talismans in another room at home, while the 3 of them comfortably shared the master bedroom. Upon exiting the inn, Yi Yu made his way to the brothel, hoping to discover if there were any women of earth-level cultivation qualifications available. However, he found himself somewhat disheartened, as the highest qualification he encountered was merely that of a superior grade in the profound realm. With the brothel proving to be lacking in quality, Yi Yu decided to peruse the Yihong courtyard instead. This establishment was owned by the Hahuan sect, and it was not uncommon for core disciples to descend for training, providing a chance for a fortuitous encounter. As he arrived at the entrance of the Yihong courtyard, Yi Yu surveyed the decor and layout, which bore a resemblance to that of the one in Hongya City, though it was rather unremarkable. However, the cultivation levels of the staff were significantly higher. While the Hongya City brothel employed individuals at the first level of qi refinement, here, the staff began at the 4th level. Naturally, the prices were also considerably steeper. The entrance fee alone spoke volumes, as it cost 1 spirit stone in Hongya City, whereas here it was 10. After paying the spirit stones and entering, Yi Yu was guided by an elderly woman to select from the available women. Dear guest, these ladies are all available for companionship, and their prices are clearly marked. Please choose one, the old woman said with a standard smile. Yi Yu utilized his innate talent, the vision of qi, to assess the lineup of over a dozen women, whose cultivation ranged from the 3rd to the 7th level of qi refinement, with qualifications from superior grade in the yellow realm to superior grade in the profound realm. Each one was priced at dozens of spirit stones for a night. Disappointment washed over him, as none possessed the qualifications he desired. I'm not particularly satisfied with these women. May I request a different selection? He inquired. To exchange for a new batch incurs an additional fee, and the new selection will be at a higher price. Are you certain? The old woman replied. Yes, I am certain. Soon, a new group of 15 women arrived, and Yi Yu scrutinized them once more. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, for the highest cultivation qualification among them was still only superior grade in the profound realm, although their appearances had indeed improved. Yi Yu shook his head. He sought more than mere beauty. Dear lady, could you arrange for me a woman with earth-level cultivation qualifications? The spirit stones are not an issue, he requested. The elderly woman's brow furrowed momentarily before she relaxed. I see, dear guest, that is what you require. However, this particular lady cannot meet your expectations. Over there is our courtyard supervisor, possessing earth-level cultivation qualifications and being at the late foundation establishment stage. Do you believe you can win her over? Is that within your grasp? Following the direction indicated by the old woman, Yi Yu beheld a fairy in white dancing gracefully, accompanied by several women playing musical instruments. The patrons below were captivated, many showering her with rewards. Employing his vision of qi once more, Yi Yu confirmed that the dancer indeed possessed mid-grade earth-level cultivation qualifications and was at the late foundation establishment stage. He promptly declined the old woman's further introductions and proceeded to the viewing hall to observe the enchanting dance of the fairy at the late foundation establishment stage. After paying the fee at the viewing hall, Yi Yu settled into a private booth, finding that the proximity offered an entirely different experience. The stage was adorned with an array of magical effects that significantly enhanced the visual experience, infinitely igniting a man's desires. The Fairy of the Moon, continuing her performance, danced for several minutes more before concluding with a final song. Having witnessed numerous theatrical displays in his previous life, Yi Yu acknowledged that the Fairy of the Moon indeed possessed an extraordinary charm, leaving him with a lingering sense of yearning. Nearby, a boorish patron slammed a spirit stone onto the table, vociferously declaring his intent to engage with the enchanting fairy. However, he was swiftly escorted out by a group of formidable men. Once the audacious fool was removed, the remaining patrons, initially restless, settled down. Some took their companions to private chambers, while others remained to enjoy the performances of other dancers and singers. Yu continued to listen for another half hour, yet found none to rival the allure of the Fairy of the Moon. She was truly stunning, with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. Her face and arms bore no imperfections. As Yu examined his own skin, he noted that despite his cultivation, certain rough patches remained. Frequent exposure to the sun while fishing had darkened his complexion. Some urban cultivation novels suggest that upon entering the chi refining stage, one could cleanse their marrow and transform their appearance, becoming as fair as snow. However, this notion seemed unfeasible in the realm of cultivation. One's appearance and skin were still greatly influenced by genetics, as well as the level of care taken in daily skincare. Those in the pleasure quarters likely devoted considerable attention to their beauty. Nevertheless, Yu did not dismiss the possibility that some techniques could indeed alter one's appearance. Perhaps the Harmony sect had mastered such methods. He mused that as a handsome man, if only his complexion were fairer, he could easily captivate the Fairy of the Moon. Yet, he recognized that such thoughts were mere fantasies. If he were to approach the fairy for a genuine interaction, he might find himself abruptly dismissed, or worse, drained of his essence. In the realm of demonic cultivation, they were the true experts. It appeared he would need to employ clever tactics. However, before resorting to such stratagems, Yu believed it prudent to enhance his cultivation level, at least to the foundation establishment stage, lest he be easily brushed aside. Upon returning home, he devoted himself to rigorous training, expending spirit stones to their fullest potential. Yu and his two maidservants consumed elixirs that would accelerate their cultivation speed and shattered several spirit stones within the chamber to increase the ambient concentration of spiritual energy. Thanks to the gathering formation, he didn't need to worry about excessive dissipation of the energy released by the broken stones. Such extravagant cultivation allowed Yu and his two maidservants to consume 100 spirit stones in a single day. Yu dedicates 2 hours each day to crafting talismans, selling them weekly, which maintains a balance in his income. After 6 months, his cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the chi refinement 9th layer, which theoretically allows him to purchase foundational elixirs to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiang has reached the late stage of the chi refinement 8th layer, and Chunxiang is at the early stage of the same level. Yu does not hasten to make his move. Instead, he chooses to first comprehend the essence of the foundation establishment realm. In his previous life, Yu perused numerous tales of cultivation, some asserting that the chi refinement 9th layer is not the ultimate level, with mentions of a 10th layer and even claims of a 12th layer. Furthermore, some narratives suggest that foundation establishment is also categorized into various tiers, with different levels impacting future potential. Naturally, Yu, aspiring for greatness, is concerned about his future cultivation potential. Thus, he visits the treasure-gathering pavilion in Guangning City, where he can acquire insights into the foundation establishment process. He purchases over a dozen manuals for reference, spending nearly 1,000 spirit stones, yet he feels no remorse. Upon returning home and thoroughly studying these manuals, he gains a comprehensive understanding of the current state of foundation establishment in the Tianyuan cultivation realm. Foundation establishment serves as the bedrock of cultivation. For those with inferior innate qualities, it presents a transformative opportunity, provided one possesses sufficient wealth. The process of foundation establishment, akin to refining one's physical constitution, is divided into 4 grand tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with subtle distinctions in strength between them. After establishing a foundation, the quality of the foundation supersedes the previous physical constitution as the determinant of one's cultivation aptitude. Generally, when an individual ingests a foundation establishment elixir and successfully establishes their foundation, the quality of their foundation aligns with their original physical constitution as cultivation aptitude, whether it be of the superior profound tier or otherwise. However, should one break through unique methods or utilize rare materials, it may be possible to enhance their cultivation aptitude, potentially elevating it from superior profound to lower earth tier. With extraordinary assistance, even the heavenly tier of cultivation aptitude is not beyond reach. Yu begins to weigh the necessity of such enhancements, flipping open his talent manual, which states that regardless of one's cultivation level, as long as another's aptitude surpasses their own, they can still improve their cultivation aptitude. This implies that Yu need not seek rare materials to elevate his foundation quality. Obtaining a single foundation establishment elixir to facilitate his breakthrough suffices. Once he establishes his foundation, he will naturally be better positioned to seek out allies with superior cultivation aptitudes. Chapter 30. The auction. Yu counts the spirit stones he possesses, totaling 17, 244. The starting bid for the Foundation Establishment Elixir is set at 10,000 spirit stones, with previous transaction prices ranging from 15,000 to 20,000. Yu contemplates that this sum may be adequate, yet he is pressed for time to gather additional resources. Tomorrow marks the day of the triennial auction at the renowned Jubao Tower. If I fail to secure a purchase, I shall have to wait another 3 years. Yu retreated to his talisman crafting chamber, fervently producing talismans at an average rate of 1 per minute. After an hour of relentless work, his spiritual energy waned, prompting him to consume a recovery pill and rejuvenate with spirit stones. He continued his task, focusing solely on creating the highly coveted diamond talismans. Throughout the night, Yu managed to produce over 400 of these talismans. He contemplated selling them, which would yield him several thousand spirit stones. Unfortunately, the auction commenced at 9 o'clock, necessitating early entry, which compelled Yu to pay a deposit in advance. With the number 123 in hand, he settled in the hall, observing the proceedings at the auction stage. At 9 o'clock, the host emerged from backstage, adorned in a resplendent red gown. Greetings, I am Ding Ichio, a steward of Jubao Tower in Guangning City, at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. I shall preside over this triennial auction. We will be auctioning an array of coveted treasures, spiritual artifacts, and Foundation Establishment pills. There was no microphone or sound system. The enchanting voice of the hostess resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee, perfectly modulated. Yu was slightly taken aback, pondering the possible application of magic. Employing his divination technique, he discerned that the hostess possessed only exceptional aptitude for cultivation at the level, thus losing interest. Applause erupted from the audience. Now, we shall commence the auction with our first item, the Xianyu boat, a mid-grade flying artifact capable of reaching speeds of 3,000 miles per hour. This is an essential tool for both travel and escape. The opening bid is 3,000 spirit stones, with minimum increments of 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. The spectators eagerly raised their number plates to place their bids. 3,000 spirit stones? How presumptuous. I bid 4,000 spirit stones. For 1,000 spirit stones, you say? I raise it to 5,000. 5,000. I'll go 5,100. 5,200. Take that. 5,300. I'm raising the stakes. What began as a dignified auction devolved into a frenzied bidding war. The price rapidly escalated to 5,000 spirit stones, after which the pace of bidding slowed, indicating that the true value of the flying boat hovered around 5,000 spirit stones. Yu found the flying boat intriguing. At 2,000 miles per hour, it equated to approximately 1,000 kilometers per hour, slightly surpassing the standard speed of civil aircraft on Blue Star, which typically reached 800 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, his sword flight barely matched the speed of an automobile, exceeding only 100 kilometers per hour. Such a vessel indeed possessed the potential for escape. However, with his spirit stones insufficient even for a Foundation Establishment pill, Yu restrained his desire. Ultimately, the flying boat was sold for 5,500 spirit stones. The second item up for auction was the exquisite Xianling sword, with an opening bid of 2,000 spirit stones. Yu found himself somewhat perplexed, as this superior magical artifact was priced lower than a medium-grade artifact. However, after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying reason. The price of this artifact was influenced not solely by its grade, but also by the materials used and its intended purpose. Ultimately, the Xianling sword was sold for 400 spirit stones, which indeed was less than the cost of a flying vessel. Subsequently, a series of over a dozen magical artifacts were auctioned, culminating in a premium artifact that fetched a staggering 19,000 spirit stones. This revelation astounded Yu, as such a price could nearly procure a Foundation Establishment pill. Upon scrutinizing the individual who purchased the exceptional artifact, he discovered that it was a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Further auctions of premium artifacts ensued, all exceeding the price of 10,000 spirit stones, and the purchasers were predominantly cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage. Yu deduced that cultivators at this level primarily utilized superior and premium artifacts, while spirit tools were likely reserved for those in the core formation stage. As the auction of magical artifacts concluded, the next segment began, featuring pills, talismans, and other items. However, Yu found himself disinterested. Even if the effects were extraordinary, they held no allure for him. The auction then shifted to techniques, encompassing cultivation methods, spells, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. A few of these techniques genuinely piqued Yu's interest, yet he resolved to prioritize acquiring Foundation Establishment pills instead, and thus had to forego them. These techniques appeared to be exclusively designated for mid to low-tier practitioners, seemingly aimed at controlling the power of lower-tier cultivators. As the hours meandered into the afternoon, around 3 p.m., Yu's patience began to wane. He had exhausted his refreshments and eagerly anticipated the final auction segment. Now, we shall officially commence the auction of our final items. I trust everyone has been waiting with bated breath. Without further ado, let us begin with the Foundation Establishment pills. The opening bid for the first pill is set at 10,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 500 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. 10,000 spirit stones. 11,000 spirit stones. 13,000 spirit stones. The price continued to soar, and Yi Yu, having long awaited this moment, joined in the fray. Before long, the price escalated to 17,000 spirit stones, the highest he could afford. Any further increase would be beyond his means, and he feared that subsequent bids for Foundation Establishment pills would also rise sharply. Disappointment washed over him as he heard the following bids: 18,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. Sold. The first Foundation Establishment pill was ultimately secured for 20,000 spirit stones. The subsequent 4 pills also adhered to Yi Yu's expectations, their prices climbing steadily, with the highest reaching an astonishing 240,000 spirit stones. After the individual auctions concluded, 2 rounds of combination auctions were held, featuring 3, 5, and 10 Foundation Establishment pills sold together. Many attempted to pool resources for the purchase, yet most were ultimately acquired by influential families. Yi Yu also caught sight of Steward Hong, who was closely following a middle-aged man in the Foundation Establishment stage. It appeared that a group of 10 individuals had pooled their resources to acquire 5 Foundation Establishment pills, and the distribution of these pills posed a significant dilemma. Yi Yu anticipated a splendid drama unfolding among them. Following the auction of the Foundation Establishment pills, the focus would shift to treasures capable of aiding in Foundation Establishment while simultaneously enhancing cultivation aptitude. The prices of these treasures would be, at best, comparable to the Foundation Establishment pills. Chapter 31. The struggle for Foundation Establishment pills. The first treasure, Spirit Water, possessed a 70% probability of assisting in Foundation Establishment and a 30% chance of elevating one's cultivation aptitude by a minor grade, fetching a price of 320,000 spirit stones. The second treasure, Spirit Milk, boasted an 80% chance of aiding in Foundation Establishment and a 50% probability of enhancing cultivation aptitude by a minor grade, selling for 390,000 spirit stones. The third treasure, Golden Dragon Fruit, required the use of a Foundation Establishment pill and guaranteed a 100% increase in cultivation aptitude by a minor grade, with a 30% chance of elevating it by 2 minor grades, achieving a sale price of 520,000 spirit stones. As the auction concluded, Yi Yu exited the treasure-gathering building with a heavy heart, making his way to the street where he set up a stall to sell talismans. If only I had known about this auction a few days earlier and stockpiled more spirit stones, he lamented. Seated at his stall, he displayed primarily diamond talisman. With only a handful of other talismans available, Yi Yu was in a rather poor mood, selling the talismans half-heartedly, without the will to haggle, simply marking fixed prices for buyers to take or leave. At 5 o'clock, a man, troubled and hurried, approached Yi Yu's stall. "Brother, I need 200 of your diamond talismans. I'll take all the other talismans as well." Yi Yu was taken aback. What a generous purchase. At 5 spirit stones each, that amounted to 1,000 spirit stones. And with the others, it approached nearly 1,500 spirit stones. Observing the man's face, Yi Yu recognized him as one of the individuals who had collectively purchased the Foundation Establishment pills. The fact that he was now buying so many diamond talismans suggested he likely possessed a Foundation Establishment pill. It could be said that amidst the dense and convoluted challenges, a glimmer of hope emerged. Indeed, Yi Yu had begun to contemplate this man's intentions. As he handed over the diamond talismans, he discreetly embedded a tracking signal within a portion of them. After receiving the man's for 170 spirit stones, the individual hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, 6 others rushed in pursuit of the direction he had taken. Yi Yu, too, gathered his stall and stealthily followed suit. Zhang Jingguang, with a shifty demeanor, glanced back at the pursuers and chuckled coldly. Just a bunch of insignificant nuisances. With 5 Foundation Establishment pills in my possession, my advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage is absolutely assured. Once I find a secluded spot in the mountains to break through, I shall return and make you all pay. With that, Zhang Jingguang crushed the speed talismans he had just purchased from Yi Yu, his speed surging dramatically as he swiftly exited the inner city. His cultivation talent was merely of the low-grade Xian tier, with a probability of 50 to break through using 1 Foundation Establishment pill, 75 with 2, and with 5 pills in hand, the success rate soared to an assured 97 or more. Should there be any remaining after the breakthrough, they could be sold for a handsome profit. Swiftly, the 6 pursuers continued their chase. Originally, there had been 9, but 3 had already been left behind. After a mere 10 minutes, the pursuing group dwindled to just 3. Zhang Jingguang possessed a superior yellow-tier movement technique, augmented by a speed talisman, allowing him to move with remarkable swiftness. The 3 who closely pursued him had also acquired authentic speed talismans and possessed adequate skills and movement techniques. As Yu passed by his home, he informed the 2 young women there that he had urgent matters to attend to and would not be returning that evening. With that, he set off anew, having already loaded his firearm with ammunition and equipped himself with enough talismans. These talismans were genuine, purchased from the market, in stark contrast to the inferior ones he had crafted himself. Yu leisurely departed, waiting for 10 minutes after the group had exited Guangning City before he himself crossed the city gates. Upon leaving, he was permitted to fly with his sword and engage in combat. Zhang Jingguang promptly mounted the mid-grade flying sword he had acquired at the last auction. Soaring forward at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, the 3 behind him, unwilling to fall behind, also took to the skies on their swords, with Yu trailing closely, following their tracking signal from a distance. This time, Yu witnessed the true essence of a racing faction. The front runners flew with their swords while utilizing speed talismans, hurtling through the air at breakneck speeds. Zhang Jingguang, initially brimming with confidence, began to feel the heat as, after traversing over 100 kilometers from Guangning City, he noticed the 3 pursuers drawing increasingly closer. Cursing the poor quality talismans, he lamented the bargain that had turned out to be a curse and vowed to teach the vendor of those low-priced talismans a lesson if he ever crossed paths with him again. Despite having gained an initial distance advantage within the city, once outside, the speeds of all sword bearers began to level out. The authentic speed talismans granted a tripling of speed, while Yu's inferior talismans only provided a modest boost of 124 times. Consequently, Zhang Jingguang found himself being caught up to with alarming rapidity. The tension of life and death was palpable as he glanced back to see the pursuers closing in to less than 300 meters. In desperation, Zhang Jingguang activated 2 golden light talismans purchased from Yu, scattering them behind him. A multitude of golden beams shot forth, aimed at the 3 pursuers. 1. Displaying remarkable adaptability, easily maneuvered to evade the onslaught. Another hastily employed a diamond talisman, only to be struck by a golden ray that injured his arm, causing him to grimace in pain. The final pursuer barely managed to conjure a protective spiritual shield, which was shattered by the golden light. However, the power of Yu's golden light talismans was rather ordinary, inflicting no mortal wound, and after consuming some medicine, the pursuer could rise again to continue the chase. Zhang Jingguang smiled faintly. Although he did not inflict significant harm on the individuals pursuing him, he had successfully widened the distance between them once more. One of the lead pursuers, having narrowly evaded Zhang Jingguang's attack, began to unleash his own spells and talismans against him. Zhang Jingguang promptly employed a Vajra talisman to deflect all incoming assaults before retaliating against the remaining pursuers. The exchange between Zhang Jingguang and the 3 assailants was fierce, with each party continuously casting talismanic spells in a relentless volley. This spectacle opened Yu's eyes to a new dimension of combat in the realm of cultivation. He had previously imagined such battles merely involved wielding magical artifacts in a clash of brute force at lower levels, transitioning to more sophisticated spiritual tools and advanced spells at higher tiers. He was astonished to witness the possibility of aerial combat while soaring on swords, an aerial skirmish of the cultivation world. From a distance of 2 kilometers behind, Yu maintained his position, utilizing tracking and long-range vision techniques to glean insights into their confrontation. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, Zhang Jingguang unleashed a series of 10 fireball talismans he had procured from Yu. The unfortunate individual who had previously been struck down fell victim once again. Reduced to ashes, Zhang Jingguang had grasped the secret of employing Yu's inferior spiritual talismans, compensating for quality with quantity. He resolved that the next time he encountered the vendor of these talismans, he would refrain from repairs and instead purchase more. Chapter 32. Discovery of the cave abode. Upon witnessing the demise of their companion, the 2 remaining pursuers did not relent. Instead, they surged forward with renewed vigor, employing even more aggressive firepower against Zhang Jingguang. Meanwhile, Yu halted his advance, descending to collect the storage bag of the recently annihilated foe. The individual appeared to be rather destitute, for the bag contained no valuables, suggesting that he had likely liquidated his possessions, save for his flying sword, to acquire foundational elixirs. Alas, those elixirs had proven futile, leaving him in a dismal state. Having fallen several kilometers behind the main group, Yu resumed his sword flight to catch up. As he rejoined the fray, the atmosphere had grown palpably tense. The 2 pursuers coordinated their efforts against Zhang Jingguang, while the latter's talismans seemed inexhaustible. He utilized a golden light talisman, only to be ready with another in the next instant. This relentless barrage left the 2 attackers in a state of disarray. After a half-hour of pursuit, the attackers had exhausted their stock of talismanic attacks and were relegated to casting spells. In contrast, Zhang Jingguang still possessed a considerable supply of Vajra talismans. Sensing an opportune moment, Zhang Jingguang abruptly halted on a small hillside, launching all the offensive talismans he had at the two pursuers. The assailants, bereft of talismans, hastily attempted to evade or activate defensive spells. Yet, their reactions were no match for the preemptive strike of Zhang Jingguang's talismans. Consequently, one assailant was grievously injured and collapsed, while the other sustained a severe leg injury. The individual with the broken leg refused to yield, consuming a berserker pill and teleporting beside Zhang Jingguang to strike him with a magic sword. Zhang Jingguang, with a cheerful demeanor, deployed 3 Vajra talismans, rendering the sword's relentless slashes utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, his right hand began to form seals, preparing to unleash a fireball spell, leaving the leg-injured assailant with no means of escape. Yi Yu, having tested the vicinity, concealed himself behind a tree. He drew his pistol, attempting to aim at Zhang Jingguang. Assessing the distance at 500 meters, he realized it was far too great, exceeding the effective range of his firearm. If only he possessed a sniper rifle, Yi Yu lamented. He decided to teleport closer to Zhang Jingguang, but this movement did not escape Zhang Jingguang's notice. Zhang Jingguang furrowed his brow, surprised that another pursuer could keep pace. Yet he deemed it inconsequential. With over 50 Vajra talismans remaining, and with his spiritual energy restored, he felt confident of his advantage. He swiftly dispatched one of the pursuing foes, dismissing the berserker pill user's frantic attacks as mere impotent fury. As Zhang Jingguang swung his right hand, Yi fired at him. The bullet struck Zhang Jingguang's neck, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. How could this be? Despite having activated 3 Vajra talismans, he was still ambushed. What kind of hidden weapon was this? Initially, Yi Yu had aimed for Zhang Jingguang's head, but the distance, coupled with gravity's pull, diverted the bullet's trajectory. The berserker pill user, convinced of his impending demise, was astonished to find himself still alive. However, before he could seize Zhang Jingguang's storage pouch, Yi Yu shot him in the head from behind. Yi Yu soared through the air on his sword, delivering another bullet to Zhang Jingguang's head before targeting another pursuer above. Following this, Yi Yu began to search the corpses, collecting valuables and storage pouches. He then used a corpse-dissolving powder to erase any traces. Sensing the ambient spiritual energy, he noted its remarkable density, rivaling that of the top-tier rooms in the Huangfeng City Inn. Utilizing his spells to locate the area with the highest concentration of spiritual energy, he discovered a cave within a mountain gorge, which bore a rudimentary formation outside. Yi Yu speculated that this cave might belong to Zhang Jingguang. Upon rummaging through his storage pouch, he indeed found a token. Using this token, he effortlessly entered the cave. Inside, he found Zhang Jingguang's abode to be rather modest. Situated atop a first-level spiritual vein and equipped with a gathering formation, barely sufficient for a foundation-building breakthrough. Zhang Jingguang's simplicity was evident. The cave contained little beyond a bed, a mat, and the gathering formation. Sitting on the bed, Yi Yu began to organize his spoils. Having first rummaged through the storage bags of 2 pursuers, Yi Yu found nothing of value, merely a handful of spirit stones and 2 inferior techniques of the profound tier. However, upon exploring Zhang Jingguang's storage bag, he was met with a treasure trove of riches. Zhang Jingguang had pooled together the spirit stones from the other 9 individuals to collectively bid on foundation establishment pills. It was conservatively estimated that each participant had prepared at least 15,000 spirit stones, insufficient for an individual purchase. Ultimately, they amassed a total of 150,000 spirit stones, from which they expended 110,000 to acquire 5 foundation establishment pills, leaving a remainder of 40,000 spirit stones. Now, all these possessions belonged to Yi Yu. As Yi Yu examined the contents of Zhang Jingguang's storage bag, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. To his astonishment, he discovered a token engraved with the insignia of Elder Qilian from the Baiyun sect, along with a technique of the earthly tier and a collection of spells and cultivation experiences applicable to the foundation and golden core stages. Yi Yu surmised that Zhang Jingguang must have inherited the teachings of Elder Qilian, honing his skills. Yet, regrettably for Zhang Jingguang, these treasures now fell into Yi Yu's hands. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Yu indeed spotted a shrine established by Zhang Jingguang in honor of Elder Qilian within the cave abode. The day's bounty was truly remarkable, reminiscent of the adage about gold belts acquired through nefarious means. Should he engage in more such endeavors, he might swiftly ascend to the nascent soul stage. However, Yi Yu quickly extinguished this thought. Frequenting perilous paths invites misfortune. Without absolute preparation, such actions should be approached with caution. This instance was necessitated by the pursuit of foundation establishment pills, and now that he had acquired them along with an abundance of supplementary treasures, it sufficed. In the future, Absent pressing need or the requisite power, he would refrain from such undertakings. Finding the environment conducive, Yi Yu decided to undertake his breakthrough to the foundation stage within this very cave. He resolved to employ the original Yellow Tier Supreme technique, the pure Yuan Qi refinement method, for his breakthrough, intending to transition to more advanced techniques thereafter. The distinction between the higher-level techniques and the Yellow Tier Supreme technique during the Qi refinement phase was negligible, with the former merely offering additional cultivation aspects beyond that stage. Lighting an oil lamp, Yi Yu meticulously reviewed the various foundation establishment manuals he had procured, alongside Elder Qilian's insights. Chapter 33, The Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. After consolidating the knowledge, he prioritized Elder Qilian's teachings, supplemented by the other manuals. As the Elder's mastery was at least at the Golden Core stage, whereas the other manuals pertained solely to Foundation stage cultivators. Upon completing his summaries, Yi Yu activated the Gathering Spirit formation and adjusted his state of being, elevating his essence, energy, and spirit to their zenith. He consumed a Foundation establishment pill and began to refine it according to the methods detailed in the manual. Commencing the control of the spiritual energy within the Dantian, I unleashed a forceful impact against its barriers, thereby expanding its capacity. Subsequently, this spiritual energy underwent a process of liquefaction, transforming into magical power. This magical essence circulated throughout my meridians, purifying my veins and marrow, culminating in the attainment of a pristine body. With the magical power in harmony, my physical form also aligned. The final threshold was the realm of consciousness. Under the influence of magical power, my previously feeble awareness began to strengthen. Breaking through a significant barrier, I fervently absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, continuously converting it into magical power, which further advanced the transformation of my pristine body and consciousness. This intensive process persisted for 3 days. During periods of insufficient external spiritual energy, I shattered 3,000 spiritual stones to replenish it. Upon completing this breakthrough, I officially entered the initial phase of Foundation establishment. All spiritual energy within my Dantian had transformed into a more potent liquefied magical power. My body had become immaculate, and my consciousness had evolved, allowing it to extend over greater distances and to materialize. Previously, when I was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, my consciousness could extend merely a dozen meters, serving only to sense my surroundings. Now, however, it could project over 1,000 meters, enabling me to utilize it for offensive purposes, allowing me to move lighter objects solely with my thoughts. A notable advantage of advancing to the Foundation establishment phase was the significant increase in lifespan, extending from 150 years at the 9th level of Qi refinement to 240 years at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment phase, one could enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. Subsequently, I began to contemplate which cultivation method to pursue, ideally seeking the highest grade Earth-level technique. However, I harbored concerns regarding the potential pitfalls of Elder Qilian's method. Thus, I compared it with other profound techniques to ensure its reliability before commencing my training. Through this comparative analysis, I discovered that the high-grade profound technique bestowed upon me by Qiuxiang was indeed sound, capable of sustaining cultivation up to the late stage of Golden Core. Elder Qilian's technique, named the White Cloud Formula, raised suspicions of being a legacy from the White Cloud sect. Nonetheless, finding something beneficial compelled me to practice it without hesitation. Despite its name, the White Cloud Formula bore no actual relation to clouds. Rather, it encompassed all 5 elemental attributes, emphasizing a balance of elements and the harmony of yin and yang. Perhaps it would be more fittingly termed the Taiji Formula. After diligently practicing for several days, I successfully transformed my magical power to align with the essence of the Taiji Formula. I also discovered a remarkable technique left by Elder Qilian. By adhering to his cultivation experiences, I realized that this method could induce automatic rotation once harmony among the 5 elements was achieved. This allowed the magical power within my Dantian to operate autonomously, drawing in spiritual energy from the external environment, thereby enabling me to cultivate in a semi-automated manner. However, the efficacy of this automated cultivation was only half as potent, and any action involving magical power would disrupt the balance, rendering the automated effect ineffective. Nonetheless, the results achieved are quite commendable. This allows Yi Yu to engage in automatic cultivation during moments when he is disinclined to practice or wishes to relax. It also enables him to maintain a state of cultivation even while he sleeps. With the consumption of a single pill designed to accelerate cultivation, he could effectively transform his rest into a period of growth. Perhaps this method could surpass traditional efforts in cultivation. Once he has completed his breakthrough, he intends to pen an account of his foundational experiences, capturing the depth of his memories. After accomplishing these tasks, Yi Yu tidied his cave dwelling, taking away all items of value while leaving behind those deemed worthless. Having been away for half a month, he surmised that the two young ladies in Guangning City were likely becoming anxious with anticipation. Holding his command token, he exited the cave and promptly began familiarizing himself with the ability to fly solely through his own strength during the Foundation establishment stage. This skill is not innate, nor does it automatically manifest upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage. One must learn the relevant flying techniques. Fortunately, during his studies in the latter stages of Qi refinement, he had already acquired some knowledge of sword flight. However, at that time, the quality of his spiritual energy was insufficient, necessitating the assistance of a flying sword. Now, with his liquid mana of adequate quality, he could fly unassisted. After a few minutes of practice, he became reasonably adept at flying autonomously. The sensation of floating in the air might terrify those with a fear of heights. He discovered that he could ascend to a maximum altitude of 200 meters. Though the consumption of mana increased dramatically beyond 100 meters, the most efficient height was around a dozen meters. His direct flight speed reached approximately 240 kilometers per hour, which was double the speed of sword flight at the 9th level of Qi refinement. When employing a flying sword, the speed could escalate to 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of a high-speed train. By utilizing a speed-enhancing talisman, his velocity could potentially double, rivaling that of an aircraft. However, this was merely an ideal scenario. After using the talisman, he managed to elevate his sword flight speed to 400 kilometers per hour. It seemed that the effects of the speed talisman from the Qi refinement stage were somewhat diminished at his current Foundation establishment level. To achieve a substantial increase in speed, he would need to utilize talismans corresponding to the Foundation establishment stage. A low-quality speed talisman was valued at 4 spirit stones, a cost Yu found negligible. Each talisman lasted for 10 minutes, and after expending 3, he returned to the outskirts of Guangning City. The city had regulations prohibiting cultivators below the golden core stage from flying within its limits, a privilege reserved for those at a higher level. Yu paused outside the city, proceeding to enter on foot before swiftly making his way toward the inner city using agile movements. 20 minutes later, he arrived home, where Chuanxiang was anxiously pacing in the courtyard while Qiuxiang calmly practiced talisman drawing. Qiuxiang never entertained the notion that life could not continue without a man. With the spirit stones and materials Yu had provided, she displayed a natural talent for talisman crafting and had made significant progress in her studies. Chuanxiang is different. She possesses no particular skills, and without Yu, she truly cannot survive. Upon seeing Yu at the doorway, Chuanxiang eagerly rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace, clinging to him like a koala. "My lord, you have finally returned. You nearly drove me to despair." "Indeed, I had some minor achievements outside, which caused my delay," Yu replied as he carried Chuanxiang into the room. Noticing that Qiuxiang exhibited little reaction, merely glancing up at him momentarily. Chapter 34. Changing houses. Gently setting Chuanxiang down, Yu approached Qiuxiang, observing the several eye-sealing talismans she had drawn. "Oh, Qiuxiang, you have no greeting for my return? My lord, what sort of greeting do you desire? A warm embrace, or perhaps a display of charm?" Qiuxiang retorted dismissively. "It seems you are in need of a proper reprimand," Yu remarked, leading Qiuxiang into the room for a thorough admonishment. Following the reprimand, Yu informed the two maidens of his recent breakthrough into the Foundation establishment stage. The greater the disparity in cultivation levels, the more significant the benefits for the one with lower cultivation. Continuing to practice at home yielded minimal improvements for Yu. It felt akin to his usual training routine. This realization deterred him from frequent interactions with those of lower cultivation levels. He needed to seek companions within the Foundation establishment stage. However, finding such allies outside proved to be a precarious endeavor, fraught with risks. If he did not seek external connections, he would have to cultivate these two maidens to the Foundation establishment stage, a process that would undoubtedly take 1 to 2 years, a considerable investment of time. Yi reflected on his journey since his arrival in this world. In merely a year, he had progressed from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the present Foundation establishment stage. Time is of the essence. He must expedite his cultivation breakthroughs to unlock greater potential for the future. A cultivator can only experience rapid advancement during the first 50% of their lifespan. As they approach 70%, their cultivation speed diminishes. In the final 30%, without daily commitment to practice, they risk regression in their cultivation. Each breakthrough expands one's lifespan limit, naturally postponing the prime of youth. Yet the earlier one begins, the faster the cultivation progresses. In the golden core and nascent soul stages, advancing even a minor level could take centuries, but reaching the golden core stage sooner allows for a swifter cultivation pace. What could take hundreds of years may be condensed to mere decades, thereby amplifying the chances of achieving greatness. After deliberation, Yu concluded that he could continue nurturing these two maidens while also seeking companions outside. A dual approach would ensure he moves forward more swiftly and further. That night, Yu practiced within the spirit-gathering array in his room, feeling that his cultivation speed was inferior to that experienced in the cave of Zhang Jingguang. Alas, the concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient, he lamented. I must find a residence more conducive to cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. The following day, Yu visited the rental management office. Upon encountering Yu, the administrator, struck by his remarkable presence, promptly congratulated him on his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Yu, dismissing the pleasantries, swiftly articulated his purpose. Do you have any residences available for rent that are suitable for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage? The administrator replied. Indeed, we do have such residences, but the price is somewhat steep. Rubbing his fingers together, he added with a hint of salesmanship, just tell me directly, how much? The rent for these foundation establishment residences is 1,000 spirit stones for a minimum of 6 months. Yu, feeling that this was an exorbitant tenfold increase compared to his current dwelling, realized he had little choice. He needed to remain in Guangning City for a while longer to retrieve his magical weaponry before feeling confident enough to venture to the capital. While 1,000 spirit stones might be a significant sum for the average individual, Yu, having recently come into a windfall, was unperturbed. Very well, I will take one. After completing the payment and registration, the administrator quickly dispatched someone to guide Yu to his new abode. Subsequently, Yu returned to his former residence to assist 2 maidens in moving. Relocating on Blue Star was quite cumbersome, but in the world of cultivation, it was a different affair. With a storage bag, one could depart at a moment's notice. Once settled into his new residence, Yu activated the spirit-gathering array and attempted to cultivate, finding the experience marginally superior to that in the wilderness cave. The cave he previously occupied was situated above a first-grade spirit vein, and with the spirit-gathering array, it barely sufficed for initial cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, beneath the city lord's mansion in Guangning City lay a third-grade spirit vein, ample enough to accommodate several golden elixir cultivators in their training. Surrounding this were several first-grade spirit veins as tributaries. Yu's current residence was strategically positioned at the convergence of these first-grade spirit veins, effectively benefiting from multiple veins beneath it, thus proving far superior to a mere single vein. Besides these residences atop first-grade spirit veins, there were also caves developed above second-grade veins. However, these caves were rather diminutive, only sufficient for late foundation establishment stage cultivation, which was of little use to Yu at his current early stage. For several consecutive days, Yu immersed himself in cultivation without sleep. Yet he felt no signs of fatigue. The vitality of a foundation establishment cultivator was indeed formidable. Based on his cultivation pace, Yu estimated that it would take him approximately 3 years to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, 10 years to advance to late foundation establishment, and 20 years to attain the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The transition from the pinnacle of foundation establishment to the golden elixir stage posed yet another challenge. Now at the age of 23, this calculation implied that Yu would not reach the pinnacle until he was 43, an alarming prospect. The lengthy duration before he could aspire to break into the golden elixir stage was daunting. Determined to accelerate his cultivation speed, Yu resolved to consume medicinal herbs and seek out formidable fellow cultivators to enhance his cultivation aptitude. Adjusting his cultivation state to an idle mode, he departed his home. He ventured into the treasure pavilion to procure materials essential for crafting foundational talismans, as well as a handbook on talisman creation. Additionally, he acquired some materials for weapon forging and a cauldron for alchemy. Furthermore, Yu sought out a vendor on the street selling spirit jade and purchased several pieces. Ultimately, he visited the spirit pill pavilion to acquire the elixirs necessary for foundational cultivation. This extensive shopping spree cost Yu over 10,000 spirit stones, with a significant portion allocated to the foundational cultivation elixirs and the talisman crafting inheritance, which alone consumed 10,000 spirit stones. It was exasperating how this knowledge economy imposed an intellectual tax, and he contemplated the prospect of robbing the treasure pavilion one day. Upon returning home, Yu consumed the elixirs and commenced his cultivation. The solidifying essence pill could triple his cultivation speed for a month, each costing 100 spirit stones. He diligently practiced for a month, feeling that his foundational cultivation had become firmly established. During this period, he devoted considerable resources to nurturing 2 young women, providing them with ample elixirs. Xiao Xiang had already broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, and he estimated that in 3 months, she could attempt to reach the foundational stage. Meanwhile, Chun Xiang had achieved the 8th layer of qi refinement and would also be poised to attempt a breakthrough next year. Chapter 35. High-yield talismans. With his cultivation stabilized, Yu decided to enter a mode of automated practice, intending to begin the crafting of talismans and weapons. However, He soon discovered that even a slight use of spiritual energy would disrupt this automated state, which greatly annoyed him. He found the automated mode devised by Elder Chilean to be rather impractical. Yu contemplated the necessity of developing a method that would allow him to cultivate while simultaneously utilizing his spiritual energy. Otherwise, this automated mode would prove utterly ineffective. The moment he summoned his spiritual energy, the balance of yin, yang, and the 5 elements would be disrupted. Since his spiritual energy originated from his dantian, it would inevitably disturb this equilibrium. If only his spiritual energy were sourced from elsewhere, or if he possessed 2 dantians, he would not have to worry. One dantian could be dedicated to cultivation while the other stored spiritual energy. While he entertained such thoughts, Yu was not willing to gamble with his life. Disturbances within the dantian could be perilous. A sudden mishap could lead to slight damage to the dantian, or worse, its shattering, resulting in the complete loss of cultivation and even death. At that moment, Yu fervently wished for a sect that could provide him with a library for research and mentors for guidance. Lacking these resources, he reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon the notion of automated cultivation and focus on creating a foundational talisman seal. In the foundational stage, the variety of talismans remained limited to a few types: attack, defense, mobility, and control. However, their nomenclature had evolved, and their potency had significantly increased. The complexity of the talismans had also escalated considerably. Yu spent 3 days meticulously carving a protective talisman seal. He combined the blood of foundational spirit beasts with cinnabar to create talismanic ink and retrieved high-grade paper specifically designed for foundational talismans. With a deft stroke, he applied ink, stamped, and channeled the magical energy in a seamless sequence. The process proceeded smoothly, culminating in success on the first attempt. Following this, Yi returned 5 more times, achieving success 4 of those times. He obtained 5 talismans of his own crafting, after which he decided to experiment with talismans purchased from the market for comparison. The results left Yu somewhat embarrassed. His creations yielded only 30 to 40% of the efficacy of the authentic ones. It appeared that the magical energy conduction of the spirit stone was somewhat lacking, with severe losses during the transmission process. Consequently, Yu decided to carve the seal thinner, reducing its thickness to half of its original size. Upon attempting to create talismans once more, he achieved an effectiveness of 40 to 50%. Yu contemplated making it even thinner, but upon doing so, the next attempt at crafting a talisman resulted in a disastrous explosion. It was simply too thin to withstand the magical energy. Clearly, the spirit stone could not endure such chaotic manipulation of magical forces, indicating that he needed to seek superior materials. Yu perused the materials guidelines for crafting and discovered a superior substance, the purple gold jade, which could withstand magical energy far better than the spirit stone. This purple gold jade was typically employed in the crafting of spiritual artifacts, utilized by cultivators at the golden core stage and above. Naturally, it was exceedingly expensive. A piece the size of a palm could be valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones, far beyond Yu's current means. Reluctantly, he resolved to continue utilizing the spirit stone, spending several additional days meticulously carving a new spirit stone talisman seal, which achieved an effectiveness of 40%. The cost of crafting a talisman was 15 spirit stones, while the authentic talismans were priced between 120 and 150 spirit stones. Selling his lesser version, with only 40% efficacy, for 50 spirit stones seemed reasonable. The authentic talismans could withstand 3 full-force attacks from early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. While his version could endure 1 attack without breaking, the second would surely result in failure. The primary buyers of these talismans were late-stage chi refinement cultivators. And following the principle of inferior currency driving out superior, it was possible that his version might sell even better. Crafting these talismans required the expenditure of magical energy, and Yu could only imprint talismans 20 times with his current reserves. Restoring his magical energy would take an entire day, which proved to be a minor vexation. In contrast, when he was at the 9th layer of chi refinement, he could replenish all his spiritual energy in just an hour, albeit with the aid of recovery pills and spirit stones. Currently, the elixirs for restoring magical energy during the foundation establishment stage were not readily available, with the Spirit Pill Pavilion imposing purchase limits. Thus, Yu had no choice but to meditate to recover his magical energy, which would undoubtedly impact his cultivation pace. After some reflection, Yu realized that the profit margin for crafting chi refinement talismans was quite high. Items with a cost of 1 spirit stone could be sold for 5. However, the time required to craft 2 chi refinement diamond talismans equated to the time needed to create a single foundation establishment talisman. In the same time frame, the diamond talismans could yield 8 spirit stones, whereas the talismans could generate a profit of 45 spirit stones. It was evident which choice was more advantageous. Nonetheless, considering the costs of restoring his magical energy, the profit from the talismans would inevitably diminish. In the past, I could earn over 1,000 spirit stones each day by crafting chi-refining period talismans. However, now that I am engaged in creating protective talismans, my mana recovery is insufficient, and I cannot even earn 1,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, Yu resolved to focus primarily on the production of chi-refining period talismans, accompanied by a selection of foundation establishment period talismans for sale. The latter cannot be priced as low as 50 spirit stones. They will be sold for 100 spirit stones instead. Regardless, Yu is indifferent to whether they sell. His primary focus remains on the chi-refining period talismans. After devoting half a month to this endeavor, Yu produced a substantial number of chi-refining and early foundation establishment period talismans. Xiao Chun Xiang. I have crafted a plethora of talismans for you to sell. In return, I shall procure foundation establishment elixirs for you, so do your best. Yu felt it was beneath him, as a foundation establishment cultivator, to sell talismans personally. Thus he entrusted this task to Chun Xiang and Xiao Xiang. The inner city of Guangming is relatively safe, so it is unnecessary to confine them at home. Upon receiving the impressive collection of talismans, both Chun Xiang and Xiao Xiang were astonished at Yu's prolificacy. The sale of these talismans could yield several tens of thousands of spirit stones. With the arrangements made for the two sisters, Yu turned his attention to the study of weapon crafting, specifically firearms. Merely possessing a handgun struck him as rather inadequate. At the foundation establishment stage, one's spiritual sense encompasses a vast area, and cultivators at this level exhibit rapid reflexes. If armed solely with a handgun, the limited shooting range makes it all too easy to evade. Thus, Yu aspired to develop a sniper rifle capable of targeting foes from a distance of 1 to 3 kilometers, ensuring maximum safety for himself. Of course, he still acknowledged the necessity of a handgun. Should he find himself in close quarters, it would serve as the most practical weapon. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could conjure spiritual fire using their mana, a flame potent enough to melt materials for crafting magical artifacts. Conversely, late-stage chi-refining period weapon makers typically rely on geothermal fire extracted from the Earth's core, as their own spiritual flames lack the intensity needed to melt crafting materials. Chapter 36. The sniper rifle. Yu utilized his mana to condense spiritual fire, melting down mysterious copper ore in the crafting furnace. After employing a series of incantations for refinement, he spent an hour purifying the ore, achieving a purity of 99 for the remaining copper. Subsequently, he extracted various crafting materials including mysterious iron, purple gold, red iron, and earth nickel. Primarily focusing on mysterious iron, Yu blended these metals to create an alloy, marking the initial step in the crafting process. The second step involved shaping this alloy into a specific form, transforming it into a body blank. The third step required the inscription of patterns and formations upon this body blank. The fourth step was nurturing, allowing the crafted blank to cool, then using mana to refine and imbue it with power, completing the crafting process. To ensure a higher success rate, Yu first practiced by crafting a magical sword as a training exercise. The mere utilization of a soil mold for crafting the magical sword has led Yu to success. Most other artisans in the realm of weapon forging fail to comprehend the significance of this mold, often resorting to shaping the prototypes solely through their magical powers. This results in each crafted artifact possessing unique discrepancies. These variations in the prototypes hinder the intricate carving of runes, inevitably diminishing the success rate of the forging process. Observing a medium-grade magical sword in his possession, Yu reflects on the relative ease of this endeavor. However, producing such a sword in a day yields merely several hundred spirit stones, which pales in comparison to the profits garnered from talismans. In the evening, Xiao Xiang and Chun Xiang return home. Come here and report on today's talisman sales, Yu commands. Rising to his feet and employing a cleansing technique to rid himself of the remnants of the forging process. Master, we set up a stall in the market and sold over 5,000 spirit stones. Your talismans sell remarkably well. They'll be sold out in just a few days. Chun Xiang cheerfully informs him. Ah, that is satisfactory. Have you both dined? He inquires. We have eaten, they reply. Very well, return to your rooms to cultivate, he instructs. Once Xiao Xiang and Chun Xiang have retreated to their chambers, he heads to the cultivation room for his own practice. The pursuit of enhancing one's cultivation aptitude must not cease. Even the smallest increments will lead to eventual success. On the following day, after the two sisters deliver the spirit stones, they continue selling talismans while Yu remains at home to forge. This time, he aims to craft a weapon of the artifact grade, specifically a sniper rifle, using only the finest materials. Although he acknowledges that the medium-grade sword he previously forged still bore some roughness due to the soil mold, he understands that the components of the sniper rifle must be exquisitely detailed. To achieve this level of precision, Yu procures some ordinary iron to create additional molds. which undergo multiple rounds of polishing and measuring to ensure absolute accuracy. However, such meticulous work demands considerable time. The creation of these molds alone consumes 4 days. By this time, the two sisters have returned after selling all the talismans. With the presence of the two young women in the house, Yu finds it imprudent to reveal such a formidable weapon. Consequently, he dedicates a few more days to crafting a batch of talismans, alongside some artifacts he has practiced on, to provide them for sale. With the molds in hand, Yu melts a new batch of alloy materials and pours them into the molds to form the various components of the sniper rifle. Employing his magical abilities, he accelerates the cooling and solidification of these parts, only to discover that they adhere too tightly to the molds for easy removal. Anticipating this outcome, Yu utilizes a medium-grade magical knife to carefully trim away the ordinary iron. For any remaining residues, he summons a type of mundane fire capable of melting ordinary iron without affecting the alloy components. Once all traces of the ordinary iron molds are eliminated, he is left with the intricately crafted alloy parts. Yu then commences the delicate task of etching runes upon the corresponding components. The gun barrel was adorned with multiple acceleration grooves and reinforcement patterns, while the chamber featured several additional reinforcement textures. Subsequently, the body of the gun was embellished with lightweight patterns. After nurturing these components, assembling them resulted in the creation of a complete sniper rifle. Oh, but it still required a telescope. Yu crafted a concave lens from some glass to create a telescope and fashioned a stand for it. Perfect. Due to the high-quality materials used in this sniper rifle, it attained the classification of a superior magical artifact. Originally, these materials could have forged an extraordinary magical item. However, Yiyu's crafting skills were somewhat limited, leaving it at this level. The final phase involved producing specialized ammunition. Yiyu procured some spiritual thunder powder specifically designed for foundational stage thunderbolts to replace gunpowder. As customary, he prepared several bullets with varying ratios of spiritual thunder powder. Initially crafting 5 of each type, Yiyu ventured outside the city to systematically test the power of each bullet model, ultimately determining the most effective one. This particular bullet model had a cost of 50 spiritual stones each, with an effective lethal range of 500 meters. Within 500 meters. Its lethality was comparable to that of a peak foundational stage practitioner, and within 500 meters, it rivaled that of a late foundational stage. With such power, should a golden core practitioner find themselves unexpectedly targeted, they would likely meet their end. Yiyu made minor adjustments to the telescope for optimal compatibility and proceeded to manufacture all his spiritual thunder powder into this bullet model. The crafting of the sniper rifle and its ammunition cost Yiyu a total of 6,000 spiritual stones for the rifle itself and an additional 5,000 for 100 bullets. He couldn't help but lament the swift depletion of his spiritual stones. However, it was not a significant concern, as he had instructed 2 of his female companions to sell talismans, allowing them to consistently earn over 10,000 spiritual stones each month. With the sniper rifle completed, Yiyu subsequently turned his attention to crafting a submachine gun and a pistol, investing another 20,000 spiritual stones. On September 13th, he concluded the production of all firearms and ammunition, amassing an impressive sum of 80,000 spiritual stones, feeling it was nearly time to head to the capital. Just as Yiyu was about to inform his 2 companions of their impending departure, Qiuxiang interjected, "Master, I have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. I am ready to break through to the foundational stage. Shouldn't I receive the foundational pill?" "Ah, that is not a problem. Take it," Yiyu replied. He retrieved a small box containing a foundational pill and a book summarizing his experiences in foundational cultivation from his storage bag. Qiuxiang accepted the items with elation. Having awaited this moment for quite some time, she felt that following Yiyu was the best decision of her life. Without him, she would never have had the opportunity to break through to the foundational stage so early. She might have been toiling away in some menial job, where even cultivating would have been a luxury. "Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you," Qiuxiang exclaimed with excitement before retreating to her room to meditate and undergo her breakthrough. Chapter 37. Discovered by Chu Mingyao. "Master, I want one too," Qiuxiang said, filled with envy upon seeing Qiuxiang receive the foundational pill. "Rest assured, you too are included. However, you must first cultivate to the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement." Yiyu cradled Qiuxiang in his arms, gently stroking her head. "Indeed, I have already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. It won't be long before I attain perfection," Qiuxiang replied, nuzzling closer to Yiyu, stirring his desires. Yet, with Qiuxiang on the verge of a breakthrough, Yiyu restrained his own urges. "Qiuxiang, why don't you retreat to the adjacent room to cultivate? I shall take a stroll outside." After bidding farewell to Qiuxiang, Yiyu found himself on the bustling streets and soon arrived at the Yihong courtyard. After paying the entrance fee, he stepped inside, hoping for a chance encounter with the Foundation establishment practitioner, Fairy Lianyu, and to persuade her to assist him. As he wandered through the Yihong courtyard, Yu was disappointed not to catch a glimpse of Fairy Lianyu, lacking interest in the frivolous distractions around him. He reluctantly ventured into the dance hall to enjoy the performances while sipping on drinks, not wanting his ticket fee to go to waste. In a pavilion at the back of the courtyard, Chu Mingyao was engrossed in a discussion about cultivation insights with her senior sister, Li Lianyu. Sensing a shift in her spirit, Chu Mingyao expanded her perception and discovered the lecherous Yi Yu once again wandering the Yihong courtyard. To her astonishment, she noted that Yi Yu had progressed from the third level of Qi refinement to the initial stage of Foundation establishment in just a year. Even with her exceptional talent and inferior Earth-grade cultivation aptitude, she remained at the early stage of Foundation establishment, expecting to break through to the mid-stage only next year. Now, they were at the same level. Chu Mingyao felt that Yi Yu's recent achievements must be attributed to her own misfortunes, and she was immediately inclined to confront him. This individual had caused her to break through prematurely, having her cultivation speed and eliminating her shortcut to the golden core stage. It was insufficient to quell her anger without retribution. With her earlier breakthrough into Foundation establishment and the support of her senior sister, she held the advantage. Senior sister, a nemesis has arrived at our Yihong courtyard. Assist me in dealing with him. Oh, who might that be, and what is his cultivation level? Li Lianyu inquired, taking a leisurely sip of tea. Though she was indeed a sister to Chu Mingyao, the potential trouble involved could jeopardize her own safety. Senior sister, come with me. Chu Mingyao led Li Lianyu to the exit of the dance hall, pointing at Yi Yu seated in a booth. Senior sister, that is the one. Immersed in the dance performance, Yi Yu remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Oh, it's this fellow. He has visited my Yihong courtyard twice. He didn't request a companion last time, nor has he this time. Is he seeking you, junior sister? How could that be? He might seek you instead, senior sister. Hee. Well, that is a possibility, Li Lianyu responded with a slight smile, recalling how one of her subordinates had informed her that this man wished to bed her, boldly claiming that spirit stones were not an issue. Junior sister, what animosity exists between you two? He is also at the Foundation establishment stage. He appears to be a core disciple of the Baiyun sect. Such enmity is best resolved rather than fostered. From the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Yu, Li Lianyu deduced a great deal of information. A core disciple of the Baiyun sect has the backing of an elder in the golden core stage, or even a nascent soul elder. She is rather reluctant to wade into this murky water. Sister, it was this scoundrel who ruined my reputation. He drugged me and caused my downfall. Isn't he just a disciple of the Baiyun sect? Our Hahuan sect is a top-tier sect. What is there to fear? Chu Mingyao attempted to persuade Li Lianyu, worrying that she might not be able to handle Yi Yu alone or that he might escape her grasp. Mingyao, this matter is not as simple as you think. There is still much for you to learn. I cannot assist you with this individual. You must handle it yourself. Li Lianyu replied, still unwilling to stir up trouble. She wished to quietly accumulate wealth through the Yihong courtyard in Guangning City, while gradually honing her skills, ultimately securing an opportunity to advance to the golden core stage. This opportunity was nearly guaranteed for her, as long as she could navigate the next 5 years without incident. She would gain the support of her sect. During this 5-year period, she hoped to avoid any unforeseen complications that might tarnish her standing with the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect. As she turned to leave, Chu Mingyao, infuriated, stamped her foot in frustration, yet she was unwilling to abandon her pursuit of Yi Yu. Ignoring everything else in her fury, she leaped behind Yi Yu, launching a 9-in bone claw attack. Sensing a deadly intent approaching from behind, Yi Yu's awareness was heightened, and he hastily crushed 3 inferior protective talismans he had crafted. The barrier formed by the talismans felt as if he had grasped a wall, causing Chu Mingyao to yelp in pain. Ah, despicable Yi Yu. Today, I shall have my revenge. Yi Yu swiftly turned to create distance, only to find that the girl before him was the same Xiao Meng he had encountered previously. Noticing her cultivation was only at the early Foundation establishment stage, despite her aura being stronger than his, she still posed little threat. Xiao Meng, why must we resort to violence? We are in the Yihong courtyard. Is it not normal to conduct business here? Must you take it to such extremes? Extremes? Absolutely. You clearly used underhanded tactics against me. Chu Mingyao retorted, pointing out Yi Yu's transgressions. Hey, everyone, let's settle this matter. This Xiao Meng was invited to my room. Yet instead of engaging in proper business, she resorted to illusion techniques. Upon seeing through her trickery, I merely did what was necessary. Is there a problem with that? Those who provide services should not feign superiority. Is this how your Yihong courtyard treats its customers, with mere illusions? Yi Yu, noticing the crowd of patrons eager for entertainment, began to incite their emotions. Indeed, if you are here to provide a service, why put on airs? It's no big deal. If the young lady does not wish to work, she ought not to come to the Yihong courtyard. Where did this ill-mannered girl come from? Does the Yihong courtyard not train its staff properly? The patrons began to murmur amongst themselves, discussing Yi Yu's accusations. Listening to the cacophony of voices criticizing her, Chu Mingyao felt her temper rising. Chu Mingyao, undeterred, continued her relentless assault on Yi Yu. He merely shielded himself with a protective talisman, refraining from counterattacking. Yi Yu was acutely aware that he was on her territory, where the formidable Lien Yu, a master of higher cultivation, resided. Engaging in a true battle would likely lead to dire consequences for him. The onlookers, mostly novices in the Qi refinement stage, hastily distanced themselves, fearing the escalating conflict. Those at the Foundation establishment stage opted to remain in private chambers rather than this lively hall. Yi Yu, perhaps, was simply striving to save on expenses. Concerned about inadvertently harming the innocent patrons and jeopardizing her senior sister's business, Chu Mingyao refrained from deploying any large-scale spells. Currently, her attacks consisted solely of close-range, single-target spells. Growing frustrated with the stalemate, Chu Mingyao doubted Yi Yu possessed an endless supply of protective charms and pressed on with her assault. Li Lianyu, anxious about the potential repercussions, communicated telepathically with Chu Mingyao, urging her to cease hostilities. Reluctantly, Chu Mingyao complied. Threatening Yi Yu. Dare you meet me outside the city for a duel? Why not? Let us battle, Yi Yu replied. Recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to engage with a potential cultivator of Earth-level aptitude. With a huff, Chu Mingyao took the lead, while Yi Yu followed at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, they stood opposite each other 3 kilometers outside the city. Yi Yu extended his consciousness. Noting that Lien Yu had not followed. Why resort to violence, little dream? Chu Mingyao, having calmed down outside the city, realized that without her senior sister's support, subduing Yi Yu was beyond her capabilities. At merely 18 years old, she had devoted herself to cultivation since her awakening at 15, and at 17. She was compelled to advance to the Foundation establishment stage after a fateful encounter with the troublesome Yi Yu. Over the past year, she had learned numerous spells appropriate for her level, yet lacked practical combat experience. Although she understood that it was improbable for her to overpower Yi Yu, he could likely escape. She still hoped to extract something valuable from him, unwilling to let her momentum falter. Do you have any idea how crucial the Shoin is to me? It is my shortcut to the Golden Core stage. You have disrupted it, and you must compensate me, or I shall make you pay dearly, she declared. Little dream, what sort of compensation do you seek? I shall consider your request, especially if you are willing to engage in another transaction with me, Yi Yu responded, his tone teasing. You scoundrel, still contemplating a deal with me. Who could resist the allure of someone as enchanting as Little Dream? Since that encounter, I have been unable to forget you. Should I have the chance to be with you again, or even forge a partnership, I would gladly part with any amount of spirit stones. Yi Yu was indeed coveting Little Dream's Earth-level cultivation potential. A single transaction could elevate him to that esteemed realm. After countless sessions honing his skills with Chuanxiang and Xiaoxiang, he had refined his aptitude to the pinnacle of the profound stage. Any amount of spirit stones, you say? What could you possibly offer? You have only recently broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, she scoffed. Chu Mingyao could hardly believe the extent of Yi Yu's wealth in spiritual stones, for she had conducted a thorough investigation into his background as an orphan. I am willing to offer 50,000 spiritual stones for a single favor from Miss Ming, he declared, revealing a storage bag brimming with stones that floated momentarily in the air before he withdrew them. Goodness, you rascal, how could you possess so many spiritual stones? Your master must truly cherish you, Chu Mingyao exclaimed, astonished, having never encountered such a fortune. With her exceptional cultivation aptitude, she had scarcely consumed any spiritual stones or elixirs to reach the late stage of Qi refinement, and she had not even needed a Foundation establishment pill to attain her current state. The annual income from her management of the Red Leaf City's Yihang courtyard barely amounted to 20,000 spiritual stones, most of which was surrendered to the Hahuan sect, leaving her with a mere 2,000 stones. Miss Ming, are you not tempted? Perhaps we should reserve a room at an inn for a more detailed discussion. Those 50,000 spiritual stones could be yours. Well, I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. Oh no, how did I let that slip? She chastised herself, though her tone lacked conviction. Miss Ming, this is an unparalleled opportunity. 50,000 spiritual stones that you have never seen before. If you let this chance slip by, it may never come again, Yi Yu coaxed. In her mind, Chu Mingyao weighed her options feverishly. With 100 spiritual stones, one could purchase a solidifying elixir for cultivation. Thus, 50,000 stones would equate to 500 elixirs, propelling her directly into the late stage of Foundation establishment. Very well, but I require a deposit first. Persuading herself, she conceded that the initial hesitation was now behind her. Here, this is 10,000 spiritual stones. Yi Yu filled an empty storage bag with the stones and tossed it to Chu Mingyao. Indeed, let us proceed, she affirmed. counting the stones before leading Yi Yu to the inn where she was currently residing in the inner city. Inside the room, Yi Yu's eagerness was palpable. Observing his somewhat lecherous demeanor, Chu Mingyao felt a wave of disdain but chose to indulge him. Wait, Yi Yu, what are you plotting? Be honest. Do not attempt to deceive me. Realizing something was amiss, she pushed him away. Miss Ming, I assure you, I mean you no harm. Just see for yourself. Yi Yu retrieved his handwritten copy of the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique, which contained methods for enhancing cultivation aptitude. He had slyly added a note suggesting that a woman must have a fixed male partner for the technique to be effective, though this statement was, of course, a fabrication. Chu Mingyao scrutinized the technique. I suspect you were trying to trick me. If I engage with you, will I only be reliant on your assistance for it to work? Miss Ming, the effects described in this manuscript pertain solely to this method and do not interfere with your practice of other techniques within the Hahuan sect. Yet this enhancement to my aptitude is something I desire as well. Chu Mingyao was aware of her commendable cultivation aptitude, possessing a lower-grade, earth-level talent. However, she aspired for greater heights. Her senior sister, Li Lianyue, boasted a middle-grade, earth-level cultivation aptitude, which left her envious. In light of this, Yi Yu jested. How about I reluctantly become Miss Ming's future companion? You must be dreaming. She adores the senior brother. Chu Mingyao promptly countered. My dear Ming, given our current situation, your senior brother will undoubtedly harbor some reservations. It is improbable for him to become your companion. This is all your fault. After a considerable time, Yi Yu sensed a slight enhancement in his cultivation aptitude, albeit not significantly, as it had not transformed into a lower-grade, earth-level talent. To achieve this feat, he would require more assistance from Chu Mingyao. He lamented the loss, noting that this was not the first time the results had been underwhelming. If the beneficiary had been Fairy Lianyue, a single session would have sufficed. Eventually, Chu Mingyao began to demand the remaining payment. Yi Yu, quickly hand over the remaining 40,000 spirit stones. Well, dear Ming, since I was unable to break through to lower-grade earth level this time, could you assist me once more? Chapter 39, Additional Payment More Sessions? Certainly. But that will require an increase in payment. Chu Mingyao, recognizing the benefits to herself, was resolute in her financial pursuits. Though the amounts were minimal, they accumulated to a substantial sum over time. Shall we engage in discourse once more, dear Ming? Not until you settle the 40,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, do not even think about it. With a shrewd demeanor, Chu Mingyao staunchly defended her financial interests. All right, I concede. Yi Yu had no choice but to pay the outstanding amount before attempting further discussions with Chu Mingyao. However, once again, he failed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation aptitude. It seemed that a longer period of time was required. Shall I return tomorrow, dear Ming? No problem, 50,000 spirit stones, please, she replied with a smile. At that moment, Yi Yu felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his hasty decisions and the exorbitant pricing. Dear Ming, 50,000 spirit stones seems excessive. Surely this endeavor benefits us both, and there's no need for such a sum, is there? What? Are you out of money? No, truly, none at all. There is some, but if you lack the means, then be gone. I bid you farewell. Chu Mingyao ushered Yi Yu out of her room. Once the door was shut, she spread the spirit stones across her bed, leaping onto them and relishing the delightful sensation of lying atop the stones as she drifted into slumber. Outside the door, Yi Yu resolved to return home first, hoping to engage in meaningful discussions with his family to see if he could elevate his cultivation to the earth level. If all else failed, he would have to return to Chu Mingyao with a humble demeanor the following day. Yi Yu had marked the storage bag containing the spirit stones he had given to Chu Mingyao, ensuring he would not struggle to find her. Upon returning home, Yi Yu found Xiao Xiang still immersed in her breakthrough, making it inappropriate to disturb her. As for Chun Xiang, her cultivation aptitude was merely of the low-grade mystic stage, and any enhancement from her efforts would be minimal. Ultimately, Yi Yu resolved to seek out Chu Mingyao the following day. For now, he would focus on inscribing talismans to earn some income. With his foundation-building cultivation, crafting chi-refining talismans became significantly simpler. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual energy required for producing such talismans was relatively negligible compared to Yi Yu's current reserves of magical power. After continuously inscribing 500 chi-refining talismans, he had only exhausted half of his magical energy. As dawn approached, Yi Yu stepped outside to replenish his energy. Remaining too close to the house could lead to a competition for spiritual essence with Xiao Xiang, potentially jeopardizing her breakthrough. Once morning broke, Yi Yu returned to the inn where Chu Mingyao was staying and knocked on her door. Receiving no response, he employed his spiritual sense to intrude, discovering that she had spread spirit stones across her bed and was sleeping soundly atop them. Quite the peculiar sight, indeed. Only a person so infatuated with wealth would engage in such behavior. Yi Yu materialized his spiritual sense and deftly opened the door from within. He entered quietly, closing the door behind him with care. Approaching Chu Mingyao, he stood before her, and as she sensed his presence, she awoke with a start. Yi Yu, how outrageous! How could you enter without my permission? She exclaimed. Because I knew you would never consent, yet my desire to enter was overwhelming. Thus, I had no choice. He replied with a playful grin. Oh, dear Ming, do not fault your brother for being unrefined. It is merely your enchanting allure that compels me. How infuriating. You, penniless wretch, resort to such underhanded tactics when you run out of money, Chu Mingyao retorted with exasperation. Yi Yu lingered at her side for over 10 days, and eventually, it was Chu Mingyao who actively urged him to stay and share heartfelt conversations. She suspected he might truly be out of spirit stones and decided to keep him around as a tool to exploit his labor. On the final day of his stay, Yi Yu departed, and Chu Mingyao muttered under her breath, "Serves you right. As a candidate for the sacred maiden of the Hahuan sect, I am the professional here. While you, with your amateurish skills, dare to challenge me. It is akin to brandishing a great sword before Guan Yu, utterly foolish." Stepping out of the inn, Yi Yu felt a shudder of apprehension. Indeed, the women of the Hahuan sect were formidable opponents. Fortunately, through relentless cultivation, his aptitude had finally ascended to the low-grade earth stage. The most pressing matter now was to nurture his physique and devote a substantial period to diligent training. Upon returning home, he consumed several elixirs meant to strengthen his body. At that moment, Qiu Xiang had completed her breakthrough and stabilized her cultivation, commencing her practice of the family's high-grade mystic stage foundational techniques. Master, why have you been away for so long? I've missed you dearly. Qiu approached Yi Yu with warm greetings, occasionally brushing against his arm. I have missed you too. Yi Yu embraced Qiu and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. My lord, shall we retire to the room for a rest? Sister Qiu has also completed her breakthrough. Qiu, filled with eagerness, tugged Yi Yu towards the room. Having just emerged from a perilous situation, Yi Yu hesitated at the thought of entering another potential trap. Ahem, let us postpone this matter for now. I have been preoccupied with external affairs and have neglected my cultivation. I need to devote a few days to solitary practice. Oh, I see. Very well. Once inside the room, Yi Yu congratulated Qiu and subsequently retreated to the cultivation chamber to resume his training. Chapter 40. The disappearance of Qiu. Yi Yu is currently practicing the core cultivation technique of the Baiyun sect, known as the Baiyun Ju, which he referred to as the Taiji Ju. This technique emphasizes the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, as well as the balance and mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. In the tranquility of his room, Yi Yu focused his mind and diligently circulated the technique, striving to transform the excess yin energy imparted by Chu Mingyao into yang energy, thus achieving a state of equilibrium. After several weeks, the balance of yin and yang within Yi Yu was restored, and his cultivation level surged, comparable to 3 years of intensive training. Typically, the transition from the initial to the mid-foundation stage requires a decade of hard work. However, Yi Yu had accomplished 3 years' worth of progress in a fraction of the time, reaching over 35 of his goal. Chu Mingyao's retaliation was particularly harsh. Had it been an ordinary cultivator at the initial foundation stage, they would likely have fallen back to the beginning, if not worse. Yet, practicing the Taiji Ju was invigorating, allowing for the transformation of excess energy from one form to another, thus achieving balance. As for Chu Mingyao, she no longer posed a significant threat to him, and it was time to advance his plans for a journey to the capital. Having lost 50,000 spirit stones to Chu Mingyao, Yi Yu deemed it prudent to prepare an additional reserve. After days of cultivation, Yi Yu felt the urge to venture out and clear his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the room was empty. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that only Qiu was present in the adjoining room, while Qiu was nowhere to be found. Yi Yu's brow furrowed, sensing that something troubling might have occurred. He proceeded to Qiu's room, gestured for her to cease her practice, and inquired, Qiu, where has Qiu gone? My lord, a few days ago, Qiu took a bundle of talismans and left, claiming something about seeking revenge. However, I do not know her destination. Very well. Yi Yu's expression darkened. It seemed Qiu was up to something. He feared she might have fled. After investing considerable resources in acquiring and nurturing her to the foundation stage, he hoped she would not turn out to be an ungrateful wretch who simply vanished. Yi Yu found this possibility all too likely, as Qiu's demeanor towards him had grown markedly colder compared to Qiu's. Furthermore, once a slave reached the foundation stage, the talisman that once held sway over them lost much of its power, its effectiveness diminishing beyond a certain distance. Yi Yu counted the spiritual stones he had invested in Qiu, and a rough estimate indicated that it had already reached 60,000. He allocated some spiritual stones to Chunxiang for backup before departing. The talismans he crafted carried a tracking mark, with an average of 1 in every 10 possessing his unique signature. Since Qiu had taken quite a few talismans with her, he could trace her using these marks. She could not simply escape. After all, she was his maid. Following the faint signals, Yi Yu exited the city and soared toward the direction of Hongye City on his flying sword. Midway, he altered his course toward Huangfeng City, believing Xiaoxiang would return there to settle accounts. However, the signal did not linger in Huangfeng City. Continuing to follow the signal, he sensed it strengthening when he was over 500 kilometers from Huangfeng City, indicating Xiaoxiang was nearby. Just as he intended to locate her, he discovered that part of his tracking signal was beginning to fade, suggesting that the talismans used for marking were being activated. This implied that Xiaoxiang might be engaged in battle or had detected the tracking mark and was attempting to destroy it. Yi Yu flew toward the source of the strong signal, knowing that once it was completely disrupted, he would lose track of her. After several minutes, he scanned with his divine sense and found Xiaoxiang engaged in combat with 2 Foundation establishment experts just over 500 meters ahead. It was evident that she was at a disadvantage, yet with Yi Yu's talismans, she had not been defeated. Infuriated, he thought to himself, "My maid is not someone who can be taught a lesson by others." With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward on his sword, casting a smoke talisman toward the 2 old men before swiftly retrieving Xiaoxiang onto his sword and activating a speed talisman to escape. Although Xiaoxiang attempted to resist, Yi Yu swiftly sealed her acupoints, rendering her helpless. By the time the 2 old men reacted and attempted to pursue, Yi Yu was already a kilometer away, far beyond their reach. After a brief chase, they relinquished the pursuit. Unlike Yi Yu, they could not carelessly expend their speed talismans. An hour later, Yi Yu returned to his original residence in Huangfeng City, which currently stood uninhabited. The residence remained largely unchanged since his departure. He unceremoniously dropped Xiaoxiang onto the ground. "Speak, Xiaoxiang, why did you leave without a word? Are you attempting to betray me?" he warned. "If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall strip you of your cultivation." In pain from being thrown to the ground, Xiaoxiang gritted her teeth and replied, "My lord, I sought vengeance. Those 2 old men's families annihilated mine, and I must avenge my family." "You call this vengeance? This is a death wish. You've just reached the Foundation establishment stage, and you think you can take on those who have trained for years? Do you believe they have wasted their time?" "I am sorry, my lord. I was wrong. I had no idea they were so formidable. You have been told countless times to forget the past. From now on, you are Xiaoxiang. Stop harboring thoughts of revenge. Why do you refuse to listen?" "My lord, I cannot forget. They slaughtered my entire family. Without avenging them, my heart remains unsettled. Please, I implore you for assistance." Xiaoxiang, with a heart-wrenching plea, knelt before Yi Yu. "Assist you? By what right should I? Remember your position. You are but a servant I purchased. It is not your place to instruct me," Yi Yu replied coldly. Xiaoxiang, aware of her own shortcomings, still harbored thoughts of vengeance. She recalled Yi Yu's own words, revealing that he hailed from a prestigious family and was currently practicing an earth-level cultivation technique. To sway him into aiding her, she needed to present something of value. "My lord, years ago, my family and theirs discovered a hidden realm, rich with treasures and elixirs capable of propelling one to the golden core stage. Do you not desire such power? What of it? You know they have the opportunity to reach the golden core stage as well. Would you throw yourself into danger?" Yi Yu felt it prudent to maintain a low profile in this world, focusing solely on his cultivation without unnecessary conflict. "Enough. If you continue to dwell on revenge, I shall render you incapable in an instant. Your role is to serve as a maid. Living is the only hope you have. Do not seek death," he warned sternly. "Understood, my lord," Xiaoxiang acquiesced, though privately she resolved to better assess her adversary's strengths before acting. Remaining by Yi Yu's side might yet afford her an opportunity to advance to the golden core stage, and one day, the despicable Jin family would meet their end. Chapter 41. Surrounded and assailed. Good. Now that we understand each other, the night is drawing in. Let us stay here for the evening, Yi Yu said, lifting Xiaoxiang from the ground and carrying her into the room. It seems Xiaoxiang requires some discipline. Only a proper lesson will yield compliance. The following day, Yi Yu took Xiaoxiang out to a tavern in Huangfeng City for breakfast, where they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Steward Hong. "Ah, Yi, my young friend. You have finally returned to Huangfeng City," Steward Hong exclaimed. Initially, he had intended to scold Yi Yu and summon others to give him a sound thrashing. But upon seeing Yi Yu's prowess, he opted for a friendly approach instead. "Steward Hong, how have you been? Have you yet to break through to the Foundation establishment stage?" Yi Yu inquired, his impression of Hong being neutral at best, viewing him as a decent partner worth inquiring after. "Alas, I have yet to gather enough spirit stones. I was unable to procure a Foundation establishment pill at the auction, so I must wait 3 years, Hong lamented. "You are fortunate, Yi, to have acquired a Foundation establishment pill. Even your maid has reached that stage," Hong remarked, his envy palpable as he noted Yi Yu's servant had also attained Foundation establishment. "Is that so? However, I recall seeing you at the auction as well. Did not the head of the Huang family successfully bid on a Foundation establishment pill? Alas, you too acknowledge that it was our family's master who procured it, all for his beloved son. It truly seems a waste. That scoundrel Huang Tianqi failed in his breakthrough, squandering precious spirit stones. How fortunate it would be if they were bestowed upon me instead. Hong Tianyuan sighed deeply, internally cursing Huang Tianqi countless times. Oh, I see. My brother, how many spirit stones do you currently possess? If you have an abundance, I might be able to offer you a foundation-building pill. Yi Yu contemplated the few foundation-building pills he had, unwilling to let them go to waste. These pills have a shelf life of 10 years, during which they retain their efficacy. Past that period, their effectiveness diminishes, and after a century, they would merely turn to dust. Oh, Brother Yi, you still have foundation-building pills? I am willing to pay 20,000 spirit stones for one. Hong Tianyuan's heart soared, his eyes lighting up. 20,000? Brother Hong, is that not a bit too low? Yi Yu felt the price was insufficient, as it left no room for profit. Should Hong Tianyuan fail to present a reasonable offer, Yi Yu would certainly not part with them. Ah, Brother Yi, allow me to borrow some money from the master. Please wait for me. How about 30,000? I cannot offer more than that. Hong Tianyuan countered, knowing his entire fortune amounted to 29,000, and he would need to borrow more. He hoped to be able to afford it at the next auction, but was reluctant to wait, having already endured 3 years. 30,000 is acceptable. I shall wait for you at my residence. We shall depart this afternoon. All right. Hong Tianyuan hurriedly left to gather the funds. After breakfast, Yi Yu and Qiuxiang returned to the residence to await his return. Master, where did you acquire so many foundation-building pills? Qiuxiang inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Hee, that is not for you to question. Yi Yu preferred to keep his involvement in the matter of slaying for treasures a secret from Qiuxiang, lest she implore him to seek vengeance on her behalf. As noon approached, Steward Hong arrived, conducting the transaction and expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Yi Yu. Yi Yu generously shared his foundation-building insights with Steward Hong. Once Steward Hong departed, Yi Yu took to the skies, guiding Qiuxiang towards Guangning City. Not long after leaving the city, they were ambushed, catching Yi Yu unawares and causing him to lose several protective talismans. Damn it, Yi Yu thought. 6 foundation-building experts had come to encircle him, 2 of whom were at the late foundation stage. Dear friends, is there some misunderstanding? Yi Yu sensed that confronting them directly might lead to his demise. Kid, there is no misunderstanding. Blame the woman by your side, to cling to life while seeking vengeance. She should be prepared to join you in death, declared an old man with a white beard. Is it truly necessary? I shall leave with her now and never return for vengeance. Yi Yu attempted to negotiate. Enough of this pointless banter. Attack. Brother, this girl possesses a certain charm. We must endeavor to capture her alive. Even if we must resort to force, do not strike her face. We shall seize the opportunity while it is still warm. As the adversaries approached with aggression, Yi Yu had no choice but to defend himself. With a talisman in his left hand and a pistol in his right, he commanded, Qiuxiang, stay put and remain obedient. Watch as I perform. Although Qiuxiang initially contemplated joining the fray, she anxiously positioned herself beside Yi Yu upon hearing his words. Yi Yu utilized a multitude of talismans, conjuring a barrier between himself and the 6 assailants. He then commenced firing at them. Any long-range assaults from the others were effectively thwarted by the talismans, yet Yi Yu's bullets proved capable of inflicting harm. A late-stage foundation establishment spell could obliterate 5 of Yi Yu's talismans in a single blow, and with such a multitude attacking simultaneously, even a dozen talismans seemed insufficient. Yi Yu drew upon his reserves, deploying over 100 talismans at once. With sufficient protection established, he focused intently on shooting at the assailants. Unfamiliar with Yi Yu's weaponry, one of the adversaries fell victim to a bullet that pierced his skull. However, the remaining attackers quickly became wary, evading his shots, causing Yi Yu to exhaust his ammunition. As they distanced themselves, his pistol could no longer reach them, prompting him to retrieve a submachine gun and continue firing. The rapid bursts compelled the remaining 5 to retreat further, with 2 of them unfortunate enough to sustain injuries. By the time they were out of shooting range, they had retreated over 1,000 meters. Although the bullets from the submachine gun retained some potency at that distance, as Foundation establishment cultivators, they could easily deflect them. Seeing that his submachine gun had successfully pushed them back, Yi Yu promptly took to flight, taking Qiuxiang with him, hastening his escape with a combination of sword flight and speed-enhancing talismans. Damn it, the second one was taken down by his hidden weapon. Should we pursue? Yes. We cannot let this vendetta go unpunished. They possess that hidden weapon. If they were to strike us down one by one in secret, it would be disastrous. Indeed, the threat they pose is too great. They must be eliminated, or we shall never find peace in our sleep or training. With that, the 5 resumed their pursuit, maintaining a cautious distance while continuously employing protective spiritual shields to guard against Yi Yu's attacks. Aware that he could not flee toward Guangning City, his stronghold, without revealing his position, Yi Yu arbitrarily chose a different direction to fly, occasionally firing backward to inflict harm on his pursuers. Chapter 42. shaking off the pursuers after several days of being hunted. Yu finally managed to injure his assailants sufficiently to shake them off. How ironic it was. Previously, watching Zhang Jingguang being chased had been amusing, but now, finding himself in a similar predicament was far from enjoyable. The most frustrating aspect was that two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators had taken it upon themselves to pursue him. A confrontation he dared not face head-on. Even after shaking them off, Yu sustained some minor injuries. After taking a detour, he arrived at the cave abode left by Zhang Jingguang. Xiao, enlighten me about these individual circumstances. It's infuriating. I had no intention of causing a stir. Yet these fellows have rendered themselves so wretched. A gentleman's revenge may wait a decade, while a rogue seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. Yu considered himself neither a gentleman nor a rogue. Thus, it was wise to know both himself and his adversaries, ensuring that retribution would be inevitable. Xiao had initially thought her chance for revenge was bleak, fearing she might perish alongside Yu as a pair of doomed lovers. To her astonishment, Yu displayed remarkable prowess, managing to counterattack and slay one of the 6 adversaries, leaving the others gravely wounded. Now, with Yu inquiring about her insights, hope for revenge began to glimmer. My lord, they hail from the Jin family of Jinyuan City, alongside individuals from the nearby Baihu sect. Xiao elaborated. Allow me to provide further details. My true name is Tong Kursin, and my family, the Tong clan, is the second most prominent in Jinyuan City. We discovered a hidden realm nearby and invited the Jin clan to collaborate on its development, only to find that they intended to monopolize it, exterminating the Tong family in the process. I narrowly escaped through a secret passage, yet fell into the clutches of those ruffians. The Jin family boasts 5 foundational ancestors, 2 of whom are in the later stages of Foundation establishment. They also have a peak Foundation disciple within the Baihu sect. It seems the Baihu sect joined forces with them to eliminate us, likely having learned of the hidden realm and seeking a share of its treasures. The Baihu sect is considered a third-rate faction, rumored to have 3 elder members at the Golden Core stage. Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. This escalates to the Golden Core realm. He realized it might be prudent to bide his time. Xiao, burn your clothes. I fear they may bear tracking marks from our enemies, or else they would not have pursued us. Understood. Yu changed into a fresh set of clothing, incinerating the previous outfit. My lord, why not summon your family to assist in annihilating the Jin family and the Baihu sect? Do you seek to provoke me further? Do you remember what I said on your first day? Yu delivered a sharp slap to Xiaoxiang's face. Forget the past, abandon vengeance. My lord will not aid me in retribution. Xiaoxiang quivered as she spoke. Oh, you still recall that, do you? With another resounding slap, Yu activated the slave ring. Please, my lord, spare me. Xiaoxiang immediately writhed in pain upon the ground. Humph. Do you realize how much I have invested in you? At least 20,000 spirit stones, I would wager. What were you thinking, seeking vengeance? You've only just begun to establish your foundation, and you're courting death. If I had not arrived today, would you have met your demise, rendering my investment worthless? Should you ever dare to vanish without notice again, you may as well embrace death. Yu's reprimands echoed with frustration. Were it not for the substantial initial investment, he would have considered replacing Xiaoxiang with someone more competent. Apologies, my lord, I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me. Xiaoxiang writhed in pain, desperately pleading for mercy. Humph, I shall spare your wretched life. Yu could not truly extinguish Xiaoxiang's existence, for that would waste the investment of 20,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, the two returned to their residence within the inner city of Guangning. Upon their return, Xiaoxiang immediately commenced fervent cultivation to mend her wounds, inflicted by both her foundational adversaries and Yu himself. She believed that her failure to exact revenge stemmed primarily from her insufficient strength. Once she ascended to the Golden Core stage and was adequately prepared, she would undoubtedly annihilate the Jin family before the Baihu sect could react. Yu, having settled into a period of cultivation for several days, found himself increasingly frustrated by the humiliation he endured during the recent confrontation. Alas, his strength was lacking, leaving him with no choice but to endure. With his mind no longer focused on cultivation, he decided to produce a few talismans for Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang to sell. Reflecting on his encounter with the 6 adversaries, Yu concluded that his sniper rifle had not been utilized effectively. Had it performed as intended, he could have dispatched a Golden Core opponent with a single shot. However, confronting a Golden Core cultivator remained perilous. A single misfire or failure to eliminate them could result in his own demise, rendering him defenseless and unable to escape. Thus, he recognized the necessity of acquiring a means of retreat. Merely relying on talismans was insufficient. He needed to obtain swifter spells and magical artifacts, or, alternatively, focus on cultivating to the Golden Core stage. Yet, it was uncertain how many years it would take to reach that level. Lacking strength, he understood he must compensate with proper equipment. Therefore, Yu resolved to venture to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to seek suitable magical artifacts for sale. Just as he stepped outside, he sensed a disturbance in his storage bag. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from the communication jade slip left by Chu Mingyao, simply stating, "Come find me." Chu Mingyao wished to ascertain whether Yi Yu had met his demise, especially after she had previously exploited the unique techniques of the Hahuan sect to ensnare him. According to her senior sister, such a ruthless maneuver could incapacitate an opponent entirely. Seeing that a charming maiden had summoned him, Yi Yu naturally felt compelled to respond. Furthermore, it presented an opportunity to rapidly enhance his cultivation. What could be more advantageous? A few minutes later, Yi Yu arrived at the inn where Chu Mingyao habitually resided. This time, she had taken precautions, setting up an alert formation. As Yi Yu approached the door, intending to enter, the formation activated, alerting her. She quickly adjusted her demeanor and deactivated the formation to grant Yi Yu entry. "Oh, Yi Yu, you certainly have surprised me," she remarked, taken aback by his lively appearance, which belied any signs of significant illness. "Well, Mingyao, you two have impressed me. Your last scheme was quite devastating, but I am not intimidated," Yi Yu replied, closing the door behind him as he approached her. Noticing Yi Yu's proactive demeanor, Chu Mingyao reciprocated, recalling how her last trick had significantly benefited her, saving her years of arduous cultivation. "Yi Yu, having drained so much yang energy from you, how is it that you remain unscathed? Hee, why have you given me so little yin energy this time? It takes time to accumulate such energy, you know? Very well, let us hope you gather more for next time." Emerging from the embrace of gentle warmth, Yi Yu returned to his abode to initiate the spirit-gathering array for cultivation. The yin energy obtained from Chu Mingyao this time was somewhat less than before. However, if not converted promptly, it could inflict severe damage upon his body. With a focused mind, Yi Yu engaged in his practice, transforming the yin energy into yang, thus restoring balance to enhance his cultivation. After his departure, Chu Mingyao was plagued by confusion, marveling at Yi Yu's strength. Despite having provided him with a substantial amount of yang energy, he seemed unaffected, even expressing dissatisfaction over the scant return of yin energy. Truly peculiar. Was the core technique of the Baiyun sect truly that formidable? Rumor has it to be related to the interplay of yin and yang. Perhaps she should consult her senior sister for guidance. The pure Baiyun sect core technique, Baiyunju, would naturally be inadequate, yet the method Yi Yu practiced had been modified by Elder Chilian. Moreover, Elder Chilian had developed a self-cultivation cycle based on the principles of the 5 elements and the harmonious interplay of yin and yang for effortless training. Yi Yu also drew inspiration from the Taiji diagram of the Taoist tradition in his past life, allowing for the mutual generation and transformation of yin and yang. Had an ordinary core disciple of the Baiyun sect been ensnared by those enchanting women of the Hahuan sect, they would have undoubtedly suffered damage to their foundation. Chapter 43. Developing an aircraft after leaving Chu Mingyao's inn, Yi Yu strolled through the bustling streets, contemplating the cultivation of demonic arts, acquiring yin energy, and subsequently transforming it to achieve a balance of yin and yang, a seemingly expedient path to rapid advancement. However, being a shortcut, it likely bore potential side effects. Could such swiftly acquired magical power jeopardize his foundational stability? Perhaps if he were to find a technique to solidify his foundation, it might counteract this concern. Deep in thought, Yi Yu realized that as a solitary cultivator, it was challenging to procure items beneficial for foundational and golden core cultivation. After much deliberation, he concluded that mingling with a sect to explore their library was of paramount importance. Yet, as an independent cultivator, gaining access to core materials would be improbable. Alternatively, he could attempt to raid a treasure house. However, the local establishment contained no valuable items, while the larger city's treasure house was heavily guarded, presenting a dead end. As he wandered, Yi Yu found himself at the Yihong courtyard, listening to the melodies of the performers. His thoughts meandered. As an independent cultivator without a system to grant him advantages, striving to distinguish himself was indeed a formidable challenge. Now endowed with a modicum of opportunity, yet all earned through his own efforts, he realized that this small chance barely sufficed to reach the golden core stage. To advance further in the future, he would need to seize various resources. In the realm of cultivation, Darwinian principles prevailed. It was a survival of the fittest. Engaging with other sects might have weighed on Yi Yu's conscience to some extent, yet concerning the White Tiger sect, he felt no such burden. However, the White Tiger sect posed its own challenges, as it was guarded by 3 golden core cultivators. He had to ensure that he could swiftly escape should he face defeat. Otherwise, his life would be in peril. To surpass the speed of those at the golden core level, mere magical artifacts would not suffice. Only spiritual tools could provide such velocity. Presently, his most formidable weapon was a sniper rifle, and merely enhancing his cultivation base would not suffice. Even if he reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, it would not aid him in breaking through to the golden core realm. The golden core elixir, akin to the foundation establishment pill, was tightly controlled. While Foundation establishment pills might be auctioned off, golden core elixirs were only available in the capital, and these auctions were fraught with bloodshed. Typically, it was golden core and even nascent soul cultivators who participated in these auctions, while those at the foundational level were often mere fodder, ripe for exploitation. Acquiring a spiritual tool was similarly daunting. A Foundation establishment cultivator attempting to purchase one would only be offering themselves as a target. Given these circumstances, he would have to forge a spiritual tool himself. Scanning the realm of cultivation, he noted the absence of flying treasures resembling airplanes. Creating one himself might yield surprising flight speeds. However, to embark on such an endeavor, the materials for constructing the aircraft must be of high quality, adhering to the standards of spiritual tools. These materials would not come cheap, necessitating a means to earn money. With his plan in place, he rewarded a few spiritual stones to the women beside him and departed. Upon returning home, he commenced an intensive production of qi refining talismans. Additionally, he instructed Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang to secure a storefront in the city for the sale of talismans. Previously, Qiu Xiang, being at the qi refining stage, could manage a stall without issue. Now that she had reached the Foundation establishment stage, maintaining a respectable image was paramount. 3 months later, leveraging the sale of low-tier talismans, Yi Yu amassed a fortune of 100,000 spiritual stones, subsequently investing 90,000 spiritual stones in materials for his aircraft. To facilitate his crafting endeavors, he even exchanged his original courtyard for a more spacious one. Throughout this period, Yi Yu's cultivation of his innate techniques persisted without interruption, though the results were not immediately apparent. Cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage is measured in years, and 3 months yielded no significant outcomes. Yi Yu officially commenced the fabrication of the aircraft. As a military enthusiast, he possessed a modest understanding of aircraft. In his eyes, an airplane resembled an eagle soaring through the skies, while its engine served as its heart, the source of its power. A superior engine is a crucial determinant of an aircraft's maximum speed. The performance of the engine is akin to the wings of the plane. It allows the aircraft to glide through the azure expanse and race across the battlefield. Without a robust engine, an airplane would be like a bird deprived of its wings, unable to soar. Yi Yu was acutely aware of this, and he was resolute in his ambition to forge the most formidable engine in existence. Destined to make his aircraft the sovereign of the skies, he invested 50,000 spirit stones into this engine. In the realm of cultivation, the fuel for such an aircraft was not oil or diesel, but spirit stones. He first constructed an airframe measuring 15 meters in length, 12 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. Subsequently, he meticulously engraved various inscriptions and formations on different parts of the aircraft, with particular emphasis on the reinforcement pattern, speed pattern, levitation pattern, anti-gravity pattern, lightness pattern, and size adjustment pattern. Alone in his endeavor, Yi Yu was undeterred by the fact that neither Qiu Xiang nor Chun Xiang could assist him. They could only tend to his daily needs. After 6 months of tireless labor, he finally completed the assembly of the aircraft's engine. The entire aircraft was assembled, with the engine meeting the substandard spiritual artifact criteria, while other components reached varying standards, some as high as superior magical tools, and others merely as upper-grade artifacts. Consequently, in addition to the initial materials, Yi Yu gradually invested another 100,000 spirit stones. Gazing at the sleek and elegant fuselage of the fighter jet, Yi Yu was filled with trepidation, fearing that he had merely created a heap of scrap metal that would never take flight. He minimized the aircraft and stowed it away, knowing that a test flight was essential, as conducting such an experiment within the city would undoubtedly attract the wrath of the city lord. After half an hour of traveling beyond the city limits, he discovered an uninhabited open space where he could deploy his aircraft. Climbing into the cockpit, he filled the engine with spirit stones and activated it. The aircraft ascended into the air. Maneuvering the control stick, the plane shot forward in a straight line. As Yi Yu guided the aircraft, it soared higher and accelerated. Within 3 minutes, the aircraft reached its maximum speed of 7,200 kilometers per hour. The entire structure trembled, forcing Yi Yu to reduce the speed to 5,000 kilometers per hour for stability. It appeared that a safe flying speed was below 500 kilometers per hour. Yi Yu continued to maneuver the aircraft, conducting various performance tests, turns, ascents, backflips, and lateral flying. He then assessed the energy consumption, concluding that the most efficient flying speed was 3,600 kilometers per hour, as any further acceleration would lead to a drastic increase in energy expenditure, while deceleration would reduce flight distance under equal energy consumption. At a balanced flight speed of 3,600 kilometers per hour, Yi Yu would consume 1 spirit stone per second, totaling 3,600 spirit stones per hour. Spirit stones were not to be squandered carelessly. Thus, upon completing his tests, Yi Yu promptly returned to base. After a safe landing, he felt a profound satisfaction with his self-developed aircraft. he had inquired with Chu Mingyao, who informed him that cultivators in the early stages of the Golden Core could typically achieve speeds of only 1,000 kilometers per hour. And even those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core could not exceed 2,000 kilometers per hour. Under various enhancements from talismans, the speed of a cultivator at the Golden Core stage may reach an astonishing 3,000 kilometers per hour. Chapter 44, Mid-Foundation Establishment. The large flying vessels utilized by the sects during the Ascension Conference are treasures of the sect and are not easily possessed by any faction. Without the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, one lacks the qualification to own such artifacts. Generally, these large spiritual vessels can attain an extreme speed exceeding 5,000 kilometers per hour, even reaching up to 10,000 kilometers per hour. This speed is comparable to that of a nascent soul practitioner, while a god transformation cultivator can exceed 10,000 kilometers per hour. Therefore, the aircraft currently utilized by Yu is already comparable to an ordinary spiritual vessel, which the White Tiger sect certainly does not possess. With this advantage, he could launch an assault, attempting to annihilate the Golden Core cultivators of the White Tiger sect, and thus amass considerable wealth. However, such a grand scheme to usurp a sect necessitates careful deliberation. Yiyu's aim is to acquire various techniques and elixirs, rather than to take lives. Returning to the city, Yiyu needed to inform his maidens about his extended absence. He summoned both maidens to his residence and stated, Chuanxiang, Xiaoxiang, I must embark on a prolonged journey, which may last several days or even longer. During this time, you shall manage affairs as you see fit. Xiaoxiang, feel free to create some talismans for sale, but do refrain from seeking revenge. Should you do so, I shall render you incapable, understand? Understood. I will focus on my cultivation until I reach the Golden Core before contemplating such matters. Very well. After bidding farewell to the two maidens, he proceeded to visit Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao, having limited sources of income, found the earnings from the Hongye City Yihong courtyard insufficient to cover her cultivation expenses in Guangning City. Nevertheless, Yiyu consistently left behind a sum of spirit stones each time they met, enabling her to indulge in alchemical practices. To economize, she had rented a courtyard instead of residing in an inn. Yiyu possessed the key to this courtyard and easily unlocked the door. Upon seeing Yiyu enter, Chu Mingyao eagerly approached him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yiyu was her benefactor and a precious asset for her cultivation. Each philosophical discussion with him substantially enhanced her cultivation prowess. Likewise, Yiyu found that engaging in discourse with Chu Mingyao not only elevated his own cultivation aptitude, but also provided him with a wealth of experiential knowledge. After several days, both Yiyu and Chu Mingyao achieved a breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. In just 1 year, Yiyu accomplished what would typically require others 3 to 5 years, or even a decade, of cultivation, largely due to Chu Mingyao's contributions. With this advancement, Yiyu felt emboldened to pursue further endeavors. Mingyao, I shall take my leave now and return in 10 days or so. Do not miss me too much. I don't miss you at all, Chu Mingyao thought, her heart betraying her words. After indulging in some light conversation, Yiyu reluctantly bid farewell to Chu Mingyao. Yiyu arrived outside the city, fixating on the direction of Jinyuan City. The time for revenge had commenced. Once, they sought to hunt him down, but today, he would bring ruin to their household. Piloting his aircraft, he reached the skies above Jinyuan City in less than 10 minutes. After stowing away the plane, Yiyu stealthily approached the Jin family mansion. He first incapacitated a young cultivator at the mid-chi refining stage, then carried him out of the city to a cave to interrogate him. Yiyu demanded details about the family's circumstances and meticulously drew a map of their residence. Once the young man divulged all he knew, Yiyu eliminated him without hesitation. This capture was a significant catch, as he was the son of a foundational elder of the Jin family, providing a wealth of information. Alas, lacking the soul-searching technique meant coercive interrogation was necessary, along with the risk of receiving falsehoods. To verify the authenticity of the intelligence, Yiyu abducted another mid-chi refining cultivator, extracting further information. Once he confirmed the accuracy of the news, he set his plan into motion. The Jin family had 5 foundational elders. Yiyu had previously slain 1, leaving 2 still recuperating from injuries. 2 others had not participated in the prior ambush against Yiyu and Xiaoxiang, while the remaining 3 were Jin family disciples from the White Tiger sect, along with his 2 fellow disciples. The mid-foundational stage family head, Jin Jinyuan, had recently gone to Guangning City for supplies and had yet to return. The elder, Jin Jinxiong, was stationed at the library, while the other 2 foundational elders were healing in their caves. Therefore, to procure items from the library, Yiyu would need to eliminate Elder Jin Jinxiong. Given that Jin Jinxiong was at the late foundational stage, a direct confrontation would be unwise. A tactical approach would be more prudent. Yiyu rented a room on the 5th floor of an inn opposite the Jin family mansion, setting up a sniper rifle aimed at the library's location. The library, constructed from special materials, might not be easily penetrable, and he could not see Jin Jinxiong. It seemed necessary to lure him out first. After much contemplation, Yi resolved to eliminate someone in front of the library, which should draw the elder out. To keep his sniper rifle concealed and prevent Jin Jinxiong from acting rashly, Yi opted for a bow and arrow, killing a Jin family disciple attempting to enter the library. At this moment, Jin Jinxiong, now over 250 years old, was idly passing time on the second floor of the family library. Despite his relentless cultivation, he had long abandoned any hope of reaching the golden core stage. He now sought only to contribute positively to the Jin family by guarding the library. The library was the lifeblood of the family and sect, the essential resource for their survival and growth. Without these resources, they could not maintain their strength or exploit other rogue cultivators. Jin Jinxiong understood that his family had endured for thousands of years, weathering countless storms, yet remained steadfast, relying on the very library that he now protected. The library houses countless invaluable techniques, secret manuals, and magical artifacts, representing the family's profound legacy. Thus, he has diligently managed this repository, ensuring its sanctity remains unscathed. However, Jin Jinxiong is acutely aware that his family is not without flaws. Throughout its history, there have been some rogues who, driven by their selfish desires, disregarded the family's interests, wantonly ravaging the library and even colluding with outsiders in a bid to usurp the family's dominion. Therefore, he remains ever vigilant against the emergence of such individuals. He understands the necessity of maintaining clarity at all times, lest the family's adversaries find an opportunity to strike. At that moment, a library administrator hurriedly ascended from the first floor to the second to inform Jin Jinxiong. "This is dire news, Great Elder. Jin Lixiong has just been shot dead by an arrow at the library entrance." "What? Who dares to act so boldly against our Jin family in Jinyuan City?" Jin Jinxiong seethed with fury. Not long ago, the family's authority in Jinyuan City had been significantly challenged following the death of one elder and the return of two others gravely injured. Now, it seemed anyone had the audacity to take a bite out of them. He surmised that it must be members of other families in the city. Seizing the opportunity while the family head, Jin Jinyuan, was away. Chapter 45. The surprise attack on the Jin family. The tiger does not roar. "And they think me a sickly cat," Jin Jinxiong fumed. As a formidable figure in the late Foundation establishment stage, he held a level of confidence that he could subdue any adversary that dared to confront him. Upon arriving at the library entrance, he examined the slain Jin Lixiong, removed the arrow, and prepared to cast a tracking spell to locate the archer. However, Yi was not about to grant him that opportunity. The moment he emerged, he took aim. Through the scope, Yi could clearly discern the age spots on Jin Jinxiong's face. With a pull of the trigger, Jin Jinxiong was shot in the head, leaving him in utter bewilderment. The library administrator behind him was left agape in shock. Yi was positioned 2 kilometers away from the Jin family's library, yet he swiftly flew forward and arrived at the library entrance within mere seconds. A handful of Jin family descendants approached him to attack, but they were no match for Yi. With just a few spells, he could easily claim their lives. Afterward, Yi proceeded to search the deceased Jin Jinxiong, while the others held no interest for him. Within Jin Jinxiong's storage bag, he retrieved a token that appeared to unlock certain secrets. Without hesitation, Yi entered the library, collecting everything from the first floor shelves into a storage bag, then proceeded to the second floor and did the same. On the third floor, there seemed to be an array mechanism, but Yi effortlessly passed through using the token. He cleared out everything on the third floor as well. With no fourth floor to explore, he departed. Before departing, Yi disposed of the individuals he had eliminated into the library, subsequently igniting a fire to consume them. He swiftly made his way to the Jin family's treasure vault, where he dispatched 2 peak chi refinement guards, plundering the vault entirely before setting it ablaze. Having accomplished these tasks, Yi hastily escaped, and upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he boarded an aircraft for a rapid departure. A mere 15 minutes later, Yi arrived at Zhang Jingguang's cave dwelling. Using a token, he entered the cave and illuminated the interior. At that moment, Yi began to enumerate the various spoils he had acquired from the Jin family. Starting with the items obtained from the treasure vault. The vault contained a modest number of spirit stones, merely several tens of thousands, suggesting that the majority had already been appropriated by Jin Jinyuan for trade in Guangning City. Within the vault lay an assortment of raw ores, spirit herbs, as well as finished elixirs and magical artifacts. The elixirs and artifacts were primarily intended for those at the chi refinement stage, rendering them of little use to Yi. Most of the ores were suitable only for crafting inferior and medium-grade artifacts, with less than 10% being viable for the creation of superior or top-grade artifacts. Yi continued to search through the spirit herbs, cross-referencing them with a directory he had retrieved from the library. To his astonishment, he discovered that, in addition to herbs used for refining chi refinement stage elixirs, There were also numerous herbs suitable for concocting foundation establishment and golden core stage elixirs. Among these was the primary herb for refining the golden core elixir, the golden fruit. It seemed that Xiuxiang's assertion about the Jin family and the Baihu sect controlling a secret realm was indeed true for this golden fruit, along with various herbs for golden core stage elixirs, had evidently been sourced from that realm. One golden fruit could enable a peak foundation establishment cultivator to advance to the golden core stage. For Yu, possessing inferior grade cultivation aptitude, the success rate would be 100%. Furthermore, a single golden fruit, when combined with other spirit herbs, could yield 36 golden core elixirs. The effects of one golden core elixir were comparable to that of a golden fruit, hence it was uncommon for a spendthrift to consume the golden fruit directly. However, for those who lacked alchemical skills, consuming it outright was quite ordinary. Yu contemplated this course of action. This time, he had procured only 2 golden fruits. He resolved to consume one himself, and to have Chu Mingyao take the other back to their sect for refining into a golden core elixir. He hoped to receive 2 of the elixirs in return, intending to also provide 2 for his maidservants. Given his indifference to alchemy, it would be prudent not to squander valuable resources. After carefully storing his findings, Yu noted that the golden fruit could be preserved for 20 years, during which he believed it feasible to reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage. After organizing his treasures, Yu began to sort through various tomes. In terms of martial techniques, he possessed 3 lower-grade Xiantier manuals, 1 middle-grade, and 1 upper-grade. Notably, the upper-grade manual was identical to the one Xiuxiang had previously given him. Yu speculated that the Jin family originally possessed a middle-grade ancestral technique capable of advancing to the golden core stage, yet lacked the subsequent cultivation methods for the golden core stage. Upon discovering that Xiuxiang's family possessed a superior-grade profound technique, a plot was devised to annihilate her household. The secret realm also served as a catalyst. Within it, the golden fruit offered the Jin family's upper echelons a glimmer of hope for transcending to the golden core stage, prompting their reckless actions. Yu perused the vast collection of qi training techniques and spells available at the Jin family, primarily located on the first floor of their library, but found little interest and thus shifted his focus to the second floor, which housed materials pertinent to foundation establishment cultivators. This selection was considerably more comprehensive, featuring essential spells such as disguise technique, soul-searching technique, and earth escape technique. The third floor contained merely a handful of profound techniques, devoid of anything additional. With the extensive resources gleaned from the second floor, Yu felt that with diligent study, he would no longer be like a hapless rogue cultivator, devoid of skills and perpetually outmatched by peers from comparable families and sections. Setting aside his self-forged weaponry and aircraft, he acknowledged that his true cultivation strength was far inferior to any fellow cultivator of equal rank in the realm. The crux of the matter lay in his inability to acquire and master numerous spells essential for foundation establishment. The legacy left by Elder Chilian for Zhang Jingguang included merely 2 spells from the Baiyun sect along with a summary of cultivation experiences, Baiyun escape technique and Baiyun sword technique. Yu, possessing a firearm, practiced the sword technique casually, barely reaching the threshold of understanding. As for the escape technique, while he had indeed studied it, he found it easy to learn but difficult to master. Having attained minor success, he ceased further practice, especially since he now had an aircraft at his disposal. Mastery of the technique seemed unnecessary, as it would not allow him to outrun those of the golden core stage. With this bounty of knowledge, Yu felt inclined to temper his aggression towards the Baihu sect, opting instead to focus on acquiring more essential skills. Content with his progress, he returned to Guangning City, confident that no one could trace him. His early departures and late returns had proven remarkably smooth. Upon arriving home, he found both maids diligently practicing, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Noticing the abundance of talismans drawn by Xiuxiang in the talisman-making room, he realized that the 2 maidens could indeed manage without him. Chapter 46. Preoccupied with heavenly stages, Yu felt increasingly at ease with his future outings. Upon his return, the 2 maids awakened from their training. Chuanxiang, the more enthusiastic of the 2, rushed to him, enveloping him in a warm embrace after their brief separation. Clinging to him like a tree kangaroo, Yi reciprocated her affection with a few affectionate kisses before lifting her into his arms and carrying her into the room. To Chuanxiang, Yi was not merely her master. He was her man, her benefactor, and she depended heavily on him. Conversely, Xiuxiang did not view Yi as her man, but rather as a benefactor. Initially reluctant to regard him as her master, she had gradually grown accustomed to it over the years. Subsequently, Yi selected several suitable items from his collection of books for the 2 young ladies to cultivate. These spells were foundational techniques he had acquired during his recent travels, and he encouraged them to practice. Yi did not intend to provide them with weaponry, as they needed spells to maintain their combat capabilities. "Thank you, sir," Both expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Upon receiving the spells, Xiaoxiang wore a perplexed expression, her mind brimming with curiosity. How did Yu come by spells from my family, including the distinctive Jin family's golden spirit shield? Goodness, could it be that he has dealt with the Jin family? The last time I witnessed him use a concealed weapon to slay a foundational elder from the Jin family. It seems plausible that he has done so again. If that is the case, has my vendetta been avenged? Yu is quite something. He forbids me from seeking revenge, yet has taken it upon himself to settle the score for me. Filled with joy and gratitude, Xiaoxiang impulsively embraced Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek. She was eager to reciprocate Yu's kindness, even going so far as to wash his feet, hoping to bring him happiness. Xiaoxiang's enthusiasm was a testament to the bond they shared, especially after he had aided her in dealing with the Jin family. Afterward, as Yu observed Xiaoxiang's flushed face, he pondered that since he was already at the foundational stage, it wouldn't be inappropriate to consider starting a family. He mused that as his cultivation progressed, the prospect of having children might become increasingly challenging. Thus, it was wise to contemplate parenthood sooner rather than later. Unlike certain transmigrators who ascended without ever having offspring, he found it absurd that some remained unwed and childless throughout their journeys. In the days that followed, the trio diligently practiced various spells at home, striving to enhance their cultivation skills. After several months of training, they began to show tangible progress, transforming from novices to individuals capable of holding their own against disciples from prominent sects and duels. However, the cultivation of these spells did not significantly augment Yu's own strength. His most formidable power stemmed from his marksmanship. Within his effective range, he wielded absolute truth. Thus, Yu focused on mastering the spells he deemed essential to a competent level, refraining from expending further time and effort to amplify their potency. Each month, he sought out Chu Mingyao for additional training, which accelerated his progress threefold. As time passed, Xiaoxiang and Chuanxiang had been by Yu's side for a considerable duration. Both Chuanxiang and Xiaoxiang became pregnant, with their respective pregnancies at 4 and 5 months. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao consistently took precautions, ensuring no complications arose. Over this extended period, the cultivation aptitude of the three young women had seen slight improvements, most notably Chuanxiang, who had advanced from low-grade to mid-grade in her foundational skills. 2 young women have both become pregnant, which has considerably dampened Yu's adventurous aspirations. For now, he feels that achieving stability at the golden core stage is sufficient. However, his desire to enhance his cultivation aptitude remains unchanged. From time to time, Yu finds himself wandering around the Yihong courtyard in Guangning City, simply to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Lianyu. With a cultivation aptitude of mid-tier earth grade, Lianyu is the most gifted practitioner among the women in Guangning City. If he could forge a friendship with her, it would elevate his own aptitude to mid-tier earth grade as well. Yet, Lianyu usually remains behind the scenes, and despite visiting numerous times, Yu has not laid eyes on her even once. He believes it is time to devise alternative strategies. Yu visits Chu Mingyao's home, hoping to use her as a connection to reach Lianyu. Finally, you've come. I've been waiting for you for over half a month, exclaimed Chu Mingyao as she flew towards him. Ah, this woman, always preoccupied with spirit stones or scheming. Reluctantly, Yu decides to first appease her needs. Afterward, he inquires, Xiaoming, Lianyu from the Yihong courtyard is your senior, right? Could you introduce me? What? Are you trying to pursue my senior? Chu Mingyao shot him a fierce glare. She had nearly regarded Yu as her partner and was unwilling to see him interested in another woman. Xiaoming, you know my cultivation technique well. Your senior possesses mid-tier earth-grade aptitude. Once I advance, I could help elevate your cultivation as well, and you would no longer be inferior to her. Mid-tier earth-grade cultivation aptitude, Chu Mingyao murmured to herself. She too desired such aptitude and even aspired to reach the celestial grade. Yu, can your devourer ability elevate your cultivation to the celestial grade? She asked. Of course, but it requires me to spend considerable time in the company of someone with celestial grade aptitude. If there are any within your Hahuan sect, do introduce me. I assure you, once I reach the celestial grade, I will elevate you alongside me. Yu promised, while Lianyu was indeed alluring. Attaining celestial grade in one fell swoop would be even more exhilarating. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Mingyao responded. There is indeed a female practitioner in our sect with celestial grade aptitude, and not just one, but they are not easy to approach. Why is that? Just tell me. We must face challenges head-on, Yu exclaimed excitedly. The presence of several candidates indicated opportunity. This truly is difficult. One is my master, currently at the late golden core stage. Another is our esteemed elder, Hu Yuetong, a powerful transformation cultivator. And the last is our current sect leader, Lu Miao, who is at the late nascent soul stage. Chapter 47. News of the heavenly tier talents. As Yu listened to Chu Mingyao's introduction of the 3 young women with heavenly tier cultivation potential within the Hahuan sect, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Each one was remarkably formidable. Truly, the heavenly tier cultivators of the Hahuan sect were not to be trifled with. Although he verbally acknowledged their superiority, it did not imply that Yi Yu was genuinely intimidated. He mused to himself, should the occasion arise. Those elder ladies could indeed be approached, for they did not appear aged in the slightest. Even if they were in their 70s or even hundreds, they maintained the youthful allure of those in their 20s or 30s. He would rise to the challenge. After all, even the elderly appreciated the charms of youth. Did they not? You see, the most important thing is that my master is also in a relationship, and his partner is a nascent soul cultivator. Tell me, does that not instill a sense of fear? Chu Mingyao continued. By your account, does that mean I have no chance of finding a heavenly tier talent? Yi Yu lamented. How unfortunate. All my potential wasted on my talent manual. Despite his dismay, he felt no genuine concern. Achieving the golden core stage was a certainty for him, and securing a mid-tier Earth rank in the future was equally assured. Time was on his side. Whether he sought a heavenly tier companion or engaged with an elder, opportunities would present themselves. Chu Mingyao, eager to advance to the heavenly tier herself, was equally invested in discovering female cultivators of that caliber. I just remembered. My senior sister mentioned that 5 years ago, the Baiyun sect recruited an excellent female cultivator with heavenly tier potential during the Ascension Conference. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu felt somewhat exasperated. He had attended the Ascension Conference 2 years prior and had not sought out the earlier results, thus missing a chance. If only I had inquired earlier about the previous conference outcomes and joined then. I could have avoided the disappointment of waiting only to learn that they had recruited a male with heavenly tier potential. Xiaoming, is this information reliable? Absolutely. My senior sister would never deceive me. In that case, I shall take the risk and visit the Baiyun sect, Yi resolved. Yes, go pursue her. But do not forget about me, she reminded him. I would never forget you. Without you, how could I possibly cultivate so swiftly? He reassured her. Indeed. Let us continue our cultivation. Several weeks later, Yi Yu emerged from his residence after diligently refining his skills for over 10 days, transforming his yin energy into cultivation progress. Subsequently, he spent half a month crafting a plethora of talismans, some for personal use, while others he entrusted to his 2 maidservants to sell, ensuring they could sustain themselves. He bid farewell to the maidservants, encouraging them to support one another, and instructed them that, in dire circumstances, they could seek out Chu Mingyao in a particular courtyard. Yi Yu left the city, contemplating whether it would be more prudent to visit the Baiyun sect to pursue romantic interests or to stir up trouble at the Baihu sect. After careful consideration, he decided to first take a stroll around the Baihu sect to gather information. Given that the Baiyun sect harbored nascent soul-level practitioners, it seemed wise to avoid provoking them, to bide his time, and to develop quietly until he reached the golden core stage before making bold moves. Following the map acquired from the Jin family, Yi Yu piloted his aircraft and arrived at a location 20 kilometers from the Baihu sect's gate after an hour. He landed the aircraft, stowed it in his storage bag, and began to fly slowly at ground level. After a few hours of patient waiting, he encountered a disciple of the Baihu sect who was venturing out, possessing cultivation at the peak of qi refining. Considering anyone below the foundation establishment stage as insignificant, Yi Yu swiftly captured him and imprisoned him in a cave, where he proceeded to search the man's soul. After extracting the necessary information, the unfortunate disciple lost consciousness. Yi Yu chose not to end his life, leaving him in the cave to fend for himself, as he bore no personal grudge against this low-ranking cultivator. From the encounter with this minor figure, Yi Yu gleaned considerable information. The Baihu sect was currently a subordinate sect of the Baiyun sect. Thousands of years ago, its founding patriarch, Meng Hu, had once been an outer disciple of the Baiyun sect. After seizing certain opportunities, he achieved the nascent soul stage. But due to conflicts with members of the Baiyun sect, he left in a fit of anger and gathered a following to establish the Baihu sect. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation method, which was only of the profound tier, he found himself unable to progress further after reaching the nascent soul stage. Despite his exceptional talent for deducing techniques, he could only devise methods up to the late nascent soul stage. When he attempted to seize techniques from the Baiyun sect, he was severely wounded by their nascent soul practitioners and, feeling disheartened, retreated to the Baihu sect, ultimately passing away when his lifespan came to an end. 800 years ago, when Meng Hu met his demise, his direct disciples sought to align themselves with the Baiyun sect by sending a letter of allegiance, hoping to gain their protection. A mere handful of golden core practitioners could not defend a fourth-grade inferior spiritual vein, which was coveted even by nascent soul cultivators. The 3 surviving golden core elders were all considered descendants of Meng Hu, yet they paled in comparison to their predecessor. The highest-ranking elder was only at the mid-golden core stage and nearing 600 years of age. The other elder was at the early golden core stage and also approaching 600 years. The youngest sect leader, at early golden core stage, was already over 380 years old. Currently, The two elder leaders were sequestered in a cave on the main peak, attempting to break through their limitations to extend their lifespans. Meanwhile, the sect leader planned to seek assistance from the Bayun sect in the near future, as the two aging elders were nearing their end, and he found it increasingly difficult to manage the vast responsibilities of the Baihu sect alone. Soon, the Baihu sect would be left with only a handful of Foundation establishment practitioners, and it was likely that the two elders would not emerge from their secluded meditation. Yi Yu, with a myriad of cunning ideas swirling in his mind, returned to the cave. He carefully examined the appearance of the White Tiger sect disciple, altered his visage, and then diminished his cultivation level to the peak of chi refinement. Initially, he had no intention of taking the disciple's life. However, to facilitate his own endeavors, he deemed it necessary. Only a corpse could safeguard his secrets. Having already taken many lives, one more would hardly matter. As a traveler from another realm, Yi Yu held firm to the belief that even the heavens would not dare to claim him. He took the disciple's storage bag, donned his identity token, and contemplated returning to the sect. However, recalling that this individual had a mission to slay a late-stage first-tier spirit beast, he ventured into the forest, randomly seeking out an unfortunate fat pig, which he dispatched and stored in the bag. Yi Yu then refined a middle-grade magical artifact component named Shimin Chong and familiarized himself with the techniques and spells from the Bayun sect to ensure he would not reveal any flaws before officially returning to the sect. Chapter 48. Pan Yuer adhering to Shimin Chong's usual conduct, Yi Yu successfully passed the gate sentinels and entered the grand gates of the White Tiger sect. These two guards, possessing only the cultivation of the 8th layer of chi refinement, were unable to see through Yi Yu's disguise, merely verifying his sect token. Yi Yu first submitted the sect mission, receiving a meager reward of 5 spirit stones and a paltry 100 sect points. The value of a first-tier superior wild boar far exceeded 5 spirit stones, potentially fetching 500. The remaining 495 had been exploited by the sect. The primary utility of these sect points lay in borrowing various techniques and spells from the library, illustrating how the materials therein served as a foundation for the upper echelons to exploit the lower ranks. Yi Yu pondered that he might one day establish a sect to satisfy his own cultivation needs, for laboring alone was indeed arduous. The most significant parasites within the sect were the few golden core cultivators, who directly consumed half of the sect's resources without contributing much labor themselves, only having trained a handful of Foundation establishment cultivators who were mostly left to self-study, given a technique without even a yearly lecture to guide them. These golden core elders resembled doctoral supervisors. The doctoral students toil tirelessly on projects while the supervisors bask in comfort, providing minimal guidance and allowing for self-directed study. When success is achieved, the supervisor claims the lion's share. Failure rests solely on the shoulders of the student, with graduation remaining a personal challenge. Recalling the memories of Shimin Chong, Yi returned to his own cave residence to cultivate, awaiting the departure of the White Tiger sect's leader to set his plans in motion. Just as he settled into meditation, a visitor arrived. Sensing the presence outside, Yi Yu endeavored to sift through the memories gleaned from Shimin Chong's mind. To his surprise, the enchanting figure at the door was none other than the sect leader's concubine, Pan Yuer. How fitting that her name evoked thoughts of Pan Jinlian. Yi Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately opened the door for her. "You ghost. Why did it take you so long to answer? Don't you realize how dangerous this is?" Pan Yuer complained, having approached the place with utmost caution. "What brings you here now? Aren't you supposed to be by the side of the sect master? There's nothing to attend to. That useless old fool is busy holding a meeting with the various peak masters, and he will be leaving shortly. Seriously, couldn't you wait until he departs? Someone could get hurt, you know." Yi Yu felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of being caught by the sect master. He certainly could not contend with a golden core cultivator. "Relax, I was careful on my way here. I couldn't wait any longer. Nothing has happened in the past. So why are you so worried?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Pan Yuer lunged toward him. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback, and as he gathered his thoughts, she had already begun to kiss his cheek. "Qing'er is doing great. You've become more handsome." Looking at the fragments he had extracted, Yi Yu was astonished. He had not anticipated that Shi Minqing would turn out to be such a rebellious disciple. It turned out that Shi Minqing had become a disciple under the late-stage Foundation establishment elder, Pan Yuer, who was a concubine of the White Tiger sect master. However, Pan Yuer found certain aspects of the sect master lacking, and thus took a fancy to her tall and handsome disciple, Shi Minqing. This illicit affair had been ongoing for 8 years, spanning from Shi Minqing's 4th level of chi refinement to the peak of chi refinement. Alas, without employing the chi observation technique to gauge Pan Yuer's cultivation level and aptitude, he had not expected her to be such a formidable figure. To avoid any missteps, Yi Yu decided to focus on his tasks, speaking little and acting much. He must ensure that nothing went awry before the sect master departed. Habitually, he activated a technique during the act, and unexpectedly, he felt a surge of enlightenment. By heavens, has my cultivation aptitude actually ascended to mid-tier earth level? This Pan-Yuer was indeed something remarkable. After a flurry of activity, Yu bid farewell to Pan-Yuer and, watching her retreating figure, employed the Qi observation technique. Pan-Yuer, late-stage foundation establishment, upper-tier earth level, actual age approximately 40 years, perceived age 20 years. Wow, Pan-Yuer is truly impressive. Engaging with her appears to be a path to continually enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. However, Yu did not forget the significant task at hand. After Pan-Yuer left, he took out a telescope and fixed his gaze on the main peak, awaiting the sect master's departure. After several days of waiting, he finally witnessed the sect master flying away on a sword, heading toward the direction of the Baiyun sect. Just as Yi was contemplating heading to the library to stir up some mischief, Pan-Yuer appeared at his door once again. This time, with her late-stage foundation establishment prowess, she easily pinned Yi against the wall. He could only sigh in resignation. This woman was indeed a formidable challenge. Yi contemplated making his escape, yet Pan-Yuer boldly decided to stay right there. She practiced during the day and rested with Yi at night. Yi desired to venture outside, yet was met with resistance as the door was obstructed, justified under the guise of safety, shrouded in secrecy. Though she yearned to rebel, her attempts were futile against the overwhelming force. Should she dare brandish a firearm, it would undoubtedly escalate into a dire situation, with numerous foundation establishment practitioners surrounding her in no time. If the protective formation of the sect were to activate, she would find herself utterly helpless, with neither heaven nor earth responding to her plight. Left with no alternative, Yi reluctantly continued to acquiesce to Pan-Yuer's demands, all the while not neglecting to employ her innate talents to further enhance her cultivation aptitude. Pan-Yuer, too, found herself caught in a whirlwind of fervor, unable to restrain her impulses. Moreover, it seemed that Shimin-Ching had returned from a mission, deepening her infatuation. With the sect leader absent for the foreseeable future, she seized this rare opportunity to indulge in her desires. For 2 months, Pan-Yuer resided with Yi, and through diligent effort, Yi managed to elevate her cultivation aptitude to the upper tier of the earth grade. Initially, she harbored some reservations towards Pan-Yuer, given her past entanglements with Shimin-Ching and others. However, experiencing it firsthand revealed the allure that lay within, a sentiment validated by her newfound status. One day, as Pan-Yuer finally departed, Yi prepared to make her move, only to behold a flying vessel approaching in the distance, causing her spirits to plummet. It was apparent that the sect leader had returned, and this vessel belonged to the Baiyun sect. The design of the flying boat was unmistakably the same one that had been present at the Ascension Conference. Chapter 49, Sect Conference. With the sect leader's return, Yi felt an immediate urge to slip away, but to her dismay, the leader summoned all disciples, barring the servants, to assemble at the main peak square. Departing at this juncture would surely arouse suspicion. Thus, she remained, relying on Shimin-Ching's memories to navigate her way to the main peak square, blending into the ranks of the inner disciples. Within the Baihu sect, those at the 1st to 3rd levels of Qi refinement typically served as servants, while those at the 4th to 6th levels were outer disciples. The inner disciples, at the 7th level and peak of Qi refinement, had the privilege of apprenticing under elders of mid, late, or peak foundation establishment. Should they encounter a golden core disciple, they would automatically attain the status of a true heir, with a slight chance of inheriting the position of sect leader. Upon reaching foundation establishment, they would automatically advance to core disciples, and those in mid-foundation establishment could take on apprentices. Yi wished to inquire about the situation from those around her, yet they remained silent, patiently awaiting the leader's address. Shortly thereafter, the leader appeared, accompanied by several golden core elders and a throng of foundation establishment and Qi refinement practitioners descending from the flying vessel. On the vacant land on the other side of the square, the gathered individuals stood in anticipation as the sect leader, Zhengzir-en, began to speak. Esteemed members, I am your leader, Zhengzir-en, and I have 2 significant announcements to make. He paused, his expression somber. Firstly, our 2 esteemed elders, Shi Yuehua and Hu Yingjun, have both tragically failed in their attempts to break through and have passed away. This news grieves me deeply. However, sorrow serves little purpose in the face of the malevolent rogue cultivators who covet our sect's spiritual veins and ancient texts. As the leader, I must take decisive action. Zhengzir-en cast his gaze over the disciples below, his eyes landing on the handsome visage of Yi. Yi felt an unsettling sensation, as if Zhengzir-en's words were directed at him. The thought of the wicked rogue cultivators filled him with trepidation. What if he discovers my identity? Should I flee at once? Fortunately, Zhengzir-en continued, I cannot allow our Baihu sect to perish under my watch. Therefore, I have sought the assistance of our allied sect, the Baiyun sect. They value our partnership and have dispatched 3 golden core elders, 10 core disciples in the late foundation establishment stage, and 300 inner disciples to aid us. Zheng Zir and elaborated. The gradual decline of our Baihu sect can be attributed to the scarcity of texts in our library. In light of this, the Baiyun sect has generously offered us a wealth of literature. From now on, our disciples can exchange sect points for these invaluable texts in the library. To express our gratitude for Baiyun sect support, we will establish a new peak, Baiyun Peak, for the elder disciples who come to assist us to cultivate. And we may also allocate some of our cultivation resources to them. The disciples of Baihu sect were taken aback by this news, their expressions betraying their internal turmoil. Though they dared not voice their dissent, the prospect of sharing their already limited resources with outsiders was unbearable. Initially pleased by the promise of more texts, they were now confronted with this unwelcome reality. Zheng Zir in, too, felt a pang of resentment at the thought of relinquishing so many resources. However, he recognized the necessity of the situation. Stuck at the early golden core stage, he feared that without guidance from an elder or access to superior cultivation techniques, he might share the fate of the two departed elders, unable to break through and ultimately perishing. Ambitiously aspiring to reach the nascent soul stage, he was unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime of stagnation at the golden core level. Although the disciples below simmered with anger, they were powerless to challenge the words of a golden core cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, strength always dictated reason. Thus, the decision was made. After the assembly dispersed, each returned to their respective homes. Several golden core elders employed their formidable techniques to artificially create a secondary spiritual vein on a nearby peak and began dispatching minor disciples and outer disciples to assist the Baiyun sect's contingent in constructing their dwellings and palaces. Meanwhile, the inner disciples were spared from such labor, as they were considered the sect's own. Yiyu, accompanied by several inner sect disciples, made his way back to the residence of the inner disciples on Bailing Peak, which also housed a second-tier spiritual vein. Along the journey, these disciples grumbled incessantly. Damn it, this year's allocation of foundation establishment pills is surely going to be reduced again. Indeed, it seems the quota for cultivating in the heavenly spring will also diminish. They lamented. However, the increased collection in the library might be a blessing, allowing us to practice more formidable spells and not be easily outmatched by those from less distinguished families. Who knows? Perhaps the new techniques are exorbitantly priced. I could toil for days on end, completing numerous tasks, and still not have enough to exchange for a single spell. The new spells might be even more costly. Listening to their idle chatter, Yiyu felt little impact. It's of no concern to me, he mused. After all, he had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, possessing a comprehensive array of spells at this level. Yet, he lacked techniques for the golden core stage and needed to figure out how to acquire them within the sect. Initially, Yiyu was disheartened by Pan Yuer's remarks about the poor quality and scarcity of golden core techniques here. However, with the arrival of individuals from Baiyun's sect, he hoped that the new text would include more golden core and even nascent soul techniques. Indeed, Zheng Zhiran was no fool. The cultivation methods and spells for the foundation establishment and chi refining stages were abundant in Baiyu's sect. What he requested from Baiyun's sect were various spells and methods at the golden core and nascent soul levels. Fearing his own ignorance, he had even invited a late-stage golden core elder to assist him with questions. He was also wary of potential power struggles, though he knew that with Baiyun's sect's strength, especially with several nascent soul experts, it would be effortlessly easy for them to eliminate him. Thus, Zheng Zhiran chose to remain passive, thinking, what of betraying the sect's interests? My opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage is what truly matters. Upon returning to Shi Minqing's cave residence, Yiyu commenced his cultivation. He had intended to visit the library, but it was currently undergoing renovations to incorporate new texts. Observing the fervor of his fellow inner disciples, he felt compelled to join in and promptly began his training. After a fortnight, everything settled. The library was reorganized and reopened, and the neighboring Baiyun Peak was completed. Yiyu stepped outside, intending to head to the library, when unexpectedly, Pan Yuer slipped in just as he opened the door. Seeing no one else around, Yiyu quickly shut the door behind her. Yuer, what brings you here? He inquired. Well, I didn't come here for you, did I? She retorted. The folks from Baiyun's sect have arrived, and this year our sect's allocation of foundation establishment pills has been reduced from 10 to 7. I've gone to great lengths to secure one for you. Are you not moved? Upon hearing Pan Yuer's words, Yiyu felt a swell of gratitude for Shi Minqing. His master had indeed been exceptional, not only providing him with a cave, but also various cultivation resources, including the foundation establishment pill. Regrettably, he was not destined to enjoy his fortune and, unfortunately, encountered Yiyu, who dealt with him. Such an admirable master, Shi Minqing. I have taken your place. May you rest in peace in the afterlife. Your wife and children, I shall care for. Do not worry. Ah, I see. Then I extend my gratitude to you. Although Yiyu had no genuine need for this foundation establishment pill, it was essential to express the requisite appreciation. Very well. Then repay this young lady properly by giving me a shoulder massage and foot rub. After 3 tumultuous days and nights, Yu bid farewell to Tai Guanyin Pan Yuer, leaving behind a foundation establishment pill. With this precious elixir, Yu could accomplish many endeavors. Recently, the various upheavals within the White Tiger sect seemed to be shifting towards a more favorable direction. With the foundation establishment pill in hand, Yu could openly exhibit his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage and perhaps glean insights into the sect's spells at this level. Moreover, his primary cultivation method, the Taiji formula, was originally an adaptation of the Baiyun sect's core inheritance, the Baiyun formula. By obtaining some information from Baiyun Peak, he might even acquire the identity of a core disciple of the Baiyun sect. Of course, this was contingent upon not encountering any formidable golden core practitioners. Yi was confident in his disguise and aura concealment techniques. However, they were only effective against foundation establishment scrutiny. Should a golden core expert observe him up close, they might discern something amiss. Feigning cultivation in his room for several days, Yi eventually revealed his foundation establishment early-stage prowess and registered for a change of identity at the main Peaks Personnel Hall, elevating his status to that of a core disciple of the White Tiger sect. To his dismay, the promotion required igniting a fragment of his primordial spirit to light a soul lamp. After some hesitation, Yi relinquished a portion of his primordial spirit. He felt fortunate that Shi Minqing, whom he had dealt with, was merely an inconsequential inner sect disciple of little value, a mere Qi refinement stage practitioner, unworthy of the sect's effort to create a soul lamp for him. Otherwise, through that soul lamp, the sect would discover that Shi Minqing had been eliminated and might pursue him relentlessly. Upon exiting the personnel hall, Yi found himself in possession of 2 tokens, one signifying his status as a core disciple of the White Tiger sect, and the other as an inner sect disciple of the Baiyun sect's branch. It was said that the points within the Baiyun sect's inner disciple token could be exchanged for items unavailable in the White Tiger sect. However, for future tasks, any accrued points could only be deposited into 1 token at a time and could not be transferred between them. As a core disciple at the foundation establishment stage, he was required to complete a task for the sect every 3 years, receive a monthly salary of 100 spirit stones, and be granted a solidifying pill to aid in early-stage foundation establishment every 3 months. Yet, these meager offerings hardly sufficed for Yi Yu's cultivation needs. The remuneration was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, Yi Yu found little to complain about, as he had not exerted himself in any labor. What captivated Yi Yu was the opportunity to select a profound primary cultivation technique and 2 foundational spells upon his ascension to a core disciple. Currently, the library was guarded by a golden core cultivator from the Baiyun sect, making it quite challenging for Yi Yu to engage in any underhanded tactics. The notion of robbing the library and fleeing could only remain a thought, as he now bore the official guise of a disciple of the sect. After all, the essence of his soul within the lantern was his own. He was indeed Shi Minqing, and thus, a disciple of the sect. Given this circumstance, it seemed entirely reasonable to consult the Golden Core elders with any inquiries he might have. In reflection, the identity of Shi Minqing as a sect disciple appeared rather favorable. While being a rogue cultivator afforded a certain freedom, having the backing of a sect could propel him further on his journey. In the realm of cultivation, power and connections were paramount. Before long, Yi Yu soared to Chengde Peak, the location of the Baihu sect's library. The main structure was an imposing library, complemented by various martial arenas and spell training grounds in the vicinity. After presenting his identity token and undergoing an inspection, Yi was granted access to the 2nd floor of the library. The 1st floor was overseen by a core disciple in the early stages of foundational cultivation, accompanied by several inner disciples in the late Qi refinement stage. On the 2nd floor, an elder in the late foundational stage presided, with very few disciples venturing there. Yi sensed that the Golden Core elder was likely on the 3rd floor. This was advantageous, as avoiding direct encounters would prevent his disguise from being revealed. The 1st floor was filled with books, while the 2nd featured books alongside several jade slips before each volume. Elder, I am a newly appointed core disciple seeking to select techniques and spells, Yi Yu announced. Feel free to browse as you wish. However, once you've finished, you may not take the books, only the jade slips, the elder nonchalantly replied, reclining comfortably. Wait, elder, does that mean I can memorize all the books here? More than just 2? Yi Yu inquired, astonished. Certainly. Those in the foundational stage are the backbone of our sect. Feel free. But the 3rd floor is not under my jurisdiction, so discretion is advised. Remember, the techniques are for your personal use and must not be disseminated. In principle, you cannot take too much away, but you may look freely. Also, keep this matter to yourself, especially regarding the recent newcomers from the Baiyun sect. Understood. Thank you, elder. Yi was pleasantly surprised by this privilege offered by the Baihu sect. Initially, such an opportunity was not available. However, with the recent passing of two supreme elders. The sect leader, Zheng Zhirong, believed it essential to cultivate the local disciples instead of allowing resources to be monopolized by the arrivals from the Baiyun sect. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, Yi Yu eagerly sought out texts that were absent from the Jin family's collection, yet piqued his interest. He diligently committed valuable information to memory, for the memory capacity of foundational stage cultivators was indeed remarkable, a claim of photographic recall not being an exaggeration. However, entering this extraordinary state of memory exhausts one's spiritual consciousness, which is inherently limited, thus confining Yi Yu's capacity to retain knowledge. He estimated that he could commit to memory around 30 volumes of texts. Initially, Yi Yu absorbed 2 offensive techniques, 2 defensive techniques, and 1 escape art, followed by a thorough study of the alchemical and talismanic traditions of the White Tiger sect. Subsequently, he perused manuals detailing the methodologies for advancing to the Golden Core stage, alongside various auxiliary spells. It was during this endeavor that Yi Yu discovered a particularly beneficial method known as the second dantian. This technique, conceived by a Yuaning elder who pitted his junior for having their dantian shattered, allows one to establish an additional middle dantian beyond the original. In general, individuals possess 3 dantians, the lower dantian located in the lower abdomen, serving as the foundation for a cultivator's practice and storing magical energy. The upper dantian situated within the brain, acting as the source of one's spiritual world and consciousness, and the middle dantian, positioned between the lower ribs and above the navel, which typically holds no utility for cultivation and is imperceptible without spiritual awareness. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above can harness this additional dantian. Currently, this second dantian is tailored for those at the peak of foundation establishment, providing them with an extra reserve of magical energy to enhance their survival during the tribulations of Golden Core advancement. Yi Yu perceived this second dantian as an impeccable complement to Elder Qilian's passive cultivation technique, which allows him to autonomously circulate magical energy under conditions of yin-yang and elemental balance. However, any attempt to draw upon energy from the dantian would disrupt this equilibrium. Concluding the passive state, with the addition of the second dantian, he could directly utilize its magical energy during passive cultivation, a prospect that filled him with delight. Reflecting on his long-held aspirations, he realized that what he sought was indeed present within this sect, confirming that his efforts were not in vain. Yi Yu documented several more texts, ultimately departing with a jade slip containing the core techniques of the Baiyun sect, the Baiyun decision, Baiyun sword technique, and Baiyun escape method. Since he intended to use these openly, it seemed only appropriate to register them. The Baiyun decision encompasses only the foundation establishment and breakthrough phases to the Golden Core. Unlike the complete version he had acquired in Zhang Jingwang's cave, which is of inferior earth grade and extends all the way to the late Yuaning stage. Upon returning to the cave of Shimenqing, Yi Yu tidied up, preparing to relocate his dwelling. Having ascended to the rank of core disciple, he was now entitled to establish a cave residence on the main peak, which boasted a 4th-grade inferior spiritual vein, incomparable to the 2nd-grade veins he had experienced. Yi Yu soared through the skies on his sword, arriving at the cave management office on the main peak, where a mid-foundation establishment elder was on duty, assisted by several qi refinement practitioners. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Shimenqing, a newly initiated core disciple of the foundation establishment stage, here to request a change of my cave dwelling. Yi Yu addressed the elder, who was in a state of serene contemplation. Elder, he opened his somewhat bleary eyes, reflecting for a moment before responding. Congratulations, junior brother Shimen. You are now entitled to select a cave on the main peak or choose a small mountain within our sect's territory that possesses a 2nd-grade inferior or medium-grade spirit vein to establish your own cave. Naturally, Yi Yu preferred not to interact extensively with others. Solitude offered great convenience, especially given the multitude of secrets he harbored within. Then I shall trouble you, brother he. I wish to select a small mountain to establish my cave, he replied, feeling a sense of camaraderie. As elder he addressed him as junior brother, prompting Yi Yu to reciprocate with the title of brother for a closer rapport. Here is the map of our sect. The green areas indicate unoccupied locations, which you may choose freely, elder he stated. Might you provide me with some guidance? Yi Yu inquired, wishing to secure a more advantageous location. He discreetly slipped 500 spirit stones into brother he's hand. This is certainly no trouble. Please articulate your requirements, and I shall endeavor to accommodate them, elder he responded, his face lighting up with delight at the generosity of junior brother Shimen. The 500 spirit stones could procure several medicinal pills, allowing him to cultivate freely for a month. Given his annual salary barely exceeded 2,000 spirit stones, this was a significant boon. Brother he, I hope the chosen site is somewhat larger. I do not require high-quality spirit fields, but I would prefer a location with a geothermal fire and a spirit vein of at least a higher grade, Yi Yu articulated. Oh, So you do not desire superior spirit fields? Those fields yield considerable benefits annually, serving as a vital source of income given our meager salaries, Elder, he remarked. Indeed. I am an artifact refiner and do not rely on spirit fields, Yu clarified. I see. Elder, he mused, quickly realizing the merit in befriending an artifact refiner. No wonder Yu was so generous. Artifact refiners were indeed quite prosperous. In that case, junior brother, I would like to request your assistance in crafting a top-tier magical artifact. Would that be acceptable? Certainly, as long as you can provide a suitable location. Once the materials are available, I shall prepare it for you, Yu assured. Excellent, Elder, he said, perusing the map thoughtfully before arriving at a decision. He pointed to a green dot on the map, declaring, this location is a moderately sized hill with a second-grade medium spirit vein, accompanied by geothermal fire. However, due to the presence of the geothermal fire, the quality of the spirit field is somewhat lacking, rated only as a first-grade medium, suitable solely for cultivating heat-resistant spirit plants. Nevertheless, the spirit field spans a vast area of over 100 acres. How does this proposal strike you, junior brother? Upon inspection, Yu noted that this hill was adjacent to the newly established Baiyun Peak, sufficiently distanced from the main peak of Baihu. Brother, this location is quite favorable. However, do you have any connections among the senior brothers who might be able to summon the geothermal fire? There is no significant issue. I happen to have a friend who excels in the art of formations. I shall notify him to come and assist you. Since that is the case, brother, why not hand over the materials to me? I shall deliver them to you once I have successfully refined them. Very well. Before long, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator arrived. A friend of He Changwei, and also an elder within the sect. Under He Changwei's introduction, Yu became acquainted with the formation master, He Wenba. Shortly thereafter, guided by a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, Yu arrived at his new abode. He Wenba first established a fire evocation formation for Yu, drawing forth the underground fire, which could be manipulated through the formation. This made it as convenient as using natural gas or coal gas. Yu compensated the master with 500 spirit stones for his labor, after which He Wenba took his leave. Yu assessed the intensity of the underground fire, finding it far superior to the alchemical fire he had conjured with his own magical energy. With this underground fire, he might even be able to forge spiritual artifacts. Previously, he had been unable to do so, as his magical energy and alchemical fire could not melt the materials required for crafting spiritual artifacts. Now, with the underground fire, this issue was effortlessly resolved. Next, Yu planned to establish a cave dwelling in this location, yet he was disinclined to labor himself. Thus, he visited the Servant Peak and, with a modest expenditure of spirit stones, summoned a group of workers to construct the houses according to his specifications. One would serve as his own living quarters, while the other would be dedicated to artifact forging. The living quarters were generously spacious, encompassing dozens of rooms. As Yu envisioned providing a home for the maidens of the world, these rooms were prepared as their sanctuaries. In the living quarters, the first floor consisted entirely of cultivation rooms. Yu arranged a spirit-gathering formation within these rooms, which necessitated the expertise of the formation master, He Wenba, once again. This spirit-gathering formation, established upon a spirit vein, did not require regular replenishment of spirit stones. A few days later, everything settled into place, and Yu notified Pan Yuer of his new residence. However, she was currently entangled with the sect leader and could not spare the time, which left Yu feeling somewhat displeased. A thought crossed Yu's mind to eliminate this sect leader. Indeed, he found himself increasingly resembling the infamous Shimen Qing, having taken a concubine while contemplating the demise of her husband, Wu Dalong. Although such actions were far from honorable in the realm of cultivation, one must be ruthless to maintain stability. Ultimately, this matter must be addressed, but it would require waiting for the opportune moment. Yu also harbored intentions of bringing both Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang to his side. However, before doing so, he first needed to eliminate the Jin family members entrenched within the sect. After some contemplation, he realized that all of this would require patience, as he needed to amass strength. At present, his sniper rifle possessed the capability to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, capable of delivering a fatal blow to Golden Core cultivators when caught unawares. The probability of such success is less than 10, so it is wise to refrain from taking risks for now. Considering that both Qiu Xiang and Chuan Xiang are nearing their time, Yi resolved to leave the sect in half a month. He first devoted himself to cultivation in this new cave dwelling, which was indeed a delightful experience. The concentration of spiritual energy was so rich that it penetrated his pores effortlessly, requiring no effort on his part to absorb it. It flowed abundantly. After a day of cultivation, Yi recalled his second Dantian technique and hurriedly transcribed the scriptures he had memorized in the library onto paper, lest he forget. Subsequently, he began to cultivate the second Dantian. This technique came with numerous annotations, and Yi devoted an entire day to comprehending its essence. After 3 days, he successfully manifested the middle dantian, transferring a portion of his spiritual energy there. To his surprise, rather than diminishing, his cultivation level remained unchanged, while the total amount of spiritual energy increased to 15 times its original capacity. The middle dantian could accommodate half the energy of the lower dantian. With this technique, his satisfaction was unparalleled. Having perfected the second dantian, Yu began to experiment with the idle mode left behind by Elder Chilean. Upon successfully engaging the idle mode, he attempted to mobilize spiritual energy from the second dantian. The idle mode remained effective, albeit with a slight decrease in efficiency. Yu deemed this reasonable, as mobilizing energy would occupy some meridian pathways. He conducted various experiments. Under normal usage of spiritual energy, the idle effect was 40. When not using energy, it reached 50. And in combat, it dropped to 30. Although these results were commendable, Yu felt they were still somewhat lacking. If only he could achieve an efficiency of over 70. That would be ideal, though it remained a distant wish. Nevertheless, his current idling cultivation speed was already comparable to that of individuals who diligently practiced for 8 hours daily. Everyone must attend to various matters outside. No one can remain at home cultivating without seeking resources. Having resolved the idle mode, Yu made his way to the Servant's Peak. With so much land on his mountain, it would be a shame to leave it uncultivated. The individuals at the Servant's Peak often possessed poor cultivation aptitude, with levels ranging from the first to the third stage of Qi refinement. Adjacent to it was the Newcomer's Peak, where those with cultivation aptitude of at least high-grade yellow rank were sent. Those who failed to progress to the fourth stage of Qi refinement after 3 years were relegated to the Servant's Peak. Conversely, those with aptitude below high-grade yellow rank would be transferred to the Servant's Peak after 3 months in the Newcomer's Peak, having completed various introductory courses. Once one entered the Servant's Peak, their fate was essentially sealed. They bore the brunt of the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, yet their treatment was the most dismal. The mere fact that such a vast peak as the Servant's Peak contained only a level 1 superior spiritual vein speaks volumes about their plight. Yu, during his selection, did not intend to discover any prodigies. He merely sought to avoid wasting the precious spiritual fields. Each core disciple is permitted to select up to 10 miscellaneous disciples from the Servant's Peak to perform labor. Those fortunate enough to be chosen gain the opportunity to cultivate in areas with a higher concentration of spiritual energy, thus enabling them to progress further on their journey. Consequently, when the news spread that Yu would be selecting servants, the individuals at the Servant's Peak erupted in excitement, flocking to the affairs hall in hopes of being chosen by him. Among them, numerous beautiful female servants adorned themselves exquisitely, hoping to be taken back by Yu. Meanwhile, the male servants showcased their muscles, eager to demonstrate their strength and capability for hard work. Yu employed his qi-gazing technique, first directing his gaze toward the group of young women. Naturally, he disregarded the men, as he had no need for those who could work. He was not particularly concerned about the yield of his spiritual fields, as long as they were not left fallow. Upon scanning the crowd, he found that most were at the 4th level of qi refinement or below, with mediocre cultivation aptitude. There was a reason these individuals were relegated to the role of servants. However, upon closer inspection, he did find 5 with acceptable appearances, whom he decided to take. Though they might prove of little utility, they were certainly pleasing to the eye. Yu then glanced over at the men and was astonished to discover one with heavenly tier cultivation aptitude, though he currently suffered from a blockage in his spiritual meridians. What a peculiar protagonist template. How delightful it would have been had this been a woman, yet alas, it was a man. Yu contemplated whether to recruit this individual as a subordinate, but hesitated, concerned that he might disrupt his harem. With a plan forming in his mind, Yu summoned the young man to him. Young lad, I am inclined to take you under my wing, but first, I require you to perform self-castration with a blade. Do you possess the courage for such a task? What? Self-castration? The 18-year-old boy was taken aback, having yet to experience the pleasures of romance, and now faced with such a drastic demand. Yet, recognizing the bleak prospects of the Servant's Peak, he wrestled internally. Master, I am willing to self-castrate. I am too. So am I. Without waiting for the young man to respond, those who had not been selected clamored forward, eager to volunteer. This left the young man in shock. Witnessing others eager to undertake such an act surely indicated some hidden benefit. Master, I am willing to self-castrate. Good, Yi replied with a slight smile. He then surveyed the eager volunteers, selecting 2 with exceptional yellow-tier cultivation aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refinement within 3 years posed a considerable challenge for many destitute individuals. Thus, it was not unusual for those with decent cultivation aptitude to appear at the Servant's Peak. Chapter 53. Selecting servants, Yu subsequently chose 3 more young women with remarkable yellow-tier cultivation aptitude, bringing his total to 10. In a swift turn of events, everything was registered and taken away, returning to his own Dansha mountain. The first floor of the loft served as Yi's personal sanctuary for cultivation. Positioned closest to the spiritual vein, where the concentration of spiritual energy was at its peak. The upper floors were designated as living quarters for the miscellaneous disciples he had arranged. Only young women resided in the loft, while 3 men underwent procedures under Yi's supervision, subsequently establishing their own residences nearby. This arrangement allowed Yi to feel at ease. Once the accommodations were set, Yi summoned everyone to gather before him. Have you all seen this spiritual field? Each of you will receive 10 acres to cultivate as you please. What you grow will belong to you, and there is no need to offer any tribute to me. From now on, you will be considered my named disciples. I have granted you this opportunity based on your commendable cultivation potential. I hope you will strive diligently and uphold respect for your master. Thank you, master. We will not disappoint you, the group exclaimed, elated by Yi's generosity. They had not anticipated such kindness, as he provided them with an improved environment for cultivation and the opportunity to tend to spiritual fields. Here is a superior yellow-grade cultivation technique. You shall study this from now on, and once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will provide you with a more advanced method, he added. Thank you, master. They responded, their spirits lifted. Their slow progress in cultivation had not been without reason. Previously, they had only practiced the entry-level techniques of the Baihu sect, which were merely of medium quality within the yellow grade. In contrast, their contemporaries either possessed exceptional talent or came from families with superior cultivation methods. With their average aptitude and lack of resources, their prospects had seemed bleak. Having settled these individuals, Yi returned to his cave dwelling to resume his own cultivation. For the next 7 days, he fostered relationships with the newly arrived disciples, ensuring everything was in order. Once he felt sufficiently rested, Yi departed from the sect and boarded a plane back to Guangning City. Upon arrival, he returned directly to his rented abode, concerned about whether the pregnant women, Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang, had encountered any issues during his absence. To his surprise, upon entering his home, he found Chun Xiang, Qiu Xiang, and Chu Mingyao engaged in a game of landlord. It was quite a sight. Yet the presence of Chu Mingyao indicated that Chun Xiang and Qiu Xiang had indeed faced troubles. Hello, everyone. The master has returned, Yi announced. Master, you have finally returned, Chun Xiang exclaimed, abruptly dropping her cards and rushing to the door to envelop him in a warm embrace. While in his arms, she lamented, Woo-woo. Master, our talisman shop has been vandalized. What? Unthinkable. Please tell me all the details. I shall deal with them, Yi replied, lifting Chun Xiang like a princess as he entered the room and sat beside Qiu Xiang and Chu Mingyao. Now, Chun Xiang, Qiu Xiang, please explain who had the audacity to disrupt our business. Master, Autumn Fragrance speculated, we suspect that the Lin family's talisman shop colluded with other shops to harm us. Our prices are low, adversely affecting their interests. Oh, I see. The Lin family, is it? I'll remember that. In due time, I shall deal with them, he replied. Xiaoming, are you here because those two sought your assistance? Indeed. Yi, how dare you conceal from me that you have women outside, and two at that. You truly are remarkable, Chu Mingyao feigned anger. Xiaoming, one must recognize the order of precedence in all matters. You are aware of the cultivation technique I practice. I was once merely of yellow-grade cultivation aptitude, he said. Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang are indispensable in this matter. All right, I understand. I have no intention of making things difficult for them. Chu Mingyao thought of troubling Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang. But both were at the foundational stage of cultivation and were also with child. Not only would it be unwise to provoke them, but Yi might also retaliate fiercely should he harm these two sisters. Well then, that is good. Subsequently, Yi continued to converse with the 3 sisters about recent events. Chu Mingyao had already vacated her previous residence and taken up residence with Yi, who had ample space and numerous rooms. The spiritual energy here was quite dense, conducive to cultivation. After spending over 10 days at home, Yi's thoughts were consumed by the shop that had been vandalized. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he resolved to teach the Lin family a lesson. That night, after all the staff had departed, he stealthily approached the entrance of the Lin family's talisman shop, gazing at the firmly shut door. His heart brimmed with wrath and hatred. These individuals had gone too far. Not only had they vandalized his shop, but they had also thrown his life into disarray, stealing himself. Yi employed an invisibility technique and silently infiltrated the interior of the shop. Inside, he beheld an array of talismans and, inspired, decided to deliver an even greater surprise. He produced a fire talisman, softly recited an incantation, and hurled it into the center of the shop. Instantly, the entire establishment was engulfed in flames. The inferno blazed fiercely, illuminating the night sky. Observing his handiwork, Yi felt a surge of delight and satisfaction. Employing the earth escape technique, he vanished from within the shop. As time passed, the fire intensified, reducing the entire establishment to ruins. Yi Yu contemplated causing chaos at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Yet it was fortified with numerous arrays and guarded by a peak foundational stage cultivator, making it a far more formidable challenge. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned that plan. After sharing with the three sisters that he had dealt with the Lin family, they expressed immense joy. Yi Yu's gaze lingered on the slightly rounded bellies of Chuanxiang and Xiaoxiang, filled with curiosity. Xiaoming, what can you tell me about Chuanxiang and Xiaoxiang? When is the child due? How foolish. Both Chuanxiang and Xiaoxiang are foundational period cultivators, not mere mortals. Does it not take 2 to 3 years for a child to be conceived? Such a lengthy duration is justified. Prolonged gestation ensures ample nourishment, thereby enhancing the child's cultivation aptitude. Ah, I see now, Yi Yu exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will naturally burrow. I have no doubt that when my 2 children are born, their cultivation talent may well surpass the profound level. There exists a possibility for even higher realms. Although the chances of attaining the heavenly stage remain slim, a mere fantasy. Xiaoming, would you not consider having a child as well? Absolutely not. I intend to wait until I reach the golden core stage before contemplating motherhood. Chu Mingyao replied with a firm shake of her head. Having a child would squander my precious youth. In 2 or 3 years, I could potentially break through another minor level. Chapter 54. The destruction of the Jin family's influence. Once she achieves the golden core realm and enjoys an extended lifespan, she might consider taking time to expand her lineage. Despite Chu Mingyao's reluctance to bear children, she still values the companionship that comes with their relationship. Yi Yu frequently visited her, and after accumulating a substantial amount of spirit stones over time, he decided it was time to return to his sect. He left each of the 3 sisters with 20,000 spirit stones, assuring them that they could focus on their cultivation without financial worries. After bidding farewell to the sisters, Yi Yu ventured out and visited the Lin family's talisman shop. Inside, he perused the aisles and discreetly placed a tracking signal on the shopkeeper, intending to wait until closing time to follow him. After several days of surveillance, the shopkeeper remained within the city, making it difficult for Yi Yu to take action. As the month drew to a close, the shopkeeper finally departed from Guangning City, allowing Yi Yu to follow him closely. At a distance of 200 kilometers from Guangning City, Yi Yu struck the man down with a single shot from his rifle. A mere foundational period cultivator stood no chance against his marksmanship. Yi Yu effortlessly claimed the man's storage bag and any valuables he possessed. However, nothing within the bag particularly impressed Yi Yu. His standards had risen significantly, rendering the possessions of a foundational cultivator trivial in his eyes. Yet, among the items was a fine-quality magic sword, which would suffice to present to He Changgue as a token of his endeavors. After altering his appearance back to that of Shimin Qing, he took to the skies, flying back to the Baihu sect. Yi Yu harbored a grand ambition, to seize control of the Baihu sect in a few decades, transforming it into a lucrative enterprise for himself. However, this goal hinged upon his cultivation reaching the golden core stage. Otherwise, he would struggle to command respect. Yi Yu first arrived at the management office of the main peak. Brother He, here is the superior quality magic artifact I procured for you. I hope it meets your approval, he said, engaging in conversation as the office was notably tranquil. He Changgue grasped the sword of law, discerning at a glance that it was not freshly forged. He pondered that perhaps this sword was a gift from Yi Yu to himself, and without further ado, accepted it with gratitude. I appreciate it, junior brother Shimin. After their casual conversation, the two parted ways. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Yi Yu found his disciples diligently engaged in their cultivation, which brought him some solace. Given the rare opportunity of a favorable training environment, they were determined to seize every moment. Yi Yu observed Dai Wenba, who possessed the aptitude for celestial-level cultivation, yet a blockage in his spiritual veins rendered his potential inferior to even the mid-tier yellow rank. After 3 years in the sect, he had only recently managed to break through to the second level of Qi refinement. Yi Yu speculated that the blockage was a consequence of a rather melodramatic incident, one that had likely involved foul play. He had no intention of unblocking Dai Wenba's spiritual veins immediately. He believed that only when a person is at their most desperate can hope be truly appreciated. Yi Yu resolved to allow others to reach the later stages of Qi refinement, while Dai Wenba remained stagnant in the early stages, so that when he felt utterly defeated, he could extend his assistance. Turning his attention away from Dai Wenba, Yi Yu summoned his 7 named female disciples to his chamber. Disinterested in remembering their names, he decided to rename them, akin to Chuanxiang and Xiaoxiang. Henceforth, they would be known as the 7 fairies, surnamed Shimin and named Hong, Cheng, Huang, Lu, Qing, Lan, and Zi. However, their lack of ethereal grace led Yi Yu to perceive them not as fairies, but rather as 7 spider spirits. After the renaming ceremony, he committed their new names to memory before dismissing them. In the days that followed, Yi Yu conceived a new plan. He intended for them to bear children. thereby extending his lineage within the world of cultivation. Given their relatively low cultivation levels, they would find it easier to conceive than Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang. Within just 2 months, they were all expecting. With their status as mortals below the 3rd level of qi refinement, their pregnancies would culminate in 10 months, and their offspring could potentially arrive sooner than those of Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang. However, Yiyu's extravagant lifestyle was soon interrupted. "Shimenqing, you wretched boy, come out here." A woman's furious voice echoed from outside the cave. Awakened by the commotion, Yiyu hastily donned his clothing and stepped outside. To his surprise, it was none other than his beloved master, Pan Yuer. "Yuer, what brings you here at such a time?" "Shimenqing, is it that when I am busy, you take it upon yourself to gather so many maidservants?" Pan Yuer was irate, having regarded Shimenqing as a pet project. She could hardly fathom that this young man was squandering her resources to support other maidservants. "Yuer, they are merely a group of individuals with mediocre talent, unworthy of ever establishing a foundation in this lifetime. Why should you be concerned?" Yiyu argued. "Servants." Pan Yuer frowned, yet she seemed to concede to Yiyu's words. "These insignificant servants have but a few fleeting decades of youth. Meanwhile, I possess the potential to ascend to the golden core stage, which promises centuries of vitality. Presently, I cannot afford to engage with the likes of Shimenqing. It is only natural for the lecherous Shimenqing to seek trivial amusements." "Very well, as long as you serve me well today. No problem." Yiyu escorted Pan Yuer to his master bedroom, a stark contrast to the previously chaotic environment. Within the sanctuary of his chamber, the eloquent Yiyu managed to persuade Pan Yuer. After a series of sweet nothings, he bid her farewell. Yiyu then cautioned all the servants within Danxiao Mountain, warning them to keep their lips sealed, lest they meet with dire consequences. After being thoroughly chastised by Pan Yuer, Yiyu felt it was time to engage in more serious matters. The first order of business was to devise a strategy to eradicate the Jin family's influence within the Baihu sect. Yiyu bribed He Changwei to acquire the roster of foundation-building cultivators' abodes. Following the leads, he noted the location of a certain Jin. Yiyu stealthily observed his dwelling for several days. The diligent individual finally emerged from the sect, seemingly heading back to the Jin family. Yiyu, a man of few words, struck from behind after the target had traveled 300 kilometers from the sect. With a single gunshot, he was slain, and the soul lamp within the sect extinguished. The elder in charge of the soul lamp hall was enraged and notified the sect leader. The sect leader, furious, resolved to investigate the cause of Jin's demise and pursue his enemies. However, when the sect leader, Ji Ran, utilized a spell within the soul lamp hall to review Jin's death records, he found no useful information. Chapter 55. The Jin family's secret mirror. Ji Ran could only glimpse what Jin had seen in the half-hour prior to his death. He could, however, track the enemy based on the death mark. This death mark originated from the sect's token. When a core disciple perishes, a strand of their primordial spirit from a specially crafted sect token attaches itself to their adversary. Yet, Yiyu had executed Jin from 2 kilometers away with a single shot to the head, far beyond the range of the death mark. Having mingled within the sect for so long, Yiyu understood its intricacies. After the bullet struck, it continued to fly forward, rendering the death mark incapable of pursuit. Thus, Jin met an inexplicable end. Furthermore, under Yiyu's machinations, Jin's body fell into a river, home to Yiyu's old acquaintances, a school of fish renowned for their carnivorous tendencies. Before long, Jin was devoured entirely, leaving no trace. The upper echelons of the sect found themselves utterly powerless. Jin had perished in vain. The individual's storage bag may have contained some valuable items. However, Yiyu ultimately decided against retrieving them. They had fallen into the river, making the endeavor quite challenging. Moreover, there was the risk of attracting the attention of the sect, so he opted to let it go. Subsequently, with a fierce determination, Yiyu orchestrated the demise of the qi-refining disciples of the Jin family while they were engaged in their tasks outside the Baihu sect. Through their memories, Yiyu gleaned the location of the secret realm seized from the Qiuxiang family by the Jin family. Yet, this was not the end. Yiyu made another trip to Jin Yuan City, intending to eradicate the Jin family as well. However, it seemed unnecessary for Yiyu to intervene, as the Jin family was already ensnared in a crisis. With the loss of their grand elder and the incapacitation of 2 other elders, only the family head, Jin Jinyuan, remained able to act. The various families in Jin Yuan City had long harbored grievances against the Jin family. Upon the news of the grand elder's demise spreading, they united to attack and ultimately obliterated the Jin family. Only Jin Jinyuan, grievously injured, managed to flee in a disheveled state, while male members of the family were slaughtered and females sold into brothels and slave trades. With Jin Jinyuan on the run, Yiyu found himself at a loss in the vast cultivation world, having never encountered him in person, making the search all the more daunting. Consequently, he relinquished the pursuit. As misfortunes continued to befall the Jin family within the Baihu sect, those closely associated with them began to sense something amiss. Nonetheless, apathy prevailed, and the cold-blooded realm of cultivation saw only fleeting concern without delving deeper into the matter. It seemed the Jin family had not fully disclosed the details of the secret realm to the Baihu sect. After the turmoil subsided, Yi Yu ventured forth to the site of the secret realm. With the convenience of flight, reaching various destinations was effortless. Unfortunately, without navigation, he often overshot his target. Thus, upon arriving in the general vicinity, Yi Yu took to sword flight to reach the true destination himself. This location was a hillside situated 1,000 kilometers from Jinyuan City and 2,000 kilometers from the Baihu sect. Yi Yu was aware that the secret realm lay within this range, but he needed to conduct further exploration to pinpoint its exact location. While Yi Yu searched with purpose, Jin Jinyuan, burdened by his injuries, entered the secret realm. Within this realm, the rich spiritual energy made cultivation significantly more effective. Jin Jinyuan was convinced that he would be able to make a formidable comeback. Once he achieved the golden core stage, he vowed to exact vengeance upon Jinyuan City. He believed that no one would discover the secret realm, allowing him to confidently carve out a cave within it to tend to his wounds. After several days of meticulous searching, Yi Yu finally located the entrance to the secret realm as revealed in the memories of the Jin family. This entrance was a waterfall cave, leading into a wondrous expanse. Such a paradise could only be created by cultivators of at least the nascent soul stage. After assessing that the waterfall cave posed minimal danger, Yi Yu gritted his teeth and stepped inside. The Jin family was able to enter and retrieve the medicinal herbs unscathed, so it seemed unlikely that they would encounter any trouble. Upon entering, Yi Yu beheld a vast expanse. The concentration of spiritual energy here was remarkably high, comparable to that of the White Tiger sect's Master Peak, which boasted a fourth-tier inferior spiritual vein sufficient for nascent soul cultivation. If one could master this secret realm, attaining the nascent soul would appear to be within easy reach. After walking a few steps, Yi Yu detected a scent of blood and noticed drops left by Jin Jinyuan. Utilizing his ability to manipulate objects with qi, he drew the blood-stained soil into his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the blood belonged to a Foundation establishment cultivator. And intriguingly, it seemed rather fresh. Given that this secret realm was known and that the injury was recent, it was likely that Jin Jinyuan was also involved. Yi Yu's heart swelled with excitement. He had been troubled by the vastness of the cultivation world and the difficulty of finding someone. Now, within this secret realm, which was relatively small, tracking him down seemed almost effortless. After collecting the blood, he employed the blood shadow tracking technique. Soon, a delicate red thread appeared before him, visible only to Yi Yu, guiding him toward the blood's owner. A few minutes later, he arrived at a newly opened, rudimentary cave. Yi Yu concluded that Jin Jinyuan was inside. However, exercising caution, he refrained from charging in directly. Jin Jinyuan was in the late Foundation establishment stage, while Yi Yu was merely at the mid-stage. A confrontation could prove disadvantageous. Thus, employing a familiar tactic, he positioned himself 2 kilometers away, set up his sniper rifle, and began to toss stones into the cave. For someone in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, throwing a 1-kilogram stone 2 kilometers was well within his capabilities. Yi Yu took delight in his actions. While within the cave, Jin Jinyuan was bewildered by the inexplicable assault of stones. Frustrated, he resolved to confront the wild monkeys he presumed were responsible. In a sudden twist, a large hole appeared in his chest, leaving him utterly perplexed about the nature of his demise. Witnessing his adversary collapse, Yi Yu felt a sense of satisfaction and approached the body to search it. Dealing with a Foundation establishment cultivator proved to be straightforward. One shot had incapacitated him. However, the Golden Core stage posed a greater challenge. Prior to attaining the Golden Core, losing one's head meant certain death, and severe injuries to the heart would also be fatal. Yet, after achieving the Golden Core, half of the soul resided within it, enabling the individual to escape or retaliate even after a critical injury. A shattered heart could be mended with a potent enough pill, exemplifying the resilience of life at the Golden Core stage. Yi Yu thoroughly searched Jin Jinyuan's remains, uncovering several storage bags and a spatial ring. This spatial ring, starting at a volume of 10,000 cubic meters, was a rarity exclusive to cultivators of the Golden Core stage. It was unexpected that Jin Jinyuan possessed one as well. This spatial ring possesses a recognition function. Had Jin Jinyuan been alive, it would have been impossible to unlock it. However, with Jin Jinyuan no longer among the living, there exists a possibility of opening it. Chapter 56. A bountiful offspring. Yi Yu glanced into the other storage bags, most of which contained spirit pills, talismans, and magical artifacts intended for the qi refinement stage. It seems these items were procured by Jin Jinyuan during his visit to Guangning City. The truly valuable possessions, however, must reside within the spatial ring. After examining the spatial ring, Yu discerned the lingering aura of Jin Jinyuan's soul within it. In order to assume ownership anew, Yu needed to eradicate these traces of soul energy or wait for them to dissipate naturally. The latter could take several decades. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. To ensure his safety, Yu exited the secret realm and set up several concealment arrays at the exit. Upon re-entering the secret realm, he prepared to carve out a cave dwelling to work on the spatial ring. The artifact refinement inheritance he acquired at the White Tiger sect contained methods pertinent to eliminating the soul energy within spatial rings. Yu relentlessly channeled his own soul energy against the remnants of Jin Jinyuan's spirit. With Jin Jinyuan's demise, the soul within the spatial ring was akin to a rootless floating weed. After several hours of effort, Yu successfully decoded the spatial ring. Upon re-establishing ownership, he opened it to discover an astonishing volume of over 1 million cubic meters of space. This spatial ring was likely designed for cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher. However, the contents did not reflect such a status. Consisting merely of everyday items belonging to a Foundation establishment cultivator, the most valuable item was a fruit of a spiritual tree, presumably a personal belonging of Jin Jinyuan. Pleased with his find, Yu accepted it with a smile. He fashioned a golden chain, threading the spatial ring onto it and wearing it around his neck, concealed beneath his garments. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he dared not use a storage ring openly without caution. As Yu traversed the cave realm, he discovered its radius exceeded 100 kilometers, with a third-grade premium spiritual vein at its center. While it may have been more prosperous in its prime, it had now deteriorated. Radiating from the center, the cave was home to numerous spiritual herbs, some ancient and others recently cultivated. Among the ancient plants were fruit-bearing trees and various herbs suitable for the golden core stage. There were even herbs for the nascent soul stage, though they appeared unhealthy, with some already wilted. It seemed the concentration of spiritual energy in this cave realm was insufficient to support the large-scale growth of high-level spiritual plants. Yu speculated that this secret cave was once a spiritual herb garden belonging to an ancient sect or family. Perhaps this spatial ring was also discovered by Jin Jinyuan within this realm. Upon further inspection, Yu stumbled upon a burial mound adorned with ceremonial garments. The gravestones reveal the origins of this secret realm. This hidden domain belongs to the family of the founding marshal of the Great Xia dynasty, who was conferred the title of a prince of a different surname. However, he was met with trepidation by the ancestors of the Great Xia dynasty, leading to his demise and the extermination of his entire lineage. Despite their passing, the secrets remained undiscovered until the recent years when the Tong family stumbled upon them, only for the Jin family to reap the benefits. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of a certain Yi. Observing the plethora of spiritual herbs within the secret realm, Yu felt compelled to delve into the art of alchemy. It would be remiss not to honor their existence. In the higher echelons of cultivation, the most daunting challenge lies in being caught unprepared. As one ascends, resources become increasingly scarce, necessitating judicious utilization of each one. Thus, mastering alchemy became imperative. Nevertheless, Yu resolved to postpone his studies until he reached the golden core stage, where he would enjoy an extended lifespan and a slower pace of cultivation, allowing ample time for learning. At present, he was at the Foundation establishment stage, where resources were still abundant, alleviating any worries. Yu could readily purchase the pills necessary for reaching the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, negating the need for self-manufacture. However, once he attained the golden core realm, he would likely have to concoct his own elixirs. For now, he decided to leave the secret realm as is, lacking the time to manage it. The spiritual herbs would remain untouched, as transporting them would pose challenges in preservation. How convenient it would be if he had a spatial storage to carry them away effortlessly. Upon departing the secret realm, Yu set up a multitude of formations at the entrance and gathered numerous trees for concealment. Although his skills in formations were mediocre, he possessed ample spirit stones to acquire formation plates. With such arrangements, it would be difficult for the average individual to discover the realm. If detected, without at least a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators or a single golden core expert, breaching the defenses would be no easy feat. Furthermore, should the formations be assaulted, Yi would receive alerts from his mother-son formation plates. Subsequently, he returned to Baiyun sect, continuing to enjoy a leisurely life under the guise of Shimin Chong. Despite the external restrictions on purchasing Foundation establishment pills, he managed to acquire them at a low cost within the sect using spirit stones. With these elixirs, Yi could expedite his cultivation. His life was quite comfortable, attended to by several attendants, and occasionally visited by Pan Yuer. Every month, he would make a trip to Guangning City to check on his 3 sisters there. At the age of 26, a significant milestone for Yu, his cultivation had reached the late Foundation establishment stage, and his aptitude for cultivation had ascended to the high tier of the earth grade through relentless effort. Anxiously awaiting outside the delivery room, today marked the day autumn fragrance would give birth coinciding with spring fragrance's delivery. Spring fragrance, possessing slightly lesser cultivation than autumn fragrance, had conceived later, resulting in a simultaneous childbirth. With the cries of two newborns, two new lives emerged. They would serve as Yiyu's legacy in this world, testifying to his journey through the realm of cultivation. Yiyu, having fulfilled his wish, entered the delivery room, where he encountered two midwives, each cradling an infant. The eyes of the newborns sparkled with vitality, and after a brief bout of crying, they settled into peaceful slumber. A boy and a girl, together forming a harmonious pair. Unlike ordinary women, Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang did not confine themselves to the traditional postpartum practices. Instead, they each consumed a precious rejuvenation pill that Yiyu had procured at great expense. Gradually, all their injuries, pains, and discomforts began to dissipate. The pallor that had washed over their faces during childbirth was replaced by a rosy hue. After meditating and refining the pills for an hour, they regained their mobility and were able to rise from their beds. Meanwhile, Yiyu requested the midwives to prepare some goat's milk for the newborns. After a thorough cleaning and handling, the infants drifted into a serene sleep. Once Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang had regained their ability to move, they approached Yiyu, eager to behold their children. Xiaoxiang had given birth to a son, while Chunxiang welcomed a daughter. "Ah, it seems my womb has proven more fruitful," Xiaoxiang exclaimed with joy, believing that bearing a son was superior to having a daughter. This sentiment echoed the prevailing preference for males in the realm of cultivation. The male lineage, after all, could trace its ancestry back through millennia, remaining consistent, whereas the female lineage had long since diverged. Chapter 57. A house full of children. Not long after the joyful reunion, news arrived from the sect. Among his 7 female disciples, one was nearing her time to give birth, while the others were also expected to deliver within the month. Yiyu realized he needed to return, as leaving Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang alone outside would not be prudent now that he had children of his own. Moreover, he had thoroughly dealt with the Jin family, having eliminated even those disciples of the White Tiger sect who had once pursued him, with no lingering concerns. He addressed Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang. "Now that I am a disciple of the White Tiger sect, would you both be willing to accompany me back to the sect for cultivation?" "Master, wherever you go, we shall follow," Xiaoxiang replied without hesitation. She had been informed of Yiyu's actions against the Jin family and felt immense gratitude, pledging her loyalty. Chunxiang also expressed her desire to join Yiyu. However, Chu Mingyao, who had been listening nearby, was displeased. "Hey, Yiyu, you're taking both Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang away, leaving me behind?" As a prominent member of the esteemed Taohuan sect, she could not fathom following Yiyu to a lesser sect. "Little Meng, fret not. I can still come to find you," Yiyu reassured her. "Every time I venture out to handle spirit talismans, I'll be in Guangning City, so I can always visit you." "Fine, but you must promise to come see me at the end of each month." "Rest assured I will." To deal with Chu Mingyao, Yiyu took Xiaoxiang and Chunxiang, along with 2 children, outside the city and then boarded a plane to return to the sect. "Wow, master. This flying artifact is truly remarkable." Both Chunxiang and Xiaoxiang exclaimed in awe. Indeed, this flying artifact is known as an airplane, and its speed rivals that of a Yuanian cultivator. I had long known that master had crafted this airplane, but I did not anticipate its swiftness. The scenery outside the airplane window, rushing by in a blur, left them both utterly astonished. "By the way, Chunxiang, Xiaoxiang, my alias within the sect is Shimenqing. There are 7 maidservants and 3 servants in the sect. Henceforth, you must refrain from calling me Yiyu, understood?" "Yes, understood." Shortly thereafter, Yiyu pinched his face and transformed into the likeness of Shimenqing. This Shimenqing was as tall and handsome as Yiyu, sharing a striking resemblance. Yet there were subtle differences. Over the course of 2 years in the sect, Yiyu had gradually diminished the original appearance of Shimenqing, becoming increasingly akin to himself. Now, with a change in hairstyle, he resembled himself almost entirely. The people in the sect would merely perceive it as a change in hairstyle, perhaps an alteration made after establishing his foundation. It was only after establishing his foundation that Yiyu learned in the library that cultivators, upon advancing to the foundation establishment stage, had the opportunity to reshape their appearance, enhancing their attractiveness. Some male cultivators, indifferent to their image, chose not to alter their appearance, while others, preoccupied with their looks, ended up appearing more unkempt. Male cultivators with fearsome, rugged features often invoked dread, a trait many preferred. In contrast, female cultivators tended to be dissatisfied with their natural beauty, leading many to undergo transformations. Consequently, most women above the foundation establishment stage possessed extraordinary beauty and an ethereal grace. However, the skills and aesthetic sensibilities varied among individuals, resulting in a myriad of appearances and levels of beauty. Later, Yiyu shared some details about Panuere with Chunxiang and Xiaoxiang, instructing them to keep it confidential. He then registered the 2 maidens at the entrance of the mountain gate, granting them a guest token. Only then could Yi Yu bring them back to his residence at Danxiao Mountain. Upon their arrival, the 7 maidservants and 3 servants were taken aback to see Yi Yu return with 2 foundation establishment maidens, though they dared not speak out of turn. Matters concerning a foundation establishment master were beyond their purview. Yi Yu introduced everyone to one another, fostering familiarity among them. He arranged rooms for Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang on the first floor, adjacent to his own chamber. On the opposite side was a room designated for Pan Yuer, which Yi Yu hesitated to disturb. Currently, Pan Yuer had reached the peak of foundation establishment, poised to advance to the golden core stage at any moment. What she lacked was a breakthrough item, such as a golden core fruit or a golden core pill. However, Yi Yu had no intention of providing her with such an item. There is no need for Yi Yu to worry about this matter. The esteemed sect leader, Zheng Zhiran, will naturally assist Pan Yuer in managing everything. According to Pan Yuer, her golden core has already been arranged by Zheng Zhiran. After 5 years, she will be able to obtain 2 golden cores from Baiyun sect, one of which will belong to her, while the other is designated for the newcomers on Baiyun Peak. Baiyun Peak has indeed been constructed, boasting a mid-grade spiritual vein of the 3rd level, with 2 accompanying peaks featuring mid-grade spiritual veins of the 2nd level. Currently, a golden core elder presides over Baiyun Peak, which has seen the establishment of numerous foundational cultivation chambers. The 2 accompanying peaks primarily nurture several chi-refining disciples. With Qiuxiang and Chuanxiang settled, they await the delivery of Shimin Hong's child. Having experienced childbirth before, Qiuxiang and Chuanxiang assist in the delivery of Shimin Hong's baby. For Shimin Hong, Yi Yu has also provided her with a restorative elixir. However, being merely at the chi-refining stage, her physical constitution is not particularly robust. Thus, even after consuming the elixir, she requires several days of rest to return to a normal state. Other maidservants have also gradually given birth to children for Yi Yu, all of whom were delivered by Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang. In an instant, Yi Yu has become the father of 9 children, 4 sons and 5 daughters. In this society of power, Yi Yu's high cultivation level has prevented any dissatisfaction from the maidens. There is no scheming among them, primarily because Yi Yu treats them all equally and with fairness. However, with the addition of the foundational chi-refining Qiuxiang and Chuanxiang, the other 7 naturally feel inferior. Acknowledging their lower cultivation levels, they willingly submit without any resentment. Over the following days, Yi Yu spends his time joyfully caring for the children, while his cultivation progresses seamlessly in the background. Without employing any magical powers, Yi Yu enjoys a 50% efficiency in his passive cultivation. A single day of passive cultivation is equivalent to 12 hours of devoted practice for others. Furthermore, having consumed elixirs and being surrounded by a high concentration of spiritual energy, his cultivation speed far surpasses that of 99% of his peers at the same level. As Yi Yu spends his days at home tending to the children, Qiuxiang grows concerned, worrying that he might neglect his cultivation. Master, you can't afford to be idle all day without practicing, can you? I still hope you can advance to the golden core stage. Do not worry, I am indeed cultivating. If you don't believe me, feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy around me. Upon sensing, Qiuxiang discovers that the spiritual energy surrounding Yi Yu is gradually entering his body. Master, you are remarkable. Is this how you cultivate? Can you teach me? Qiuxiang, eager to continue her cultivation, yet worried about her child, initially planned to have someone else care for her child when he grew older, but Yi Yu's method proves even more advantageous. Of course, both you and Chuanxiang can learn. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, Professor Yi Yu imparted the knowledge of the second Dantian's awakening to the 2 young ladies, along with his own Tai Chi technique. However, he only revealed the Tai Chi method suitable for those in the initial stages of the Golden Core realm, as he could not afford to expose all his secrets. Yi Yu also cautioned them to keep the matters of automatic cultivation and these 2 techniques strictly confidential. Having been his trusted maidservants for such a long time, and now having borne children, he placed his faith in them. Before long, both young women mastered the method of automatic cultivation. They ceased their frantic attempts to carve out time for rigorous training, focusing instead on nurturing their children and accompanying Yi Yu. With the arrival of their offspring, Yi Yu found joy in spending time with his family. However, since they had already completed 1 round of childbirth, he no longer insisted upon them having more children, but rather encouraged them to concentrate on their cultivation. The 7 sisters in the Qi refinement stage were unable to engage in automatic cultivation, and Yi Yu did not fully trust them in this regard. Thus, he arranged for 2 or 3 of them to care for the children, while the others devoted themselves to their training. As for the spiritual fields, they were merely sown with low-maintenance spiritual plants. Yi Yu cultivated numerous fruit trees in the spiritual fields in front of his residence, ensuring that he could enjoy fresh fruits in his leisure time. These trees required minimal care. A few servants could manage their watering with a flick of their spells. To expedite the growth of these fruit trees, Yi Yu employed certain growth-enhancing spells and materials. What would typically take over a decade to bear fruit would now yield crops by August of this year, having taken just over a year since planting. This hasty nurturing consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, several thousand in total, yet Yi remained unconcerned, for wealth afforded one the luxury of indulgence. The lucrative profits from talisman crafting were sufficient to sustain such extravagance. However, upon reaching the golden core stage, the talisman would no longer support his lavish spending. In the golden core stage, there were no corresponding talismans. A single talisman paper could not withstand the forces of the golden core or nascent soul realms. Instead, items akin to talismans in the golden core stage are referred to as talisman treasures. These are generally crafted from superior magical artifacts and inferior spiritual tools. A single superior magical artifact, when refined by a golden core cultivator using specialized techniques, can be transformed into a talisman treasure possessing the power of a nascent golden core. Conversely, an inferior spiritual tool, when refined similarly, can yield one or more talisman treasures with the potency of a mid-stage golden core. Typically, those derived from superior magical artifacts are single-use, while those from inferior spiritual tools can be crafted into several disposable items or a reusable one. Such creations cannot simply be produced with a single stamp. They require substantial resources. Given the inherent value of superior magical artifacts and spiritual tools, crafting talisman treasures is no trivial task. Therefore, to sustain his cultivation expenses, Yi found it imperative to learn the arts of alchemy and artifact crafting. Yi's proficiency in forging artifacts is commendable, as he has already reached the capability of crafting superior-grade magical tools. With relentless determination, he can even produce inferior spiritual artifacts. However, when it comes to earning a profit, Yi's skills remain somewhat lacking. Presently, his forging endeavors are, in fact, a financial drain. Although the sniper rifles he creates are of superior quality, they require certain materials that are typically reserved for the crafting of spiritual artifacts. The cost of a single sniper rifle amounts to tens of thousands of spirit stones, while a corresponding superior-grade magical tool would only cost several thousand spirit stones. As for the exquisite-grade flying vessels, their production costs reach 200,000 spirit stones, yet they are sold for merely 30,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that the speed of Yi's aircraft far surpasses that of the average exquisite-grade flying vessel, and it even outperforms many spiritual artifacts. The power and efficacy of his sniper rifles are unmatched by typical exquisite-grade magical tools. After a period of stagnation, Yi acquired some forging materials from the sect using spirit stones to enhance his crafting skills. Meanwhile, he entrusted the task of talisman making to Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang. Initially apprehensive about Qiu Xiang's reliability, Yi's concerns have diminished, especially now that they have become parents and the Jin family has been eradicated. It would not be prudent for them to remain idle and solely depend on Yi for sustenance. When Yi presented them with a complete set of talisman-making tools, they were taken aback but soon grasped the situation. It became clear why Yi was able to produce a plethora of talismans so swiftly, albeit with lesser efficacy. Qiu Xiang, Chun Xiang, simply dedicate an hour each day to crafting talismans. There is no need to overdo it. Just enough to cover our expenses will suffice. Additionally, ensure that this remains confidential. No fourth party must be aware. Understanding the gravity of this venture, Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang nodded vigorously. Recognizing the potential of this lucrative opportunity, they were keen to keep this convenient method of talisman making under wraps. By delegating this task to them, Yi found himself with additional time, no longer needing to financially support an entire household. The 7 maids and 3 servants required no wages, as their labor in the spirit field sufficed. Thus, Yi only needed to focus on his cultivation. Yi resolved to elevate both his forging and alchemical skills. He ventured to the alchemy and forging hall, retrieved his forging furnace, and inserted materials for crafting inferior-grade magical tools. Following the standard procedures for forging, he successfully produced an inferior-grade magic sword. He continued to forge a medium-grade sword, achieving success once more. However, his attempt at crafting a superior-grade sword yielded only a top-tier medium-grade sword, indicating that he had reached the limits of his current abilities. Yi then took out a notebook to design various forging schemes and document his experiences. In his previous life, as a student of the sciences, he understood the significance of conducting experiments and maintaining detailed records for analysis and synthesis. After dedicating 2 months to his endeavors, Yi successfully elevated his forging skills to the level of superior-grade magical tools. In essence, by providing Yi with 5 superior-grade magical artifact materials, he would be able to successfully forge over 3 superior-grade artifacts. Yi's determination to enhance his crafting skills further would enable him to create even more formidable weaponry, such as cannons and aircraft. However, a directive from the upper echelons of the sect arrived. The 3-year deadline following his foundation establishment was approaching, necessitating Yi to undertake a task, or else face penalties. With no means to evade this obligatory mission, Yi Yu resolved to visit the main peak's task hall. Having resided in his secluded haven at Danxiao Mountain for quite some time, it was indeed time for him to venture out. Yi Yu soared through the skies on his sword, arriving at the main peak for the second time to enter the task hall. The last occasion he visited the hall was under the guise of Shi Minqing, during his peak Qi refinement phase. He had just dispatched Shi Minqing and returned with a wild boar. Within the task hall, numerous disciples were bustling about. Predominantly those in the mid to late stages of Qi refinement. Those in the early stages were mostly at the servant's peak. And there were hardly any in the foundation establishment stage. Yi Yu scanned the faces of the Qi refinement disciples, attempting to identify any prodigies among them. However, he found none of remarkable talent. They all possessed merely yellow or profound grade aptitudes. Thus, he ascended to the second floor of the task hall, the appropriate area for those in the foundation establishment stage to accept missions. The task hall featured a panel akin to a large touchscreen television, displaying various tasks. One could either browse for tasks independently or request assistance from the staff. Yi Yu, not in need of monetary gain, paid little attention to the more lucrative missions, such as slaying second-tier demonic beasts or pursuing enemies in the foundation establishment stage. Instead, he sought a simpler task to fulfill with minimal effort, ideally one that wouldn't require him to stray far from the sect. Upon searching, Yi Yu found 3 suitable tasks that did not necessitate leaving the sect. Task 1. Refine 50 solidifying yuan pills for the foundation establishment stage. Reward. Retain over 30 of the completed pills, with each pill granting 100 points. Task 2. Forge 10 superior grade magical artifacts. Reward. 100 spirit stones and 300 points for each artifact. Task 3. Teach 5 sessions at the Baiyun Peak Academy. Reward. 20 spirit stones and 20 sect points per session. Tasks 1 and 2 appeared to be time-consuming and labor-intensive, offering paltry rewards. Moreover, excessive failures in crafting would incur penalties. Disheartened, Yi Yu opted for Task 3, as it would likely entail merely sharing knowledge. Furthermore, it might attract a cadre of followers to his side. Having accepted the task, Yi Yu returned to his sanctuary at Danxiao Mountain. Although he intended to take a relaxed approach to the teaching, some preparation was still necessary. He pondered over numerous cultivation techniques, deciding to focus on how to practice spells. However, given the mediocre nature of his own spells, he was uncertain how to present the material effectively. Consequently, Yi Yu dedicated several days to revisiting the Baiyun escape technique and the Baiyun sword art from the Qi refinement stage. As the appointed hour arrived, Yi Yu departed from his abode, making his way towards the Baiyun Peak Lecture Hall. Within this esteemed venue, some individuals hailed from the Baiyun sect, while others had been newly recruited in the past year or two. Unlike the first-rate and second-rate sects that could afford to host grand ascension ceremonies, the Baihu sect adhered to a more pragmatic approach. It regularly dispatched a number of late-stage Qi refinement disciples to recruit individuals from its jurisdiction and also welcomed local practitioners to present themselves for assessment, allowing them entry upon passing. Thus, a significant portion of the attendees comprised family cultivators from the area who were able to join the sect based on their cultivation levels. Following the directive on his task plate, Yi Yu arrived at the expansive 103 lecture hall, which could comfortably accommodate over 500 individuals. He observed a bustling sea of faces within the hall, a conservative estimate being 1,000 attendees. Evidently, his course was quite popular. Turning to glance at the blackboard behind him, he noted the title had already been inscribed, on how to defeat enemies in combat, overcoming the strong with the weak. A frown darkened Yi Yu's expression. Who had authored such a title? His intent was merely to casually discuss some spells. To make matters worse, a teaching assistant had been assigned to him. A peak stage Qi refinement individual stood by the podium, calling for silence. Everyone, quiet down. The esteemed master is about to begin. He then turned to Yi Yu and said, Master, this is the topic arranged by the task hall. Please commence your lecture. Must I adhere strictly to this? Yi Yu inquired quietly. Indeed, this is the directive from above. They fear that masters might delve into impractical topics. The assistant replied with a naive smile. Yi Yu felt 3 black lines form on his forehead as he frantically contemplated how to navigate this task. Since his debut in the cultivation world, he had consistently triumphed by outmaneuvering the strong with the weak, so he saw no significant issue. Thus, Yi Yu began to address the audience. Dear disciples, to prevail over adversaries in the realm of cultivation, the foremost principle is to survive. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, they replied in unison. In order to survive, we must strive to avoid being attacked or to adequately protect ourselves. Therefore, we should employ ambushes, long-range attacks, and defensive talismans whenever possible. Once the lecture commenced, Yi Yu spoke fervently, sharing his seasoned tactics for survival in the cultivation realm, encouraging the disciples to learn various supportive spells. He strongly recommended the earth-walking technique, which could render one elusive and help avoid considerable harm. When others unleashed formidable attacks, one could simply burrow into the ground and evade danger. Throughout his lecture, Yu intermittently activated his chi observation technique, scanning the audience for any prodigious talents, intending to recruit them as his disciples. After all, in his future endeavors to establish the Baihu sect, he would require loyal supporters to assist him in his undertakings. Merely relying on the meager talents of Danxia Mountain is insufficient and rather ineffective. The individuals here are merely a collection of the lesser skilled, and even the taller ones are not remarkably better. Little did I know, as the class neared its conclusion, Yu's gaze fell upon a girl in the last row, who astonishingly possessed mid-tier celestial aptitude. What a remarkable find! Yu was truly tempted to seize her immediately, envisioning a swift descent to greatness. However, he resolved to complete the class before pursuing her. Once the class was dismissed, Yu intended to engage the girl in a discussion about life aspirations, but alas, she vanished as soon as the bell rang. Frustrated, he searched for several minutes without success, but fortunately encountered a fellow disciple nearby. Do you happen to know the girl in the white dress who sat next to you during class? She resembles a pomegranate sister, he inquired. The disciple responded, Ah. She is the personal disciple of our peak master, named Jiang Yinxue. She is currently at the 9th level of Qi refinement and is rumored to be establishing her foundation by the end of this year. Ah, understood. Thank you. Yu said, wishing not to linger on the pomegranate sister any longer, and promptly departed. Knowing the identity of the girl provided him with a clearer objective. The master of Baiyun Peak, Jiang Yingyue, was one of the 3 Golden Core elders who had previously come from the Baiyun sect and was, without a doubt, the most formidable among them. At just over 150 years of age, she had already reached the late stages of Golden Core. Within a decade, she could very well attain the nascent soul stage atop Baihu Peak, potentially leading to her seizing power and becoming the new sect leader. The current sect leader, Zheng Zhirong, had been pursuing Jiang Yingyue, but to no avail. As for her disciple, Jiang Yinxue, with her celestial aptitude and 9th level of Qi refinement, Yu increasingly suspected that she might be the prodigy he had missed during the Ascension Conference when she was reclaimed by Baiyun's sect. Now arriving at Baihu's sect, it seemed she had followed Jiang Yingyue here. Considering this, Yu realized that seizing control of Baihu's sect would be quite challenging. It would not only require him to eliminate the current leader, Zheng Zhirong, but also contend with the 3 external elders from Baiyun's sect. Furthermore, he would need to address Baiyun's sect's increasing influence over Baihu's sect. By the time he reached the Golden Core stage, Jiang Yingyue would likely have ascended to nascent soul. Such thoughts weighed heavily on him, revealing the slow pace of his own cultivation. Securing Jiang Yinxue was imperative. Capturing her would solidify his own celestial cultivation. Moreover, the sooner he acted, the better, for once Jiang Yinxue breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, it would become significantly more challenging. Yu speculated that since Jiang Yinxue was Jiang Yingyue's disciple, she likely resided at the peak of Baiyun Mountain. If he positioned himself there, he might just have the opportunity to encounter her. The dilemma remained. Should he approach Jiang Yinxue forcefully or pursue her romantically? The former carried considerable risk, given Jiang Yingyue's formidable presence, while the latter held the potential for failure. After a moment of contemplation, Yu resolved to pursue a strategy to engage her, intending to ensnare her attention first. If unsuccessful, he would contemplate alternative methods. Ascending on his sword, Yu arrived at the necessary thoroughfare outside the palace where Jiang Yingyue resided, positioning himself to wait for her. He remained there from noon until dusk, ultimately spotting Jiang Yinxue returning to her cultivation. Naturally, Yu stepped forward to intercept her. Jiang Yinxue, my dear niece, please wait, he called out. Master Shiman, what brings you here? Jiang Yinxue inquired, standing atop her flying sword, her enchanting eyes fixed on Yu with a piercing gaze. She showed no inclination to descend, clearly disinterested in engaging with him. However, out of respect for their relationship, she paused to converse. Niece Jiang, I perceive great potential in you and wish to cultivate a friendship. I presume your foundation building day is not far off. When that day arrives, we shall address each other as siblings and surely find opportunities for collaboration. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yinxue relaxed her guard slightly, noting that this Shiman Qing was not one to rush in with declarations of infatuation, which made him seem less desperate. Let us exchange contact information, she suggested. Agreed. The two exchanged their sect tokens, which served multiple purposes, acting as identification and facilitating communication. Of course, this messaging feature had a limitation, not exceeding a distance of 100 kilometers. Niece Jiang, as the esteemed disciple of sect leader Jiang, what brings you to attend my lecture on foundation building today? Yu inquired, aiming to steer the conversation into more familiar territories. Master Shiman, the title of your lecture piqued my interest, and I gleaned significant insights from your teachings. Jiang Yinxue replied, her vigilance further diminishing. At only 18, you likely have yet to traverse the wider world of cultivation. I would be pleased to share my experiences with you in the future. Indeed, I was brought back to the sect 3 years ago during the Ascension Conference, and have not descended the mountain since my apprenticeship began. Niche Jiang. May I inquire if you were taken into the White Cloud sect during the Ascension Conference 3 years ago in Guangning City? Yi Yu sought confirmation. How did you know? Master Shiman. Jiang Yinshua's curiosity was piqued. To her knowledge, the news of her acceptance had been tightly sealed. The White Cloud sect sought to protect a talent of her caliber, possessing heavenly grade aptitude, from potential assassination by rival sects. Hence her placement under the auspices of the White Tiger sect. It is merely that I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of you during the Ascension Conference years ago, Yi Yu responded nonchalantly. Oh, I see. After some light conversation, Jiang Yinshua excused herself, citing concern for her master's worry. Yi Yu refrained from prolonging the interaction, allowing her to depart. They were both within the same sect. Opportunities would abound in the future. As Jiang Yinshua re-entered the palace, she was promptly questioned by Jiang Yinghua. Yinshua, who was that person you were just chatting with? He is Master Shiman Qing, the lecturer for today, she replied. What did he want with you? Jiang Yinghua pressed. It is merely a casual conversation, a curiosity about whether the disciple would attend his classes. Oh, it is best this way. You must remember that before reaching the Golden Course stage, it is advisable to refrain from any romantic entanglements. Such attachments can significantly hinder one's cultivation, warned Jiang Yinghua. She harbored great hopes for Jiang Yinshua, wishing that she would not tread the same path of wasting time on unworthy men. Jiang Yinghua possessed a low-grade talent for cultivation, and had it not been for the distractions of men, she might have already achieved the nascent soul stage. Presently, she felt that the nascent soul was within reach. Yet attaining the transformation stage seemed daunting. She hoped that Jiang Yinshua would strive diligently to achieve the transformation stage, thereby leading the Baiyun sect to greater heights. In her view, the Baiyun sect was commendable in every aspect, lacking only a transformation cultivator to serve as its figurehead. Meanwhile, Yi Yu remained oblivious to the thwarting of his aspirations, returning home to spend time with his family. Each maid eagerly sought to please Yi Yu, for they knew that if he were pleased, he might bestow rewards that would enhance their cultivation talents and levels. Only with improved cultivation aptitude could they hope to successfully establish their foundations and avoid becoming mere dust within a century. Initially, they all possessed only mid-grade yellow-tier cultivation talents, and it seemed impossible for them to break through to foundation establishment. However, after receiving Yi Yu's generous rewards, they felt a marked improvement in their cultivation aptitude. Now, nearly all had advanced to the peak of yellow tier, with the most fortunate among them having ascended to low-grade mysterious tier, securing their tickets to foundation establishment. While the maids benefited from Yi Yu's gifts, the 3 servants were not as fortunate. Among them, 2 with peak yellow tier talents had cultivated to the 6th level of qi refinement in the advantageous environment of Danxia Mountain. Yet they faced a bottleneck in breaking through to the 7th level. The one with a blocked spiritual vein had spent 2 years in this favorable environment, barely managing to progress from the 2nd to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Among all on Danxia Mountain, except for the children, his cultivation was the weakest. The day after Yi Yu returned from his lecture, he lounged in a pavilion with Chuanxiang and Qiuxiang, cradling a child in his arms to seek respite from the heat. Jiang Junbin, plagued by his blocked spiritual vein, hesitated for a long while, mustering his courage and adjusting his attire before kneeling before Yi Yu. He was unwilling to accept the slow pace of his cultivation, and the thought of being perpetually barred from foundation establishment filled him with despair. Witnessing several maids, once of similar cultivation aptitude, breaking through to the later stages of qi refinement, he was consumed with jealousy. He believed that Yi Yu must possess some method to facilitate his swift breakthrough. Master, I implore you, please assist me. My cultivation speed is woefully inadequate. Chapter 61. Deceptive Transactions. Observing Jiang Junbin kneeling before him, Yi Yu felt that the time had come. Junbin, your progress in cultivation is slow, which seems to stem from your innate aptitude for it. However, I believe your potential is commendable. It is merely your meridians that have encountered blockages. Do you not feel a sharp pain during your practice? Yes, Master. I humbly ask for your assistance. A flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Junbin's heart. Well, this matter is somewhat complicated, as it requires rare medicinal herbs which I currently do not possess. You will have to wait a while longer, Yi replied. To address Jiang Junbin's afflictions, it is essential to concoct a meridian opening pill. This pill is a superior quality foundational elixir, with a price exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Yi Yu could afford it, yet he was concerned that once Jiang Junbin restored his cultivation aptitude, his advancement might surpass Yi Yu's own, which could lead to unfavorable circumstances. Oh, Master, how long must I wait? Perhaps 1 or 2 years. It is not a long time. Very well, thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Jiang Junbin departed with a sense of understanding. Once he was a distance away, hope filled his eyes. If he could endure for another year or 2, he would soar to great heights. He He was aware that his innate cultivation aptitude was once of celestial caliber. However, due to deceitful individuals, he had ingested poison, resulting in his current plight. Had it not been for his possession of the shadowed token that granted him entry into the White Tiger sect, it is likely that he would not have been accepted. Through various inquiries, he learned of the existence of the Meridian Opening Pill, yet its exorbitant price made it unattainable, as it was not available even within the sect. Furthermore, it was rumored to be sold only in top-tier sects and the capital, valued at nearly 10,000 spirit stones. During his time working at the Servant's Peak, he could scarcely earn a few spirit stones in a year. His situation improved slightly upon arriving at Dansha Mountain, where his annual income from farming exceeded 100. Yet hope remained elusive. Now that his master had promised assistance, it was a significant relief. As the time drew near, Yi proceeded to the lecture hall on Baiyun Peak to deliver a class. Afterward, he intended to use the Sect's token to request a private meeting with Jiang Yinxue. However, he discovered that she had not attended his lecture that day. After a lengthy wait, he finally received a reply. Master Uncle, my master forbids me from having too much contact with you. Please do not seek me out again. Upon reading the message, Yi attempted to send another, only to find himself blocked. How frustrating. This dashing gentleman has ventured into the realm of cultivation with the intention of pursuing a maiden. Yet why does it prove so difficult? Must these ladies be drawn to him through extraordinary means? Chun Xiang and Xiao Xiang were purchased, Chu Ming Yao appeared fortuitously, and the 7 female disciples were acquired through unspoken rules. Pan Yu'er was brought in as a substitute for Shi Min Qing's schemes. Truly, not a single maiden had come to him through legitimate means. Yi Yu felt a profound sense of despair. Navigating the realm of cultivation to find a genuine partner was exceedingly arduous. It seems that unconventional methods may be the only solution. Presently, it seems that Jiang Yinxue has been excessively sheltered by Jiang Yingyue, preventing access to Baiyun Peak. It is imperative for me to extricate Jiang Yinxue from Baiyun Peak, otherwise, I shall find it difficult to proceed. After much contemplation, Yi Yu disguised himself as a male disciple attending his class. He then sought out a female peer who was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. He recalled her name, Lin Shimi, as he had previously called upon her during class to answer questions. Lin Shimi, may I have a word? He inquired. What is it? I'm pressed for time. She replied brusquely. Would you be interested in this? Yi Yu produced a box and opened it to reveal a dan of foundational essence, resplendent with spiritual energy. Upon seeing the foundation-building pill, Lin Jinjuan's breath quickened. She had failed in the last contest for such a pill and would not have another opportunity for 3 years. With no guarantee of success then, I desire it. What must I do for it? She asked eagerly, confident in her allure. Lin Jinjuan was willing to trade her body for the coveted pill. Yi Yu, having taken note of her beauty, had deliberately chosen a particularly attractive counterpart. It was likely that her enhanced charm would better captivate Jiang Yinxue, facilitating her deception. Let us discuss this further in your chamber, shall we? He suggested. Very well. Soon thereafter, guided by Lin Jinjuan, they entered her private quarters. She instinctively kissed Yi Yu. Wait, I hadn't anticipated this, Yi Yu thought, his mind swirling. However, with such an opportunity presented, he felt it unwise to refuse. He produced a deck of cards, and they began to play. After several rounds of cards, Lin Jinjuan demanded, Senior brother, I've given you what you asked for. Now grant me the foundation-building pill. No, not yet. That is not all I seek. There is another matter at hand. This is merely voluntary on your part. Her eyes reddened with indignation as Yi Yu seemingly reneged on their understanding. Leading to a surge of anger, she launched an attack, employing the Dawn Palm technique, intent on seizing the pill by force. Yet, Yi Yu, a formidable cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, was hardly susceptible to defeat by a mere peak Qi refinement practitioner. With a slight application of his power, he subdued Lin Jinjuan, pinning her against the wall, rendering her immobile. How dare you? You are not senior brother Yu. You are a foundation-building cultivator. Who are you? And what is your intention? Yi Yu, having no desire to maintain his ruse, reverted to his true identity as Shi Min Qing. Lin, I require your assistance with a task. Is that agreeable? It's you, Uncle Shi Min. State your request. I shall fulfill it, provided you grant me the foundation-building pill. Upon seeing Yi Yu reveal his identity, Lin Jinjuan's demeanor softened. A foundation-building cultivator like Shi Min Qing had no need for the pill himself, and thus it was more likely to end up in her possession. Very well, I need you to lure Jiang Yinxue out of the sect. Is that acceptable? Yi Yu articulated his objective. Jiang Yinxue? She is indeed the disciple of the sect leader. What do you intend to do? As for what I plan to do, it is not for you to concern yourself with. As long as you can lure her out of the sect, the foundation-building elixir shall be yours, I assure you. Very well, I shall give it a try. After adding Lin Jinyuan's contact information, Yi Yu departed. Yi Yu pondered whether Lin Jinyuan might betray him, yet he believed that she would comprehend the absolute allure of profit. Moreover, even if Jiang Yingyue were to discover their scheme, there was little to fear. At worst, he could simply flee. With a swift nascent soul aircraft, it was unlikely that Jiang Yingyue could catch up to him. After Yi Yu's departure, Lin Jinyuan wrestled with her thoughts, but ultimately chose her own interests. She reasoned that she was merely escorting Jiang Yinxue out of the sect. Shi Minqing was a member of the sect and would likely not harm Jiang Yinxue. Instead, he might treat her as he had treated herself. The mere thought of Jiang Yinxue filled her with jealousy. She had a commendable master, exceptional cultivation talent, and a direct reservation for the foundation building elixir, without the need to partake in any competition for it. Chapter 62. Middle grade of heavenly rank. Lin Jinyuan prepared herself mentally and promptly arranged to meet Jiang Yinxue. Uncertain of Lin Jinyuan's intentions, Jiang Yinxue agreed to the meeting, given their shared sect affiliation. Senior Sister Lin, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Junior Sister Jiang, you have been cultivating in the sect for 3 years now. Have you not considered returning home? Indeed, I wish to, but my master forbids it. I must break through to the foundation level before I can descend the mountain. Junior Sister, you are too naive. Your master will not easily grant you permission to leave. Even after you attain foundation, you will need to learn a plethora of foundation spells to acquire practical combat abilities. That will take even longer. It could be another 5 years. After 5 years, combined with these 3 years, that makes 8. After 8 years, your family members may scarcely recognize you. Should any unfortunate events transpire at home, you would remain oblivious. What say you? Hearing Lin Jinyuan's words, Jiang Yinxue felt a twinge of uncertainty. She missed her family dearly and was unaware of how they were faring. Having ascended the mountain for 3 years, she had no contact with them. They might still believe she was at Baiyun's sect, while in reality, she was at Baihu's sect. Noticing Jiang Yinxue's hesitation, Lin Jinyuan continued to entice her. Junior Sister Jiang, our Baihu sect is located within the Guangdong province, merely 1,000 miles from Guangning City. Surely, it's not far from your home. The security in Guangdong has always been commendable. With our peak qi refining cultivation, what is there to fear? Why not accompany me home for a visit? Finally, Jiang Yinxue relented. Senior Sister Lin, although I long to go, my master will not consent. Then let us keep it a secret from her. Very well. I shall prepare to leave. That is only fitting. A day later, the two met again, fully equipped and ready with ample resources and weaponry. Two individuals stealthily departed from their sect, and as they left, Lin Jinyuan sent a notification to Yi Yu. Upon receiving the message, Yi Yu hastily extricated himself from the throng of women and followed suit. He had equipped Lin Jinyuan with a tracking device, alleviating any concerns about losing their trail. Once the two women had ventured 200 kilometers from the sect, Yi Yu prepared to take action. At such a distance, Jiang Yinxue would be unlikely to seek assistance from the sect, as the effective communication range of the sect's token was merely 100 kilometers. Yi Yu swiftly took to the skies on his sword, rapidly closing the distance to Lin Jinyuan and Jiang Yinxue. As he passed by them, he executed a swift maneuver, embracing Jiang Yinxue from behind and employing the sunflower acupoint technique, allowing her to slumber peacefully. He then returned to meet Lin Jinyuan. Lin Shizizi, you have performed admirably this time, he remarked. Yes, Master Shiman, I have completed the task. Is this the foundation establishment pill? Lin Jinyuan stammered, genuinely intimidated by Yi Yu's formidable presence. She had never anticipated that Jiang Yinxue could be subdued so effortlessly. What if Yi Yu harbored intentions to silence her permanently? The foundation establishment pill? No problem. Follow me. I will assist you in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. All right. Lin Jinyuan, apprehensive of defying Yi Yu, complied and accompanied him. Yi Yu produced an aircraft, inviting Lin Jinyuan aboard while ensuring Jiang Yinxue was secured. Buckle your seatbelt. We are about to depart. What seatbelt? Never mind, I shall assist. Yi Yu helped Lin Jinyuan fasten her seatbelt, and upon observing her flushed cheeks, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. After the kiss, Lin Jinyuan felt a slight easing of her anxiety. As Yi Yu activated the aircraft, it surged forth, reaching a cruising speed of 600 kilometers per hour within mere seconds. Lin Jinyuan, astonished by the rapidly retreating scenery outside, could hardly believe that Yi Yu possessed a flying artifact rivaling the speed of a large spiritual vessel. Master Shiman, what kind of flying artifact is this? It's astonishingly fast. This is called an aircraft. Speed is its sole virtue. Unfortunately, it currently lacks offensive and defensive capabilities. The two continued their conversation about the aircraft, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yinxue in the back. After several minutes, Yi Yu began to decelerate, ultimately landing the aircraft on a flat area not far from Zhang Jingguang's cave dwelling. Disembark. Lin Jinyuan unfastened her seatbelt, as did Yi Yu, who then carried Jiang Yinxue off the aircraft. Yi Yu retracted the aircraft and led Lin Jinyuan into Zhang Jingguang's cave. Here, this is the foundation establishment pill for you. This is my own experience in foundation establishment. You may initiate the spirit gathering array in the training room and begin your breakthrough. Do not disturb me. Yes, thank you. Lin Jianyuan eagerly seized the object of her desires and dashed into the training room, closing the door behind her. Yi Yu's intentions were irrelevant to her. All she sought was to advance her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Yu cradled Jiang Yinxue in his arms as he entered his room, shedding his disguise to reveal his true appearance. It was best that Shimenqing's Fade remained intact. The misdeeds were committed by Yi Yu, bearing no relation to Shimenqing. After a flurry of activity, Yi Yu and Jiang Yinxue completed their sacred ritual. Yi Yu distinctly felt an enhancement in his cultivation aptitude, now reaching the pinnacle of the earth rank. To prevent Jiang Yinxue from suffering from hunger, he fed her a nourishing pill. Yi Yu resided in this cave for a month, exposing Jiang Yinxue to the harsh realities of the mortal realm. Of course, she might remain utterly oblivious, as she had been in a deep slumber throughout. This action might seem somewhat unethical, yet he was in the realm of cultivation, where morality held little sway, and thus he would not be ensnared. The world of cultivation was rife with deception and treachery, where the strong dominated, and acts of violence and pillaging were commonplace. What was a mere dalliance with a woman in comparison? After a month of relentless effort, Yi Yu's cultivation aptitude successfully matched Jiang Yinxue's, reaching the mid-tier of the celestial rank. This newfound status would allow Yi Yu to effortlessly break through to the nascent soul stage without encountering any bottlenecks. It was exhilarating. With this achievement, Jiang Yinxue had temporarily lost her value. In the adjacent cultivation chamber, Lin Jianyuan had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage and stabilized her cultivation. Although she lacked the techniques necessary for this stage, which could only be obtained upon returning to her sect, despite her breakthrough, she did not dare to leave without Yi Yu's instruction, as she did not believe that her newfound status granted her any capacity to defy him. Upon transforming back into Shimenqing's guise, Yi Yu emerged from the bedroom and observed Lin Jianyuan's successful breakthrough. He considered her to be a promising prospect. With her exceptional cultivation aptitude, she could ascend to the earth rank within 100 attempts, with the potential of reaching the golden core and nascent soul stages. Junior Lin. Splendid. I suppose I should now refer to you as junior sister, all thanks to the support of senior brother Shimen. Chapter 63. Chu Mengyao is transferred. Lin Jianyuan felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Yu, causing her heart to tremble. This was no mere foundation establishment initiation. It was more akin to the pinnacle of that stage. Yi Yu's release of his cultivation was also a subtle intimidation, urging Lin Jianyuan to be more sensible. Junior sister Lin, what are your plans now? Will you return to the sect with Jiang Yinxue, or continue your original journey to visit relatives? Can I return to the sect? No, you wish to visit relatives. Very well, I shall visit relatives. Lin Jianyuan acquiesced. Yi Yu smiled, embracing Lin Jianyuan and giving her a gentle pat on the head, ensuring her compliance. Junior sister Lin, from now on, say that you encountered a perplexing maze and got trapped within it. You consumed a miraculous herb and broke through to foundation establishment. You understand, right? Make it sound plausible. Understood, senior brother Shimen. I have never seen you. Good, you are sensible. Afterward, Yi Yu and Lin Jianyuan continued to manage the accident scene, and Yi Yu departed first. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jianyuan and Jiang Yinxue found themselves ensnared in a maze, where Jiang Yinxue gradually regained consciousness. Oh, senior sister Lin, where are we? I feel as though I've been crushed, she remarked. Oh, it's nothing. We encountered a maze, and you fainted. I have now broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and we can exit the maze immediately, Lin Jianyuan replied. Ah, how perilous. Should we not return to the sect? Jiang Yinxue suggested. No, we shall press on. After some time, Lin Jianyuan succeeded in persuading Jiang Yinxue, and the two continued on their journey to visit relatives. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. The lost month felt like a mere figment of imagination. Meanwhile, Yi Yu piloted his aircraft toward Guangning City. Before leaving the sect, he had taken a considerable number of newly printed talismans, which he intended to sell in Guangning City, though they could also be sold within the sect. The prices there were exorbitant. Receiving even half of the fair market price would be a stroke of luck. Upon arriving in the inner city of Guangning, Yi Yu set up a stall and sold his wares over several days, successfully depleting his inventory. These low-priced talismans were quite popular, resulting in a significant profit of several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Concurrently, Yi Yu also sold some of the magical tools he had crafted, reaping an additional 7,000 spirit stones. While this meant a loss of several thousand spirit stones, the enhancement of his refining skills made it worthwhile. Subsequently, Yi Yu visited the residence where Chu Mengyao usually stayed, only to find it occupied by unfamiliar individuals. Puzzled, he wondered if his prolonged absence had led to her discontent. Yi Yu then proceeded to the Yihong courtyard, hoping to encounter the fairy Lian Yu to inquire about the situation. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by an elderly woman. Yi Yu produced a handful of spirit stones and placed them in her hand, asking, Auntie, is the manager here, fairy Lian Yu? Still around? Ah, she is no longer here. It is said she has returned to the sect to prepare for a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. The new arrival is Fairy Miyu, the old woman replied. Please take me to meet her. That may not be possible. What do you mean it's not possible? Is it merely a matter of insufficient payment? Yiyu added another 100 spirit stones. And only then was the old woman willing to escort him to meet the so-called Fairy Miyu. Fairy Miyu was as stunning as Fairy Lianyu, possessing an extraordinary beauty. However, Yiyu had nearly become immune to such appearances. It seemed that in the realm of cultivation, every woman in the foundation establishment stage was breathtakingly beautiful, each a master of cosmetic refinement. The true beauties were those in the Qi refinement stage, radiating an unparalleled charm. Fairy Miyu, are you acquainted with Chu Mingyao? He inquired. Chu Mingyao? Oh, she is the one managing Hongya City. I am not well acquainted with her. She has probably returned to Hongya City by now, she replied. Oh, very well. Thank you, goodbye. With this newfound insight, Yiyu took his leave, realizing there was no point in lingering. It appeared that Chu Mingyao frequently visited Guangning City due to her familiarity with Fairy Lianyu. Since she was not well acquainted with the newcomer, there was no reason to stay. After Yiyu left the city, he piloted his aircraft back to Hongya City. One might say he has returned home in triumph. With his cultivation nearing the pinnacle of foundation establishment and possessing mid-tier, heavenly aptitude for training. The contrast to his 5 years ago self, who was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refining and of lowly yellow tier, is nothing short of extravagant. Less than 10 minutes later, Yiyu's aircraft landed outside Hongya City, and he soared into the city on his sword. Within the confines of Hongya City, the highest cultivation level was only at the peak of foundation establishment, so he had no fear of anyone objecting to his flight within the city. Yiyu made his way directly to the Yihong courtyard. Outside, the same two bothersome touts, an old woman and an old man, were busy soliciting patrons. Isn't this Yi Fei Wu? How dare you return? Mocked the old man, Liang Yu. 5 years prior, due to Yiyu's entanglement with Chu Mingyao, she had been furious and had dealt with his subordinates quite severely. This left a lasting impression on him. Trash like you should remain in the garbage. With a cold huff, Yiyu unleashed his cultivation aura, overwhelming those around him. Where's Chu Mingyao? Bring her out to see me. Please spare my life. As long as you let me go, Liang Yu stammered in desperation. I ask you again, where is Chu Mingyao? Answer me truthfully. The Fairy of Dreams has already left Hongya City. She is said to have been reassigned to headquarters, came the reply. Is that so? Yiyu seized the old woman to inquire again, receiving the same answer. Chu Mingyao had been transferred to manage a Yihong courtyard in the capital. Damn it. Yiyu cursed under his breath, delivering a kick to both the old man and woman before flying towards the Yi family estate. While Yiyu was present, those around him dared not breathe a word. As soon as he departed, whispers erupted. Who is that? Such an imposing presence, rivaling even the city lord. It seems he is the discarded son of the Yi family, expelled 5 years ago, and now he has risen to prominence. I told you he would amount to something. I even sponsored him for a fireball technique back in the day, chuckled an old beggar, gnawing on a bun. Did you really? Hongya City was not small. With a population of hundreds of thousands, yet the number of foundation establishment cultivators was only in the double digits. The news of Yiyu's appearance quickly spread throughout the city. Upon returning to the Yi family estate, Yiyu's primary intention was to take Yi Linger away. After all, one must bring home the girl they have been involved with. The Yi family bore him no deep-seated grudge, so he had no desire for vengeance. However, he did have a notion to pay back those who had previously bullied him, especially the sycophantic servants. As Yiyu approached the estate's entrance, he spotted 2 servants standing guard. Upon closer inspection, they were among those who had chased him with sticks back in the day. It would be foolish not to settle a score, so Yiyu approached them and landed 2 punches, followed by a few well-placed kicks. Just enough force to put them out of commission for a few months, but not to the point of death. Chapter 64. Supporting the Yi clan. Who is this? Do you know this is the Yi family? How audacious. Yiyu, you worthless fool. 2 servants were momentarily stunned by Yiyu's words, but soon regained their composure. Who are you calling worthless? Have the courage to repeat that. Yiyu placed his foot on the chest of one who had just insulted him. Yiyu, I admit I'm a coward and a fool. Please spare me. The servant, He Chunjun, quickly cowered. I have a few inquiries for you. Answer me honestly. Of course. My lord, where has Yi Linger gone recently? She has gone to the Royal Academy for her studies and wrote back not long ago. The Royal Academy? Do not deceive me. I swear on my life. She is indeed at the Royal Academy. Very well, I shall let you off this time. Yi released the 2 servants and made his way into the Yi family estate. The manor appeared just as he remembered, though the inhabitants had aged 5 years. Along the way, Yi encountered numerous familiar faces who whispered and pointed. However, once Yi revealed his formidable cultivation, all fell silent in fear. Yi held no particular affection for the Yi family. He had returned merely to take a look. As he wandered through the estate, he pondered a pressing question. He could not afford to be a lone wolf in this realm of cultivation. He must establish a force to continuously gather resources for his own benefit. Otherwise, even if he effortlessly broke through to the nascent soul stage, ascending to the transformation stage would still be fraught with challenges. Thus, perhaps the Yi family could serve as a useful ally. Yi Yu arrived at the assembly hall where the family head typically convened meetings and instructed a servant to summon all the senior members of the Yi clan. Half an hour later, the senior members of the Yi family gathered at the estate. They had no choice. Yi Yu was now a foundational stage cultivator, and they had to take him seriously. Yi Yu took his seat directly in the main position, which was traditionally reserved for the family head. Yi Yu, you have gained great opportunities outside. Are you here to give back to the family? The family head, Yi Hongtian, inquired. What giving back? Today, I am the one in charge of the Yi family. Do you have any objections? Yi Yu unleashed his full cultivation, compelling the dozen or so foundational stage members present to bow their heads. Yi Yu, even if you are formidable, you cannot act this way. Those present are your elders. And what of it? From today onward, I am the head of the Yi family. Who is in favor and who is against? You are being unreasonable. I am the family head. How can you usurp my authority? Yi Hongtian was the first to voice his opposition. The elder, Yi Hongji, expressed indifference, while others seemed eager to watch the unfolding drama. Thus, only Yi Hongtian stood in opposition. The reason was clear. All present had only reached the early to mid stages of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, the clan's peak ancestor was in seclusion and unlikely to emerge. The power of the family head was not particularly strong, and they were all inclined to enjoy the spectacle of Yi Hongtian's predicament. As Yi Hongfu, who had previously clashed with Yi Yu, felt a tremor within, he silently hoped that Yi Yu would not harbor too much resentment and refrain from retaliating against him. Well then, your objections are in vain. Just sit down. Yi Yu firmly pressed Yi Hongtian into his seat. Despite his frustration, Yi Hongtian found it futile, for his cultivation was inferior. Now, please report on the family situation. Currently, our clan comprises 15 foundation establishment cultivators, making you the 16th. Yi Hongtian began to report diligently. We have 178 individuals in the late Qi refinement stage, 563 in the mid-stage, and 445 in the early stage. Our family possesses a reserve of 70,000 spirit stones, with various elixirs and artifacts valued at over 50,000 spirit stones. While we have a complete array of techniques for the Qi refinement stage, we are severely lacking in those for the foundation establishment stage, and we do not possess any methods for advancing to the golden core stage. Furthermore, the Yi family holds the position of the Lord of Hongye City and has a small spirit stone mine outside the city, establishing our dominance in the area, comparable to the Jin family in Jinyuan City and the Huang family in Huangfeng City. However, it is still rather limited. Our clan lacks the capability to ascend to the golden core stage and possesses no resources related to it, such as techniques, breakthrough materials, or third-grade spirit veins. Thus, supporting the Yi family poses certain challenges. Hongtian, do you know if there are any unclaimed third-grade spirit veins? Yi Yu inquired, directing his gaze at Yi Hongtian. Well, there is a third-grade spirit vein in Guangning City, but it is certainly not unclaimed. All nearby ones have been occupied for the establishment of sections. If you must seek unclaimed veins, you would need to venture over 2,000 kilometers south to contend with demonic beasts, Yi Hongtian replied. I see. I am inclined to support the Yi family, but it is indeed quite challenging for us to rise in this core area of the human race. If everyone is willing to relocate to the resource-rich south and contend with the demonic beasts for resources, I am prepared to invest. Having survived in this core area for quite some time, Yi Yu understood that the resources nearby had long been exhausted. Acquiring resources from others was nearly impossible. Even possessing golden core strength was insufficient, as there were still nascent soul cultivators above them. Yi Yu, if you wish for us to venture into the war zone for development, you must make clear what resources you can provide us, Elder Yi Hongfei remarked. Well, I possess techniques that lead directly to the nascent soul stage, and I also have foundation establishment fruit trees. What do you think? After some contemplation, Yi Yu decided to keep the more valuable golden fruit trees and nascent soul level items confidential. Wow, are you robbing some powerful being's cave? The astonishment among the crowd was palpable. Given this, I believe our family can allocate some members to develop in the war zone. But we must retain enough to safeguard our interests here. This is our foundation and cannot be abandoned, Yi Hongtian concluded decisively. Very well. I can initially provide you with the cultivation techniques. However, I cannot offer anything else until a golden core cultivator emerges from my family, for otherwise, it would spell disaster for our clan, Yi Yu stated. Subsequently, he had the majority of the cultivation methods and spells he had gathered from the Jin family and other sources transcribed by his family members. Apart from his core technique, the Tai Chi decision, and the knowledge he acquired from the White Tiger sect, he shared everything else with them. The reason he chose to leverage the Yi family was that he realized the White Tiger sect was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. He had originally intended to eliminate the sect leader, Zheng Zhiruan, once he reached the Golden Core stage, thereby securing his position as the new leader. However, Zheng Zhiruan unexpectedly surrendered the entire sect to the Baiyun sect, which possessed a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Jiang Yingwei, who was sent from Baiyun sect, was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage herself. This indicated that as long as Yi Yu did not attain a level of power surpassing the nascent soul, he would be unable to control the White Tiger sect. Consequently, Yi Yu was compelled to seek other resources. The resources within the core safety zone of the human race had already been thoroughly divided, leaving no opportunities for Yi Yu to find what he needed to break through to the nascent soul stage. To achieve this breakthrough, he would have to contend with the demon beasts, and thus the Yi family would serve as his stepping stone. Chapter 65. Soothing Zhang Yinxue after leaving the cultivation methods. Yi Yu deliberated with the elders for several hours before ultimately deciding on 4 foundational elders to accompany 20 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators to scout ahead. However, prior to their expedition, they would undergo a process of preparation. This preparation involved selecting some of the useful techniques Yi Yu had acquired for them to learn, particularly focusing on mastering the high-tier Xian level and top-tier Huang level cultivation methods. Additionally, they would study several older spells and prepare various combat-related pills and magical tools. I will return in a year to take you to the Southern War Zone. Yi Yu bid farewell to the elders of the Yi family and boarded a plane back to the White Tiger sect. He traveled directly from Hongye City to the Southern War Zone, planning to navigate through some perilous areas by flying directly over them to ensure safety. Moreover, Yi Yu was eager to explore the Southern War Zone himself to discover formidable demon beasts. Initially, he had intended to seek assistance from Chu Mingyao to gain substantial experience to break through to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. However, her absence left him feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. Upon returning to the White Tiger sect, Yi Yu began his cultivation within his cave dwelling in Danxia Mountain. Yet, he soon grew impatient with the process. The allure of automatic cultivation was tempting, but ultimately, Yi Yu decided to abandon it and pursue alternative avenues for a swift breakthrough. Subsequently, he attended 3 more classes, thereby fulfilling his sect's tasks. However, after a hiatus of over a month, he incurred a penalty of spiritual stones from the sect. Yi Yu was unconcerned about the loss of such a trivial amount of spiritual stones. If he had none, then so be it. During the final lesson, Yi Yu caught sight of Lin Jianyuan and Jiang Yinxue, who had returned from a family visit. Their glances were peculiar, evoking a sense of unease within him. Uncertain of the situation, he decided to invite Lin Jianyuan to her cave abode after class. Junior sister Lin, have you encountered any discontent since your ascension to a core disciple? He inquired. I have, and not just me. Jiang Yinxue has as well, Lin Jianyuan replied, her words tumbling out in a frenzy. What do you mean? Are you suggesting you wish to bear a child? You didn't disclose that Jiang Yinshue's child is mine, did you? I've already mentioned it. She knows, Lin replied. Yi Yu shot her a fierce glare, realizing the danger of keeping her around, and was taken aback by how perilous the situation had become. A strong urge to silence her with a decisive blow surged within him, yet he knew such an act would serve no purpose. The priority lay with Jiang Yinxue and the formidable figure of Jiang Yingwei behind her. The late-stage Golden Core cultivator Jiang Yingwei was far beyond what Yi Yu could contend with at present. What has Jiang Yinshue's reaction been? Is she intending to inform her master? Yi Yu probed, anxiety creeping into his voice. She feels tainted now, burdened by guilt towards her master, and harbors resentment towards me. As for whether she will notify her master, I cannot say, Lin Jianyuan responded. Arrange for her to meet me, Yi Yu commanded. Very well. Several hours later, Yi Yu found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, gazing contemplatively at the ethereal landscape shrouded in mist. Lin Jianyuan soon arrived with Jiang Yinxue at that very precipice. Being within the confines of their sect, they felt secure from any violent retribution he might unleash. Death to you, Shimenqing. Death to the flower thief. For the respect I hold for you as my uncle, I never anticipated such betrayal. Your lectures on the perverse development of the infamous Old Six have truly reached a new low. Jiang Yinxue spat venomously as she approached from behind. Humph, Jiang Yinxue. I once sought to pursue you, yet you rebuffed my sincere intentions. Can I be held accountable for your disdain? Yi Yu retorted defiantly. I offer you my genuine affection, and I hope you might consider accepting it. I would rather not. You have 9 women at home, each bearing your offspring, and yet you remain unsatisfied. Now turning your sights on me and junior sister Lin. How despicable! Jiang Yinxue exclaimed, her anger palpable. I shall inform my master of your toxic presence within the sect. Yinxue, why speak so harshly? Would it truly be so dreadful to become my woman? I can provide you with wealth, honor, and resources for your cultivation, Yi Yu persisted. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, what can you possibly offer me? My master is a late-stage golden core expert, with a mere flick of her wrist. She could obliterate you, Jiang Yinxue scoffed. I possess the means to reach the golden core. Are you interested? Yi Yu challenged. Who do you think you're fooling? Jiang Yinxue retorted, unimpressed, while Lin Jianyuan regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. She was aware that Yi Yu's cultivation was nearing the peak of foundation establishment, making the prospect of his advancement to golden core not entirely implausible. However, even if it exists, it would belong solely to him, wouldn't it? There is nothing impossible. Just look at this golden fruit in my hand, and consider whether it can be refined into a golden pill. Yi Yu revealed his trump card. If this does not soften Jiang Yinxue, he would contemplate silencing her permanently and make his swift exit. He envisioned flying south to the war zone to carve out a new life, convinced he could evade Jiang Yinxue's pursuit. In a year or two, once he breaks through to the golden core stage, he could forge even more powerful spiritual weapons, rendering a counterattack against Jiang Yinxue entirely feasible. Jiang Yinxue and Lin Jianyuan gasped in astonishment. This golden fruit was a rarity that not even the entire White Tiger sect possessed, nor did it exist within the White Cloud sect. Such strategic resources were typically held only by the 7 foremost sects and the royal family. Other sects' golden core cultivators either toiled for decades to achieve a breakthrough or relied on lesser alternatives. The White Cloud sect employed a rather inferior Holy Spirit liquid, which only increased the breakthrough probability by 30%. In contrast, the golden fruit guarantees a 100% success rate, while the golden pill boasts a 70 to 90% success rate. With adequate preparation and avoiding the wrath of the heavenly tribulation, a successful ascension to the golden core stage was virtually assured. As a cultivator of heavenly grade aptitude, Jiang Yinxue was granted resources for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, yet none for advancing to the golden core. With her heavenly grade aptitude, the bottleneck for reaching the golden core was significantly less daunting, with dedicated effort over a decade. Most could achieve this milestone. Thus, why would additional resources be allocated for her breakthrough? Give me the golden fruit, and I shall not disclose it to my master. Jiang Yinxue thought greedily, gazing at the golden fruit in Yi Yu's hand. One golden fruit could spare her over a decade of arduous training and afford her the opportunity to reach the golden core before the age of 30. Being sufficiently young, she might even progress to the nascent soul stage before turning 100, and perhaps attain the transformation stage within a millennium, relishing 3,000 years of life. Should she squander a decade or more, she might forfeit her chance at achieving the transformation stage. In cultivation, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. Youth was a vital asset for potential. Chapter 66. The Golden Fruit. Jiang Yinxue, it is impossible for you to have this golden fruit. I intend to refine it into a golden pill. I shall keep one for myself, share one with you, and provide the third to junior sister Lin. What do you think? Yi Yu declined her request. Very well, let it be so. Junior sister Jiang, you should agree, Lin Jianyuan quickly interjected, eager to secure her share. Jiang Yinxue, consider this. With your heavenly grade cultivation aptitude, the golden fruit in your possession would surely be seized by your master, leaving you with nothing in the end. Yi Yu added one final piece of advice, secretly preparing to unleash a powerful move against the two before him. All right, I agree. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yinxue found Yi Yu's reasoning compelling. If the golden fruit were to fall into her hands, she might indeed end up with nothing at all. Her master had long made it clear that the Tianjia cultivation aptitude required no external assistance to break through to the resource stage. She was instructed to spend 5 years honing her skills and achieving breakthroughs on her own. This was not a matter of necessity. Rather, it was a reluctance to offer support. The truly valuable resources had already been bestowed upon the second and third generation of the Baiyun sect's leader and elders. Although her treatment was relatively favorable, it was primarily during the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages that she received significant support. When it came to the golden core and nascent soul levels, their consideration was solely for their own progeny. Yi Yu halted, his right hand, which had been forming a spell behind his back, suddenly still. The rapidly condensed spiritual energy dissipated entirely. The immense crisis that Lin Jianyuan had just sensed vanished in an instant, and she felt this was undoubtedly related to Yi Yu. A sense of relief washed over her, and she felt a surge of joy. She now had a chance to break through to the golden core stage. Logically speaking, given her cultivation aptitude, it was nearly impossible to advance to the golden core without external resources. Yet, an opportunity had now presented itself. Yi Yu soared gracefully to Jiang Yinxue's side, enveloping her in his embrace. Yinxue, this is quite splendid. In the future, you shall be my woman. It won't be long before I reach the golden core stage. And there is nothing to fear. He unleashed his aura, revealing his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This revelation astonished Jiang Yinxue, who had believed him to be merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. After all, according to the records at the Baihu sect, Yi Yu had only recently broken through. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was not that she was inadequate, but rather that the enemy was far too formidable. All right, I can be your woman, but how do I explain this to my master? She forbids me from associating with men. Then you must swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage and apply for a cave dwelling. After that, your master will have less control over you, understand? I understand. Observing that they were alone, Yi Yu, Jiang Yinxue, and Lin Jinyuan enjoyed the scenic vistas at the edge of the cliff, leaving them feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, after their playful interlude, they found the experience exhilarating and wished to return to admire the scenery once more. They agreed to reconvene at this spot once Jiang Yinxue had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and secured her cave dwelling. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yinxue and Lin Jinyuan, Yi Yu did not feel entirely at ease. Who could say whether Jiang Yinxue was merely biding her time? One must always guard against potential treachery. Upon returning to his home at Danxia Mountain, he instructed everyone to prepare their belongings, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. However, after several days of tranquility without any disturbances, he felt reassured, especially as Lin Jinyuan had established a cave dwelling at the neighboring Danxing Mountain. Days passed, and soon Jiang Yinxue also broke through to the foundation establishment stage, opening her cave dwelling at Danxin Mountain. Yi Yu visited Danxin Mountain to celebrate with Jiang Yinxue, which finally eased his concerns. With this turn of events, Yi Yu felt secure within the Baihu sect. The next step was to devise a plan for swiftly reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment and subsequently advancing to the Golden Core realm. According to Yi Yu's current pace of cultivation, he estimates that it will take him 3 years to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while through secluded training, he could achieve it in 2 years. Yi Yu, being somewhat impatient, is nearing his 28th year and wishes to break through to the Golden Core stage before he turns 30. It is said that achieving this breakthrough before the age of 30 would reduce the challenges of advancing to the nascent soul stage by 30. And it would also have a positive impact on the divine transformation stage. Presently, within the Great Xia dynasty, nearly every individual who has attained the divine transformation stage has broken through to the Golden Core stage before the age of 40. Those who attempt to break through after 40 typically find little hope of success. The reason behind this is the scarcity of resources within the Great Xia dynasty that can assist in the transition to nascent soul. So rare that only one opportunity may arise every 300 years. Consequently, the vast majority of nascent souls must rely on accumulating over a century of experience after reaching the Golden Core perfection to make their breakthrough. If one does not advance to the Golden Core stage early enough, the cultivation speed thereafter diminishes, making it exceedingly difficult to transcend to the nascent soul or even the divine transformation stages. After much contemplation, Yi Yu considers a visit to the Yihong courtyard in Guangning City. If the Moonlight Fairy is amenable, it may be possible to rapidly accumulate spiritual energy. Resolute in his decision, Yi Yu inquires with Qiuxiang and Xuanxiang about acquiring some of their newly printed talismans before boarding a flight to Guangning City. Upon arriving in the vibrant inner city of Guangning, Yi Yu heads directly to his destination, the Yihong courtyard. He spends several hundred spirit stones and, through the introduction of Granny Turtle, once again meets the Moonlight Fairy. Fellow Taoist Yi, I wonder what brings you to me this time. I truly do not know the whereabouts of Sister Chu, the Moonlight Fairy remarks, assuming Yi Yu has returned to confront her about the missing person. No, Moonlight Fairy. I have come specifically to meet you. I wish to establish a connection, Yi Yu states candidly. Fellow Taoist Yi, you cannot be jesting. I am not one of those courtesans below. The Moonlight Fairy's expression shifts, her smile strained. Internally, she curses, damn lecher. Surely he has been unable to forget my allure since our last meeting. Moonlight Fairy. I have heard from Chu Mingyao that your sect possesses a secret technique capable of reversing the flow of yin and yang. I am willing to discuss this with you and provide you with yang energy to further your cultivation, Yi reveals, demonstrating his nearing pinnacle of foundation establishment cultivation while emanating a powerful surge of yang energy. Logically speaking, given Yi Yu's frequent interactions with women, one would expect him to appear listless and his yang energy to be weak. However, Yi Yu has cultivated the Tai Chi technique, enabling him to easily balance yin and yang, thus maintaining a stable flow of yang energy. Sensing the overwhelming yang energy radiating from Yi Yu, the Moonlight Fairy is slightly taken aback. This concentration of yang energy rivals that of seasoned practitioners from top sects who have long since broken through to the Golden Core stage. What to do? I find myself tempted, yet I must maintain my composure. Fellow Taoist Yi, since you are willing, then please follow me. The Moonlight Fairy manages to suppress her laughter as she turns and leads the way. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect typically seek partners not through the ruthless techniques described by Yi Yu, which, despite their formidable power to significantly enhance a female cultivator's prowess, can lead to a depletion of yang energy in male counterparts, resulting in a severe decline in their cultivation. This technique has been classified as a forbidden art, reviled by all. Yi Yu's bold request to employ it was utterly outrageous. He resolved to exercise caution, ensuring that such a promising suitor was not harmed. In Chapter 67, the elder of the library pavilion's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Yu accompanied the enchanting fairy of the moon to her fragrant boudoir, which was immaculate. Adorned with silk and various exquisite trinkets, the room exuded opulence. Had he returned to his former life, Yi Yu would have diligently honed his literary skills. Otherwise, upon witnessing such beauty, he could only utter a simplistic admiration. In contrast, had he been in his past life, he would have eloquently articulated the splendor of this chamber with elaborate phrases, immersing others in its beauty and warmth. Nonetheless, the aesthetic of the room paled in comparison to the beauty before him. A single smile could captivate a city, and another could enthrall a nation. Hours later, Yi Yu acquired the desired Yin energy, tidied his belongings, and exited the Yihong courtyard. He spent a mere 10 minutes flying to Zhang Jingguang's cave dwelling, activated the gathering spirit array, and consumed a pre-prepared Yang returning pill. Yang energy levels soared to 20300, 280,300. And he commenced the operation of the Taiji technique alongside his own auxiliary method derived from the Taoist Taiji diagram for yin-yang transformation. Yin energy levels reached 520,300, 400,400, while Yang energy levels stood at 280,300, 400,400. At this juncture, Yi Yu's cultivation broke through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, even feeling slightly overflowing. However, he understood that this hastily acquired prowess required refinement for complete mastery. In the following days, Yi Yu continued his cultivation. He then produced a late foundation establishment Yuan Shield talisman, depleting his internal mana. Afterward, he spent 2 days reabsorbing spiritual energy to convert it back into mana, thereby solidifying it further. Nonetheless, the rate of cultivation within Zhang Jingguang's cave was inadequate, as the single-tier spirit vein could not suffice for his needs. Consequently, Yi Yu decided to return to the Baihu sect, where the Lingmai of Danxia Mountain was quite favorable. Upon returning to the sect, Yi Yu repeated this cycle, crafting talismans until his mana was exhausted, followed by meditation to restore it. This process rendered his mana exceptionally solid, far from the superficiality of hastily acquired power. However, even this refined mana still fell short. During this period, Pan Yuer visited to discuss matters with Yi Yu. She too had reached the peak of foundation establishment, yet her mana was significantly more substantial than his. Yuer, what is the secret to your exceptionally solid mana? This is undoubtedly 3 times stronger than the early stages of foundation establishment. Yet, Yi Yu himself appears to possess merely double that strength. Anxieties plagued Yi Yu, as he worried that the issues might stem from his own cultivation practices. His breakthroughs in magical prowess had largely been achieved through clever means. Each time he surmounted a minor bottleneck, it was either with the assistance of Chu Mingyao or the enchanting Moonlight Fairy. This matter is inconsequential. It is all in pursuit of transcending to the Golden Core stage. Our sect possesses a technique for compressing magical energy, enabling us to augment our power. Only with greater magical strength can one withstand the tribulations of the Golden Core. Just how formidable must one's magical energy be to endure these tribulations? Perhaps fourfold is the answer. The pinnacle of this technique is thus: after completing the cultivation, it will require 2 to 3 years. In another 2 years, I shall endeavor to break through to the Golden Core, Pan Yuer stated with confidence. Currently, that unfortunate Zheng Jiren has procured for her a sacred spirit spring that can assist in the Golden Core breakthrough. Her confidence in this endeavor was unwavering. Oh, might you impart this technique to me? The library possesses it. You may retrieve it yourself. Given that you are only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, do not overthink it. After exchanging insights about the techniques, Yi Yu bid farewell to Pan Yuer and made his way to the library. Once again, the elder stationed on the 2nd floor, overseeing the library, greeted him. Elder, I seek a technique for compressing magical energy. Is that permissible? The elder glanced up at Yi Yu and replied, present your sect token. Seek out what you require, return to register, and your sect points will be deducted. Yi Yu handed over his sect token, which the elder scanned with a device imbued with formations, revealing Yi Yu's sect points, 342. Upon seeing such a meager amount of points, the elder frowned, clearly displeased with Yi Yu's lack of diligence within the sect. With this paltry score, you are permitted to remain here for only the duration of a single incense stick. You may not take any books with you, and once time is up, you must leave immediately. The elder's tone was brusque. Exasperated, Yi Yu pondered the reason behind the elder's sudden ire, suspecting it was due to his insufficient sect points. Without further ado, Yi Yu set about searching for the requisite technique. With his senses fully attuned, he scoured the corners of the library until he finally uncovered the desired method. Hurriedly, he committed it to memory, but just as he finished, a sharp voice called out from behind him, "Time's up. Leave at once. Understood. Yi Yu returned the book to its rightful place and approached the elder to reclaim his sect token. Upon inspecting it with his senses, he discovered that his points had dwindled to 158. What a scam, losing 500 points in just 5 minutes. Exiting the library, Yi Yu hastily transcribed the newly memorized information onto a blank jade slip to prevent forgetting. Looking back at the library, he had initially thought the White Tiger sect offered generous benefits, allowing unrestricted access to its tomes. It seemed he had overestimated it. Ultimately, he would have to meticulously scour the library himself. The elder on the second floor is merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment. I could easily eliminate him with a single strike. However, I am wary of the individual stationed on the third floor, who is at the mid-stage of Golden Core. I must either wait until I reach the Golden Core stage to confront him, or strategically choose a moment when he is absent to infiltrate the library. Yet, there is no immediate urgency. I shall spare them for now and focus on breaking through to the Golden Core first. Upon returning to Danxiao Mountain, Yi Yu retrieved the techniques from the jade slip, meticulously transcribing them onto paper. While the jade slip was indeed helpful, Yi Yu preferred the tactile experience of reading books, as it allowed him to take notes for better comprehension. Several hours later, Yi Yu grasped the principles of the pure yuan technique, which involves purifying and compressing one's own spiritual energy. It is crucial not to rely on medicinal pills during the restoration of spiritual energy, as the impurities in mine arose from consuming such pills and utilizing gifted manuals. Following the methods outlined in the pure yuan technique would cause Yi Yu's cultivation to regress. Yet, in pursuit of a more solid foundation for future advancement, he resolved to undergo the process. After a series of operations aimed at eliminating the impurities accumulated from medicinal pills, his cultivation regressed to the early stage of peak foundation establishment. Following the compression of his spiritual energy, his cultivation fell to the late stage of foundation establishment, while the compressed energy equated to 3 times that of the initial stage, matching that of Panuere. However, Panuere currently maintained her peak foundation establishment despite the compression. Ultimately, Yi Yu's cultivation was excessively diluted. He maximized his training efforts and calculated that it would take him 3 years to return to peak foundation establishment without the aid of pills. Alas, such a predicament was indeed a considerable burden, especially since he intended to break through to Golden Core before the age of 30. Weighing his options, he recognized that while the medicinal pills contained toxins, the subtle energy acquired through cunning methods bore lesser toxicity. This subtle energy was not directly obtained, but rather transformed by himself, rendering it relatively pure. The gifted manual proved to be a commendable method for rapid cultivation. Yi Yu spent some time with his family at Danxia Mountain before visiting the neighboring Danxing Mountain and Danxian Mountain to meet with the 2 ladies, Jiang Yinxue and Lin Jinyuan. However, spending time with family did not significantly enhance his cultivation. He needed to seek out professionals in the field. In an instant, Yi Yu felt compelled to report to the Hahuan sect, though he doubted they would accept him. He requested a new batch of talismans from Qiuxiang and Chunxiang before setting off for Guangning City. After selling the talismans, he purchased a substantial quantity of yang recovery pills from the alchemy shop. These pills, suitable for those at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, cost 3,000 spirit stones each and were renowned for their ability to swiftly restore yang energy, making them a revered remedy for many male cultivators in intimate endeavors. However, excessive consumption of such pills could lead to a decline in the overall limit of yang energy, which would, to some extent, affect one's cultivation aptitude. The forbidden technique of the Hahuan sect, known as the yang diminishing and yin replenishing art, not only siphons away the male essence, but also diminishes the overall vitality of men. Thus, male cultivators harbor a profound disdain for this technique. During a recent sojourn at the abode of the Moonlight Fairy, Yi Yu's vitality cap plummeted from 340 to 300. However, Yi Yu is an anomaly. He possesses the unique ability to transmute the yin energy returned by the Moonlight Fairy into yang energy, thereby elevating his vitality limit. Consequently, his essence not only remained unscathed, but actually surged. With renewed vigor, Yi Yu approached the Yihong courtyard, having secured the favor of the Turtle Granny, allowing him to meet the Moonlight Fairy once more. The fairy was somewhat taken aback by Yi Yu's visit, yet it felt entirely natural, for her beauty had undoubtedly ensnared his very soul. A month later, Yi Yu staggered out of the Yihong courtyard, exclaiming in frustration that he had neglected to procure the yang replenishing pill. He hurried to a medicinal shop to acquire one, consuming it before racing back to his residence in Danxiao Mountain. Without uttering a word, he retreated into his cultivation chamber, embarking on a rapid conversion of yin energy into his cultivation base. After a fortnight, he once again attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with his magical prowess equivalent to 37 times that of the early foundation establishment stage. Though this fell short of the pure yuan technique's maximum of 4 times by a mere 0.3 times, Yi Yu deemed it unnecessary to pursue further refinements. He accepted this minor flaw, recognizing that it stemmed from a clever method of energy conversion. At this juncture, Yu felt poised to breach the golden core realm. By consuming the golden core fruit, he could condense his golden core. Surviving the ensuing golden core tribulation would mark his official entry into that exalted stage. Should he delay, the tribulation could manifest in a decade or more, and if ill-prepared, he risked a fatal strike. The golden core tribulation is formidable, comprising 9 thunderbolts, with their might escalating from the early foundation establishment stage to the mid-golden core stage. The success rate for scattered cultivators facing this tribulation is below 30. Consequently, many choose to remain in the late foundation establishment stage rather than risk ascending to the peak. Yu, fearing the prospect of being struck down, resolved to prepare adequately. Even if he survived, the possibility of severe injury loomed large. Setting aside thoughts of his imminent breakthrough, he exited the cultivation chamber. Having spent considerable time within, he felt as if he had emerged from a cocoon. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Xiaoxiang and Chuanxiang, embracing their child while enjoying fruit and sharing laughter, seemingly devoid of any intention to cultivate. Observing the spiritual energy fluctuations around them, it was evident they were merely idling in their cultivation. Given their current state, one could only wonder if they would be struck down during the golden core tribulation. It seemed improbable to encourage them to cultivate diligently. Yet, he could not bear the thought of them being unable to ascend to the golden core, leading to their eventual aging and demise. Yi resolved to devise a means to ensure that even the most inept could successfully navigate the golden core tribulation. Yi accompanied them in enjoying some fruits and engaged in light conversation before taking his leave. He needed to seek out information regarding the golden core thunder tribulation. Understanding both his enemy and himself would ensure his invincibility in battle. To devise an effective countermeasure, he needed to comprehend the nature of the golden core thunder tribulation. Upon arriving at the library pavilion in search of pertinent materials, he was met with an unceremonious refusal from an elder. "Begone. You possess no sect points. What business do you have here?" "Elder, would it not suffice if I offered spirit stones?" "That is of no consequence. Only sect points are accepted here." Cursing under his breath, Yu exited the library pavilion, barely restraining himself from retaliating against the elder, as a formidable presence emanated from the 3rd floor, posing a significant threat. To Yu, sect points and spirit stones represented 2 distinct currencies, undoubtedly with a corresponding exchange rate. He resolved to find a way to acquire sect points through spirit stones. Recalling the memories of Shimen Qing, Yu made his way to a flat area at the foot of the Disciples' Peak of the White Tiger sect. This locale served as a trading ground for both inner and outer sect disciples, where transactions could be conducted using spirit stones or sect points. Lowering his cultivation level, he blended into the crowd, wandering among various stalls until he determined that 1 sect point held the purchasing power equivalent to 7 spirit stones. Contemplating the establishment of a stall to procure sect points with spirit stones, he felt it beneath him to engage in such a task personally, deeming it a waste of time. Thus, he returned to Danxiao Mountain and enlisted the assistance of 3 male servants, providing each with 7,200 spirit stones and instructing them to procure 700 sect points, allowing them to keep any surplus. Having delegated the task, Yi went home to spend time with his family. In the evening, he awaited the return of the 3 men, who arrived looking disheveled. A foreboding feeling crept over him as he observed their tattered clothing. "What transpired? Did you manage to bring back the sect points?" "Apologies, master, I was robbed." One of them confessed. "I succeeded in retrieving mine," another chimed in. "I too was robbed," said the third. The one who had successfully returned with sect points was Huang Yuanyu, the most accomplished among them, possessing the highest cultivation and talent, the 7th level of qi refinement, with exceptional yellow-grade aptitude. In contrast, Jiang Junbin was at the 3rd level and Wang Wenba at the 5th. Yu accepted the sect points brought back by Huang Yuanyu, scrutinizing the others. "How could those scoundrels dare to seize your belongings? Did you not mention my name?" "Master, they belong to the sect's law enforcement team. I did invoke your name, but it was of no use. They still assaulted us and took everything of value." Wang Wenba trembled as he spoke. "Huang Yuanyu, how did you manage to return?" "Master, I ran swiftly," Huang Yuanyu replied with a hint of embarrassment. He had seized the opportunity to escape by flying away on his sword while the other 2 were captured. The other 2 individuals had not yet reached the late stage of qi refinement, rendering them incapable of flying with swords and thus subject to bullying. "How audacious! How dare they lay hands on my possessions? Lead the way and witness as I obliterate them." Yu immediately set forth. Vengeance should not be delayed until the morrow. Meanwhile, the members of the law enforcement team returned to the law enforcement hall with great delight. "Captain Liang, did everything go smoothly?" "After all, those 3 rascals claimed that it was Elder Shimen who arranged for them," one inquired. "Humph, is it not just that dandy Shimen Chong? He has only recently made a breakthrough. How formidable could he possibly be?" Our law enforcement hall is not without its own foundation establishment practitioners. We have nothing to fear, retorted the burly man known as Captain Liang. He was a fellow inner disciple who had trained alongside Shimin Chong and harbored considerable jealousy over Shimin's sponsorship of the Foundation Establishment pill from Panuere. Had he received such a pill, he too would have long since made his breakthrough. Indeed, why would Shimin Chong allow a few lowly minions to carry so many spirit stones? Clearly, he is not thinking straight. We are the law enforcement team. We shall act as we see fit. The group laughed and bantered as they returned to the law enforcement hall, where they divided half of the sect's contributions and spirit stones they had seized, submitting the remainder to their superior, Deputy Hall Master Wang Qiuxing. Wang Qiuxing, being in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, largely dictated the affairs of the law enforcement hall while the hall master remained in seclusion to cultivate. Leveraging the power of the law enforcement hall, he had amassed considerable sect contributions and spirit stones, facilitating his rapid advancement on the path of cultivation. Guided by the three young rascals, Yi Yu arrived at the trading market, only to find his efforts in vain. After questioning a few individuals, he learned that the law enforcement team had already returned to the law enforcement hall. Yi Yu mused that these rogues must be dividing their ill-gotten gains. With a swift motion, Yi Yu flew on his sword, accompanied by the three young rascals, and shortly arrived at the law enforcement hall. The members of the law enforcement team continued to distribute their spoils at the entrance, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Master, it is those few who seized our spirit stones and sect contributions, Jiang Junbin pointed out. Yi Yu unleashed his Foundation establishment aura, pressing down upon the revelers. You have taken my spirit stones and sect contributions. I advise you to return them immediately. Captain Liang Yongnian turned to see Shimin Chong and felt a momentary shock, but quickly regained his composure. With Deputy Hall Master Wang Qiuxing backing him, he felt no fear. Elder Shimin, these three minions were engaged in illicit transactions in the market. We are merely enforcing the law. Please leave. Liang Yongnian would never relinquish the bounty he had just acquired, which had significantly increased his reserves of spirit stones, nearly enough to bid on a Foundation establishment pill. Humph, refusing a toast and opting for a punishment instead. Yi Yu waved his hand, unleashing a surge of magical energy that struck the individuals. The members of the law enforcement team cried out in pain, losing their combat effectiveness. Liang Yongnian and his team were left dumbfounded. Was a Foundation establishment practitioner truly this powerful? This only intensified their yearning for the Foundation establishment realm. Shimin Chong, you are assaulting the enforcement team. You are defying the sect. I implore Master Wang to arbitrate on our behalf, Liang Yongnian exclaimed. Wang Qiuxing appeared at the entrance of the enforcement hall, stepping forth to address the crowd. Junior brother Shimin, your actions are highly inappropriate. I advise you to retreat now, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Deputy Master Wang, I perceive no wrongdoing on my part. I merely seek the return of my possessions. Once I have them, I shall depart. I also advise you to let this matter go, lest you invite trouble, Yi Yu retorted bluntly. His repeated references to Deputy Master Wang unsettled Wang Qiuxing, inciting his ire. Junior brother Shimin, since you are so ungrateful, do not expect me to show you any leniency, Wang Qiuxing declared, unleashing his white tiger fist with 80% of his strength, directing a powerful punch towards Yi Yu. In an instant, a roaring phantom of a white tiger materialized, its gaping maw lunging at Yi Yu. Such an assault could severely wound someone at the early Foundation stage. For those in the Qi refining stage, it would be fatal. Were Yi Yu to remain defenseless, the three attendants beside him would surely perish, but Wang Qiuxing was indifferent to their fates. Chapter 70. Securing sect points through subtle skills. Yi Yu regarded the formidable white tiger as merely a disobedient kitten. With a casual wave of his hand, he dissipated the tiger's illusion and sent Wang Qiuxing flying with a divine finger technique. Yi Yu had only employed strength equivalent to that of the mid-foundation stage, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Had Wang Qiuxing exerted his utmost effort, he might have withstood the attack, but he had underestimated Yi Yu, presuming him to be at the early Foundation stage. Consequently, Wang Qiuxing suffered severe injuries and would likely be incapacitated for 10 to 15 days. As Yi Yu displayed his overwhelming prowess, the three attendants cheered, "Master, you're amazing." Meanwhile, the members of the enforcement team, sprawled on the ground, bore expressions of shock and despair. How can Shimin Chong be so formidable? How could Master Wang be so inept? Liang Yongnian felt the most anxious, realizing that his earlier defiance against Shimin Chong might provoke a reckoning. You three, go search them for valuables. Bring forth anything of worth. Yi Yu commanded the attendants. Yes, Master. They replied eagerly, approaching the enforcement team with a grin, their fear of Yi Yu compelling them to comply. Wang Qiuxing, having consumed a healing pill to stabilize his injuries, muttered to himself, I was too careless. Shimin Chong is also at the mid-foundation stage. He drew a high-quality magical artifact, thinking, the advantage lies with me. I must retaliate. or I shall suffer great humiliation. Shortly after, Wang Qiushi returned to the entrance of the Grand Hall. Junior brother Shiman. My earlier lapse was a mistake. Let us continue. I shall be serious this time. With that, he brandished his sword, charging towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu chuckled disdainfully, gesturing with his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike. The colossal shadow of his hand once again sent Wang Qiushi hurtling through the air, embedding him into the wall of the law enforcement hall. Dazed from the impact, Wang Qiushi realized he had underestimated his opponent. Was this Shi Minqing truly at the late stage of Foundation establishment? Struggling to extricate himself from the wall, he consumed a healing pill. However, the severity of his injuries meant the pill could only alleviate some pain, leaving him in agony. Shi Min Shidi. No, Shi Min Shixiang, you lack martial ethics. Wang Qiushi exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Yi Yu. Brother Wang, kindly regurgitate anything you may have taken from me. Do not compel me to strike you again, Yi Yu threatened without hesitation. You are truly ruthless, Wang Qiushi conceded, tossing over the more than 6,000 spirit stones he had acquired. Is this all, Brother Wang? Are you certain this is the extent of your offerings? Yi Yu inquired, stowing the spirit stones in his storage pouch while continuing to press him. Shi Min Shixiao, just tell me what you desire. Spare me this torment. Wang Qiushi was adamant, utterly unwilling to endure a body search like those beneath him. Simple. I require sec points. If you do not provide at least 5,000 points today, I shall not take my leave, Yi Yu declared with audacity. Sec points? Wang Qiushi's mind was filled with confusion. Damn, I've only accumulated just over 5,000 sec points over the years. Must you be so merciless? Brother Shi Min, is that not a bit excessive? Just tell me if you will comply. If not, I shall strike you again. Fine, I'll comply. Under Wang Qiushi's reluctant cooperation, along with the spoils from the law enforcement team members, Yi Yu secured nearly 6,000 sec points and reclaimed over 18,000 spirit stones. Upon departing the law enforcement hall, Yi Yu made his way to the library pavilion, instructing the 3 attendants to return and tidy up, preparing for a swift escape. He was somewhat concerned that Wang Qiushi might, in a moment of desperation, report him to the sect leader. However, Wang Qiushi was a man of great pride. Though he had suffered some losses in sect points, he had not lost anything of significant value. He had no intention of filing a complaint and instead warned the law enforcement team members to refrain from spreading rumors about his defeat. Upon reaching the second floor of the library pavilion, Yi Yu swiped his sect token and commenced his reading, noticing the substantial increase in his sect points. The elder could not help but ponder the methods employed by this young man, suspecting he had purchased the points with spirit stones. Yi Yu diligently searched for various insights related to breaking through to the Golden Core stage, as well as information concerning lightning tribulations. He meticulously memorized all the valuable knowledge he encountered. When he finally departed the library pavilion, he recorded everything into his prepared jade slip. On his way back, Yi Yu passed by the law enforcement hall and seized a young member of the enforcement team to inquire about the situation, confirming that Wang Qiushi had not lodged a complaint. With this reassurance, he returned to Danxiao Mountain, allowing those there to relax. Subsequently, Yi Yu began to study the diverse knowledge inscribed in his jade slip. The foundation-laying breakthrough to the Golden Core realm is divided into several steps. First, one must condense their magical energy into a tangible sphere through a specific technique, subsequently infusing it with a portion of their spiritual consciousness. This process, while relatively straightforward, demands a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. Thus, the assistance of a richly infused golden fruit becomes essential. To address this need, a viable solution exists, establishing a gathering array atop a third-tier spiritual vein, along with the placement of numerous spirit stones to generate a significant influx of spiritual energy, effectively substituting the role of the golden fruit. The second step towards achieving the Golden Core involves enduring the Thunder Tribulation. Typically, there are 6 strikes, each progressively more potent. The early stage of foundation establishment, the mid-stage, the late stage, the peak stage, the half-step of the Golden Core, and the initial stage of the Golden Core. This Thunder Tribulation is the standard one, characterized by its blue hue. Upon its completion, one may proactively request a reward from the Heavenly Tribulation. Some exceptionally gifted individuals, emboldened by their audacity, dare to provoke the 7th and 8th tribulations, both of which correspond to the initial and mid-stages of the Golden Core, respectively. These reward tribulations are distinguished by their purple color and confer additional benefits upon those who survive. Conversely, those burdened by profound sins face a dire fate. Following the conclusion of the standard Thunder Tribulation, they are met with 3 punitive strikes without any respite, marked by their crimson hue. The intensity of these final 3 strikes escalates through the mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage of the Golden Core. Surviving this ordeal also offers rewards, albeit for the unfortunate 99 of individuals who do not endure the onslaught. During the process of being struck by lightning, the golden fruit provides an exceptionally potent healing effect, capable of mending severed limbs. Such formidable healing abilities are challenging to match with conventional elixirs. Ultimately, after overcoming the thunder tribulation, an ordinary person would refrain from pursuing additional reward tribulations. The conclusion of the standard tribulation signifies the end of their golden core formation. It is advisable to consume elixirs to recuperate from injuries, rather than seeking further tribulation. For those who manage to survive beyond the ordinary, the heavens bestow rewards, allowing them to experience a healing purple light that restores all injuries and further enhances their cultivation aptitude. Some may even transcend from the celestial tier to the sacred tier of cultivation potential. However, for the wicked, the rewards differ significantly. The heavens, unwilling to grant the sinful any ease, refrain from healing their injuries or enhancing their cultivation aptitude. Instead, they are bestowed with a unique divine ability. Chapter 71. The lightning rod divine abilities differ from spells in that their potency can increase with the elevation of one's cultivation level. In contrast, spells correlate directly to specific cultivation stages. A golden core cultivator employing a chi refinement spell does not wield significantly greater power than a chi refinement cultivator using the same spell. However, the efficacy of a golden core cultivator utilizing a divine ability vastly surpasses that of a chi refinement cultivator employing the same ability. Having grasped the nuances of the golden core tribulation, Yu understands why so many seasoned practitioners in the late stages of foundation establishment hesitate to pursue the complete breakthrough. The threat of golden core level attacks is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Several methods have been recorded for countering the tribulations of the golden core stage. One such method involves the utilization of defensive artifacts or spiritual implements. Typically, an exceptional defensive artifact can withstand the initial assaults of the golden core tribulation, after which it becomes rendered useless. The cost of such a superior defensive artifact can reach several 100,000 spirit stones. Without a substantial fortune, one would hesitate to confront the golden core lightning tribulation. The second method entails the use of formations designed to weaken the tribulation. It is crucial to avoid formations that entirely shield against the lightning, as failure to be sensed by the tribulation will result in a catastrophic amplification of its power. The cost for a formation capable of countering the lightning tribulation also runs into the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, with more advanced ones exceeding 1 million. Typically, loose cultivators lack access to such privileges. However, more prestigious sects often maintain designated areas equipped with these formations for their perfected foundation establishment disciples to undergo tribulation. Such sects are unlikely to provide defensive artifacts or spiritual implements, but they can offer formations that are reusable. The White Tiger sect possesses such a designated area for tribulation. Unfortunately, this place has been all but abandoned for centuries, until recently, when Ji Ran began to refurbish the formations for Pan-Ur. The third method involves medicinal pills, particularly various healing elixirs, golden core pills, and golden core fruits, which are essential for rapid recovery from the damage inflicted by one wave of lightning to withstand the next. The fourth method consists of talismans, which, akin to defensive artifacts, can be employed once to counter a singular lightning strike. The fifth method pertains to the cultivator themselves, who can cultivate formidable spells and techniques to enhance their resilience, bolster their defensive spells, and ensure a continuous source of spiritual power. To ensure a comprehensive preparation, Yi resolved to approach the challenge from multiple angles. After all, spirit stones are not an insurmountable obstacle. He already possessed golden core fruits for medicinal purposes and had the pure yuan technique for personal cultivation. However, his proficiency in formations was lacking. Should he begin studying now, he would certainly not have enough time to elevate his skills before reaching the age of 30. He wished to secretly advance beyond the sect's oversight, thus foregoing the need for formations. As for talismans, he could attempt to refine some himself, and he could also try his hand at crafting defensive artifacts or spiritual implements. Having organized his thoughts, Yu stepped out, preparing to procure materials for refining. As he passed by, he noticed 3 servants engaged in agricultural work. Their cultivation levels disappointingly low. Considering that enlisting their help to earn sect contributions might prove problematic, Yu felt inclined to assist them in enhancing their cultivation. While the other 2 were challenging cases, Jiang Junbin originally possessed the talent for heavenly tier cultivation. A single meridian opening pill could elevate him significantly. However, given that the cost of such a pill is several tens of thousands, and with Jiang Junbin currently lacking spirit stones, Yi was reluctant to invest such a sum in him. Thus, he contemplated procuring some lesser meridian opening pills. The small meridian pill can be acquired for merely a few hundred spirit stones, although its efficacy is considerably inferior. 5 pills are sufficient for Jiang Junbin to restore his cultivation aptitude to the earth level. The exorbitant price of this meridian pill is justified. A 15-year-old who has just awakened their spirit does not instantly achieve rapid cultivation speed. Instead, one must first open their meridians according to the prescribed techniques. And only after this process can they cultivate at an optimal rate. Typically, it takes an average person 1 to 2 years to open their meridians. However, with the consumption of a meridian pill, this duration is reduced to merely a few days. Consequently, some affluent individuals consume meridian pills to gain an early advantage in their cultivation. A person with heavenly level aptitude, under favorable conditions after consuming a meridian pill, can break through to the foundation establishment stage within a year. Conversely, without the pill, this process may extend to 3 years, as exemplified by Jiang Yinxue. Not everyone possesses such wealth. Furthermore, a sect, akin to an exploitative corporation, is unlikely to provide exorbitantly priced meridian pills for disciples whose loyalty remains uncertain. Given the high cost of the meridian pill, some have researched a cheaper alternative known as the small meridian pill, though its effects are diminished. Consuming 5 of these can enable one to complete the opening of their meridians within 6 to 9 months. Yu visited the sect's points exchange shop and exchanged 80 points for 5 small meridian pills. These pills were procured by certain elders for their own kin, and the surplus fortuitously benefited him. The points were hard-earned, and Yu spent them without regret. Subsequently, he exchanged the remaining points for refining materials, depleting his balance entirely. Upon his return to Danxia Mountain, Yu discreetly summoned Jiang Junbin to his chamber. Little Jiang, I have procured 5 pills for you. Consume 1 every 3 days. It will slightly restore your cultivation aptitude. I spent 400 sec points on them, so remember to repay me in the future. Thank you, master. To what extent can I expect to recover after consuming these pills? Jiang Junbin inquired, accepting the pills. To the earth level, which is quite commendable. All right, thank you, master. I will surely repay you in the future, he replied, his spirit soaring upon hearing the news. With earth-level cultivation aptitude, he could surpass over 95% of the sect's members. He felt as if he could take flight. Damn it. I will take revenge on my family and my former fiancé, who called off our engagement. Observing Jiang Junbin's departing figure, Yu felt as though he had nurtured a formidable force, one that could potentially stir up significant events. Regardless, after spending time with his family, he began to contemplate the type of magical artifact he should forge to best withstand the thunder tribulation. Typically, individuals opt to create a protective artifact, specifically avoiding metallic materials. Metal? It conducts electricity. As an exceptional youth who traversed from the modern world of Blue Star, Yu was well aware of the nature of electricity. Damn it. I shall simply construct a lightning rod to navigate through the thunder tribulation. Let the thunder tribulation be borne by the lightning rod, allowing oneself to remain worry-free. However, there lies a fear that this thunder tribulation may curve and pursue. Thus, Yu resolved to prepare a conventional defensive artifact in addition to the lightning rod. It is prudent to have contingencies in place to avoid being caught unprepared when peril approaches. In Chapter 72, Breaking Through to the Golden Core, Yu selected several non-metallic materials, attempting to forge defensive artifacts. After several months of diligent effort, he succeeded in creating 1 exquisite defensive artifact and 2 superior ones. To enhance the potency of these artifacts, he devoted an additional month to transforming them into disposable defensive talismans. Consequently, Yu acquired 2 talismans capable of withstanding an initial strike from a Golden Core practitioner and 1 that could withstand a mid-stage strike, thereby securing a stable defense against ordinary Golden Core tribulations. Nevertheless, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, the lightning rod remained an essential undertaking. Yu spent several months crafting a substantial number of pipes from mysterious copper, ultimately unifying them into a towering iron structure, inscribed with runes signifying auspiciousness, durability, and conductivity. He fashioned an impressive superior-grade lightning rod. This towering edifice stood at 20 meters and weighed 4 tons. At its pinnacle rested a square net, from which extended lightning rods every meter, each standing 3 meters tall. The tower's body was entwined with a dense network of copper wire, effectively enveloping Yu. At the base, the copper foundation would be buried in the earth, and he would subsequently arrange an insulated wooden bed above, achieving a perfect setup. Having completed these preparations, Yu is now 29 years old, having spent 7 years in this world. The final step toward breaking through to the Golden Core was to find a coveted location, ensuring he would not be disturbed and that he had ample spiritual energy to absorb. After spending time with his family within the sect, he discreetly ventured into the Jin family's secret realm, eager to explore the possibility of a breakthrough. The spiritual energy abundant within the Jin family's domain was unparalleled, offering the privacy and security he sought. Inside the secret realm, Yu located an open area devoid of spiritual herbs and set up his lightning rod. Under its protective embrace, he arranged a bed strewn with spirit stones. Sitting down, he adjusted his state and consumed a golden fruit, initiating his breakthrough. With his legs crossed, he focused his mind. The golden fruit, upon being swallowed, did not immediately digest. Instead, it unleashed a surge of life force, stimulating the mana within Yi Yu's dantian. Smoothly, he followed his cultivation method to condense a nascent golden core, infusing a portion of his consciousness into it. As the nascent form emerged, it began to rapidly consume mana while drawing in spiritual energy from the surroundings. At that moment, the golden fruit and the spirit stones beneath him erupted with abundant spiritual energy, hastening the maturation of the nascent golden core. An extraordinarily peculiar occurrence transpired. Within Yi Yu's central dantian, a small golden core manifested, measuring 2/3 the diameter of the one in his lower dantian. Unfamiliar with the phenomenon, Yi Yu refrained from recklessly shattering it or infusing it with his spiritual consciousness. After several hours, the two golden cores formally took shape, and Yi Yu felt as if he had entirely acquired the power of a golden core cultivator. Logically, he should have been able to withstand a strike from an initial stage golden core without peril, thus enduring the normal tribulations of the six paths should pose no issue. However, after waiting several more hours within the lightning avoidance tower, the anticipated tribulation did not materialize. Could it be that the heavenly path was so accommodating as to allow a transmigrator like him to bypass the tribulation? That would be sheer ecstasy. Who would relish the idea of being struck by lightning? Tentatively, Yi Yu emerged from the lightning avoidance tower, discovering that nothing was amiss. After another half hour, he concluded that no calamity would befall him and recalled the tower into his storage ring. He began to acclimate to the powers befitting a golden core cultivator and commenced practicing a spell from the Tai Chi Sutra associated with the golden core realm. The yin-yang shield, with its dual energies perpetually rotating and forming a conical shape, could dissipate incoming attacks. Upon mastering this spell, one often found the ability to withstand long-range magical assaults from foes 2 minor levels above. Yi Yu practiced this spell for over 10 days, reaching a rudimentary level of proficiency, enabling him to barely withstand long-range attacks of equivalent rank. Sensing that the establishment of his own sect was not far off, he promptly adjusted his aura to resemble that of a mid-stage foundation cultivator. Upon exiting the secret realm, Yi Yu initially perceived nothing amiss. However, upon producing his aircraft, he was startled to see a vast expanse of dark clouds gathering overhead. Was rain imminent? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, potent enough to match the strength of an initial stage foundation cultivator, struck him, and Yi Yu realized, to his dismay, that this was his golden core tribulation. The absence of tribulation within the secret realm was not due to its non-existence, but rather because the heavenly path had not sensed his presence. Now that he had emerged, the heavenly path was rectifying the oversight. Moreover, the tribulation clouds bore ominous red hues, signifying a lightning tribulation specifically aimed at vanquishing the wicked. Yi Yu braced himself, effortlessly dispersing the first bolt of tribulation. He hastily set up his lightning avoidance tower on a small rise, arranging his bed and retracting his aircraft. The ease with which he shattered the first bolt seemed to provoke the wrath of the tribulation clouds. The subsequent bolts offered him no respite, striking at intervals of less than 10 seconds, contrary to the text that described a duration akin to burning half an incense stick. Yi Yu managed to withstand 3 bolts with his spells before finally taking refuge within his lightning avoidance tower. The fourth bolt, however, bore the formidable strength of a peak stage foundation cultivator. With his current prowess, Yi Yu could easily counter it with spells, yet he deemed it unnecessary. He conjured a spiritual energy shield around himself and retrieved several talismans as a precaution. Everything unfolded as Yi Yu had anticipated. A fierce lightning bolt struck the lightning rod above him, transmitting its energy through the copper tower and into the earth below. Yi Yu remained unscathed, reveling in the efficacy of this remarkable lightning tower. Subsequently, 2 more bolts of azure lightning descended, both ultimately channeled into the ground without exception. For most individuals facing tribulations, this would typically mark the conclusion of their ordeal. However, Yi Yu's tribulation was far from over. The ominous clouds lingered for less than a minute. As the dark blue clouds dissipated, a concealed crimson storm unveiled itself, gathering strength to unleash a devastating strike upon Yi Yu. This wave of red lightning, comparable to the mid-stages of the golden core realm, caused the lightning tower to tremble violently. The conductor, now electrified, generated intense heat, and Yi Yu observed portions of the lightning rod above melting away. Drops of molten copper, reaching temperatures of several thousand degrees, fell upon the magical shield Yi Yu conjured, making him acutely aware of the perilous heat. How dare they underestimate me as a transmigrator? Why unleash such a blood-red tribulation upon me? Have I truly taken so many lives? Yi Yu raged internally, fretting that the lightning tower might not withstand the impending onslaught. Had he known, he would have constructed the tower from superior materials. The mystical copper, while adequate, fell short of his expectations. Given the chance to redo it, he would certainly opt for the higher melting point purple gold copper, capable of enduring temperatures up to 7,000 degrees, which would undoubtedly yield better results. Chapter 73. The Crimson Calamity. The Golden Core Tribulation does not heed the will of mortals. Following the conclusion of the seventh thunderclap, the eighth bolt arrived as anticipated. This eighth bolt of blood-red lightning possessed a might akin to the late stages of the Golden Core, striking down with hundreds of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Thunder rumbled as it once again struck the lightning rod atop the tower, nearly melting it completely, along with a significant portion of the conductive copper mesh below. Yi Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. At this moment, the only components of the tower left relatively intact were four massive copper pillars, while the rest had suffered varying degrees of melting. To safeguard himself, Yi Yu immediately employed 3 talismans he had crafted and donned the yin-yang shield he had recently acquired. He ensured that every protective measure was in place. The final bolt, akin to the pinnacle of the Golden Core, differed from the previous strikes in its deliberate pacing. Brewing ominously, should Yi Yu let down his guard, mistakenly believing the tribulation had concluded, stepping out of the tower would surely result in his annihilation. This cunning aspect of the Golden Core tribulation lies in its unpredictability. One can never anticipate when the next bolt will strike. Moreover, the talismans and protective artifacts have time constraints, and their operation consumes precious magical energy, which is inherently limited. The terror lies in the uncertainty of when the next bolt will descend. With mere seconds separating one from devastation, there is little time to react and organize a defense. Therefore, one must remain perpetually vigilant and strive to restore their strength. The 3 disposable talismans possessed by Yi Yu have a mere 10-minute duration, and the delay of the impending thunderstorm leaves him in a state of unease. Should the time elapse, these 3 talismans would be rendered utterly useless. Depriving him of 3 means to counter the tribulation. He is left with no choice but to endure the thunderstorm directly. And Yi Yu does not consider himself sufficiently formidable to withstand such a trial. Fortunately, the final bolt of lightning strikes violently after a mere 5 minutes. The million-volt supercharged lightning vaporizes the lightning rod above his head. 1/3 of the lightning crashes against the defensive shields formed by the 3 disposable talismans, shattering them with ease. In less than a second, the 3 lines of defense are obliterated, culminating in a strike against Yi Yu's yin-yang shield. The yin-yang shield spins rapidly like an inverted top, fueled by the surge of adrenaline coursing through Yi Yu. It resembles a person holding an umbrella on a rainy day, spinning the handle to fling away the raindrops above. This waning crimson lightning is largely deflected by Yi Yu's shield. Yet, it ultimately breaches the yin-yang shield, impacting his last line of magical defense. A tingling sensation envelopes him. His clothes are torn to shreds, his hair a wild mess, and the bed beneath him is ruined. However, he suffers no significant bodily harm. As a cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core, he withstands the final surge of approximately 1,000 volts without sustaining any substantial injury. Yi Yu can only hope that this truly is the last of the thunder. Should more follow, he would find himself utterly powerless. It seems his prayers have been heard. For the crimson tribulation clouds dissipate, revealing golden reward clouds. Soon after, a beam of golden light envelopes Yi Yu, imbuing him with a new supernatural ability. This ability serves as an upgrade to the yin-yang shield he had just employed, allowing him to not only deflect attacks, but also convert them into an absorption form, returning them with doubled ferocity. This supernatural skill will accompany Yi Yu from the Golden Core stage up until his ascension, its potency aligning with his cultivation level. In contrast, the yin-yang shield spell can only withstand the ranged magical attacks of early nascent soul cultivators at best. More importantly, upon receiving this boon from the heavenly Tao, Yi Yu immediately attains a minor level of mastery without the need to start from scratch. After assimilating the reward, the tribulation clouds vanish, and Yi Yu hastily enters the secret realm to find a place to bathe and change his attire. Meanwhile, in the outside world, turmoil brews. Various factions in the vicinity are made aware of a formidable demon who has survived the cataclysmic blood-red Golden Core tribulation and acquired a new supernatural ability. Furthermore, this news gradually reaches even more distant realms. Within the White Tiger sect, in the main hall of the White Tiger Palace, 4 of the most powerful Golden Core cultivators gather. In less than 2,000 miles from our White Tiger sect, such a prodigy has emerged. And I find myself rather concerned, remarked Ji Ran. He was merely a nascent Golden Core cultivator, and the emergence of a formidable Golden Core in the vicinity signified an additional threat to the Baihu sect under his leadership. Should this prodigy ascend in power, it could herald the rise of yet another titan. One of the elders lamented, "Fear not, I shall soon break through to the Yuan-Ing realm, which will undoubtedly ensure the Baihu sect's safety." Jiang Ingwei replied with a confident smile. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Tianma sect expressed their profound sentiments regarding the birth of their demon lord, preparing to journey to the Guangdong province to welcome his return. The Great Xia dynasty, along with the 7 national protective sects, upon receiving this news, promptly dispatched elders at the Yuan-Ing level to Guangdong, determined to eliminate the prodigy who had broken through to the Golden Core stage. Every individual capable of summoning the ominous blood-red tribulation clouds typically harbored the lives of countless souls in their grasp. Such a malevolent existence ought to be eradicated by the righteous path. Under the blood lightning, countless evil cultivators perished. Those who survived the blood lightning were without a doubt prodigies endowed with the ability to combat foes beyond their level, capable of contending with the peak of the Golden Core realm. Such beings were exceedingly rare, and each emergence signified impending chaos. Generally, malevolent cultivators, in their bid to evade the blood-red Golden Core tribulation, would refrain from becoming authentic Golden Core cultivators, opting instead to become pseudo-core practitioners. A pseudo-core cultivator is one who does not form a Golden Core using their own spiritual energy and consciousness, but borrows from another's Golden Core. This pseudo-core could either be the Golden Core of another cultivator or a demon core from a formidable beast. Pseudo-core practitioners can continue their cultivation but are unable to attain the Yuan-Ing stage. However, if they acquire the demon core of a Yuan-Ing level beast, they can transcend to that level. Due to the reliance on external sources, pseudo-core practitioners lack the finesse of genuine Golden Core cultivators. Without rigorous training in powerful spells and supernatural abilities, they would invariably be inferior to their true Golden Core counterparts at the same level. The greatest advantage, however, lies in the avoidance of tribulations, allowing them to continually hunt more potent demon beasts to obtain their cores and thus grow stronger. However, the pseudo-core path is not without its drawbacks. While they can reach the Yuan-Ing level, they can never attain the transformation god level, as the primordial spirit within the pseudo-core is not their own. Hence the concept of transformation god does not apply. Yi Yu's combat prowess had not reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core, yet he remained oblivious to the profound impact his tribulation would have. Chapter 74. The stealing of scriptures from the scripture pavilion. Yi Yu tidied his appearance and donned a new outfit, transforming back into the guise of Shimin Qing as he piloted his aircraft back to the sect. Along the way, he noticed numerous disciples hurrying towards the sect, their expressions marked by urgency and anxiety. He speculated whether the sect had urgent news to convey or if they had encountered some great calamity. Upon returning to his residence at Danxia Mountain, he inquired of Qiu Xiang and Chun Xiang. Qiu Xiang, Chun Xiang, many disciples are returning to the sect. Has something significant occurred? Qiu Xiang pondered briefly before responding. Master, upon your return, did you hear that someone has successfully traversed the blood-red Golden Core tribulation? Indeed. I am aware. What is the matter? It seems that there are rumors circulating about the emergence of a murderous star, the individual who has recently transcended the tribulation. Consequently, the disciples are engulfed in fear of being slain and have sought refuge within the sect. Upon hearing Qiu Xiang's response, Yi Yu felt a surge of indignation. This was undoubtedly slander. How could I possibly exude such a malevolent aura? Nonetheless, Yi Yu sensed the gravity of the situation and realized he must not reveal that he had just crossed into the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, it was highly probable that several Golden Core practitioners within the sect would conspire against him, having just advanced to the Golden Core stage. Apart from one commendable defensive technique he had received as a reward, he had yet to acquire any offensive capabilities associated with the Golden Core. His combat prowess could be described as rather feeble, and he was certainly no match for them. At present, what Yi Yu urgently desired was to meander through the sect's library, seeking an opportunity to acquire some Golden Core level spells from the 3rd floor. Yi Yu remained in Danxia Mountain for 2 or 3 days, spending time with his family. However, he refrained from practicing. Any attempt at cultivation would undoubtedly reveal his Golden Core status to the entire sect. Cultivating at the Golden Core stage necessitates a substantial absorption of surrounding spiritual energy, which would be distinctly noticeable to all Foundation establishment cultivators within a 10-kilometer radius, as the energy would converge in one direction. Given that Danxia Mountain housed several Foundation establishment practitioners within the vicinity, Yi Yu quickly dispatched some subordinates to gather intelligence. The situation had not yet subsided. Currently, 90 of the outer disciples had returned to the sect, and the entire sect was under lockdown. Furthermore, there was news that a nascent soul practitioner from the Baiyunshang sect would be coming to the Baihu sect the next day to provide reassurance to the disciples. When the nascent soul practitioner arrived, all Golden Core practitioners would go to greet him, marking the opportune moment for Yi Yu to explore the library. The following morning, before dawn, Yi Yu swiftly flew to the library at Chengde Peak, employing a concealment technique to follow a Foundation establishment disciple past the security barriers. Upon reaching the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, Yi Yu concealed himself in the corridor between a bookshelf and the wall. This concealment technique ensured that those of lower cultivation than Yi Yu could not perceive him. He waited patiently until around 10 o'clock, when he overheard several individuals greeting the elderly. Realizing that the Golden Core Elder upstairs had risen to welcome the nascent soul practitioner, Yu lingered for another 5 minutes before stealthily ascending to the 3rd floor. To his dismay, he discovered that the 3rd floor was protected by a formation, and without a special token, entry would be nearly impossible. Infuriating. However, Yu was not one to surrender easily. Exiting the library, he ventured to its perimeter and located a window. Although the window was securely locked and crafted from high-quality materials, it lacked the insidious formations of the interior. Yu produced a superior-grade sword, capable of slicing through iron, and attempted to pry the window open. The window's lock was akin to a mediocre artifact, and after a cautious minute of effort, Yu managed to open it. Had he unleashed the power of a Golden Core cultivator, he could have shattered the fragile window with a mere slap. However, that was not the intent of his discretion. Yu entered the 3rd floor of the library, a sanctuary housing the sect's most treasured tomes. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, which boasted numerous grand bookshelves, this level featured a solitary shelf, divided into 6 distinct sections representing different categories of literature. The first category encompassed cultivation techniques, the second, spells, the third, alchemical traditions, the fourth, artifact forging teachings, the fifth, formation lore, and the sixth, divine abilities. Remarkably, only 3 volumes on divine abilities were present, indicating their extreme rarity and value. Each tome was accompanied by several jade slips containing identical information, greatly facilitating Yu's endeavor. He took out his blank jade slip and meticulously transcribed the contents from each slip before returning them to their original places. With everything in order, Yu promptly retreated, ensuring to repair the lock and utilize his ability to solidify his consciousness to secure it from within. Everything appeared as it should. As long as the Golden Core Elder lacked keen senses, he would remain oblivious to Yu's clandestine activities. Just as Yu exited the library and returned to the ground level, he spotted a middle-aged man approaching on clouds. He quickly employed the earth escape technique to evade detection, realizing this was the very guardian of the 3rd floor of the library. With a heart racing yet unscathed, Yi returned to his residence on Danxiao Mountain. His current identity was that of Shi Minqing, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. With a formidable Yuan-ing expert in the sect, Yi refrained from drawing attention to himself, opting instead to refrain from cultivation. Secluded in his chamber, Yi began to organize the substantial treasures he had acquired from the library. With these riches, he contemplated the possibility of establishing a new sect. In terms of cultivation techniques, he had 5 volumes of Xian-tier Golden Core techniques and 2 Earth-tier Yuan-ing techniques. Notably, one of the Earth-tier mid-grade Yuan-ing techniques posited a method for transcending to the transformation stage, though its accuracy remained questionable. Currently, Yi practiced a modified version of the Earth-tier low-grade Baiyun 5 elements Yin-yang technique, which retained the original framework but included a small accessory for automated cultivation. Moreover, he had an array of elixirs, spiritual artifact forging knowledge, and formation techniques, with fewer resources in the Yuan-ing category. The spells mirrored this distribution. While there was an abundance of Golden Core spells, only 5 Yuan-ing spells were available. In the realm of divine abilities, 2 were intriguingly marked as minor divine abilities, with 1 designated as a true divine ability. True divine abilities are typically accessible only through the tribulations of ascension or inherited through bloodlines. In contrast, what are referred to as minor divine abilities are mere imitations crafted by cultivators at the transformation stage and above, differing significantly in potency from genuine divine abilities. However, the minor divine abilities, although beneath the level of the creator's cultivation, can still grow alongside one's own level, becoming as formidable as true divine abilities. This implies that such minor divine abilities can indeed be utilized at the stage of transformation, albeit slightly inferior to true divine abilities, yet they remain significantly impressive. Naturally, one should prioritize learning divine abilities. These mundane spells will become less impactful as one advances in cultivation. Chapter 75. Cloud Escape. Yu first delves into the true divine ability, Cloud Escape. It is said that this technique was comprehended by the founding ancestor of the Baiyun sect during the tribulation of his nascent soul. This ability allows one's body to transform into a wisp of white cloud, enabling rapid escape. When faced with an enemy's attack, one can also morph into a cloud, thereby mitigating substantial damage. The Baiyun sect's conventional technique of white cloud escape is a later adaptation of Cloud Escape, tailored for cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. Divine abilities are inherently more challenging to master than spells, as spells are human inventions and thus more comprehensible. Divine abilities, being innate, rely heavily on one's comprehension. Finding the difficulty of this particular divine ability daunting, Yu opted to first learn 2 minor divine abilities. Minor divine abilities, also crafted by humans, are generally simpler to grasp. After dedicating half a month to practice, Yu successfully grasped 2 minor divine abilities. One is an offensive ability named Fierce Tiger Soars to the Sky, likely the foundational technique of the Baihu sect. The other is a defensive ability, Ethereal Cloud Transformation, which serves as an adaptation of the true divine ability, Cloud Escape, primarily retaining its aspect of evasion through transformation. When an adversary strikes, one can merely become air and clouds, causing their attack to miss entirely. Having invested considerable time into these minor divine abilities, Yu found his internal mana significantly depleted. Without further practice, he risked regression in his power. Exiting his chamber, he dispatched someone to inquire about the current situation. Remarkably, the great nascent soul cultivator was still practicing in the back mountain of the main peak, having even forced the sect master, Zheng Zhirong, out. What a remarkable reversal of roles. Now that the sect's restrictions had been lifted, allowing free access, Yu contemplated venturing out. Training was one reason. But he had also promised to visit the Yi family, and it would be unseemly to neglect that obligation. After instructing his subordinates, he took with him the talismans newly crafted by Qiuxiang and Chuanxiang, leaving behind a substantial sum of spirit stones, and then set off. Ascending to an altitude of 9,000 meters, he marveled at the clouds surrounding him. Observing the transformation of the fog and clouds indeed inspired Yu with insights into the practice of cloud escape. He halted the aircraft, stepping outside to experience the essence of the clouds. As a modern individual, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the composition of clouds. They are merely a combination of water vapor and dust particles. Small droplets and particles do possess weight, so how do they defy gravity and float in the sky? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the droplets within the clouds are exceedingly small and widely dispersed, contrasting sharply with the dense, wool-like appearance seen from the ground. The density of water vapor is inherently lower than that of air, which allows it to be buoyed by the atmosphere. The essence of the cloud escape technique lies in the ability to transform oneself into vapor to a certain extent. Through a profound understanding from a scientific perspective, Yu unwittingly embarked upon the path of the cloud escape divine ability without the need for cultivation. With this extraordinary skill, Yu's speed of escape could reach an astonishing 4,000 kilometers per hour, surpassing the conventional speed of aircraft, which is 3,600 kilometers per hour. Truly, divine abilities are remarkable. A mere golden core practitioner's speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour would be a cause for gratitude. First, Yu spent several days in the Jin family's secret realm to replenish his magical energy. Subsequently, he arrived at the Yi family's estate in Hongya City, summoning all the elders of the Yi clan for a meeting. "Yu, have you truly reached the golden core stage?" exclaimed Yi Hontian of the Yi family, astonishment evident on his face. The others also displayed expressions of surprise. "It's just the golden core, a trifling matter. Now, let's get down to business. Have the personnel for the southern battle zone been selected?" "Yes, everyone has been chosen." "Bring them forward. I wish to see," Yu replied, not wanting to linger. Half an hour later, he met the 13 individuals preparing to head to the southern battle zone. Through their self-introductions, Yu became acquainted with the team members. The first three were Foundation establishment cultivators, 2 elderly men and 1 younger individual. The old men, having lived for over 200 years, were of Yu's great-grandfather's generation and were quite formidable in the late Foundation establishment stage. The younger one, though over 50, was of Yu's uncle's generation and was rather weak, being only in the early Foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, he served as the core leader of the team, recognized and heeded by the Tenshi training members. The 2 venerable elders had long been absent from the public eye, rendering them unfamiliar to the younger generation. Yu then prepared his aircraft, squeezing the 13 individuals aboard. The aircraft was not large, accommodating only 8 seats, and they were quite cramped together. "Is everything ready?" "We are about to depart," Yu inquired once more. "Master Yu, we are prepared," they responded. "Very well, let us set forth," Yu said as he pushed the control stick, activating the aircraft. It hovered in place, ascending to a height of 15 meters before turning and climbing southward. The group was left in awe along the journey, astonished by the incredible speed of Yu's flying machine. "Master Yu, is this flying device a spiritual artifact?" "Its speed rivals that of the large sect's spiritual vessels," Elder Yi Lianxian of the Yi family remarked in surprise. "Indeed, this flying device is called an airplane. Its speed may compare to those vessels, but in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, it falls short. More akin to a semi-spiritual artifact," Yu explained. With a direct flight ahead and no other airborne entities in the high altitudes, there was little need to constantly monitor the surroundings. Esteemed elders Lianxian and Lianyu, you are both on the verge of achieving the consummation of your foundational cultivation and advancing to the golden core stage. Why not take the leap into the golden core? Yu inquired. "Master Yi, the path to the golden core is fraught with challenges. While forming the core may be straightforward, overcoming the tribulation is a daunting task. Our Yi family's resources are insufficient to withstand the tribulation. A failure in this endeavor would spell doom for our clan. We cannot afford such a gamble, Elder Lianyu lamented. He yearned for the advancement to the Golden Core, seeking to extend his lifespan, yet the tribulations had claimed countless lives. The Yi family had witnessed several instances where the Golden Core tribulation proved insurmountable without substantial resources. Having previously attained the Golden Core himself, Yi understood the considerable effort involved. To navigate a typical Golden Core tribulation, a family would require a financial foundation of no less than 300,000 spirit stones. Although a foundational family might be able to muster such resources, the risk of failure could plunge the entire clan into dire straits. The tribulation was indeed formidable. But perhaps with his own lightning protection tower, he could assist the two elders in their trials. However, he was uncertain whether their tribulation would be standard or something else entirely. The lightning protection tower he had constructed previously could withstand a typical tribulation. After much contemplation, Yi resolved to use them as test subjects. If they successfully navigated the tribulation, it would bode well for the women in his life as well. Chapter 76. Yi family's Golden Core. Midway through their journey, Yi's thoughts began to shift. Spotting a location rich in spiritual energy, he commanded the aircraft to descend. Elders, this area possesses a commendable concentration of spiritual energy. This peak harbors a third-tier spirit vein and is an excellent site for your tribulation, he stated. Yet, we cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation. It would annihilate us. Both Elder Lianchun and Elder Lianyu vehemently shook their heads. Rest assured, I shall facilitate your ascent to the Golden Core. Obey my instructions. Begin your cultivation now. If you do not attain the consummation of your foundational stage, I shall leave you here, Yi declared, unceremoniously dropping the two elders from the aircraft before piloting it to another peak. Desiring to pursue him via sword flight, the two elders found themselves surrounded by formidable foundational demons. Should they depart the peak, they would undoubtedly be sensed and torn apart. Cursing Yi 100 times over in their hearts, they begrudgingly began excavating small caves in the mountain to commence their cultivation. With no other options, they resolved to treat this as a last-ditch effort. Without breaking through to the Golden Core, survival seemed unlikely amidst the multitude of ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Yi landed on another peak, where he deposited Elder Yi Hongping, who was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, along with 10 Qi refining practitioners. I will set up a formation here. Under no circumstances should you venture outside. The area is teeming with foundational demons that could claim your lives in an instant. He instructed. Master Yu, what are your intentions? They questioned. Simply focus on your cultivation and comply with the arrangements. Spare me the unnecessary chatter, Yi retorted, uninterested in further explanations as he busily arranged the formation before making his exit. Yi ascended to another peak, where he excavated a hollow and commenced the construction of a lightning rod using the remaining copper ore, drawing from his prior experience. Coupled with the less stringent requirements this time, Yi successfully crafted a lightning rod standing at 15 meters tall within 3 days. According to the design standards, it was capable of withstanding the 7th bolt of the Golden Core tribulation. In contrast, his previous lightning rod was engineered to endure the 8th bolt, with some resilience against the 9th. Upon returning to the peak where the two esteemed elders of the Yi family resided, Yi observed that they were indeed engaged in their cultivation. However, their progress was disheartening, and it was uncertain whether they could achieve perfection in the foundation establishment stage within a short span. Elders, here are 2 pills for each of you. Please hasten your efforts, Yi remarked as he tossed them 2 pills he had left over. Originally, he intended to utilize these pills for his own cultivation. But in the later stages, he had resorted to clever methods of harnessing dark energy to amass substantial experience points, rendering the pills unnecessary. With the potent elixirs, the 2 elders managed to break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage within half a month. During this time, Yi also practiced, slightly augmenting his own magical power. Over the years, they had been skillfully maintaining a particular realm, striving to elevate their cultivation without reaching the point where the tribulation would be provoked. It was precisely for this reason that their ascension to the pinnacle of foundation establishment was relatively effortless. In the instant they attained this stage, each sensed a message from the heavenly Tao. Within 10 days, they could apply for the lightning tribulation at any moment, and after 10 days, the tribulation would descend unceremoniously. If they were under 100 years of age, the heavenly Tao would be somewhat accommodating, granting them a decade. Between 100 and 200 years, the heavenly Tao became less lenient, allowing merely 10 months. Beyond 200 years, the heavenly Tao was exceedingly unyielding, permitting only 10 days for preparation, perhaps to arrange for their final affairs. A chill of foreboding swept through them as they contemplated the impending deadline. What can we do? The head of the Yu family is determined to lead us to our doom, they lamented. Alas, it seems we must risk it all. If we do not succeed, we shall meet our end. They encouraged each other, sharing a profound sense of sorrow. Yi Yu approached them and inquired, "Who shall go first?" "I shall take the lead," Yi Lianyu replied, his tone tragic, as if he were marching toward his demise. "Do not wear such a long face. Cheer up. Rest assured, you will not perish." Yi Yu chided, setting the lightning rod upon a small platform and securing its base with earth. He then took a seat inside, preparing to condense his core. "Master Yu, what is this contraption?" they asked, curiosity tinged with apprehension. "No need for questions. Just do as instructed," Yi Yu replied, firmly guiding Yi Lianyu into the base of the rod. Subsequently, Yi Yu led Yi Liangchen away from Yi Lianyu. Commence the core condensation according to the technique. "Do not step outside the confines of this tower if you wish to avoid death," Yi Yu warned from a distance. Upon hearing this, Yi Lianyu felt a shiver run down his spine and responded that he understood. The heart path suggests that this tower was likely crafted by Yi Yu as a means to counter the tribulations of the golden core. Yet, it is evident that it is merely constructed from pure copper. As a medium-grade artifact, Yi Lianyu does not perceive it as a sufficient safeguard for his safety. Nevertheless, with an arrow on the string, he must shoot. Thus, he dutifully begins to refine his core according to the superior techniques Yi Yu had previously brought back. Although lacking the aid of golden fruits, golden pills, or Holy Spirit water, he finds that following the techniques to condense his golden core remains feasible, albeit requiring a longer duration. Without any auxiliary items, the process will take as long as 7 days. Any ordinary foundation establishment cultivator who has not commenced their core refinement before the arrival of the lightning tribulation would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. In an instant, as he completes the condensation of his core, the clouds of the golden core tribulation begin to gather, coalescing within a minute. The first bolt of lightning descends upon the lightning rod tower. Although its might is only equivalent to that of an early foundation establishment, it still sends shivers down Yi Liangchen's spine in the distance. Meanwhile, beneath the tower, Yi Lianyu feels his heart race and adrenaline surge. However, the fact that the lightning rod has allowed him to escape unscathed from the initial tribulation fills him with joy. He hopes that this tower can help him weather several more bolts of lightning. As for the prospect of it shielding him from them all, he dares not even contemplate. The subsequent bolts of lightning strike one after another, yet the tower remains utterly unscathed, channeling all electric energy deep into the earth. By the time the sixth bolt dissipates, the lightning rod remains intact. This brings overwhelming joy to Yi Lianyu within the tower, while Yi Yu and Yi Liangchen outside share in his elation. Yi Yu rejoices for his numerous sisters, while Yi Liangchen sees hope for his own breakthrough into the golden core realm. As Yi Lianyu steps out from the tower, he gazes incredulously at his hands, then touches his face. He has become younger. He has successfully broken through. With a lifespan of 500 years in the early golden core stage, being over 200 years old no longer signifies old age, but rather vitality. "I have successfully broken through to the golden core," Yi Lianyu exclaims, exuberantly, like a child who has just received a beloved toy, shouting in delight. It is clear to all that he is overjoyed. After allowing him to express his exuberance for a while, Yi Yu turns to elder Yi Liangchen. "It's your turn next. Are you confident?" Yi Liangchen, observing Yi Lianyu's triumph, realizes that since the lightning tribulation was entirely absorbed by the tower, anyone could succeed. "Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" he muses, with unwavering confidence. He positions himself at the very spot Yi Lianyu had occupied moments ago and begins his own core refinement. The process will take a week, and Yi Yu does not wish to wait idly. He leads Yi Lianyu to a mountain peak designated for the younger generation, and before ascending, Yi Yu repeatedly advises Yi Lianyu, "Elder Lianyu, remember, you must keep the details of this lightning-evading artifact to yourself. It is our Yi family's utmost secret. I understand the significance of this miraculous artifact in our possession. It assures the boundless glory of the Yi family," Yi Lianyu replied. "With this object in the hands of the Yi family, we can sustain the birth of golden core cultivators without loss, ensuring our rise. Should others come to know of it, our advantage would be rendered null." He had begun to discern the mechanics of this lightning avoidance tower, which diverts celestial lightning into the earth, safeguarding oneself from its wrath. The two soared through the skies, landing atop a mountain, igniting exuberance among the younger generation. Those at the foundation establishment stage could only fly at low altitudes beneath 100 meters, while golden core cultivators could ascend to heights ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters. Yi Yu and Yi Lianyu were indeed embodiments of golden core masters. Although they had witnessed the golden core tribulation descending upon a nearby peak, they had yet to see its bearer or comprehend the full circumstances. With their appearance here, was it not indicative of a successful tribulation? Congratulations to Elder Yi Lianyu on breaking through to the golden core, extending your life by 200 years. Hooray for Elder Lianyu. Our Yi family has gained yet another golden core. Yi Lianyu laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Today, My breakthrough to the golden core is entirely thanks to Patriarch Yu. You all must strive diligently. Once you reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, you too shall have the opportunity to attain the golden core. Indeed, we shall exert ourselves in our cultivation. After exchanging a few more words with the younger generation, the aspiring cultivators hastened back to their training. With Yi Yu's support, the Yi family would flourish even more. Only by breaking through to foundation establishment could they secure a brighter future. No one wished to become dust in a century. Each individual yearned for greater realms and longer lifespans. Having just reached the golden core, Yi Liangyu possessed little combat power. And Yi Yu hoped that he and Yi Liangshun could lead the younger generation to carve out a path in the southern battlefield. Therefore, it was imperative to provide them with some golden core spells. Yi Yu selected one offensive spell, one defensive spell, and one evasion spell from the golden core techniques he had acquired from the White Tiger sect, bestowing them upon Yi Liangyu to solidify his cultivation and encourage diligent study. Meanwhile, Yi Yu sought a quiet place to commence his own cultivation. He too was a recent breakthrough to the golden core, his magical prowess not significantly surpassing that of Yi Liangyu. However, having learned several divine abilities and possessing a secondary dantian, he could contend even with those in the mid-golden core stage. As everyone engaged in their cultivation, Yi Liangshan embarked on a reckless journey. Having witnessed Yi Liangyu's breakthrough, he grasped the fundamental principle of the lightning avoidance tower, which was to channel lightning into the earth. Convinced of the tower's remarkable efficacy, he resolved to seek a celestial reward. 3 days later, he consumed a medicinal pill, hastening the completion of his golden core process. The golden core tribulation arrived as anticipated, unleashing 6 bolts of thunder. He could have chosen to halt his tribulation at this point and successfully attain the golden core. Gazing at the lightning rod, unscathed, he mustered his courage and requested a reward thunder tribulation from the heavens. The 7th bolt of tribulation was significantly thicker than the 6th, and after a few moments of brewing, it struck fiercely towards the lightning rod. The electrical current was impeded, generating an immense amount of heat that melted much of the rod. At that moment, Yi Liangshan remained unharmed, yet the lightning rod beside him had been utterly transformed. The copper columns in other areas had already melted and dripped away, leaving only 4 main pillars to support the structure. Yi Liangshan trembled in fear. Alas, my greed has led me astray. This treasure from the head of the Yu family is unreliable. If another bolt were to descend, I would surely meet my end. With thoughts racing, he resolved to employ the earth escape technique, burying himself beneath the 4 grand pillars. If he emerged, he would be directly struck by lightning, certainly a fatal outcome. Now, with the 4 pillars, he hoped they could withstand the onslaught. Observers on another peak believed Yi Liangshan was nearing the end of his tribulation, and Yi Yu and Yi Liangyu flew closer. However, upon seeing that the calamity clouds had not dissipated but rather revealed purple lightning, Yi Yu thought how incredibly brave Yi Liangshan was. All he could do was wish him luck. Yi Yu stopped Yi Liangyu from advancing further as the second reward thunderbolt struck, devastating the area where Yi Liangshan was located. The lightning rod, reduced to merely 4 main pillars, vaporized completely. The thunder tribulation, relentless, targeted Yi Liangshan directly. In a desperate bid for survival, he cast aside all his defensive measures and consumed a frenzy pill, a protective pill, and a healing elixir. The thunderbolt, indifferent to reason, obliterated these defensive artifacts in an instant. Striking the ground, the formidable resistance caused the lightning to stall, yet Yi Liangshan still endured a severe electric shock. Yi Yu thought Yi Liangshan would surely perish, but the clouds of tribulation ultimately burst forth in golden light, showering him with golden dew. Realizing the value of this phenomenon, Yi Yu swiftly produced a vial to collect the precious dew, while Yi Liangyu cleverly positioned himself beneath the golden radiance. For a minute, the golden light illuminated them, slightly enhancing their cultivation potential. Yi Liangshan and Yi Liangyu, originally possessing only superior grades of profound tier cultivation potential, were elevated to inferior grades of earthly tier. Meanwhile, Yi Yu, with his intermediate celestial tier potential, found his advancement to be more challenging. As the reward golden clouds dispersed, Yi Yu looked below to find Yi Liangshan buried in the earth. With only his head visible, his fate uncertain. Yi Liangyu, quickly dig him out. I hope he is not dead. Moments later, Yi Liangshan was unearthed, his body marred, covered in blood, and battered, shrouded in darkness, with multiple fractures and internal injuries. If left unattended, he would surely perish within the hour. Fortunately, the healing elixirs he had consumed continued to work, sustaining his life. Otherwise, he would have succumbed the moment he was unearthed. Yi Yu employed a cleansing technique to purify Yi Liangshan, subsequently retrieving a bed from his storage pouch and placing him upon it. He then sprinkled the recently acquired Taoist reward, the golden pill essence, over Yi Liangshan and encouraged him to consume some. Through both internal and external application, Yi Liangshan's injuries began to mend at an observable pace. After utilizing half of the golden pill essence, he was nearly healed. However, Yi Liangshan remained in a state of unconsciousness, and it would take some time before he awoke. Chapter 78. The Holy War City Master You. This Liangshan truly is audacious. Why pursue such perilous endeavors when a simple foundation establishment would suffice? Sighed Yi Liangyu as he gazed at the unconscious Yi Liangshan. He seems rather full of himself. But if he endures this trial, both of your cultivation aptitudes will surely improve. Achieving the nascent soul stage may not be impossible in the future. Yi Yu, on the other hand, regarded Yi Liangshan's recent actions favorably, as they had granted him the invaluable golden pill essence. The half bottle of golden pill essence was worth as much as a golden fruit, valued at over 1,000,000 spirit stones. He contemplated whether it would be prudent to construct a more formidable lightning tower, dispatching the Yi clan's disciples to challenge the reward lightning tribulations and amass this precious golden pill essence. This venture promised substantial profit, and thus he resolved to pursue it. The effects of this Taoist reward were nothing short of extraordinary. Its healing prowess surpassed that of many golden pill-level medicinal elixirs. Yi Yu and Yi Liangyu transported Yi Liangshan back onto the aircraft, inviting the others aboard as they continued their journey to the southern battle zone. Along the way, Yi Liangshan gradually regained consciousness. Upon observing his unscathed body and introspecting the golden pill within his dantian, he was filled with elation. Oh, I have broken through to the golden pill stage. For me, Yi Liangshan, the sword path shall endure like the eternal night. He further assessed his cultivation aptitude, now confirmed to be at the low-grade earth tier. His desire to challenge the Taoist reward stemmed from the potential enhancement of his cultivation aptitude. Human ambition knows no bounds. Realizing that with Yi Yu's support, he could reach the golden pill stage, he began to contemplate advancing further to the nascent soul stage. However, achieving the nascent soul was no trivial feat, with an exceptional aptitude at the profound tier. It was nearly impossible to attain the peak of the golden pill stage before his lifespan concluded. Thus, he felt compelled to take a risk, wagering that Yi Yu's lightning tower could withstand the reward lightning tribulation. Fortunately, his gamble paid off, and both Yi Yu and Yi Liangyu had not abandoned him in his time of need. Once his excitement subsided, Yi Liangshan began sharing his joy with the others aboard the aircraft, who all offered their congratulations. Yi Yu discreetly advised Yi Liangshan to keep the details of the lightning tower confidential, attributing his breakthrough solely to his own strength. Yi Liangshan readily agreed, and Yi Yu instructed Yi Liangyu to impart the 3 golden pill spells to him. After 5 hours of flight, they finally arrived at the human territory in the southern battle zone, the Holy War City. This magnificent stronghold of humanity stood proudly in the southern battle zone, sprawling across an area comparable to Huaxia Bay, facing the vast sea at the southernmost edge of the Great Xia dynasty. The imperial court collaborates with the 7 great guardian sects to govern this realm. The ocean is teeming with formidable beasts and sea monsters, signifying an abundance of cultivation resources. The prowess of the Great Xia royal family and the 7 great guardian sects stems from their dominion over these vital resources. Every cultivator wishing to linger here must bear significant taxation, subjected to collective exploitation, thus enriching the Great Xia royal family and the 7 guardian sects. Millions of cultivators flock to the holy city, hunting sea demons and seeking resources within the depths of the ocean. Annually, nearly 100,000 cultivators meet their demise here. Yet the allure of adventure draws them incessantly. Upon disembarking from the plane, Yi Yu and his companions strolled into the holy city of war. It wasn't long before they encountered a few individuals hawking manuals on the city's fundamentals. Yi Yu purchased one for 10 spirit stones, gaining a cursory understanding of the city's information, which he subsequently shared with his companions. Master Yu, our venture to the holy city of war seems rather hasty. This is not a place for prolonged residence, Yi Liangshan remarked. Indeed, we seek a stable domain for development, yet every corner of this city signifies conflict. And those in the Qi refinement stage are merely cannon fodder here, Yi Liangyu concurred. Precisely. It would be more prudent for us to secure a territory in the southern mountains. Our Yi family's foundation is still rather fragile, and we lack the capability to establish ourselves in this holy city of war. Only golden core cultivators can manage to survive here for a while, Yi reflected, his brow furrowed after perusing the manual. There are scant locations within the holy city conducive to cultivation. To cultivate, one must expend considerable spirit stones on accommodations. The prices of lodgings here are exorbitantly high, reaching absurd levels. While golden core cultivators may apply to guard islands outside, these outposts frequently face assaults from sea monsters. Thus, stable cultivation is virtually non-existent. Consequently, most cultivators come here to amass resources before retreating to the safe zones within the Great Xia dynasty to cultivate. If it were merely a casual endeavor, Yi would gladly remain to observe. However, The tenure for guarding these islands as a golden core cultivator typically commences at a decade, which he deemed a significant waste of time. As a modern individual, Yi Yu held a profound regard for the concept of time. Unlike the denizens of the cultivation world, who could remain in seclusion for decades or even centuries without concern. Let us withdraw for now. We shall conquer a territory in the southwestern mountains to settle down. We can return to the holy city of war once our family has sufficient foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, he proposed. Agreed, replied Yi Lianxun and Yi Lianyu in unison. Instead of departing immediately, the group chose to explore the holy city of war, familiarizing themselves with its architecture and preparing for future battles. Yi Yu parted ways with them, agreeing to reconvene at the city gates the following day. As he wandered through the various structures of the holy city, he observed the throngs of cultivators bustling about. During this period, Yi Yu ventured to the Fong market, where an abundance of inexpensive seafood was available for sale. If transported elsewhere, such goods would surely fetch a handsome price. Yi Yu invested 200,000 spirit stones to procure various marine creature corpses, aquatic spiritual plants, and oceanic spiritual minerals. Subsequently, he arrived at the Holy War Hall, a place designated for task announcements and point exchanges in the Holy War City. Astonishingly, the point exchange even included items such as the embryonic pill, while the golden core and foundation establishment pills were readily available as well. In addition to an array of elixirs, various cultivation techniques, spells, and legacies could also be exchanged. With clearly marked prices, it was conceivable that an exceptionally capable individual could acquire a complete legacy here, enabling the establishment of a sect or a family. Presently, the Great Xia dynasty is home to thousands of small sects, many of which were founded upon legacies obtained from this very location. Furthermore, there were formations available for sale that could cultivate spiritual veins using spirit stones, which undoubtedly served as the foundation for the creation of sects and families. After all, the good natural spiritual veins within the safe zones had long been exhausted. However, Yi Yu did not envy this. He possessed a formation legacy from the White Tiger sect's library that included a method for establishing spiritual veins of levels 1 to 3. Regrettably, his current proficiency in formations was inadequate to implement such a formation. Once he improved his skills, he would be capable of creating a third-level spiritual vein himself. Chapter 79. Profitable smuggling. Yet, establishing such a third-level spiritual vein would require a decade or more to fully develop, which was exceedingly time-consuming. Thus, Yi Yu deemed it more prudent to seek out a location with a natural spiritual vein. The following day, Yi Yu reconvened with his companions and departed from the Holy War City. He piloted the aircraft to return the younger members to the Yi family. Afterward, he took Yi Lianxun and Yi Lianyu, both of whom were at the Golden Core stage, to explore the mountains in the southwestern region. On the plane, Yi Lianyu inquired, "Master Yu, what do you think of the place where Lianyu and I broke through? It boasts not one, but 2 third-level spiritual veins." "Indeed," Yi replied. "If we clear out the foundation building level great demons there, it will certainly suffice for us to settle down. Let us go take a look. If there are no golden core demons or nascent soul demons, we can manage those 2 peaks." Yi Yu noted that the nearest non-human safe zone to Guangning City housed those 2 peaks with third-level spiritual veins. Located approximately 10,000 kilometers to the southwest at a 60-degree angle from Guangning City, the flight would require 3 hours. During the journey, they passed numerous locations, with 6,000 kilometers still within the human safe zone. Beyond that lay the boundary. Once outside this safe area, no Qi refining stage cultivator could farm and survive peacefully. A certain level of cultivation was necessary. These regions were inhabited by various great demons, and the further one strayed from the safe zone, the more perilous it became, with higher-level great demons lurking. As Yi Yu exited the safe zone, he slowed the aircraft and lowered its altitude, observing that along the way, several small cultivation sects and markets stood resiliently. This indicates that this non-secure zone is indeed an excellent location for the Yi family to thrive. 1,000 kilometers away from the Twin Peaks, where Yi Yu previously lingered, lies a large cultivation marketplace, further suggesting the potential of the Twin Peaks. Before long, Yi Yu piloted the aircraft to the vicinity of the Twin Peaks. The 3 disembarked and began to explore, expanding their awareness to observe the presence of formidable demons in the area. After a brief wander, Yi Yu discovered that, midway up the Twin Peaks, there resided a formidable golden core demon. Sensing the trio's aura, the demon emerged from its lair, unleashing a jet of venomous phlegm. Yi Yu swiftly pushed the 2 elders aside and instantly executed the cloud escape technique, vaporizing into flight. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that the demon before him was a late-stage golden core toad. Cursing under his breath, he deemed it unwise to confront it and made a hasty retreat. After ensuring both companions were aboard the aircraft, he immediately accelerated. The toad demon attempted to pursue, but Yi Yu pushed the aircraft to its limits. Attaining speeds comparable to those of a nascent soul cultivator, leaving the demon in its wake, merely tasting the exhaust fumes. 10 minutes later, they successfully evaded the toad demon and found themselves 1,000 kilometers away in a cultivation marketplace under the auspices of the Hunyuan sect. Until this demon is dealt with, the Yi family cannot establish a foothold there. However, the terror of this golden core demon was profound. Had it not been for the master of the Yu family's exceptional escape skills, they might have perished. Yi Liangyu felt a wave of trepidation. Yi Yu also felt a lingering fear, contemplating strategies to eliminate the foe. The Red Leaf City certainly could not accommodate 2 golden core cultivators, and ultimately, this golden core demon must be eradicated. It was merely a matter of time. Yi Yu remarked, contemplating the creation of a powerful explosive to obliterate the toad. Yet, this demon was a late-stage golden core entity, while they were merely early-stage. It was indeed a mismatch. Yi Liangyu faltered. Just because they could not defeat it now did not imply they would be unable to do so in the future. Their immediate priority was to find a secure place for cultivation, after which they could return to confront the demon. Yi Liangchen displayed greater ambition. Let us do this. You two can become guest elders at the nearby Hunyuan sect, temporarily utilizing their spiritual veins for cultivation. Once your magical prowess and artifacts are sufficiently developed, we shall plot against the demon. Agreed. Subsequently, Yi Yu parted ways with them. As they secured a guide to the Hunyuan sect, the Hunyuan sect was founded by 2 golden core cultivators and boasted a high-grade spiritual vein. The 2 golden core practitioners had no choice but to accept them. Meanwhile, Yi Yu entered the marketplace, selling a portion of his seafood. However, the local purchasing power was limited, leaving some unsold. Yi Yu piloted the aircraft through several provincial capitals, sequentially disposing of his wares, finally finishing his sales in Guangning City. In this venture, Yi Yu invested 200,000 spirit stones and earned a return of 500,000 spirit stones. Such dealings could be classified as smuggling, undoubtedly yielding substantial profits. In essence, Yi Yu possessed a storage ring, sufficiently spacious to accommodate numerous goods. Furthermore, he was equipped with an impressive mode of transportation, akin to an aircraft, enabling him to traverse swiftly and soar at high altitudes. Outside the city of Holy War, there were often desperate individuals who preyed upon those laden with bounty, engaging in lethal pursuits for treasure. Moreover, between the city of Holy War and the secure zone of the Great Xia dynasty lay a perilous expanse of 5,000 kilometers, rife with dangers, including formidable Yuan-ing demons. Thus, without the escort of Yuan-ing cultivators from the Great Merchant Guild, it was exceedingly challenging to transport resources back to the Great Xia dynasty from the city of Holy War. Having completed this lucrative transaction, Yi Yu fixated on this newfound avenue of profit. Previously, he had toiled tirelessly to print talismans, earning meager sums. Although he believed that the talisman imprinting process was akin to operating a currency printing press, the latter produced only a few thousand spirit stones daily. Yet now, this venture promised a staggering 15-fold profit, all without the hassle of talisman production. I, Yi Yu, am a budding financial virtuoso in the cultivation realm. Without delay, Yi Yu departed from Guangning City, piloting his aircraft towards the city of Holy War, eager to execute another profitable deal, which could elevate his spirit stone holdings to over 1 million. The aircraft soared at an astonishing speed of 3,600 kilometers per hour, with the cabin resonating with the sound of rushing wind. 3 hours later, Yi Yu felt a jolt, initially presuming it to be turbulence. He paid little heed, adding more spirit stones and continuing his flight. An hour later, a sudden crack reverberated through the cabin. The hatch had vanished, and shortly after, the wings disintegrated. Alarmed, Yi Yu hastily ejected from the cockpit. Moments later, the engine erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the aircraft and sending debris flying. Had Yi Yu not adeptly employed the cloud escape technique to evade the wreckage, he might have suffered grievous injuries. After narrowly escaping the explosive aftermath, Yi Yu reverted to his original form, plummeting straight down. At this juncture, he was 7,000 meters above ground, far exceeding the flight altitude limit of 1,000 meters for Golden Core practitioners. Relying solely on his Golden Core mystical abilities, he could not navigate freely through the air. As he descended to within 1,000 meters of the ground, Yi Yu felt he could finally exert control over his body with his magical powers, ultimately halting his fall at a mere 100 meters from the earth. Before him stood 2 Golden Core tiger demons, to whom Yi Yu casually greeted, only to swiftly execute his cloud escape once more. Chapter 80. A big catch. The 2 tiger demons pursued him relentlessly, but Yi Yu's cloud escape was a transcendent technique, allowing him to outpace them in mere minutes. He journeyed northward, oblivious to the myriad wolves and leopards encountered along the way. After 2 hours, Yi Yu returned to the safety of the human realm. It was only then that he dared pause and reflect upon the reasons behind his aircraft's catastrophic disintegration. After careful consideration, He concluded that aside from the engine, the other components of the aircraft were simply inadequate, with some parts barely reaching the tier of medium-grade magical artifacts. Such fragility, when faced with high-speed travel, is destined to wear down swiftly. Furthermore, my recent frequent air travel, particularly with numerous members of the Yi family, has undoubtedly led to overloading. In a desperate bid to evade the formidable Golden Core stage toads, I once pushed the limits to an astonishing speed of 200 kilometers per hour for several minutes. Alas, my smuggling endeavors have yet to commence, and now this most crucial flying apparatus has succumbed to failure. Naturally, Yi has considered traversing the more than 20,000 kilometers using the cloud escape technique. Yet the prospect of encountering the myriad formidable Golden Core demons along the way raises concerns. Who can predict whether one might encounter a nascent soul demon when delving into the treacherous mountainous regions? A more reliable option seems to be securing an aircraft, soaring to altitudes of over 10,000 meters, where even nascent souls are rendered impotent. After all, these beings can only ascend to about 5,000 meters above ground. With an aircraft at my disposal, I fear them not. The limitations on a cultivator's flight are not solely imposed by gravity, but also by the concentration of spiritual energy. The prowess of Golden Core, nascent soul, and transformation stage cultivators does not merely stem from their internal magical power. Rather, it is their ability to harness the spiritual energy of the cosmos using their own magical essence to manifest spells and supernatural abilities. The concentration of spiritual energy diminishes with altitude, akin to the reduction of oxygen levels on Blue Star. When nascent soul cultivators ascend beyond 5,000 meters, the spiritual energy becomes insufficient for their use, a predicament that similarly afflicts cultivators of other ranks. Even when Yi pilots an aircraft at 10,000 meters, he finds himself unable to draw upon external spiritual energy. Were it possible to harness such energy, would not any Golden Core or nascent soul cultivator be able to reach the heavens and test their mettle against the world's barriers in pursuit of ascension? Thus, it is imperative to construct this aircraft and armament, ensuring they align with my current Golden Core level of potency, ideally posing a threat to nascent soul cultivators. Consequently, both the aircraft and artillery must be crafted to the level of spiritual instruments. To forge such instruments, Yi must first elevate his own refining skills, a task that cannot be accomplished overnight. Attaining the ability to refine spiritual instruments may require several years of diligent effort. Taking it step by step, should time prove too lengthy, I shall initially continue to fabricate another semi-spiritual aircraft akin to the previous one. However, this time, the semi-spiritual aircraft must be constructed with superior materials and higher-grade components. The entire fuselage cannot consist solely of a semi-spiritual engine. Yi made his way to a provincial capital, procuring materials suitable for the crafting of mid-tier spiritual instruments. He continued this endeavor in subsequent provincial capitals, ultimately returning to Guangning City, where he expended 300,000 spirit stones to acquire sufficient materials for the creation of 3 conventional low-tier spiritual instruments. Merely possessing these materials renders the dream of crafting a fully fledged spiritual aircraft utterly fanciful. A complete spiritual aircraft would necessitate materials equivalent to no less than 50 conventional low-tier spiritual instruments. Thus, it appears that Yi's next aircraft must once again be a semi-spiritual one. Yi made a brief return to the White Tiger sect to catch up with a few young women and check on the children before embarking on his journey to the Jin clan's secret realm to privately craft an aircraft. The true fire conjured from his Golden Core level mana was significantly more potent than the foundational true fire, capable of melting materials suitable for crafting inferior spiritual artifacts. After a month of dedicated effort, Yi successfully produced an engine of inferior spiritual artifact caliber. Subsequently, he spent 2 additional months creating a complete airframe and its various components, all of the highest spiritual artifact grade. The assembly took 7 days, followed by 3 days of reinforcement and maintenance, and another 3 days for testing. The dimensions and spatial design of this aircraft were comparable to the previous one, yet it boasted enhanced speed. This new aircraft attained a maximum velocity of 9,000 kilometers per hour, with a regular cruising speed of 4,200 kilometers per hour and a dangerous driving threshold of 6,000 kilometers per hour. Exceeding the latter speed would inflict irreversible damage upon the aircraft, whereas the prior model could only sustain speeds up to 5,000 kilometers per hour before sustaining such damage. A mere increase of 1,000 kilometers per hour marked a qualitative leap, as typical speeds for early nascent soul cultivators range from 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers per hour. Mid-stage cultivators could reach up to 5,000 kilometers per hour, and late-stage cultivators could only attain speeds of 6,000 kilometers per hour, a rarity among formidable figures. With the aircraft ready, Yi promptly took to the skies en route to Holy War City. traveling at 4,000 kilometers per hour. He sped through the territories of numerous great demons without fear. By the time they registered his presence and attempted to attack, Yi Yu's aircraft had already become a distant speck in the sky. In just 6 hours, he arrived once more at the outskirts of Holy War City. Selecting a suitable spot to land, he employed the cloud return escape technique to reach the city gates and gained entry through the security measures in place. Entering the city was straightforward, requiring no payment, while exiting proved to be a challenge. Upon departure, one had to pay a fee in spiritual stones according to their cultivation level or willingly submit to a search of their storage bags or rings, relinquishing 30 of the value of their possessions. On his previous visit, Yi Yu had been taken advantage of, losing tens of thousands of spiritual stones after a day of wandering. This time, he set aside 10,000 spiritual stones for the exit fee and used the remaining 230,000 spiritual stones he possessed to procure seafood. Without lingering, Yi Yu exited the city that very evening. With 230,000 spiritual stones in cargo, he flew leisurely to an uninhabited area, aiming to take off from there. Anyone departing from Holy War City had the potential to become prey, particularly solitary travelers. As soon as Yi Yu passed through the city gates, he discreetly concealed his cultivation to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, ensuring his safety. Revealing one's cultivation entirely may indeed deter many fools, causing those at the Foundation establishment stage to hesitate in approaching or attempting to rob oneself. However, this also invites considerable peril. Once it becomes known that one is at the nascent soul stage, adversaries are likely to dispatch formidable foes to confront you. At that moment, one would be utterly defenseless, facing inevitable demise. As Yi Yu ventured out alone, it did not take long for him to attract unwanted attention. A beggar near the gates of the Holy War City cast several glances at Yi Yu's retreating figure. Once Yi Yu had distanced himself, the beggar produced a communication jade talisman. Head, we have a big catch, a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, likely in possession of nascent soul elixirs. Which direction did the peak Foundation establishment cultivator head? Came the response from the talisman. Northwest of the Holy War City. Understood. Send 2 nascent soul cultivators to deal with him. Unbeknownst to Yi Yu, he was being tracked. As he soared through the skies on his sword at a speed typical of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Suddenly, Yi Yu's senses jolted with alarm, and he quickly activated his cloud escape technique. Just then, a flying sword sliced through the air where he had just stood, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. When Yi Yu reappeared, he found himself confronted by 2 masked nascent soul cultivators, one at the initial stage and the other at the mid-stage. The cultivation world is indeed a realm rife with treachery and life or death struggles. The assailants, having failed their initial strike, resumed their onslaught without a moment's pause for idle threats or grandiose declarations typical of villains. For these brigands, the death of an enemy equates to the acquisition of victory. Faced with their combined assault, Yi Yu activated his cloud escape once more to evade harm, catching them off guard. Impressive, one of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators mused. Though not a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, he won't escape for long. How trivial. With a smirk, the mid-stage cultivator summoned his prized spiritual weapon, a colossal golden fishing net, casting it towards Yi Yu. He envisioned ensnaring Yi Yu effortlessly, rendering any struggle futile before unleashing further attacks to ensure his demise. Determined to retreat, Yi Yu swiftly activated his cloud escape, vanishing from sight as the net fell empty. Logically, a cultivator at the initial nascent soul stage would not be able to flee, yet Yi Yu's cloud escape, a divine technique, afforded him unmatched speed, comparable to that of an early infant soul cultivator. Being a mere target without retaliation is not in Yi Yu's nature. He has always believed in settling scores. From a distance of 2 kilometers, he set up a sniper rifle. Although its maximum power only matched that of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, an unexpected ambush could still spell doom for a nascent soul. The masked duo found themselves utterly helpless against Yi Yu's swiftness, as he vanished without a trace, like vapor escaping into the ether. How infuriating. This fellow is indeed cunning beyond measure. This spell resembles the return cloud escape of the Baiyun sect, a manifestation of divine prowess that is characteristic of those from grand sections. We should refrain from pursuing him. As mere independent cultivators, despite possessing magical artifacts, we remain powerless against such transcendent abilities. The masked duo turned to leave but lingered, hoping to lure Yi Yu out. They moved deliberately slowly, the burly figure in his mid-golden core stage tightly gripping a magical net. Should Yi Yu emerge to attack, he would launch the net to ensnare him. No matter how invincible Yi Yu may be, he would still be vulnerable to the might of a magical artifact. Yet, Yi Yu was not foolish enough to engage in a reckless close-quarters assault. He began to aim at them the moment they turned. As they moved, targeting their heads proved difficult, so Yi Yu opted instead for their dantian. Their deliberate pace afforded him the opportunity to aim at the lower cultivation level individual's lower back dantian with a single shot. The bullet surged forward with blinding speed, chilling the opponent to the core as his dantian was shattered. For a golden core cultivator, losing one's head may not necessarily lead to demise. However, losing one's dantian equates to the loss of cultivation, a fate that does not guarantee survival. While a severed head may allow for reincarnation, the obliteration of one's dantian renders one a mere mortal, easily subdued. The bullet pierced the unguarded lower back of one individual, obliterating his dantian. Although it did not harm the golden core, his dantian resembled a balloon punctured with 2 holes, rapidly deflating. Within mere seconds, a significant portion of his mana dissipated. The more adept of the duo quickly regained his composure and summoned a protective spiritual shield. Another bullet swiftly followed, penetrating the shield and striking his lower back. Causing him pain, though it inflicted little actual damage, his skin remained unbroken. Retreat quickly, take some healing elixirs. I will handle him. He cursed vehemently, casting the injured individual far away as he charged toward the source of the bullets. He discreetly shattered a life-saving talisman in his hand. This adversary was indeed formidable. Allowing him any respite led to relentless ambushes. It was imperative that their leader teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, within a certain mansion in the Holy City, a nascent soul cultivator sensed the shattering of a jade token he controlled. What utter incompetence! Is the intelligence network truly this inept? Despite his displeasure, he set off, armed with a secondary jade token that would guide him to the site of the shattered jade plate. Outside the Holy War City, Yiyu observed the enemy charging recklessly towards him, and without hesitation, he fired 2 shots before employing his cloud escape to vanish. Thanks to his protective spiritual shield, the bullets, equivalent to peak Foundation establishment level, inflicted minimal harm upon him. However, fortune did not favor him, as one bullet struck his vulnerable ear, inadvertently creating a piercing. The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. With a bellow, the towering figure unleashed his finest escape technique in pursuit. Yet, after a few minutes of relentless chase, he found himself outpaced by Yiyu. As he sat in frustration, a nascent soul cultivator materialized beside him. Zhu Dachong, what is the situation? Boss. He appears to be a core elder of the Baiyun sect, at the early stage of Golden Core, adept in cloud escape, and possesses a top-tier ambush artifact. Understood. Allow me to apprehend him. The nascent soul cultivator swiftly flickered, traversing through dimensions in pursuit of Yiyu's aura. Meanwhile, Yiyu paused for a brief respite, setting up a sniper rifle to prepare for an ambush. However, he soon spotted a rapidly moving figure in his line of sight, undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Damn, a nascent soul, Yiyu thought, feeling cornered, as he hastily activated his cloud escape once more, pushing it to the limit at 4,000 kilometers per hour. Yet, the nascent soul cultivator was no ordinary foe. He commanded a powerful escape technique, achieving a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. The gap between them shrank to a mere dozen kilometers, and it seemed that within a minute, Yiyu would be caught. Chapter 82. Outrunning the nascent soul. As the enemy drew nearer, Yiyu quickly deployed an aircraft and leapt aboard. This maneuver cost him precious seconds, allowing the nascent soul cultivator to close the distance further. With the enemy almost on his tail, Yiyu urgently accelerated the aircraft, reaching 6,000 kilometers per hour within 10 seconds. This sudden burst of speed caught the nascent soul cultivator off guard, leaving him momentarily engulfed in exhaust fumes. Yet, he was undeterred. Consuming a speed-enhancing elixir, he surged forward with even greater velocity. If a nascent soul cultivator could not subdue a mere early golden core, he would lose all semblance of authority. With a swift motion, the nascent soul cultivator reduced the distance once more. Yiyu was compelled to push the aircraft into a perilous state, accelerating to 8,000 kilometers per hour. He soared northward, pursued relentlessly by the nascent soul cultivator, who intermittently unleashed spells to assault Yiyu's aircraft. Yiyu adeptly maneuvered to evade the attacks and ascended to a height of 5,000 meters, at which point the nascent soul cultivator did not follow. Yiyu felt a moment of relief, only to realize that this adversary was flying parallel beneath him. Was it truly necessary to pursue relentlessly? In a desperate bid to rid himself of this nuisance, Yiyu accelerated once more, reaching a staggering speed of 8,500 kilometers per hour. The limit of 9,000 kilometers per hour loomed just 500 kilometers away, and the aircraft began to tremble under the strain. Further acceleration posed genuine peril. Soaring at an altitude of 8,000 meters, Yiyu was closely tailed by a Yuan-ing cultivator, who pursued from a distance of 4,800 meters. After 30 minutes, Yiyu finally managed to shake off his relentless pursuer. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound freedom, the aircraft threatened to disintegrate. The wings quaked violently, and the spirit stones in the fuel tank were nearly depleted. Thus, Yu had no choice but to immediately reduce his speed in search of a suitable place to land. 2 minutes later, after gliding for a while, the aircraft came to a halt on an uncharted stretch of flat land. Yu leaped from the aircraft to inspect the damage, discovering multiple areas of destruction. Had he delayed landing by even a few minutes longer, the aircraft would have surely been rendered irreparable. Fortunately, he had landed in time. With some repairs, it could be restored to functionality. However, the cost of these repairs would amount to no less than 50,000 spirit stones for the necessary materials. Regrettably, Yu had no resources at hand, and more critically, he was devoid of any spirit stones. Even if the aircraft were repaired, it could only operate for a few minutes. Originally, the spirit stones on board had been allocated to ensure a safe return to the human race's secure zone from the Holy War City, with the remainder spent on various purchases. This journey to the Holy War City had proven to be a tremendous miscalculation. Surveying his surroundings, Yu noted the desolation. There were no villages or shops in sight. He found himself in a perilous zone, approximately 5,000 kilometers from the Holy War City and a daunting 17,000 kilometers from the human race's safe area. He had truly overstepped. Should he attempt to navigate back alone, the distance posed a significant risk. If he were to encounter a yawning beast along the way, it could very well spell his doom. Returning to the Holy War City was a closer and safer option. However, the inhabitants there regarded him with suspicion, and that yawning cultivator might still be on his trail. After much contemplation, Yi resolved to seek a location to cultivate and bide his time before venturing into the Holy War City to acquire the materials needed for his aircraft's repair. Conflict was strictly prohibited within the Holy War City. Violators were promptly escorted by the security team for a chat. Yi felt assured of his safety. As long as he could swiftly pass through the city gates and reach the inner sanctum before the yawning cultivator could report his presence, Yi stowed away the aircraft and attuned himself to the surrounding spiritual energy, ultimately discovering a cave enriched by a Tier 2 superior spiritual vein. Within resided a Peak Foundation establishment black bear, which Yi dispatched effortlessly, claiming the cave as his own. With the Tier 2 spiritual vein at his disposal, he set up a spirit gathering array, sufficient for a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Outside the cave, he also established protective, warning, and illusionary formations. Yi remained secluded in his cave, diligently honing his skills, while on the other side, the frustrated nascent soul cultivator, who had lost track of him, was beside himself with rage. It was utterly inconceivable that a formidable practitioner in the late stage of the nascent soul realm could not catch up to a mere fledgling in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Even more perplexing was the fact that this young cultivator's flying artifact could soar to heights exceeding 5,000 meters, a feat typically achievable only by those in the spirit transformation stage. Ordinary spirit vessels could not reach such altitudes. To preserve his dignity upon returning, he proclaimed to his subordinates that he had eliminated Yu. Nevertheless, he dispatched individuals to keep a watchful eye on the disciples of the Bayun sect, coveting a flying artifact akin to Yu's. Within his cave, Yu embarked on his cultivation journey, experimenting with idle mode. He discovered that by balancing the yin and yang of the 5 elements surrounding his dantian, he could harness a portion of his divine consciousness within the Golden Core to effectively manage the influx of spiritual energy, transforming it into magical power. This revelation significantly enhanced the efficiency of his idle mode, increasing it from 50 to 75. As his divine consciousness within the Golden Core continued to grow, it was likely that the efficiency would further improve. By the time he reached the nascent soul stage, he could potentially achieve a level of control that would allow him to cultivate as though he were wholly dedicated to the task, thus approaching the speed of unimpeded cultivation. With this newfound insight, Yu couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of Elder Chilean from the Bayun sect, the one who pioneered this idle mode. Having fine-tuned his idle mode, Yu turned his attention away from singular cultivation and began contemplating other ventures. He ventured outside his cave, cautiously scouring the area in search of mineral resources, such as spirit stone mines. If he were to discover any, he could avoid the perilous journey back to Holy War City. After several days of searching, he stumbled upon a mysterious copper mine. While this copper mine held value, it was not worth Yu's personal excavation efforts. The time and energy he would expend would yield far less than half of his earnings from talisman inscriptions. Moreover, the mysterious copper could at best be crafted into superior artifacts, which would not suffice for the repairs needed on his aircraft. Had he encountered a higher-grade purple gold copper mine, he would have eagerly engaged in the excavation. Yu continued his exploration in the vicinity, but only uncovered lower-tier resources. This was likely attributed to the relatively low concentration of spiritual energy in the area. Were there higher-grade spiritual veins present, the local mineral resources would undoubtedly be more abundant. However, the existence of such advanced spiritual veins often indicated the presence of more formidable demonic beasts. To err on the side of caution, Yi refrained from venturing into areas with excessively high spiritual energy concentrations. In the ensuing days, Yi remained in his cave, spending over 10 days crafting a set of pots and pans from the mysterious copper ore he had gathered, while also hunting some minor demonic beasts for sustenance. As the days passed, he sensed that the turmoil had subsided, and he steeled himself to employ the returning cloud escape technique. With a swift and determined pace, Yi returned to the Holy War City after an hour and a half of travel. To ensure his safety and avoid the watchful eyes of nascent soul cultivators, he decided to disguise himself as his household servant, Jiang Junbin, as he approached the city. Eschewing the use of the cloud escape technique, he opted instead for a foundational escape method he had acquired from the Jin family. Yi managed to enter the Holy War City without incident. At this juncture, Yi's paramount concern was to amass spirit stones and procure materials for refining in order to repair his aircraft. He thus devised a plan to find a place as a blacksmith. Given his unfamiliarity with the area, directly approaching shopkeepers could lead to potential pitfalls. Therefore, he made his way to the task hall of Holy War City, where he could accept missions from an official organization, which would presumably be more reliable and secure. Inside the task hall, Yi unabashedly showcased his cultivation level, knowing that a higher rank would instill greater confidence in his abilities. "Hello, I would like to accept the task of forging a premium magical artifact," he informed the young lady at the counter. "The success rate must be guaranteed at over 60%. Anything below that will result in a deduction of your payment. The deadline is 3 years. Are you certain?" she inquired with an impassive expression. "Not a problem. Very well, here is your token. Please wait aside. Someone will come to find you shortly." She tossed Yi a token before attending to other matters. The bustling crowd, predominantly composed of golden core cultivators, elicited little reaction from her towards Yi. After a few minutes of waiting, a man arrived and led Yi through the winding streets to a courtyard. "Jiang, the blacksmith. We have 5 batches of refining materials here. You are required to forge at least 3 premium magical artifacts. Otherwise, you will be deemed unqualified. Only upon passing this evaluation will you earn the right to become a blacksmith in Holy War City. You have 1 month. Please proceed." With that, the late Foundation establishment cultivator departed, lacking even a modicum of respect for the golden core real person. Such audacity stemmed from the security of his position. Gazing at the materials worth over 100,000, Yi's thoughts were not solely on producing 3 premium artifacts. Instead, he contemplated how to discreetly extract a portion of these materials to repair his aircraft. The distinction between premium and superior artifacts lies in the fact that the materials for crafting premium artifacts include a small quantity capable of producing spiritual tools. Among this collection were some spirit gold sand, which, when incorporated into the crafting process, could enhance the strength and resilience of the artifacts. Acquiring materials for spiritual tool crafting is notoriously challenging in the market. Perhaps he could discreetly retain some of these materials while assisting them in forging, ultimately saving enough to procure a spiritual tool for himself. However, such schemes would be best reserved until he officially became a blacksmith. For now, passing the assessment was of utmost importance. Yi promptly commenced the crafting of exquisite magical artifacts. Within his storage pouch lay an array of molds for the forging process, thus significantly expediting his efforts. In a mere 5 days, Yi successfully produced 3 superior grade swords and 2 upper grade swords. Although Yi possessed the capability to forge all into superior grade artifacts, he deemed it prudent to reserve materials equivalent to 2 superior grade artifacts for future use. Recognizing the necessity of modesty in his endeavors, upon completion of his work, Yi summoned individuals to assess the results. The visitors were astonished by Yi's remarkable speed. While others typically managed to forge a single superior grade artifact within 5 days, he had produced 5 concurrently, without delving deeper into inquiries. They acknowledged Yi's exceptional skill and permitted him to undertake the assigned task. The specifics of the task and the associated rewards were as follows. Jiang Junbin, the master craftsman, was to forge 6 superior grade artifacts each month for the Holy War City's crafting department. The materials would be provided by the crafting department, with a maximum of 10 sets available per month. For each successful forging of a superior grade artifact, a reward of 300 spirit stones and 300 points in the Holy War City would be granted. For every surplus set of materials saved, an additional reward of 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 points would be offered. Moreover, for every additional superior grade artifact forged beyond the set quota, a reward of 1,300 spirit stones and 1,300 points would be bestowed. After reiterating the rules to Yi, the visitors left him with 10 sets of materials before departing. Outside, someone was stationed, ensuring that Yi was not permitted to leave until he had submitted 6 superior grade artifacts. It was indeed a rather stifling situation, as he found himself solely engaged with these ores and minerals, devoid of any companionship, subsisting only on spirit-boosting pills to quell his hunger. Was this the daily plight of a cultivator? Determined, Yu resolved not to spare a single set of materials for them. He forged 6 superior-grade artifacts, subsequently utilizing scrap materials to create 4 upper-grade artifacts to meet the requirements. The surplus high-quality materials were retained for his own use, amounting to a value of several tens of thousands, far surpassing the rewards proffered. Upon completing the forging process, Yu discovered a dedicated training room for golden core cultivators. The concentration of spiritual energy within this room rivaled that of the cave he had previously inhabited, which was quite favorable. Yu devoted several days to cultivation there before submitting the completed artifacts and requesting a new batch of materials. Operating on a 7-day cycle, he managed this for 3 months, amassing a substantial quantity of crafting materials, along with portions of spirit stones and points as rewards. Yu then commenced the formal restoration of his aircraft. This time, he utilized materials capable of crafting spiritual artifacts. After an extensive restoration, the aircraft was undoubtedly more robust than before. Although its maximum speed remained at 9,000 kilometers per hour, the safe cruising speed was projected to increase to 6,500 kilometers per hour. With this aircraft, Yu initially contemplated departing, yet he ultimately decided to linger a while longer, for he aimed to forge items of spiritual artifact caliber. Yu submitted a request to the management here, expressing his desire to forge a low-grade spiritual weapon. Only through this endeavor could he reserve more materials for his own use. With a recent enhancement in his forging skills, he felt confident. Are you certain about forging a low-grade spiritual weapon? Indeed. Here are the materials for 3 low-grade spiritual weapons. You must successfully create 1 low-grade weapon, and the other 2 must at least be substandard. No problem. Having acquired the materials for 3 low-grade spiritual weapons, Yu proceeded to craft the simplest form. A spiritual sword. The complexity of forging a spiritual weapon far exceeded that of crafting a magical tool. Not only were the materials more challenging to manipulate, but inscribing spiritual patterns onto the weapon required a considerable expenditure of magical energy. With Yu's initial golden core stage power, he could barely inscribe the necessary patterns for a low-grade spiritual weapon before exhausting his energy. To replenish his magical power, he would require a week's time. Moreover, the forging process could not be interrupted. Any pause could potentially diminish the quality of the weapon. Should the quality of the low-grade spiritual weapon decline, it would inevitably be reduced to one of those so-called substandard weapons. Such substandard weapons were only slightly superior to top-grade magical tools, yet the difference in effectiveness was marginal. The first engine Yu crafted for his aircraft was a result of his insufficient magical power to complete the forging in one go, leading to a decline in quality. However, the second engine, forged after he had advanced to the golden core stage, was a successful low-grade spiritual weapon. Now, with both a primary and secondary dantian, his total magical power was comparable to that of the mid-golden core stage, which was sufficient for forging spiritual weapons. Over the course of a month, Yu crafted 1 low-grade spiritual weapon and 2 substandard spiritual weapons. Upon submitting the weapons, he successfully exchanged his task to forge more low-grade spiritual weapons. After another 2 months, he managed to gather a fresh batch of materials and upgraded his arsenal significantly. He primarily forged a low-grade spiritual sniper rifle, boasting the power of a mid-golden core stage weapon with an effective range of 5 kilometers, and a machine gun with the power of an early golden core stage weapon and a range of 2 kilometers. Additionally, he could not forget the explosive ordnance, as he produced 3 little boy bombs, each with a power equivalent to that of a peak golden core stage weapon. However, Yu had yet to grasp the principles of a celestial missile. For now, these 3 little boys remained potent hand grenades that required his physical throw. After completing these tasks, Yu intended to make his escape, but he was not permitted to leave. It was a rare opportunity to have someone capable of forging spiritual weapons, and they were not about to let him slip away so easily. Battles raged daily outside the Holy War City, creating a constant demand for spiritual weapons. To prevent Yu from escaping, he was accompanied by 2 bodyguards at the late golden core stage during his outings. To phrase it more eloquently, one might say that the intention is to safeguard Yu's security, while the less palatable truth is that he is being monitored to prevent his departure from the Holy War City. Even during leisurely strolls that stretch for hours, reminders are issued to Yu to return. Feeling like a prisoner in a gilded cage, Yu has cursed the ancestors of the refining department of the Holy War City countless times in his mind. Reluctantly, he remained there for an additional 3 months. Despite acquiring a substantial cache of spiritual materials worth a fortune during this period, Yu found little joy in his endeavors. Deprived of sustenance, companionship, and freedom, even the comfort of sleeping with spiritual stones was lost on him. Determined to escape, Yu took 2 bodyguards on a final excursion, ultimately arriving at the mission hall to exchange his points for a golden dan and other elixirs essential for early-stage cultivation. Afterward, he meandered aimlessly until he reached a densely populated area, where he swiftly employed his earth escape technique to vanish. he emerged on another street, altering his appearance to resemble a certain character, and continued to evade detection with his cloud escape technique, successfully eluding his 2 bodyguards. Yi Yu sold a low-grade spiritual weapon he had crafted over the past 3 months for 800,000 spiritual stones. He then procured 500,000 units of marine products and paid 10,000 spiritual stones to exit the Holy War City. Upon leaving the city gates, he immediately activated his earth escape technique, having deliberated that it was the safest option. Although not the fastest mode of travel, being underground concealed his direction from those who were tailing him. Just as his pursuers were about to report his whereabouts, Yi Yu had already descended underground, leaving them disoriented. Half an hour later, he emerged on flat ground, 100 kilometers west of the Holy War City. Without delay, he released his aircraft, boarded, and initiated takeoff. It was only when the plane ascended to 8,000 meters that Yi Yu felt a sense of security. Shortly after takeoff, the Yuaning cultivators who had previously pursued him received news and resumed their chase. Eager to return home, Yi Yu adjusted his flying speed to 5,000 kilometers per hour, focusing solely on the path ahead, blissfully unaware of his pursuers trailing behind. 4 hours later, he entered the safety zone of the human realm, reducing his speed to 1,000 kilometers per hour and his altitude to 3,000 meters, allowing him to take in the splendor of the world below. As he admired the breathtaking landscape, Yi Yu noticed the Yuaning cultivators still in pursuit. Exasperated, he thought, "Is this relentless chase ever going to end?" Determined to retaliate, he rapidly ascended the aircraft's altitude. Being shot down was no trivial matter. Just as the pursuers were about to intercept him, the plane surged upward, leaving them vexed. Yi Yu, in his ascent, extended his arm out of the window, brandishing a machine gun and unleashing fire upon the Yuaning cultivators. Suddenly, an unexpected assault caught the nascent soul cultivator off guard, leaving him wounded by several bullets. Unprepared, even an attack of the early golden core level inflicted minor injuries upon him, despite his nascent soul cultivation. However, regaining his composure, he summoned a protective spiritual shield, rendering all of Yi Yu's bullets ineffective as they were deflected one by one. Observing the futility of his machine gun's barrage, Yi Yu felt a profound sense of frustration. If his opponent had been a golden core cultivator, he would have been reduced to a mere pincushion. This nascent soul cultivator was indeed formidable. Huochengwu, the injured nascent soul cultivator, was extremely incensed. It had been years since he had suffered any harm, and to be wounded by someone of such a significantly lower cultivation level was a source of deep humiliation. In retaliation, he unleashed the nascent soul technique, Void Slash, targeting Yi Yu's aircraft. Fortunately, Yi Yu's aircraft ascended rapidly, climbing to over 5,000 meters within mere seconds, causing Huo's furious strike to miss its mark. At an altitude of 8,000 meters, Yi Yu was flying at a leisurely speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. After all, the nascent soul cultivator below could not reach him. Faced with the relentless pursuit of a nascent soul expert, Yi Yu had to devise a means to either outmaneuver his foe or escape entirely. However, having already experienced the opponent's flight speed, he surmised that Huo likely possessed a flight technique capable of reaching 7,500 kilometers per hour. To shake him off, Yi Yu would need to exceed a speed of 8,000 kilometers per hour. Yet, such high-velocity travel would inevitably lead to the deterioration of his aircraft. Contemplating his available offensive weapons, he realized that his most formidable assets were the 3 small boys, yet their power peaked at the golden core level, and it was unlikely the enemy would simply stand by to be obliterated. Thus, eliminating Huo was nearly an impossible endeavor. Chapter 85. Dragon Eagle realizing he could not defeat the nascent soul cultivator and unwilling to return to the White Tiger sect to endanger his family, Yi Yu veered toward the perilous zone. Huochengwu closely trailed Yi Yu, maintaining a distant pursuit of his aircraft. He was convinced that Yi Yu's aircraft required the consumption of spiritual stones or mana, both of which were finite resources, especially at altitudes exceeding 5,000 meters, where spiritual energy was sparse and irreplaceable. He anticipated that once Yi Yu's energy was depleted, it would be the opportune moment for him to capture him. Huo did not aim to kill Yi Yu outright. Rather, he sought to acquire this remarkable flying artifact. Such an extraordinary flying device would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Yi Yu ventured southwest toward an uninhabited region at a speed of 4,000 kilometers per hour, a territory beyond the borders of the Daxia dynasty. After following Yi Yu for an hour, Huochengwu's expression shifted dramatically. As Yi Yu delved deeper into the treacherous area, the level of the local demonic beasts escalated, and Huo had already encountered several ill-fated golden core beasts. Although he effortlessly dispatched the demonic beasts, he was far from pleased. As Yi Yu delved deeper, he might encounter formidable foes at the nascent soul level or even those at the transformation stage. However, Huochengwu, unwilling to concede, relentlessly pursued him. Yi Yu, Maintaining a calm demeanor, replenished the aircraft's fuel tank with an additional 100,000 spirit stones. Progressing steadily, his intent was to toy with the nascent soul cultivator. After 3 hours, Yu observed the towering peaks around him, their elevation steadily rising. The altitude of his aircraft diminished from 8,000 meters to just over 5,000 meters. He Chengwu was hot on his heels, closing in to within 1,000 meters beneath Yu's aircraft. A glance downward revealed numerous demonic beasts below, likely engaged in a gathering of sorts. Without delay, Yu accelerated to 6,000 kilometers per hour and dove down, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the beastly congregation. After the initial onslaught, he swiftly ascended back to a safe altitude of 6,000 meters. He Chengwu, now pursued by an array of hostile beasts, found himself beset by creatures of relatively low rank, posing no significant threat. Yu continued to pilot his aircraft, stirring up trouble for He Chengwu by provoking nests of formidable demons. Each time he passed an area with a high-ranking demon, he would unleash another wave of gunfire. After Yu's departure, the demons would presume it was He Chengwu's mischief, seeking him out for retribution. Initially, the beasts were of the Golden Core and Foundation establishment ranks. But as time progressed, the situation escalated to the point where a nascent soul demon was drawn out. Yu inadvertently disturbed a hippopotamus, only to discover it was a low-level nascent soul beast. Nonetheless, this minor threat was swiftly dealt with by He Chengwu. Shortly thereafter, Yu instigated a den housing a mid-level nascent soul wolf king. This led to He Chengwu being hounded by a pack of wolf cubs, resulting in a rather comical predicament, yet he managed to escape. The key to He Chengwu's survival lay in his swiftness, prompting Yu to once again incite trouble by agitating a nest of dragon eagles. 2 adult dragon eagles of mid-nascent soul rank, witnessing the destruction of their eggs, relentlessly pursued He Chengwu. One of the dragon eagles veered off to confront Yu, but upon ascending to 10,000 meters, it found itself powerless against him. Demonic beasts, too, were bound by the laws of the heavens. Despite the dragon eagle's innate ability to fly, they were firmly restricted to an altitude of 5,000 meters, beyond which their magical powers would falter. Relying solely on their physical strength to continue flying was a source of great insecurity for them. He Chengwu, beset by the 2 dragon eagles, began to regret his decision to provoke Yu. He lamented his choice to follow him into the treacherous wilderness, fully aware of the dangers it posed. Resolving to either eliminate or evade the 2 troublesome birds, he contemplated a swift return to the Holy War City, where he could enjoy peace rather than endure such torment. Yu began to reduce his flying speed and lower his altitude, circling above the battlefield to observe the unfolding combat. The battle at the nascent soul level was fierce and awe-inspiring, a spectacle of grandeur and brilliance, akin to the scenes Yu had witnessed in his previous life while watching Ultraman combat monsters. Each spell unleashed sent tremors through the ground, and a strike upon a small hill could cause it to crumble. The firepower of these nascent soul practitioners far surpassed that of artillery and tanks from World War II. Each of their attacks could be likened to the destructive force of modern-day missiles. Yu had previously tested the power of his early Golden Core spells, which were comparable to a World War II tank's conventional shell damage, while Chi refinement stage attacks resembled those of ordinary firearms and grenades, and Foundation establishment stage assaults were akin to handheld rocket launchers. The disparity between the Golden Core and nascent soul stages was indeed vast. The latter could shatter mountains and rivers, making one ponder if the might of God transformation spells could rival that of nuclear weapons. Below, the 3 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, and after a few minutes, He Chengwu seized an opportunity to incapacitate one of the dragon eagles by damaging its wing. However, he was also struck by another dragon eagle, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Yu initially believed He Chengwu would be finished next, but to his surprise, He Chengwu vanished. When the dragon eagle exploded the mountainside, there was no sign of He Chengwu. From a distance, Yu spotted a small black dot, which turned out to be He Chengwu fleeing in a panic. Yu quickly accelerated to pursue him, firing 2 shots at the dragon eagle, intending to lead it towards He Chengwu. Injured and slowed, He Chengwu was overtaken by Yu and the dragon eagle in less than 2 minutes. Yu granted He Chengwu a minor yet humiliating machine gun barrage. Enraged, He Chengwu retaliated with a nascent soul spell, and as Yu completed his assault, he ascended to evade. The spell struck the dragon eagle, causing it to crash into the mountainside. Fearing He Chengwu might escape, Yu descended slightly and unleashed another wave of fire upon him, even tossing a small boy towards him as a taunt. He Chengwu, undaunted, attempted to swat the boy away, only to be caught off guard as the boy detonated, injuring his right hand. The pain is unbearable. Now without a right hand, and with his left ear ringing, He Chengwu perceived Yu as a devil toying with humanity. Unable to continue resisting, He activated a blood-burning forbidden technique and swiftly made his way towards the Holy War City. His speed was such that Yu could not keep pace without engaging in reckless flying. Having successfully driven Hui Chengwu away and inflicted damage upon him, Yu had no intention of courting further trouble. With his spiritual stones dwindling, he resolved to return to the safety of the human territory. As he contemplated leaving, he recalled the two remaining dragon eagles. Perhaps he could still hunt them. They were both severely injured, and the thought of not seizing this opportunity was tempting. Chapter 86. A profit of 2 million. Yu promptly lowered the altitude and speed of his aircraft, hovering above the dragon eagle. Spotting a dragon eagle struggling to emerge from the mountainside, he released a small boy. The boy detonated beside the dragon eagle, creating a miniature mushroom cloud. As the cloud dissipated, Yiyu's aircraft floated 300 meters above the dragon eagle. Observing the creature's continued struggle, he couldn't help but admire its tenacious spirit. Yiyu retrieved his powerful sniper rifle, aimed at its head, and fired 10 shots before sending it to its eternal rest. Hesitant to land, he unleashed a wave of initial stage golden elixir spells to sever the dragon eagle's head, only then daring to believe it was truly defeated. Rather than rushing to collect his spoils, Yiyu turned the aircraft around, heading towards another dragon eagle that had lost its wings and lay helplessly on the ground tending to its wounds. He delivered the last small boy to it, which, devoid of any resistance, was obliterated into fragments. Only then did Yiyu feel secure enough to land and gather the remnants of the dragon eagle's carcass. Extracting the demon core and preserving it in a spirit-sealing jade box, he then piloted the aircraft back to the previous dragon eagle's location, repeating the process of collecting remains. Before departing, Yiyu returned to the dragon eagle's nest and retrieved 3 intact dragon eagle eggs. The 2 that had been shattered by bullets were promptly cooked and consumed, as he had not eaten during his prolonged pursuit of Hua Qingwu. Although Yiyu was now a golden elixir cultivator capable of prolonged fasting, he still relished food. After his meal, night had fallen, and he found himself disoriented, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a clock and compass to aid in navigation. Otherwise, he would be relegated to following the sun like a primitive man. To avoid losing his way, he decided to rest that night within the dragon eagle's nest. Unwilling to sleep in the desolate wilderness, he chose to cultivate instead. The location selected by the dragon eagle was indeed favorable, as it was near a 4th-level spiritual vein, which was the only reason 2 nascent soul dragon eagles could thrive there. With a 4th-level spiritual vein, the concentration and pressure of spiritual energy were remarkably high, penetrating into Yiyu's being. The cultivation speed here was significantly accelerated, surpassing that of a 3rd-level spiritual vein by half. Wealth, companions, methods, and land are the 4 essential elements of cultivation. This place, being a realm of spiritual abundance, proved to be of great importance. However, Yiyu only dared to remain for one night. The next day, guided by the sun, he promptly piloted his aircraft back to the human safety zone of the Great Xia dynasty. Such an exceptional spiritual vein would undoubtedly attract formidable demons seeking to claim it. Yiyu did not consider himself capable of defending this location. Upon arriving at the human safety zone, he traversed various cultivation markets, seeking out local large merchants to sell his marine products in bulk. Half a month later, Yiyu sold all his seafood, garnering a profit of 2 million spirit stones. After attending to these matters, he hurriedly returned to the White Tiger sect. Having been away from the sect for nearly a year, he hoped that no unforeseen troubles had arisen in his absence. Upon his return to Danxiao Mountain, everything appeared as it once was, without any significant events occurring. In the realm of cultivation, it was quite common for individuals to seclude themselves for over a decade, who would concern themselves with Yiyu's brief absence of merely 1 year. However, his women missed him dearly, and he took the time to cherish moments with his family. Leaving Danxiao Mountain, Yiyu made his way to the neighboring Danqing Mountain to visit Lin Jianyuan. Lin Jianyuan welcomed Yiyu with warmth, yet she did not make any overt advances. After all, she was not one of those girls trained by Yiyu, but rather a diligent disciple of the sect devoted to her cultivation. After sipping a fruit drink that Lin Jianyuan offered, Yiyu reclined in a lounge chair and inquired, "How has your cultivation been progressing lately, junior sister Lin?" "Quite well," she replied. "Oh, what is the current situation in the sect? Has that nascent soul cultivator departed?" "At present, the sect master is in charge, while the nascent soul cultivator is meditating on the back mountain of the main peak. It is rumored that the leader of Baiyun Peak, Jiang Yingwei, is on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Once she succeeds, the representative from Baiyun's sect will return." "I see," Yiyu contemplated. The nascent soul stage was indeed formidable, yet he had successfully vanquished 2 at once before. "Senior brother Shiman, I have arrived." A voice called from outside, and soon after, a figure clad in a white dress entered. "Ah, senior brother Shiman, you are here too. I wonder if you have prepared my golden core?" Zhang Yinxue declared confidently, buoyed by the anticipation of her master's impending breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, which would elevate the White Tiger sect standing. Observing the spirited demeanor of the young lady, Yiyu noted that her cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation stage, while Lin Jinyuan, who had broken through earlier, remained at the early foundation stage. As for your golden core, I do possess one at the moment, but you must ensure I am well taken care of before I can part with it. Yiyu felt compelled to temper her arrogance. What do you intend to do? Do you dare inform the master of my so-called misdeeds? Jiang Yinxue retorted, her temper flaring. Behold, what do we have here? Yiyu produced a golden core he had exchanged in the Holy War City, showcasing it before Jiang Yinxue. Lin Jinyuan watched with envy, fully aware that it likely wouldn't be her fortune to acquire one. A golden core. Quickly, give it to me. Jiang Yinxue reached out to snatch it. That depends on your performance. With a swift motion, Yiyu retracted it into his storage ring. Thus, Jiang Yinxue exerted considerable effort to obtain the coveted golden core from Yiyu. After bidding farewell to her, Lin Jinyuan nestled in Yiyu's embrace. Senior brother Shiman, since Jiang Yinxue has received a golden core, could you possibly grant me one as well? The golden core is truly unnecessary, rest assured. I will ensure your ascension to the golden core realm. Yiyu made this promise, yet Lin Jinyuan regarded him with skepticism, suspecting that he was merely spinning grandiose tales. Observing her disbelief, Yiyu subtly revealed a hint of his golden core aura. Brother Shiman, you have actually attained the golden core. Now do you believe me? Fear not. Once you achieve the consummation of the foundation establishment stage, I shall guarantee your advancement to the golden core. Yiyu reiterated his commitment to Lin Jinyuan. Creating a thunder avoidance tower for her is a trivial task. However, the new tower must meet a higher standard. Who knows if they might impulsively seek rewards from the thunder tribulation. Yiyu himself also hoped they would provoke a rewarding thunder tribulation, for the heavenly rewards are indeed treasures of great value. After conversing with Lin Jinyuan for a while longer, Yiyu sought out Pan Yuer. Little Shiman, have you lost your mind, coming here on your own? Pan Yuer was taken aback by Yiyu's arrival. I have come to pay my respects to my master. Is there anything inappropriate about that? Indeed, there is. By coming to this main peak, you may inadvertently attract the attention of the sect leader, Zheng Zhiran. He is quite domineering. There is a possibility he may take issue with you and eliminate you. Pan Yuer expressed her apprehension regarding Zheng Zhiran, fearing that such a fine young man like Shiman Qing could simply vanish. Fear not, Yuer, he may be tyrannical, but I am also formidable. I have harbored disdain for him for quite some time. I am now inclined to eliminate him. Yiyu declared boldly, releasing his aura of early-stage golden core cultivation. What? You have already reached the golden core? How is this possible? I have yet to break through to that stage. In Pan Yuer's eyes, Shiman Qing had only ascended to the foundation establishment stage for years ago, relying on her foundation establishment pills. How could he have advanced to the golden core so swiftly? Indeed, I have attained the golden core. I fear not Zheng Zhiran. Yiyu withdrew his aura to avoid detection by other golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Now emboldened, he resolved not to remain aligned with Zheng Zhiran. Qinger, you haven't resorted to any nefarious techniques, have you? Pan Yuer queried with concern. Yuer, my cultivation may indeed have some superficiality. It has been achieved through clever means. However, my golden core cultivation is genuine. My family members in Danxiao Mountain are quite capable. Yiyu attributed his accomplishments to his family, hoping to avoid inciting Pan Yuer's ire. Clever means? I see. But if your cultivation is so shallow, how did you survive the thunder tribulation? Wouldn't you be struck dead? Pan Yuer understood that using clever methods to cultivate yin energy could greatly enhance one's cultivation. But such power is often frail, rendering one unlikely to endure the golden core thunder tribulation. Fear not. I possess a powerful artifact that will aid me in traversing the tribulation. Furthermore, I shall lend this artifact to you as well. Thus, I find myself poised to transcend the tribulation at any moment. Once I have ascended to the golden core stage, I shall no longer fear Zheng Zhiran. Together, we can deal with him. Pan Yuer made a gesture across her throat. It is indeed so. However, given the gravity of the situation, I require some time to prepare. Please allow me a month, Yuer. No problem. But shouldn't we attend to our pressing matters? He, of course. Yiyu, supporting his waist, departed from Pan Yuer's cave dwelling and returned to his own Danxiao Mountain, where he commenced the construction of a new lightning rod using the earth fire. This latest lightning rod has been enhanced with numerous items of spirit artifact grade, all procured from the Holy War City. As a result, this lightning rod has attained the quality of a subpar spirit artifact, capable of withstanding a wave of blood-colored tribulation. If it is merely to counter the reward tribulation, this lightning rod can be reused many times. Yiyu spent half a month perfecting this lightning rod. He then left the sect and flew to the Twin Peaks. He intended to eliminate the 2 golden core demons residing there, thereby clearing a secret place for Pan Yuer to transcend her tribulation and also making room for the development of the Yi family. As for the Jin family's secret realm, it is best kept confidential. The wealth contained therein is immense, even possessing items of the nascent soul realm. For now, it is prudent to enjoy it alone. A few hours later, Yi Yu's aircraft hovered 300 meters above the Twin Peaks. Unreservedly, he unleashed his golden core aura to the two golden core demons. This was tantamount to invading their territory, challenging their authority. They immediately emerged to deal with this intruder. Two toads leaped forth, their long tongues darting out. Yi Yu quickly ascended his aircraft to evade them. After stabilizing at a higher altitude, he retrieved his machine gun and unleashed a barrage upon the two toads. The bullets, akin to the rapid consumption of spirit stones, struck both the toads and the mountainside. The two toad demons, being in the late golden core stage, were typically impervious to such attacks, as each bullet bore the strength of an early golden core assault. However, the sheer number of bullets proved overwhelming. Within less than a minute, any defensive measures they possessed were shattered, and they were reduced to mere husks. To ensure their demise, Yi Yu, as was his custom, severed their heads before descending to collect their corpses and demon cores. Having dispatched the larger foes, he naturally also set out to eliminate the smaller demons within the mountain. Yi Yu drew forth a submachine gun crafted during the Foundation establishment period and traversed the forest, dedicating 3 hours to cleanse the vicinity of the Twin Peaks, extending 50 kilometers outward of any Foundation establishment stage demons. As for the Qi refinement stage beasts, there were too many to count. Thus, it was unnecessary for Yi Yu to personally deal with them. He would arrange for members of the Yi family to handle that task instead. Having accomplished these tasks, Yi Yu did not hasten to return to the White Tiger sect. Instead, he first visited several cultivation markets to sell the corpses of dozens of Foundation establishment stage demon beasts he had recently vanquished. This venture yielded him a substantial profit of 3 million spirit stones. However, the corpses of golden core stage demon beasts were even more valuable, and Yi Yu refrained from selling them hastily. The remains of such formidable creatures served as materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. Selling them cheaply would only result in a costly repurchase, often at several times the original value. Moreover, certain rare items are frequently available only at exorbitant prices. Yi Yu contemplated utilizing these golden core corpses, along with the dragon eagle corpse he had previously acquired, to forge spiritual artifacts, which promised to be a lucrative endeavor. With a significant sum of spirit stones in his possession, Yi Yu piloted his aircraft back to the sect, accompanied by Pan Yuer. As they boarded the aircraft, Pan Yuer was still unfamiliar with the concept of such a machine. With a whoosh, the plane took off, and Yi Yu maintained a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour, primarily to accommodate Pan Yuer's comfort and avoid startling her. Upon landing at the Twin Peaks, he informed her, "Yuer, you shall undergo your tribulation here. If you desire a reward from the heavenly Tao, that is also an option." Yi Yu retrieved his lightning avoidance tower and set it up on a hillside, burying its base in the soil. "Is this your artifact for resisting the heavenly tribulation?" Pan Yuer inquired, observing the oddly shaped tower, which hardly resembled a conventional defensive artifact. "Indeed, just sit here and focus on your golden core formation. You need not fear the tribulation," Yi Yu assured her, guiding Pan Yuer to the designated seat of the lightning avoidance tower. "Very well, I shall trust you this once," Pan Yuer replied, albeit secretly manipulating her long-prepared defensive artifact and setting aside her healing elixirs and holy water. Yi Yu withdrew to a distance of 10 kilometers from Pan Yuer. As this was a tribulation zone, the presence of an additional person would double both the intensity and quantity of the tribulation, which would be undesirable. After Yi Yu departed, Pan Yuer consumed the holy water and commenced her golden core formation. 2 days later, she successfully completed her cultivation, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, heralding the onset of the lightning tribulation. A series of 6 conventional lightning strikes were easily withstood by the lightning avoidance tower, leaving Pan Yuer unscathed and overjoyed. Encouraged by her success, she boldly requested a reward tribulation from the heavenly Tao. As the 7th bolt of lightning descended, the tower remained unscathed. However, upon the arrival of the 8th strike, the tower trembled, and a significant portion of its finer wire netting was vaporized by the intense heat. Once the tribulation concluded, golden light descended, and Yi Yu approached to collect the benefits. A specially crafted artifact vial was already prepared. He inhaled the essence of the golden core condensation, successfully gathering it all. Bathed in golden light, both their cultivation talents experienced a slight enhancement. Elated, Pan Yuer soared into the air and embraced Yi Yu, exclaiming, "Che, you are magnificent. I will effortlessly reach the golden core stage now. Thus I have attained the golden core. We shall be eternal celestial companions. I have endured that old fool, Zheng Zhiwan, for far too long. Let us eliminate him," proposed Pan Yuer. "Very well, no problem. Yuer, you lure him out of the sect, and we shall deal with him together." The two cunning lovers exchanged triumphant smiles. On the Twin Peaks, Yu and Pan Yuer indulged in a passionate rendezvous. To ensure her combat prowess, Pan Yuer decided to return and study the golden core spells and cultivate further. Consequently, Yu presented her with suitable techniques and spells. Pan Yuer was somewhat astonished at how Yu possessed such knowledge, yet she refrained from asking too many questions. After a month of diligent study, Pan Yuer had acquired a basic level of combat capability. Thereafter, Yu escorted her back to the White Tiger sect, where she would deceive Zheng Zhiruan. The summit of the White Tiger sect loomed majestically, shrouded in ethereal mist, exuding an aura of the celestial. The peak had been leveled by someone's power, upon which stood rows of splendid structures. Pan Yuer discreetly and swiftly flew into the palace of Zheng Zhiruan. The sect leader. Yuer, what brings you here? Have you missed me? Shall we share some intimate moments? Zheng Zhiruan expressed his delight at her arrival. Gazing at the aged Zheng Zhiruan reminded Pan Yuer of his meager combat prowess, evoking a wave of nausea within her. At over 380 years of age, he had barely ascended to the golden core at the age of 270. A mere ordinary tribulation had inflicted irreversible damage to a part of him. Thus, he had exhausted his potential upon reaching the early stage of golden core. Although he still had a lifespan of 120 years, further breakthroughs were nearly impossible for him. Should he acquire a supreme healing elixir or sacred golden core essence, he might rejuvenate and advance to the mid-stage of golden core. Alas, such gifts would never be bestowed upon him by Yu. Pan Yuer disdainfully pushed away Zheng Zhiruan's embrace and declared, "Sect leader, during my recent excursions, I discovered a vein of spirit stones, with reserves exceeding 10 million. What? 10 million? Truly? Zheng Zhiruan gasped in astonishment. 10 million. If it were all in his possession, he could certainly procure golden core essence to restore his foundation. Achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of golden core and living an additional 100 years would no longer be a dream. He immediately contemplated seizing this spirit stone vein for himself, without informing the representatives from the Baiyun sect. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Look, here are some spirit stones I excavated. Pan Yuer produced a pile of spirit stones from her spatial ring. If refined, they could yield several thousand spirit stones. The existence of this spirit stone vein was indeed a reality, albeit not the 10 million she claimed. It only contained a few 100,000. Yu had discovered it while hunting foundation-building beasts around the Twin Peaks. However, due to the limited quantity of spirit stones, excavation proved laborious. And Yu had merely noted the location without digging. Wonderful, Yuer, you are truly remarkable. Let us hasten to take a look, exclaimed Zheng Zhiruan, brimming with excitement. Very well, I shall lead you there, replied Pan Yuer. With hearts alight with anticipation, Zheng Zhiruan soared through the skies under Pan Yuer's guidance, and after several days, they reached the location of the spirit stone vein. However, just as he steadied himself to examine the spirit stone mine, he was abruptly struck down by a sniper shot from Yu, resulting in a fatal blow to the head. Witnessing Zheng Zhiruan's sudden demise left Pan Yuer in utter shock, her panic palpable. Ah, murder. Who could it be? Her reaction was genuine, not feigned. Instinctively, she enveloped herself in layers of defense. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhiruan, desperate to survive, sought to separate his golden core from his body, hoping to possess another being or beast, lest he face total annihilation. Observing Pan Yuer's frantic state, he too felt the weight of misfortune. This was indeed an unforeseen circumstance. Yu, however, would not allow Zheng Zhiruan to escape unscathed, opting to start afresh. He employed his golden core technique to seize Zheng Zhiruan's golden core and obliterated the remnants of his consciousness. Startled by Yu's sudden appearance, Pan Yuer quickly relayed the news of Zheng Zhiruan's demise at the hands of a sniper. Yu took a moment to explain the situation thoroughly and brandished his sniper rifle, which helped her to relax. Qing'er, with the old man deceased, what shall we do about the White Tiger sect? Yu contemplated. As two golden core practitioners, it is only natural that we vie for power within the sect. We can simply claim that Zheng Zhiruan perished in a struggle against a beast. Ah, I see. Do you think those from Baiyun sect will believe this? They must believe. For I shall present the corpse of a golden core beast as evidence. As he spoke, Yu produced the carcass of a golden core beast from the early stages of its cultivation. A tiger demon he had slain while awaiting Pan Yuer's arrival. Utilizing the White Tiger sect's techniques, he had ensured the creature's cultivation level was indeed in the early golden core stage before confronting it directly. With this beast's corpse, we shall have no trouble justifying our claims upon our return, Pan Yuer remarked, her spirits lifted at the sight. The wounds on the body bore the marks of the White Tiger sect's spells, which would surely silence any dissent. As for Zheng Zhiruan's corpse, Yu had it discarded for the beasts to consume. After all, a human golden core was not comparable to that of a beast, possessing treasure throughout its being, with only the golden core holding any real value. Chapter 89. The new sect leader having tidied the battlefield, the two swiftly returned to the White Tiger sect via aircraft. Upon landing outside the sect, They flew within, proceeding to the main hall where all elders were summoned for a council. An hour later, all cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage and above had gathered. Elder Pan, what is the purpose of this assembly? Where is sect leader Zeng? Inquired the sole Yuanying practitioner, visibly displeased at being disturbed during his tranquil retreat on the back mountain. In response to the words of Elder Zhao, the gathering of individuals was prompted by grave news. The esteemed Master Zeng Zhiran has departed from this world. Pan Yuer replied cautiously. Facing a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage, Yi Yu held his composure. Oh, what transpired? How did he meet his end? Zhao Chongyun feigned concern, secretly reveling in joy. With Zeng Zhiran's demise, the Baiyun sect could now more justifiably absorb the Baihu sect. The circumstances are such that Master Zeng ventured out and engaged in a fierce battle with a golden core demon 3,000 miles beyond the realm. Alas, the demon was merciless, leading to their mutual destruction. Upon receiving the news, I set out with Elder Shiman to search for him, only to discover the demon's remains and some of Master Zeng's tattered garments, Pan Yuer explained. Afterward, Yi Yu discarded the corpse of the early-stage golden core demon and the shredded remnants of Zeng Zhiran's clothing outside the Grand Hall. The assembly noted the extensive scars from specialized Baihu sect spells on the demon, lending credibility to Pan Yuer's account of Zeng Zhiran's fate. Thus, the ensuing debate centered on who would succeed the position of sect leader and how to allocate the demon's body and core. Following a spirited exchange of words, under Yi Yu's concession of the demon's body to the Baiyun sect, Pan Yuer was appointed as the new leader of the Baihu sect. Furthermore, one of the local elders of the Baihu sect was permitted to utilize the demon's core to break through to the false Dan realm. From the perspective of the Baiyun sect, the demon's remains held greater value, as they could be refined into several spiritual weapons. Yi Yu and Pan Yuer were primarily focused on the sect leader position, which would allow them to legitimately access the various resources within the Baihu sect and mobilize its disciples for labor. Consequently, Yi Yu could openly exchange for a mountain rich in spiritual energy for his cultivation. For the false Dan cultivator position, Yi Yu directly chose He Changwei, with whom he was more familiar and had a good rapport. Although the false Dan was not as formidable as the golden core, it nonetheless extended lifespan and enhanced magical prowess. Advancing to this level was considerably easier than confronting the terrifying tribulations of the golden core. Upon acquiring the Baihu demon core, He Changwei immediately retreated into seclusion to make his breakthrough. Meanwhile, newly appointed sect leader Pan Yuer took the initiative to invite several golden core cultivators within the Baihu sect to collaboratively establish two mountains with third-grade superior spiritual veins, named Lingyun Peak and Zhuangji Peak, designated as the future sanctuaries for Yi Yu and Pan Yuer's cultivation. As for the main peak, it had to be relinquished to the nascent soul cultivator. Before long, Yi Yu relocated everyone from Danxiao Mountain to Lingyun Peak. This new residence and its accompanying structures were constructed with greater grandeur. With such a third-grade superior spiritual vein for cultivation, Yi Yu could finally settle down and engage in serious training. The death of Zeng Zhiran, the leader of the Baihu sect, had minimal impact. The disciples felt a fleeting sense of loss before swiftly moving on. Currently, the White Tiger sect is fortified by the presence of a nascent soul, ensuring that no rival sects dare to provoke disturbances. The ominous shadow of the blood-colored heavenly tribulation looms larger than the death of the sect master. Yet it manifests more as a thunderous clamor than as a torrential downpour. A multitude of top-tier forces has descended upon the Guangdong province, scouring every inch. Yet they have found no traces of those undergoing the blood-colored heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, Yi Yu began his tribulation far from the Jin family's secret realm. Otherwise, with so many prominent figures visiting the periphery, his activities would surely have been uncovered. Within the White Tiger sect, Yi Yu cultivated in tranquility, ascending to become one of the esteemed elders. His days were filled with routine cultivation, playtime with children, and cherished moments with family, leading to a rather pleasant existence. It was only after several months that Yi Yu recalled his initial intention to support the Yi family. Thus, he embarked on a journey to the Hunyuan sect, where he found Yi Lianchun and Yi Lianyu, who had both risen to the status of elders. Have you not forgotten the significant matters concerning the Yi family? Yi Yu inquired. We have not forgotten, but those two golden core beasts. Yi Lianchun hesitated. It's a trivial matter. I have already dealt with them. Yi replied confidently. Ah, resolved? Then what are we waiting for? Let us go and take a look. Yi Lianyu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. However, their time spent cultivating at the Hunyuan sect was not without its challenges. 4 golden core practitioners were cramped into a single third-level spirit vein, a situation that was less than ideal. The 2 third-level spirit veins at the Twin Peaks would undoubtedly suffice for their cultivation needs. Yi Yu led them to the Twin Peaks, where they encountered a number of Foundation establishment beasts in the vicinity, though none of golden core caliber had yet appeared. Gentlemen, the revival of the Yi family rests upon you. Please clear the surrounding beasts and establish a protective formation for our sect. Then the Yi family shall be secure. Yi Yu instructed. But the protective formation, how many spirit stones will that require? Yi Liangyu pondered, troubled. Are you foolish? Look at the multitude of foundation establishment beasts. If we slay them and sell their parts, acquiring 1,000,000 spirit stones will be as easy as pie. Yi Yu could hardly suppress his exasperation. Oh, I see. But there won't be any golden core beasts in the vicinity, will there? Yi Liangyu queried. Rest assured, there are no golden core beasts within 1,000 miles. I leave the Yi family in your capable hands. I must take my leave, Yi Yu stated, feeling no need to involve himself further with the Yi family. Nor did he wish to serve as their caretaker. As Yi Yu departed, both Yi Liangyu and Yi Liangqin felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Nevertheless, they set to work, first eliminating the foundation establishment beasts in the area and selling their remains for profit. They then cleared a path to bring the Yi family's members to this location and enlisted the foundation establishment cultivators to rid the area of Qi refinement beasts. Upon returning home, they discovered that 3 of their own had reached or were nearing the pinnacle of foundation establishment. With a bit more cultivation, they would surely break through to Golden Core. It would be a tremendous boon for the Yi family to have an increased number of Golden Core practitioners. Consequently, they hurriedly reached out to Yi Yu, hoping to secure his support, particularly for the thunder-avoiding tower that would guarantee a Golden Core advancement. Months later, Yi Yu once again arrived at the Gemini Peaks, where he encountered Yi Liangyu, Yi Liangqun, and 3 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. 2 of them were the ancient elders of the Yi clan, akin to Yi Liangqin and Yi Liangyu. The third was Yi Hongshun, the lord of Hongye City. So, it is you 3 who aim to break through to the Golden Core stage? Where is Yi Hongtian? Yi Yu inquired. In response to the clan head, my elder brother Hongtian is still in the later stages of foundation establishment. It may take him a few more years, Yi Hongshan replied. Ah, very well then. You few shall proceed with your breakthroughs. Who among you is the eldest? Yi Yu asked. I am the eldest, already 183 years of age, Yi Yuanbin responded. I am not far behind. At 169 years, Yi Yuanwu chimed in. The eldest among you shall enter first and attempt the breakthrough. Remember to request the reward Thunder Tribulation. Yi Yu instructed, casually producing the Thunder Avoidance Tower and securely embedding its base with a spell. Understood. Yi Yuanbin immediately entered beneath the Thunder Avoidance Tower. He had already been informed of the tower's efficacy by Yi Liangshun and Yi Liangyu, and felt remarkably at ease. No matter the circumstances, this tower could withstand a complete wave of reward Thunder Tribulation. Those who entered first would reap the benefits. If the tower were damaged later, it would not be his concern. He promptly began consuming medicinal pills and scattering spirit stones to release spiritual energy, commencing the Golden Core formation. The others soon departed to a different peak for their cultivation to avoid being affected by the Thunder Tribulation. 6 days later, Yi Yuanbin completed the Golden Core formation, and the Thunder Tribulation commenced. Without a doubt, this wave of Thunder Tribulation was easily navigated. Yi Yu swiftly gathered the Golden Core condensation liquid, while the others arrived to partake in the blessings of Golden Light. Subsequently, the other 2 Golden Core seedlings followed suit, achieving their Golden Core status within half a month. Thus, apart from Yi Yu, the Yi family now boasted 5 Golden Core True Masters. You 3 new breakthroughs, remember. Aside from those of our clan preparing to break through to Golden Core, no one must disclose the secret of the Thunder Avoidance Tower's ability to withstand tribulations. Do you understand? Understood. We shall remember, the 3 newly ascended Golden Core cultivators replied in unison. Without Yi Yu, it is likely they would never have had the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core in their lifetimes, and they felt profoundly grateful. Well then, I leave the affairs of the Yi family and Gemini Peaks in your hands. Farewell. Yi Yu reiterated his instructions before departing, returning to his own Lingyun Peak at the White Tiger sect to commence his cultivation. After half a month of practice, he felt his progress was rather lacking. At his current pace, it would take at least 8 more years to break through to the mid-Golden Core stage. This was quite unacceptable for the 30-year-old Yi Yu. It seemed he would need to devise some unconventional strategies. One route was to procure more elixirs, and another was to seek out some Golden Core old maids. Finding an old virgin is indeed a daunting task, akin to seeking a 40-something virgin in contemporary society, an almost insurmountable challenge. One might be compelled to seek solace within the Hahuan sect, where certain female cultivators have honed unique techniques that may allow them to retain substantial amounts of yin energy. If one is truly intent on locating an old virgin, there exists a sect predominantly comprised of women, known as the Yaoqi Sacred Land. This realm lies beyond the Great Xia dynasty, and venturing beyond its borders without at least a nascent infant-level cultivation is rather precarious. The desire to directly approach the Hahuan sect is tempting, yet the risks involved could be fatal. However, it appears that the immortal Lian Yu may indeed be an old virgin, and she has recently ascended to the Golden Core stage, making her a most suitable candidate. All one must do is find Chu Mingyao and request her introduction, which could very well lead to success. By taking this shortcut, one could potentially reduce years of arduous cultivation. Simply delightful. Without a doubt, this endeavor must be pursued. Yet, prior to setting forth, it is essential to arm oneself adequately. Yi Yu piloted his aircraft to the Jin family's secret realm, where he commenced the development of covert weaponry. Foremost among his tasks was the upgrade of his aircraft. The dragon eagles of the nascent infant stage provided excellent material for refining. Yi Yu meticulously processed the flesh of 2 dragon eagles, leaving only the skeletal frames, which he subsequently dried. The skeletal structure of the dragon eagles boasted a hardness comparable to high-grade spiritual artifacts, particularly their formidable claws, which could be utilized as medium-grade spiritual implements. With further refinement, they could be transformed into authentic top-tier spiritual artifacts. While the dragon eagle skeletons served as the mainframe for the aircraft, the engines and other auxiliary components required Yi Yu to procure additional materials. Having completed the processing of the dragon eagle skeletons, Yi Yu traversed various provincial capitals' cultivation markets in his aircraft, expending 3 million spirit stones to acquire an array of refining materials. After a month of diligent collection, he returned to the Jin family's secret realm. Thereafter, Yi Yu dedicated himself to crafting the aircraft's engine, utilizing materials capable of producing top-tier spiritual artifacts. Exhausting nearly all the mana from his 2 dantians, he successfully fashioned an engine of medium-grade spiritual artifact quality. After a fortnight of mana recovery, he began working on other components of the aircraft. 6 months later, a magnificent and powerful fighter jet emerged. The theoretical cost of this aircraft exceeded 10 million, primarily due to the considerable value of the Dragon Eagle skeleton, which alone was worth 7 to 8 million. This aircraft was substantial, with a wingspan of 160 meters and a length of 150 meters. Equipped with 2 medium-grade spiritual artifact engines, it was fortified with a defensive spiritual artifact capable of activating a shield to withstand attacks from late Golden Core cultivators, along with a medium-grade spiritual weapon that could fire projectiles with a striking power equivalent to that of late Golden Core practitioners. Additionally, it was manned by 3 robust individuals, wielding power akin to that of early nascent infant stage cultivators. Equipped with 10 young boys, the aircraft boasts the pinnacle of Golden Core power. It is furnished with essential modern combat instruments such as a compass, clock, speedometer, horsepower meter, attack buttons, and joysticks, alongside the characteristics of spiritual tools from the realm of cultivation, which can be manipulated through thought and consciousness after refinement. This aircraft is meticulously designed to confront early to mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, capable of vanquishing them with ease. In the face of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, or those at the peak, it possesses the ability to flee, as its speed can reach an astonishing 14,000 kilometers per hour, with a standard operating speed of 7,000 kilometers per hour and a safe cruising range of 10,000 kilometers per hour. In terms of speed, it can easily outpace all nascent soul cultivators. However, it lacks any means of resistance against transformation stage practitioners. Naturally, Yi Yu is not so arrogant as to consider challenging the most formidable forces of the Great Xia dynasty with merely a newly attained Golden Core. While the aircraft is indeed impressive, its conspicuousness and size are excessive. Furthermore, the fuel consumption during flight is substantial, tenfold greater than that of the original aircraft created by Yi Yu. Thus, he finds it more economical to use his previous combat aircraft for regular outings. Nevertheless, to enhance the practicality of the original aircraft, Yi Yu dedicated over a month to upgrading and modifying it. He improved the quality of materials in various aspects, transforming it into a low-grade spiritual tool, and equipped it with some foundational attack methods, raising its safe operating speed to 7,000 kilometers per hour. Chapter 91. Journey to the capital. With both aircraft completed and corresponding attack and defense spiritual tools ready, Yi Yu found his supply of spirit stones to be rather meager. At this juncture, he must embark on a hunt for demon beasts to replenish his resources. Otherwise, he would exhaust the fuel costs of his aircraft. He deposited the remaining hundreds of thousands of spirit stones into the fuel tank of the low-grade spiritual aircraft. Departing from the Golden Core secret realm, Yi Yu piloted the aircraft toward the danger zone. When it comes to earning money, aside from smuggling, slaying demon beasts is the way to go. He soared near the Twin Peaks, and after continuing for another 1,000 kilometers, he reduced his speed and began to maneuver at an altitude of 50 meters. He unleashed an imposing aura equivalent to that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, drawing forth some demon beasts. Spotting their presence, he immediately engaged with his sniper rifle. In addition to using the sniper rifle, he also sought to test the weaponry he had installed on the aircraft. The shortcomings of the aircraft's weaponry were apparent. It could only launch direct attacks forward and lacked the ability to adjust angles significantly. If only it could track its targets, the situation would be vastly improved. Clearly, Developing missiles is essential, for without them, the aircraft's offensive system would be nothing more than a decorative feature. It might only serve adequately as a bomber. In practice, it would be more effective for him to halt the aircraft, open the hatch, and directly fire with his sniper rifle. However, the technology for missiles is not something that can be easily mastered. One need only look at how the nation of India has struggled for decades without success. In modern times, only a handful of military powers have managed to grasp it. For the time being, I shall make do with my current equipment. 3 days have elapsed, during which EU has hunted and dispatched over 20 foundation-establishing demon beasts. Countless chi-refining demon beasts were also eliminated. But these were of no interest to EU as they hold little value. Merely a few hundred spirit stones at most, hardly worth the effort. In contrast, the remains of foundation-establishing demon beasts are quite lucrative, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. By selling these foundation-establishing demon beasts, EU instantaneously replenished 189 million spirit stones. With such an abundance of spirit stones, he felt sufficiently prepared to embark on his journey to the capital. Departing from Guangdong City, he traveled northward towards the capital, a distance of 50,000 kilometers. In Guangdong province, even the most destitute beggar is at least a first-layer chi-refiner. This led EU to perceive this realm of cultivation as one devoid of mundane nations, where everyone is a cultivator. However, for those with inferior cultivation aptitude, limited to the first 3 layers of chi refinement, they are akin to mortals. During his journey, he traversed 5 provinces, encountering numerous bustling cities and formidable cultivation sections. Are these 5 provinces as prosperous as Guangdong province? EU soared at an altitude of 3,000 meters, occasionally admiring the splendid landscapes of this cultivation realm. He pondered the living standards of the people outside Guangdong province. As he flew, he observed that the provinces to the north seemed to lag behind Guangdong in terms of cultivation advancement. He surmised that this was due to their location within a truly secure area for humanity, lacking the threat of demon beasts. Consequently, the resources for cultivation were significantly diminished. Furthermore, the better cultivation sites in these provinces had been monopolized by a single sect, leaving ordinary citizens without access to suitable places for cultivation. After flying for some time, and with nightfall approaching, Yi resolved to make a stop in Yi province. He descended and entered an obscure small town. To his astonishment, he encountered a considerable number of pure mortals on the streets. This was quite surprising, as previously in Hongye City, even the most impoverished beggar was a first-layer chi-refiner. Yi took a moment to assess the concentration of spiritual energy in this place, only to find it woefully inadequate. Less than a tenth of what he had experienced in Hongye City. This was utterly outrageous. Observing the surrounding populace, he noted that they all possessed yellow-tier cultivation aptitude, with no signs of any wasted spiritual roots that would hinder cultivation. It appeared that the issue was solely related to the lack of spiritual energy. As Yi mingled with the crowd and inquired further, he discovered that the culture of sects thrived here, rendering it a true realm of mortals. In Guangdong province, familial powers were prevalent, with only a few powerful sects, while the number of cultivation families was overwhelming. In contrast, Yi province saw its cultivators predominantly concentrated within the sects, with scarcely any cultivation families present. Yi spent some silver to stay overnight at an inn in this small town, marking the first time in many years he had resorted to using silver. The following day, Yi boarded a plane, heading to a nearby sect for exploration. He discovered that these sects were all fortified with protective formations, the primary purpose of which was not defense, but rather to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy from their veins. What astonished Yi even more was that in these places, any foundation establishment cultivator could establish a sect by occupying a level 2 spiritual vein and acquiring a protective formation. In contrast, in the Yu province, one needed to be at the core formation stage to establish a sect. Indeed, the world had changed significantly. Beyond the peculiar phenomenon of foundation establishment cultivators serving as sect leaders, Yu also observed numerous sects led by core formation masters within the Yu province. Some were even headed by formidable nascent soul cultivators, with one of the national protective sects located here. They all shared a common trait. They effectively locked spiritual energy within the core area of the sect, while governing a multitude of mundane cities below. After several days of observation, Yu continued his journey northward. The subsequent 3 provinces mirrored the Yi province and were even more extreme. In some areas, mere chi refinement cultivators could be referred to as immortal masters in front of ordinary people, a truly laughable situation. In these regions, there was virtually no livelihood for loose cultivators. The only path to successful cultivation was through joining a sect. Loose cultivators could only thrive in resource-rich border areas, where they could acquire resources amidst battles against demonic beasts. Initially, Yu had anticipated the dangers of traveling from the south to the north, but the reality proved otherwise. Without venturing out, one remains oblivious to the affairs of the world. As Yu journeyed northward, He encountered no unforeseen obstacles and arrived smoothly outside the capital city. Upon reaching the capital, he noted the stark contrast in spiritual energy compared to the impoverished surroundings. Like the Yu province, there were no purely mundane individuals here. Outside the capital, the concentration of spiritual energy felt comparable to that of the Yu province, yet within the city, it rivaled that of Guangning's inner city, a remarkable feat indeed. Yu speculated that the capital had likely once been as barren as other inland regions. However, the royal family, with their considerable influence, must have dispatched numerous troops to scour spiritual veins from across the nation or even from the territories of demonic clans, subsequently installing them in the capital. How else could one explain such an abundance of spiritual energy in this inland city, devoid of demonic beast resources? Upon entering the capital, Yi was unexpectedly required to submit 10,000 spiritual stones to obtain an identification card, allowing him to reside within the city. Chapter 92, Seeking Chu Mingyao. It was truly perplexing, but observing the rich spiritual environment made it clear why. Otherwise, the ordinary people from other provinces would have flocked to the capital seeking cultivation opportunities long ago. After purchasing the identification card, Yi wandered through the capital, acutely aware of the exorbitant prices. With no significant resource sites in the vicinity, he wondered how such high price levels could be sustained. Nevertheless, he dismissed these concerns, as his wealth of several million spiritual stones ensured he would not appear destitute. Yi first sought accommodation at an inn before beginning his inquiries about the renowned Yihong courtyard in this city. My lord, we do not have many brothels here. The Yihong courtyard under the auspices of the Hahuan sect alone has over a dozen establishments, not to mention the specialized duck restaurants. The innkeeper remarked with a sly grin after collecting the spirit stones. Procure for me a map of the capital, marking all the major brothels and Yihong courtyards. You shall not regret it, Yi instructed. No problem, leave it to me, the innkeeper eagerly responded, leaving with a promise. Yi then indulged in the culinary delights of the capital, savoring dishes crafted from the flesh of foundational stage demon beasts and rare spiritual herbs. Not only were these delicacies exquisite in flavor, but they also aided in cultivation. However, the price of a single dish could equate to the cost of several foundational stage elixirs, truly extravagant. The total cost for Yi's feast amounted to over 8,000 spirit stones. As a golden core cultivator, he could easily refine the food consumed, alleviating any concerns about finishing such an abundant spread. He reflected on the necessity of indulgence, for wealth came to him swiftly. A few lavish meals posed no issue. Within half an hour, the innkeeper returned with the desired map of the capital, to which Yi generously tipped 100 spirit stones. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he retreated to his room to examine the map. The capital was indeed vast, comparable in size to an entire region. Yi discerned from the map that, like Guangning City, the capital was divided into inner and outer cities. He found himself situated in the outer city, which, in size, rivaled the inner city of Guangning. How remarkable the inner city must be, reduced in area to merely 1/10 of the entire capital. The outer city boasted over 100 brothels, whereas the inner city housed more than 30. Within the outer city, there were 10 Yihong courtyards affiliated with the Hahuan sect, and 4 in the inner city. With so many Yihong courtyards to explore, he would need to visit them all to locate Chu Mingyao. It was unfortunate that the capital's expanse was so great. The effective range of the communication jade talisman he shared with Chu Mingyao was limited to a mere 100 miles. Considering her cultivation level, which likely did not surpass his own and was probably at the late foundational stage, Yi deduced that the manager of the Yihong courtyard within the capital likely operated in the outer city. Thus, he resolved to commence his search in the outer city. Additionally, he noted the distribution of the Royal Academy on the map. The academy occupied a significant area, with campuses in both the inner and outer cities. The outer city was likely home to the lower-tier students, while the inner city catered to the core students. His sister Yiling was most likely studying at the Royal Academy, probably in the outer campus. After locating Chu Mingyao, he could also pay her a visit. Yi set out in the evening, for many Yihong courtyards remained closed during the daylight hours. Yi first arrived at the nearest Yihong Yuan, where the decor and arrangements were quite comparable to those in Guangning City. After making some inquiries, he learned that the manager, Chu Hexian, had only attained the late stage of foundation establishment. Yi utilized a communication jade talisman, yet after a considerable wait, he received no response, likely indicating that Chu Mingyao was not present in this Yihong Yuan. Consequently, Yi visited several other Yihong Yu establishments in the outer city, but still received no word from Chu Mingyao. Growing impatient, he resorted to his monetary influence and met with a manager known as Lu Huaxian. Lu Huaxian, I hail from the Yu province, seeking information about the whereabouts of Mingyao. Should you have any leads, I promise generous recompense. Mingyao? Are you referring to Chu Mingyao? Lu Huaxian asked, surprised. Indeed, that is her name. What is your connection with Chu Mingyao? Why do you seek her? Lu Huaxian inquired with a mischievous grin. Sensing something amiss, Yi Yu refrained from answering and pressed on. Lu Huaxian, I implore you, do not concern yourself with our relationship. Simply inform me of her whereabouts and circumstances. Ah, she is rather ungrateful, likely peddling her wares in the inner city, Lu Huaxian chuckled. Peddling wares? In this Yihang Yuan, I assume it is not of the culinary sort. The thought of his sister resorting to such means incensed Yi Yu, igniting his fury. Yet, he maintained his composure and continued to inquire. There are 4 Yihang Yu in the inner city. Do you know which one she is in? The largest one, I presume. Are you one of her patrons from Yu province? Somewhat, yes. Thank you, goodbye. Yi Yu left a pile of spirit stones behind and rose to depart, neglecting even the tea Lu Huaxian had prepared for him. Lu Huaxian stood bewildered. How could my allure be so lacking? Why do these wretched men favor that wretched girl? She scoffed. Regardless of her popularity, she has been exiled. As a candidate for the Holy Maiden, how dare Chu Mingyao seek a partner on her own? It serves her right to be cast aside and reduced to such a fate. Yi Yu swiftly utilized his cloud escape technique, soaring through the air until he reached the inner city mere minutes later. There, he spent an exorbitant sum of 50,000 spirit stones to acquire an identification badge. He headed straight for the largest Yihang Yuan, reputed to be the main branch of the Hahuan sect's Yihang Yuan, with nascent soul cultivators overseeing the establishment. It was said that even golden core cultivators could engage in such trade, provided they offered sufficient spirit stones. Despite the presence of the nascent soul cultivators, Yi Yu understood the necessity of discretion. In the wilderness, he might not fear a nascent soul, perhaps even having a chance to vanquish one. However, within the inner city, where god transformation experts resided in the palace, it would be reckless to stir up trouble. Yi Yu entered the Yihang Yuan as a regular patron, exchanging some spirit stones to gain entry. Upon entering, he observed a throng of cultivators of considerable prowess bustling about. The ground is strewn with golden elixirs. Yet the foundational cultivators are akin to mere dogs. Even the most casual of attendants possesses the cultivation of a foundational practitioner. Among the patrons, aside from a few exceptionally young individuals still in the qi refinement stage, every person over the age of 30 is undoubtedly a foundational cultivator. Upon entering, Yi Yu attempted to use a communication jade talisman, yet received no response. Perhaps Chu Mingyao is preoccupied and has yet to find the time to reply. He decided to indulge himself for a while, savoring the services here and observing how the maidens of the capital differ from those of Guangning City. Chapter 93. The selection of the courtesans. Suddenly, a throng of people surged towards a specific direction, piquing Yi Yu's curiosity, prompting him to follow suit. As he navigated through the crowd, he eventually seated himself at a table in the hall. Hey, brother, who do you favor in today's courtesan selection? Inquired a young man of similar cultivation, also at the golden elixir stage, and in his 30s. Yi Yu noticed that this individual, unlike himself who had achieved his cultivation through cunning means, was a genuine prodigy. Well, I've just returned from the outer city and am not well acquainted with the courtesans here. Perhaps you could enlighten me? Of course, no problem at all. Allow me to share some insights with you, my straightforward friend. As a member of the Hongdao army, I relish befriending talents like yourself. Achieving the golden elixir stage at such a young age, you are bound to accomplish great things in the future. Most importantly, it's refreshing to see you here at the Yihong courtyard, unlike those pretentious scholars in the academy who would be scorned for merely stepping in. This is what it means to find common ground. If one can share the same path, they truly become kindred spirits. My brother, let me tell you, there are 10 participants in this courtesan selection, but 7 were eliminated yesterday. Now, only 3 remain. The enchanting fairy Mingyao, the melodious fairy Miyu, and the graceful fairy Lufeng. Upon hearing fairy Mingyao's name, Yi Yu's brow furrowed slightly, yet he continued to listen. Fairy Mingyao was only dispatched by the Hahuan sect 2 years ago, and was reportedly a candidate for the previous Holy Maiden, though her position was inexplicably revoked. Her appearance is strikingly pure and charming. As for Fairy Miyu, her name suits her well. Her voice is simply delightful. Lastly, Fairy Lufeng boasts an exceptional figure. I believe that Fairy Miyu is destined to win the selection, yet preferences vary, and the other 2 could also be contenders. What are your thoughts, brother? Yi Yu pondered for a moment, contemplating how he might orchestrate a departure for Chu Mingyao. Indeed, you have a point. Preferences are subjective. I have yet to see the 3 fairies, so it's difficult to ascertain who might align with my tastes. True enough, let us first indulge in the performances. No sooner had he spoken than the stage commenced its presentation. Come, behold the elegance of my dance. Yesterday, the 7 eliminated beauties took the stage in succession, presenting an astonishing dance performance with the accompaniment of various partners, captivating the audience and offering a visual feast. Their enchanting movements stirred the hearts of onlookers, prompting some unable to resist their allure to summon the beauties, while many others restrained themselves, awaiting the selection of 3 top courtesan candidates. Once the performances of the 7 eliminated beauties concluded, it was time for the trio of courtesan candidates to showcase their talents. Yi Yu finally had the chance to see Chu Mingyao again, who fleetingly glanced at him. Despite her overwhelming emotions, she maintained her composure, for under the eaves, one must bow their head. She was powerless to defy the arrangements of the Hahuan sect. Yi Yu, of course, refrained from recklessly attempting to claim her right away, choosing instead to patiently observe the performances. It must be said that the honeyed words fairy possessed all that one could desire and lacked nothing. Her skin was as fair as jade, earning her the title of the Lu Yin of the cultivation world. The Lu Feng fairy, with a waist as slender as a leaf, was remarkably tall and her face exquisitely delicate, truly a top-tier internet sensation. Chu Mingyao, the epitome of youthful charm, resembled a lovely girl next door. After the trio's performances, the patrons began to cast their votes with their feet, ultimately leading to Lu Feng fairy being crowned the top courtesan of the day, followed by the honeyed words fairy in second and Chu Mingyao in last. Preferences varied among the guests, and it was evident that Lu Feng fairy aligned more closely with northern aesthetics. Had this been in the south, Chu Mingyao would likely have claimed the top spot. Ladies and gentlemen, the courtesan of this session has been selected, Lu Feng fairy. Let us invite her once more to perform for everyone, the host announced. Following this, Lu Feng fairy delivered an artistic dance that ignited the passion of many. However, she soon exited the stage to make way for Chu Mingyao. The host then announced the commencement of the bidding. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 5,005. The patrons began to bid enthusiastically. Yi Yu took a moment to realize that Chu Mingyao was to be auctioned. He could not allow his sister to be taken away right before his eyes, so he began to bid. Yi Yu's initial bid of 100,000 spirit stones startled a great number of attendees. What is wrong with this person? 100,000 spirit stones could buy an ordinary top-grade magical artifact. He must be targeting me deliberately, muttered a middle-aged man, vexed. 11,000, I'm in. 15,000. Yi Yu declared, displaying his financial prowess and disregarding the opinions of other patrons. Fool, how dare you oppose me? Lao Fu, remember him. I will teach him a lesson later, the middle-aged man grumbled, slamming his cup down on the table. Yes, 18th Prince, a servant standing nearby responded. Yi Yu remained unaware that he had offended some formidable figures from the capital. All he knew was that tonight he had the opportunity to take away Chu Mingyao. As the host announced, Chu Mingyao was to belong to Yi Yu for the evening, after which the bidding for the enchanting beauty would continue. Congratulations, my friend. May I inquire your esteemed name? A companion beside him expressed joy. I am Yi Yu, hailing from the south, he replied, before exchanging contact information hastily. With the assistance of a server, Yi Yu paid 15,000 spirit stones and was then escorted to a room to meet Chu Mingyao. You wretched man, you finally arrived. Had you not come, I would have fallen into the arms of another. Chu Mingyao lay on the bed, scolding him. I apologize for my tardiness, Yi Yu sighed. Chapter 94. The abduction of Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao nestled in Yi Yu's embrace. Wretched man, what shall I do from here? Must I truly remain in this place indefinitely? How did you fall to such depths? Were you not in charge of matters? How did you lose your position as a candidate for the Saintess? Is this not due to you, wretched man? My situation was exposed, and it no longer aligned with the interests of our sect. The candidates for Saintess in our Joyous Union sect must marry after reaching the Golden Core stage. Yet, I fell short of the original standards and was abandoned by my master. Chu Mingyao began to draw circles on Yi Yu's chest with her finger, occasionally playfully punching him. However, her delicate punches seemed ineffective. After all, Yi Yu was a robust Golden Core cultivator. Dream Yao, how much would it take to redeem you? Or could we perhaps elope? Elope is out of the question. Our headquarters here is under the watchful eye of a nascent soul. As for redemption, it would require at least 5 million spirit stones. Chu Mingyao contemplated this and was overcome with despair. She sensed that Yi Yu's 15,000 spirit stones were all he could muster, fearing he had exhausted his savings. Yi Yu's mind raced. 5 million spirit stones would likely exceed 10 million. A mid-grade spirit artifact alone could be worth that much. Chu Mingyao truly was dear. Though he could afford such a sum, Yi Yu was disinclined to part with it. It felt like an egregious loss. Dream Yao, you should lose consciousness for now. I shall handle the rest. What? Before Chu Mingyao could react, Yi Yu rendered her unconscious. He then began to devise an escape plan. After transforming their appearances, Yi Yu into Jiang Junbin and Chu Mingyao into Lin Jianyuan, they waited until the early hours, when most revelers had succumbed to slumber. Using his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, Yi Yu discovered 2 Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the exit and swiftly incapacitated them without a sound. Cautiously, he opened the door, cradling Chu Mingyao, and employed the cloud displacement technique to vanish into thin air. In their vaporous form, they were nearly invisible against the dark night. Yi Yu initially arrived at the grand gate, only to find it firmly locked. Forcing the door would undoubtedly create a commotion, so he had to devise alternative means. Accompanied by Chu Mingyao, Yu began to wander through the various houses lining the street. Eventually, they entered a modest room where a man was soundly asleep with his sister in his arms. The window was not properly secured, allowing Yu to escape through it. Once outside, he swiftly made his way out of the city gates, fortunate that the guards were only concerned with those entering the city and did not trouble him. Yu and Chu Mingyao continued their flight, eventually escaping to the outer city, and subsequently left Kyoto, boarding a plane heading south. Meanwhile, the two gatekeepers who had been knocked unconscious were discovered, prompting an immediate alarm within the management of the Ihong courtyard. The management wasted no time in issuing orders to apprehend Yu, for no one could abscond with their sisters without payment right under their noses. Their consistent stance towards Yu was one of lethal retribution, as they sought to capture him and set an example. Unless one were of royal blood, no one was spared. Death was the only answer. Due to Yu's cultivation being at the early golden core stage, the decision was made to send 2 late golden core cultivators after him for a more secure pursuit. The rationale for choosing late golden core over mid golden core was rooted in the self-awareness of the Hehuan sect regarding the inflated abilities of their members. Their combat prowess was often lacking. Thus, when they faced inadequacies in strength at the same level, they opted to increase the disparity in cultivation. With a 2-level advantage and the cooperation of 2 cultivators, they were confident they could easily subdue the audacious thief. The 2 golden core members of the Hehuan sect pursued Yu out of Kyoto. Yu, without pause, continued his journey southward, eventually stopping in a small town in Hubei province to catch his breath. By this time, dawn had broken, and Yu felt assured that there would be no pursuers. He and Chu Mingyao settled in a small eatery to enjoy wontons. However, the 2 golden core cultivators, bound by their orders, would not yield so easily. As long as Yu was not in an area of absolute peril, places potentially inhabited by formidable Yuanying stage monsters, they were determined to hunt him down. As Yu lingered in the small town, becoming overly relaxed, the 2 golden core cultivators soon caught up to him. Near the town, they paused their pursuit. Senior brother. The compass indicates that Chu Mingyao is within this mortal town, one remarked. Indeed, junior sister, we shall annihilate our foe. This audacious boy must pay for his arrogance, replied the other. After exchanging their plans, they proceeded to further pinpoint Chu Mingyao's location using the compass, which contained the consciousness from the soul lamp of Chu Mingyao when she had joined the Hehuan sect as a candidate for the saintess. Just as Yu finished his wontons and was strolling on the street with Chu Mingyao, he suddenly caught sight of 2 figures soaring through the sky. Behold, there stands the esteemed immortal master. Indeed, a formidable foundation-building sage. The throngs of mortals kneel in reverent worship. In their eyes, the ability to soar through the skies signifies a foundation-building sage. Yu furrowed his brow, having flown with such swiftness and distance. He had even scorched Chu Mingyao's garments and accessories, necessitating a change. How had these 2 individuals managed to track him down? It seemed he would have to surrender. The 2 golden core disciples of the Hehuan sect hesitated to act, fearful of harming Chu Mingyao. After all, she was their cash cow from the Ihong courtyard, and they could not afford to injure her. Mingyao, you should retreat to the inn while I deal with them, Yu urged. But they are so powerful. Chu Mingyao felt a pang of despair, reluctant to see Yu face danger. Yu, however, did not perceive his actions as courting death. How could mere golden core practitioners threaten his life? Even if a nascent soul were to confront him here, they would find no advantage. With a gentle push, Yu urged Chu Mingyao aside and employed the cloud escape technique to flee. The male golden core disciple pursued him, while the female golden core disciple remained to guard Chu Mingyao, preventing her escape. Yu's cloud escape was indeed swift, yet his pursuer hailed from the prestigious Hehuan sect, equipped with advanced sorcery and in the late stages of the golden core realm, thus maintaining an impressive speed. They soon found themselves in the wilderness, 100 miles from the small city, where the male golden core disciple anticipated a fierce battle when Yu halted. To his astonishment, he was met with a relentless barrage of gunfire. In less than 3 seconds, he was reduced to a sieve. A golden core fled his body, desperate for a new host, only to be captured by Yu and stripped of its consciousness. Chapter 95. Disposal of loot afterward. Yu rifled through the possessions of the fallen golden core, incinerating them with golden core true fire until they were mere ash, which he then scattered to the winds. Stealthily, he returned to conceal himself within a tall building in the small city, employing a telescope and farsight technique to observe his foes. Noting the female golden core disciple, he discerned that she possessed little energy, and her magical prowess appeared fragmented. Yu had initially contemplated eliminating them sequentially, but it was evident that this woman was a pair with the recently fallen male. Her depleted energy suggested that any advantage he might gain from clever tactics would be minimal, and the risk of a counterattack from her was significant. It was wiser to eliminate her directly. Yu brandished his sniper rifle, taking aim. At that moment, the female golden core remained oblivious to her husband's demise, steadfastly guarding Chu Mingyao as she awaited his return. She believed her husband could easily handle a foe 2 cultivation levels below his own. At the very least, if he were to falter, she assumed that the adversary would simply flee. Yet, it was indeed a cowardly act for him to abandon his companion. Chu Mingyao, filled with despair, felt that Yi Yu had forsaken her, running away without regard for her life. She was aware of Yi Yu's possession of an extraordinary flying device. If he chose to escape, these pursuers would surely be unable to follow. Had it not been for their ability to trace their whereabouts, the two individuals would undoubtedly have evaded capture. As the two young women were engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, the surrounding mortals hastily distanced themselves, acutely aware that when divine beings engage in conflict, it is the ordinary who suffer. It is common knowledge that these two celestial beings, capable of flight, were embroiled in a fierce battle. A moment's carelessness could lead to their own demise. After aiming for several seconds, when the woman finally steadied herself, Yi Yu fired a shot that struck her neck. The target was substantial, allowing for a higher margin of error. The female cultivator was caught off guard. Her chest pierced with a gaping wound. Her heart and lungs lay shattered, and her sternum was fractured in multiple places. Realizing her body was beyond salvation, she, unlike other lesser practitioners who would succumb with their eyes wide open, immediately extricated her golden core, intent on seizing the body of Chu Mingyao nearby. Yi Yu, having anticipated this move, swiftly appeared beside Chu Mingyao just as the golden core surged towards her. He grasped it firmly before it could reach her. Within the golden core, the spirit entity unleashed a torrent of curses towards Yi Yu, lamenting the dire consequences of offending their sect, the Hahuan sect. Yet, Yi Yu remained unperturbed, resolutely extinguishing the spirit within the golden core. He had intended to extract information from the core, but regrettably, his cultivation level was inferior, rendering his spirit weaker. A slight misstep could lead to him being overpowered and usurped, a situation that would be utterly humiliating for a traveler from another realm. What followed was a seamless process of searching corpses, incinerating remains, and scattering ashes. Witnessing Yi Yu's divine intervention as he effortlessly vanquished the neighboring adversary left Chu Mingyao in a state of astonishment. "You look so impressive. I almost thought you had abandoned me," she exclaimed. "Get lost. Am I that sort of person?" Yi Yu retorted nonchalantly, while far away in the capital, the Hahuan sect's Yuanying practitioners seethed with rage. The upper echelons of the sect were equally furious. Their ire stemmed from the loss of 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, whose soul lamps had extinguished. These 2 were pillars within the sect, promising candidates for advancing to the Yuanying stage. In an era when the transformation stage was seldom seen, the Yuanying stage represented the pinnacle of power. The Hahuan sect had effectively lost 2 future paragons. The sect's leadership sought accountability from the Yuanying stationed in the capital, who could not evade responsibility. He was compelled to expend a considerable fortune to issue a bounty for Yi Yu's capture within the cultivation world. Consequently, Yi Yu found himself on the Great Xia dynasty's most wanted list, debuting at an impressive rank of 27 among the top 30. It is noteworthy that those in the top 30 were predominantly Yuanying practitioners. This bounty reflected the Hahuan sect's serious commitment to apprehending Yi Yu, who was suspected to be at the initial stage of the golden core, with a reward of 10 million spirit stones. His alleged deeds included the abduction of the former holy maiden candidate, Chu Mingyao, and the simultaneous demise of the 2 late-stage golden core cultivators pursuing him. 10 million spirit stones could indeed purchase a superior mid-grade spiritual artifact. Such a bounty is sufficient to stir the hearts of certain nascent soul cultivators. Upon the issuance of this bounty, the number of those seeking to claim it became overwhelming. Even some young cultivators at the early golden core stage dared to join in the fray. The general consensus among the cultivators was that the combat prowess of the disciples from the Hahuan sect was notably lacking, leading them to believe that it was solely due to their inadequacies that Yi Yu appeared so formidable. Consequently, they were emboldened, thinking, "Surely I can manage this. After all, it is merely a minor golden core cultivator." Unbeknownst to Yi Yu, he was about to face considerable peril with the bounty placed upon him. However, even if he were aware, it would not have concerned him. In the vast realm of cultivation, who would remember his visage? They could not track him. He could flee at will. At worst, he could adopt a new identity and continue his escapades. Should he truly provoke his enemies, the entire Great Xia dynasty would be set on alert. After cultivating with Chu Mingyao for several rounds, Yi Yu took her back to his stronghold, the White Tiger sect at Lingyun Peak. Pan Yuer was quite displeased with Yi Yu bringing another female companion home, yet with his silver tongue, he managed to persuade her. Once he had settled Chu Mingyao in, he bestowed upon her the title of guest elder within the White Tiger sect. Following this, Yi Yu spent a month reminiscing with his family before setting off once again for the capital. This time, Yi Yu adopted a new identity, calling himself Su Chun, with the appearance of a youthful and handsome lad. He suspected that his recent actions might have drawn the ire of the Hawan sect, and anticipated a significant reaction from their higher-ups. Thus, he altered his identity to ensure a smoother journey in the capital. While traversing through Yi province at an altitude of 8,000 meters, Yu observed a considerable gathering of golden core and nascent soul cultivators below. It seemed these individuals were heading toward the locations where he had previously dispatched 2 late-stage golden core cultivators. This was amusing, with a little thought. Yu surmised that they were undoubtedly seeking to confront him. He realized that he needed to deal with the spoils of his previous encounters to prevent any tracking devices that might be embedded within the belongings of those 2. Instead of proceeding directly to the capital, Yu veered right, landing his aircraft on a desolate mountain 1,000 kilometers away. After securing the aircraft, he commenced the organization of his spoils beneath the shade of the trees. Chapter 96. A double kill. The 2 golden cores were rather straightforward to manage. He decided to preserve them for the time being. Yu contemplated directly converting the cultivation levels contained within these cores into his own, but lacked the necessary methods and feared that the foreign energies might mar his own, rendering him uncomfortable in their use. Next came the examination of the spiritual artifacts and treasures within the spatial rings of the 2 individuals. After a thorough search, he found some clothing in the rings, which he promptly incinerated. He then discovered 2 inferior-grade spiritual swords and 1 mid-grade artifact, the pastoral flute. Upon the mystical artifact lay the ethereal imprints of 2 golden core souls, which must be eradicated first. Yu dedicated considerable effort to obliterating these soul marks. Yet unbeknownst to him, individuals adept in tracking via these very imprints were already in pursuit. These pursuers were intimately acquainted with the 2 golden cores and hailed from within the Harmony sect. Only such individuals could harness the souls of the 2 golden cores to trace Yu's whereabouts, while others merely wandered aimlessly, akin to blind men groping for an elephant, hoping for serendipity. In the vast realm of cultivation, locating someone who had never been seen before and who could alter their appearance at will was no simple task. After several days of painstakingly erasing the souls from 3 magical artifacts, Yi was poised to refine a spirit sword for practice when he was suddenly ambushed. To his astonishment, a group of 8 golden core cultivators descended upon him. Utilizing the cloud escape technique, Yi evaded their assault. Yet this allowed them to discern his identity. It was none other than a core elder from the White Cloud sect orchestrating this chaos. Subsequently, the Harmony sect would undoubtedly demand the surrender of Yi from the White Cloud sect, though they noted Yi's visage did not match the portrait. Their interest lay solely in the 2 magical artifacts left behind by the deceased golden cores, valued at millions of spirit stones. Let us eliminate him and share the spoils. They exchanged glances, launching an offensive against Yi. Realizing the dire situation, Yi hastily withdrew, employing the cloud escape to flee. Confronting multiple adversaries proved daunting. Even the mightiest of defenses could falter, leading to his demise. Fortunately, Yi's cloud escape was remarkably swift, enabling him to shake off several of the initial golden core pursuers. However, 2 formidable late-stage golden cores remained in relentless pursuit. With no other recourse, Yi brandished his submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets. Unlike the previous unsuspecting adversary he had dispatched, these golden core cultivators were prepared and resilient. Thus, Yi's initial level bullets merely inflicted superficial wounds, and once they activated their defensive artifacts, they were rendered nearly impervious to harm. Frustrated, Yi continued his flight. 3 beams of light streaking through the sky, white leading, followed closely by yellow and green. Contemplating the possibility of taking to the skies in an aircraft to shake off his relentless pursuers, he realized that even the brief delay required to start the plane could lead to his demise. With no alternative, Yi clutched his submachine gun and continued to run, firing intermittently to harass them. This sustained onslaught wore on his pursuers, yet the 2 remained doggedly attached to him, causing great vexation. In a moment of inspiration, Yi abandoned the use of his submachine gun and instead swooped down to gather a collection of stones from the ground. At the outset, stones were intermittently hurled at the 2. Faced with these seemingly innocuous projectiles, the 2 golden elixirs could not help but laugh. How absurd! The spiritual energy within their magical artifacts must have been depleted, prompting them to resort to such trivial means to assail us. Indeed, this gentleman was merely at the initial stage of golden elixir cultivation, his total magical power undoubtedly inferior to ours. If we were to pursue him until his energy was exhausted, he would have no choice but to surrender. Thus, whatever treasures he possessed would rightfully belong to us, and we would divide them equally. It was only fitting. Just as the 2 were lost in their daydreams, Yi, while tossing stones, discreetly introduced a surprise. Each of these 2 miscreants was unexpectedly gifted a small boy. In less than 3 seconds, both collided head-on with the small boy, protected by their spiritual shields. They assumed the child would behave like the other stones, merely bouncing off their barriers. Little did they anticipate that the boy would explode. 2 resounding blasts ensued, leaving the 2 golden elixirs utterly disfigured. One perished on the spot, his golden elixir shattered. The other survived, but was left headless, thanks to the protective armor he wore. In a state of panic, 1 golden elixir fled, darting towards a small town. He abandoned his possessions, knowing that if he failed to seize a new host or find something to nurture his golden elixir within 3 days, his fate would be sealed. He hoped he would be tempted by his treasures, granting him time to find a suitable host to escape. At that moment, he grasped why the 2 golden elixirs of the Hahuan sect had met their demise. Yi Yu possessed such a formidable weapon, a remarkable talisman, and had played his cards so shrewdly. First, he had used stones to distract them, then capitalized on their momentary lapse in vigilance to eliminate them. However, realizing this now was far too late. Yi Yu had no intention of allowing him to escape. He could not permit anyone to learn of his devastating weapon. The small boy, those who had witnessed its power were destined to perish. If others became aware of his extraordinary capabilities and took precautions, how could he continue to dominate? In an instant, Yi Yu intercepted the fleeing golden elixir, capturing him and erasing his soul. Following this, he meticulously disposed of the bodies, incinerating them to ashes. Yi Yu then contemplated relocating to continue dealing with the spoils. He flew to a desolate area 500 kilometers away, deploying his aircraft as a precaution. Once secure, he resumed sorting through the belongings of the 2 newly acquired golden elixirs, examining their garments, pills, and magical artifacts. Yet, before he could organize for long, a formidable presence approached from the horizon. Yi Yu discerned the aura. It was a nascent soul. He swiftly boarded his aircraft and dashed southwest. These adversaries truly seemed relentless. It is far more advantageous to venture into the perilous territories inhabited by those demonic beasts. Even should a nascent soul arrive, I still possess the opportunity to vanquish or severely injure him. Do you not recall the last nascent soul in the later stages who relentlessly pursued me, only to be nearly brought to the brink of madness by my efforts? Moreover, I inadvertently assisted myself in capturing 2 mid-stage dragon-eagle demonic beasts. That was an exhilarating experience beyond compare. Another encounter would be simply sublime. With an ample supply of spirit stones at my disposal, I am undoubtedly capable of eluding this nascent soul with clarity and precision.